The city is screaming, monsters are everywhere, the knights are retreating, and this poor guy is about to get his head flattened by an orc's club. Then, you hear two words. Thermal blade. A pillar of blue mana deletes the entire street. The soldiers are crying, they're shouting for their savior, the great Archmage, the man who ended the Dragon War, Sir Ellison. And what is this legendary hero doing right now? He's using that same world-ending magic to score a perfect grid pattern into a piece of pork belly. Yeah, this man is using high-tier sorcery because it enhances the absorption of the marinade. He's not a hero. He's a chef who was forced to be a god for 15 years, and he is finally done with everyone's crap. But to understand how we got here, we have to go back. Meet our guy 15 years ago. He's just a regular high school kid in the culinary department. His only dream? Graduation and opening a cozy little restaurant. But the universe decided to send a representative to talk to him. The representative's name? Truck-kun. Next thing he knows, he's waking up in a literal war zone. No tutorial, no starter kit, just a giant red dragon barbecuing the entire city. He gets grabbed by a refugee who tells him to keep moving or die. He's in the Laverne Empire and the dragons are winning. At first, our guy tries to look on the bright side. Hey, at least I don't have to take my exams or go to the military. Literally 5 seconds later, an Imperial Knight shows up on a horse. The knights are falling! The mercenaries are gone! Pick up a sword and fight for your country! The crowd goes wild. Our guy? He's taking the biggest L in history. The Empire just implemented mandatory enlistment for everyone with a pulse, so instead of a chef's hat, he gets a spear and a one-way ticket to hell. The only silver lining? He's got high magic potential, so they send him to the Magic Corps and feed him this. It's a bowl of gray sludge that tastes like boiled potatoes and cardboard. This is his villain origin story. He realizes that if he opens a restaurant in this world, he'll be a billionaire because the bar is literally in the basement. He decides to grind out his 2-year service and then quit. He sings the military songs, he does the training, but there's one tiny problem the recruiter forgot to mention. The war didn't last 2 years. It lasted 15. Fast forward to the present. Drake City. The war is over, and Ellison is finally free. He is literally crying man tears because he just hammered the last nail into his own restaurant. The Class 9 Archmage tag pops up, but he doesn't care. He's built this place with his own 2 hands. A local girl named Bereen walks by and sees this grown man sobbing like he just watched his dog get ratioed on Twitter. He tells her he's just happy to be a chef. They hit it off, and he introduces himself as L. He mentions he's not alone, he's got a friend from the military who is currently speedrunning a coma in the upstairs bedroom. But a restaurant needs meat. Rain's husband runs the local butcher shop. Perfect, right? Just a heads up, she says, he has a bit of a fiery personality. Ellison smiles. He's been in the trenches for 15 years. What's a little butcher going to do to him? Meet Noel. He looks like a boss fight from a game where you only have level 1 gear. The second Ellison says he's a restaurant owner, Noel slams his fist down so hard the table considers early retirement. Turns out, the last owner scammed him for 3 years. Noel is about to throw our guy out when Rain shows up and resets his brain with a frying pan to the dome. Rain apologizes, but Noel is still being a hater. He tells Ellison he'll only sell meat to people he approves of. He sees our guy's hands and realizes he's a veteran. So he gives him a bag of the cheapest, fattest wooba belly. If you can't make a proper dish with this, he growls, don't ever show your face here again. Noel is acting like he's a judge on MasterChef Fantasy Edition. He's smug because he thinks nobody wants to eat pure fat. Rain tries to give Ellison the good stuff, but our guy just smiles. It's fine. I can make something delicious out of this. Rain is worried. She thinks he's about to serve a bowl of grease. See, in this world, cows are wuka and pigs are wooba, and nobody likes the belly because they don't know the secret. Ellison steps into the kitchen. The aura changes. This man is a Class 9 Archmage, and now he's using that god-tier fire control to get the griddle to the exact perfect temperature. He uses the thermal blade again to prep the meat with 0.1 mm precision. He places it skin side down. The sizzle sound is basically a symphony. He's cutting onions like he's playing Fruit Ninja in real life. Plate is ready. Grilled wooba belly with a tangy salad. Even Noel has to admit it looks clean. Rain takes a bite. Her soul basically leaves her body. It's crispy, it's juicy, it's the best thing she's ever tasted. Then Ellison looks at Noel's plate. It's empty. Noel is sitting there in a stunned silence. Then he starts screaming, "Bring me more meat!" Rain has to bonk him again to keep him from scaring the neighbors. Noel stands up, all his grumpiness gone. "You passed! The contract is sealed! I'll give you the finest meat in the Empire!" They shake on it. First day, First W. Ellison sits in his quiet restaurant feeling satisfied. But the quiet doesn't last. Upstairs, the friend finally wakes up. Early evening in the suburbs of Drake City. Our guy L is actually doing it, he's a week into his dream life, and business is moving at a nice steady pace. The customers are happy, the plates are empty, and L is finally feeling like he left the 15-year war behind him for good. But there's a problem every cook knows too well. He's running low on the essentials, pepper, salt, and the high-quality spices that make his cooking feel like magic to these locals. In this world, quality spices are rarer than dragon scales and cost about as much too. It is time to restock, but he isn't going to the local market. He places a gold coin on a magic circle he carved into the floor. Most mages use their power to throw fireballs or build shields. Elle is using ninth circle mana for the world's most expensive delivery service. The magic tears through the fabric of reality to fetch goods from modern-day Korea. He accidentally invented this spell while trying to find a way back home, but since he can't transport his whole body yet, he settled for the next best thing: seasonings. There are limits though. He can't bring over fresh meat or eggs because they arrive spoiled, so he sticks to processed goods and leaves gold coins behind as payment to keep his karma balanced. But even for a class 9 Archmage, reaching across dimensions is like trying to bench press a mountain. The strain hits him instantly. He can only pull this off once a day before his mana tank hits empty. He's exhausted, but he remembers he has some summoned beer waiting for him in the fridge. Except the fridge is empty. His emergency stash is gone. He finds the culprit upstairs. Bereen is passed out in a pile of empty cans, looking way too comfortable for someone who just committed grand larceny. Elle isn't the forgive and forget type when it comes to his beer. He gives her a nice, firm reminder that his house has rules. She tries to act innocent, but the evidence is literally rolling around on the floor. Bereen's excuse? He didn't leave her any of the delicious food he made for Noel and Rain the other day, so she decided to liquidate his beverage assets as compensation. She stands up and tries to pull the "I'm a terrifying black dragon" card to get him to back off. Black Dragon Bereen. In her head, she's a god-tier calamity. In Elle's head, she's a roommate who needs to learn how to use a trash can. He doesn't care about her dragon pride, he has a pile of onions that need peeling, and she just volunteered. She's currently polymorphed into a human, but her dragon ego is still fully intact even if it's currently being crushed by manual labor. Elle found her during the war, an orphan who lost everything. He couldn't just leave a baby dragon to die in a cave, so he's been her guardian ever since. She might be hundreds of years old, but in dragon years, she's basically a bratty teenager who hasn't realized that the lower beings she looks down on are the ones making her dinner. He promises her a hamburger steak if she finishes the onions, and her dragon pride disappears the second her stomach growls. Then, the front door bell rings. It's Noel. He looks like he just finished a 12-hour shift in a depression factory and demands the strongest alcohol Elle has. Since Bereen drank all the beer, Elle reaches for the dimension hop stash he just summoned. He serves up some thinly sliced meat in a clear bottle. Noel thinks it's water at first, but Elle introduces him to the legendary Korean truth serum, soju. The big guy takes a sniff, takes a shot, and then dives into the meat. The transformation is instant. The bitterness of the drink followed by the savory meat hits him like a freight train of flavor. Elle explains the harmony of the sweet finish. It's the perfect pairing for a man who has had a long, terrible day. Noel is moved. He's lived a hard life, and this is the first time he's felt truly understood by a plate of food. He asks for another bottle, and another. By the third bottle, the tough butcher exterior is completely gone. Elle tries to slow him down because soju is not a drink you play with, but Noel is on a mission to forget reality. He's not just drinking to celebrate, he's drinking to numb the pain. Elle realizes this isn't about the shop or the meat. This is personal. And then, Noel drops the bomb. He's convinced Rain is cheating on him. The silence in the restaurant is deafening. Noel lays it out. Rain has been dressing up and sneaking out once a month for a long time. He finally followed her one day and saw her meeting a man. It wasn't just any man, either. It was Ment, Noel's best friend and former mercenary comrade who vanished years ago. Noel is spiraling. He thinks his best friend and his wife are betraying him behind his back. The worst part for him isn't the betrayal, it's that he still loves her so much he can't even face her while he's sober. This mountain of a man is crying into his soju, completely broken. Elle looks at him and makes a choice. This is his first friend in the city, and he isn't going to let his marriage end over a misunderstanding. He tells Noel to leave it to him. He doesn't know Rain well, but he knows people, and Rain doesn't fit the profile of a cheater. He heads upstairs to get his reconnaissance expert. Bereen is still crying over the onions, calling Elle an idiot. He tells her to gear up. They have a stakeout to do. She complains the whole way, but the promise of food keeps her moving. They head into the city, following the trail Noel provided. They find the place, a high-end restaurant, much fancier than Elle's cozy shop. Elle spots them through the window. There she is. Rain is sitting at a table, looking nervous, and across from her is a man. The man looks older, disciplined. Elle and Bereen are perched on a roof like discount superheroes watching the scene unfold below. Rain looks incredibly distressed. This isn't the face of a woman on a secret date, it's the face of someone carrying a heavy burden. Elle watches her closely. He needs to know exactly what is being said before he makes a move. Ment is sitting there, stoic as a rock, waiting for Rain to speak. El turns to his secret weapon. He asks Rurin to use her dragon senses to eavesdrop on the conversation. She can hear every whisper from this distance, but she isn't doing it for free. The price for dragon espionage? Another hamburger steak. El ups the ante to 2 steaks, and Rurin is suddenly the most motivated spy in the Empire. She relays the words. Rain is telling Ment that it's time to tell her husband the truth. Ment looks hesitant. He calls her ma'am with a level of respect that you don't use with a secret lover. The truth comes out. Rain has been meeting Ment to repay a debt. When Noel was scammed and lost everything before opening the shop, Ment gave Rain his life savings to keep them afloat. El hears enough. It's not an affair, it's a conspiracy of kindness. Ment didn't want Noel to know because he knew Noel's pride wouldn't let him take the money. El tells Rurin they've seen enough and heads back to the restaurant. Rain is still at the table when a pair of boots enters her vision. El introduces himself, shocking both of them. He tells them straight up, Noel is losing his mind because he thinks you two are together. The realization hits Rain like a physical blow. Back at the shop, Noel is passed out on the table, mumbling Rain's name in his sleep. The doorbell rings. He wakes up to see the 2 people he feared seeing most. Ment looks him in the eye for the first time in years. Noel's rage boils over instantly. He sees them together and his brain skips the explanation phase and goes straight to violence. He swings a fist with enough power to shatter a stone wall. He's a veteran mercenary, and this hit is meant to end things. Ment doesn't move. He's ready to take the hit as penance for the misunderstanding, but the punch never lands. A hexagonal blue barrier flickers into existence, stopping Noel's fist dead in the air. The shockwave ripples through the room, but the shield doesn't even crack. Rain is terrified. She's never seen magic this powerful used so casually. She begs Ment to explain everything so Noel doesn't do something he'll regret. El steps out from the shadows, still holding a basket of groceries. He tells Noel to sit down and listen. The truth is that Ment lent them the money to open this very shop when they were at their lowest. Noel is stunned. The Lord, who supposedly returned his scammed money, was just his friend's bank account. El starts prepping food. He knows the only way to heal this wound is with a warm meal and a long talk. He decides on shabu shabu, a dish designed for sharing and slowly working through things. He preps a broth with anchovies and MSG, don't tell the health freaks, and sets the pot to boil. The presentation is flawless. Thinly sliced Bereen meat and fresh vegetables. He leaves them to it, hoping the steam from the pot will clear the air. Noel asks Rain if it's true. She admits it. She explains that she met Ment every month to pay him back bit by bit. Ment confesses that he had to lie. He knew Noel would rather starve than take charity, even from a brother-in-arms. Noel is overwhelmed. He realized he almost killed the man who saved his future. Ment apologizes for not being there at the opening. He thought his presence would make the lie harder to maintain. El interrupts the tension by placing the steaming pot on the table. He scolds them for letting the vegetables overcook. The Archmage has spoken. He uses a magic circle as a stove, keeping the heat perfect. Ment is confused by the thin meat, but El explains the technique, quick cooking in the broth to keep it tender. The meat swishes through the soup and cooks instantly. El serves the first bowl. The aroma alone is enough to make 2 hardened mercenaries feel like kids again. Ment takes a bite. He starts laughing. It's too good. It's the kind of food that makes all the secrets and lies seem small. He offers a bowl to Noel. Noel takes a sip of the broth. His eyes go wide. The warmth of the soup triggers a memory he buried deep. Ment looks at him and asks a question. Do you remember the Bereen battle? Flashback to the war. A younger Noel is taking a sword through the chest to shield Ment from an enemy. It was a brutal day. They were surrounded, starving, and out of hope. The supplies were gone. The only thing they had was bland, watery soup that tasted like dirt. They were prepared to die on empty stomachs. But Ment went out and caught a single wild Bereen wolf. He collapsed right after, nearly dead from the effort. They boiled that wolf meat in a pot. It was tough, it was pungent, and it was the best thing they had ever tasted. Because that meal meant they were alive for one more day. Ment smiles. He's been carrying that debt for years. Noel finally understands. Ment explains that he didn't have any grand plans for his retirement money. Helping Noel wasn't a chore or a burden. It was the only thing that mattered to him. He's crying now too. Noel bows his head, tears dripping into his shabu shabu. He's sorry for doubting his wife, and sorry for doubting his friend. El watches from the background with a satisfied smile. This is why he opened the restaurant. The friendship is mended. The big guy is finally at peace. Under the starry night of Drake City, the restaurant is a beacon of warmth. But the peace is interrupted by a very angry dragon. Rurin reminds El that a promise is absolute. She wants her hamburger steaks, and she wants them now. She's throwing a full-blown tantrum while Ment watches, completely confused by the dynamic. Ment speaks up before El can deal with the dragon. He tells El the meal was amazing, the best he's had in either life. And then he makes a request. His mercenary group just landed a high-priority escort mission. We start with a biology lesson. Palencio are basically chickens but on performance-enhancing drugs. They move habitats constantly, making them rarer than a shiny Pokemon in the wild. They are also fast, like blink and you miss it fast. Ellison is currently struggling to catch one, which is hilarious when you remember he can literally warp reality. He's looking at this chicken like it's a final boss. Palencio meat is a legendary ingredient, and he's determined to get it for Ment's group. He's genuinely considering burning the entire forest down just to finish his grocery list. Archmage logic. If the ingredient is hard to catch, just delete the ecosystem. We cut back to earlier that day. Noel is looking at Elle like he's lost his mind. Palencio, in this economy? Noel tells him he'd be sitting on a gold mine if he could actually find them. Then he remembers a rumor. They were spotted in the lemon forest recently, so Elle heads out but quickly realizes these birds have better stats than most high-level mobs. He gives up and calls in the air support. Rurin, it's your turn, Rurin agrees, but only because she made a bet. If she helps, Elle has to do the dishes for a month. The Palencio has no idea what's about to hit it. Rurin uses a dragon roar. This isn't just a loud noise, it's a primal shockwave that freezes the nervous system of anything nearby. The chicken is paralyzed by pure fear. Rurin starts bragging about how scary she is while Elle just picks up the poultry. She's caught 15 of them. Her ego is at an all-time high and her thirst for beer is even higher. Back at the shop, they're prepping. Rurin thinks she did all the work by glaring at the birds. Elle starts the marinade. This dish needs to be perfect because it pairs perfectly with beer, and today is a celebration. Night falls. The restaurant is finally hosting Ment's squad. The mercenaries are skeptical. They've traveled all over, and they don't think a small shop on the outskirts can match Ment's hype. Except for Miltine. This kid is the ultimate fanboy. If Ment said grass was tasty, Miltine would be out there grazing. Ment greets Elle, apologizing for the noise. He introduces Miltine, who is basically vibrating with excitement to try the food. Elle brings out the platters. It's glowing. It's golden. It's the ultimate comfort food. He drops the name deep-fried Palencio. The room goes dead silent. You don't just eat Palencio, you usually spend 10 years trying to find one. Ment takes the first bite. The crunch is so loud it probably echoed in the next town over. The rest of the squad is frozen. They can't believe the texture. Then the floodgates open. It's a feeding frenzy. Miltine looks like he's having a religious experience. Elle heads back to the kitchen to bring out more. The mercenaries are currently fighting over the last drumstick. Elle realizes the serving is getting out of hand and asks Rurin to help out. She pulls the "I'm a dragon" card again. You want me to serve humans? Elle changes tactics. He pulls a "remember when" and reminds her of their promise to build this place together. Rurin's weakness is her own nostalgia. She suddenly changes her mind and decides serving might be a novel amusement. Elle smirks. He knows exactly how to play her. He gets back to the frying. The restaurant is a vibe. Alcohol flowing, legendary food on every table. This is what retirement is supposed to look like. Rurin actually puts on an apron. It's a historic moment. The Black Dragon is officially a waitress. The night ends and Rurin collapses at a table, completely drained from the hard work of walking back and forth. Elle brings out the leftovers and some beer. The way Rurin eats is honestly a mood. She's finally starting to understand the appeal of the restaurant business. Elle notices she actually cleaned up a bit without being asked. He asks if she's finally growing up. She gives a soft smile. It's a restaurant. Our restaurant. This is the peak wholesome moment of the series so far. Elle is feeling good. He's winning at life. Then Rurin tries to use the good vibes to cancel her month of dishwashing duty. Elle isn't falling for it. Business is business. Suddenly, Rurin's eyes change. Her dragon instincts just went from chill to kill. She hides behind Elle, looking genuinely terrified. A hand grips the doorframe. The mana in the room gets heavy enough to crush a normal person. A voice complains about how unpleasant human cities are. Elle identifies the intruder instantly. Black Dragon Elder Metadonna. Metadonna mocks Elle for living in such a small place with a dragon. Rurin is trembling. The Elder gets straight to the point. He's here for Rurin. Rurin lashes out, accusing him of abandoning her. The Elder's face actually softens for a second. He says he was just late. Elle cuts through the drama. He reminds the Elder that dragons value promises above all else, and Rurin was entrusted to him. The Elder smiles evilly. Yes, but there's an order to promises. He explains the clan law. In Dragon Society, you hit adulthood at 800. If you don't have your own lair by then, you're forced into exile in the Sacred Lands. Rurin turns 800 next year. If she stays here without a lair, it means war between the Black Dragon Clan and the Laverne Empire. Elle just shrugs. Let's do it then. The Elder is confused. What? Elle looks him dead in the eye. What can I not do? The Elder snaps. He doesn't care if Elle ate a dragon heart. He thinks the human is looking down on his entire species. Rurin tries to stop them before the restaurant becomes a crater. Then Elle pulls the "wait, we're on different pages" face. He wasn't talking about war, he was talking about making the lair. He explains his logic. They have a whole year, so they just need to build a lair before the deadline. The Elder is visibly deflated. The scary aura is gone. He awkwardly admits that, yeah, that's actually allowed. He opens a portal and promises to come back in a year to check the progress. Elle waves him off like he's a door-to-door salesman. And just like that, Elle has a new project, lair construction. A dragon lair isn't just a cave, it's a statement. It needs treasure, artifacts, and enough magic to keep the walls from melting. But the restaurant is getting too popular. The fried chicken rumors are spreading like wildfire. Elle is drowning in orders. He has no time to dig a hole when he's busy frying them. Bereen is actually helping, but she's shouting orders just as much as the customers. Elle realizes he needs to curb the demand. He needs fewer guests, not more. He heads to the forest to meet Noel. There are hundreds of Palencio just hanging out in the trees. Noel is losing his mind. He's Drake City's top hunter and he's never seen this many in one place. Elle offers a deal. He'll supply the Palencio and Noel will sell them at his butcher shop. Noel thinks Elle is crazy for giving up the monopoly, but Elle just wants his peace and quiet back. He offers a 50-50 profit split. Noel tries to argue that it's too generous, but Elle doesn't care about the gold. He tells Noel to use the extra cash to buy Rain some nice clothes. Noel gets flustered. This guy is a menace to his pride. The deal is struck. Then Elle starts casting. A massive magic circle appears under Noel's feet. A giant blue barrier expands across the entire forest. Noel is staring up in pure awe. This isn't just magic. This is a miracle. He realizes Elle isn't just some mage. He asks the question we've all been thinking, just who are you really? Elle just gives him a wink. A restaurant owner who retired after the war. He tells Noel to keep the magic a secret. The next day, the plan is in motion. The restaurant is empty. Elle is literally cheering. He's the only business owner in history who celebrates having 0 customers. Bereen thinks he's weird. Most people would be crying about their rent. Elle admits that even he didn't expect it to work this well. He's a little bit hurt that nobody came, but he'll take the win. Bereen is hyped, because now they have time for the lair. She asks if they'll live there together. Elle says no, he's staying at the restaurant. Bereen immediately threatens to declare war on her own clan until Elle clarifies they'll build the lair nearby. She's skeptical. Are you sure it's near? They walk outside. He points to the hill directly below the restaurant. He owns all the land around here. Elle explains the engineering. They dig down, but they have to use mana to stabilize the restaurant above so the whole thing doesn't sink. Bereen starts digging with her dragon claws while Elle supervises. He heads back up to the shop, leaving the dragon to do the manual labor. He takes a nap on a table. He's finally living the dream. Sun shining, no noise, no war. Then the bell rings. A blonde kid walks in looking like he just stepped out of a high fantasy palace. He asks if this is the famous restaurant. Elle is annoyed. I don't know about famous, but it's a restaurant. The kid is looking for the Palencio. Elle tells him it's off the menu and to go see Noel the butcher. The kid looks crushed. He's clearly a noble, and nobles don't just go to butcher shops. He begs for anything to eat. He looks like he hasn't had a real meal in days. Elle sighs and tells him to sit down. He realizes the kid is probably in a difficult spot, noble or not. Elle decides to make something child-friendly, a hamburger. He uses Woka sirloin, minces it, and fries the buns in butter. He pours on a demi-glazed sauce with garlic, and for the finishing touch, a Palencio egg. The Archmage's ultimate burger is complete. The kid is mesmerized. He thinks it's a sandwich. He takes a bite. His eyes light up. This is probably the first time he's tasted something that isn't bland royal mush. Suddenly, the door is kicked open. A butler with a monocle screams for the young master. The Bereen is terrified. He was clearly sneaking out. The butler mocks the restaurant, calling it a filthy place where the Bereen will get food poisoning. Elle's forehead vein is about to pop. He tells the butler his words are too much. The butler ignores him and reveals the kid's identity. Bereen Drake, the Lord's heir. Elle doesn't care about titles. I served food to a customer. Is that a problem? Bereen tries to apologize and drops a gold coin on the table. He's dragged out, looking back at his half-eaten burger with pure heartbreak. Elle watches them go, feeling genuinely bad for the kid. Bereen comes back up from the hole, covered in dirt and ready to fight. She's complaining about her hands hurting and demands Elle take his turn digging. Elle ignores the digging request and says they need to teleport. Bereen is hungry and cranky. Elle looks at the gold coin the kid left. I received the money, so I have to do it. They arrive at the Lord's castle at sunset. Bereen is sitting alone in his room, staring at nothing. A blue portal rips open in the middle of his bedroom. Elle and Bereen step through. Good evening, Bereen Drake. Bereen is speechless. Magic. Elle pulls a paper bag out of his robe. You forgot something earlier. He hands him the burger. I warmed it up again. Have a bite. Bereen takes a bite and starts crying. He's finally happy. Then, heavy footsteps outside. The butler is coming. Elle looks at the door with the most I'm done face in history. So Bereen is about to dive into his first real burger, but the butler is outside the door and he's not happy. The door is locked and the butler is ready to bust it down because he thinks some peasant is poisoning the young master. Elle is looking at the door like he just wants to go home and take a nap. He is way too overqualified for this babysitting gig. He tells Bereen to handle it. He basically tells the kid to stop acting like a side character and start acting like the Bereen he actually is. You're the heir, Elle tells him. They literally have to do what you say. Just be confident. Bereen is terrified. He spent his whole life being ignored or controlled, and the butler is currently rattling the doorknob like a horror movie villain. Bereen has seen enough. She's a dragon. Watching a human be this pathetic is physically painful for her. She uses her magic to mimic Bereen's voice perfectly. She shouts at the butler to get lost because he wasn't invited in. Bereen is stunned. He didn't know his own voice could sound that intimidating. He's waiting for the butler to push back, but for the first time in his life, the butler actually listens. He apologizes and backs off. The invisible cage around Bereen just cracked. Bereen just crosses her arms and calls him pathetic, which is her version of you're welcome. Elle gives him a thumbs up. This is lesson 1. If you don't establish your superiority, someone else will do it for you. The advice hits Bereen so hard he pulls a full anime bow and begs Elle to be his teacher. Our guy just wanted to deliver a burger and now he's accidentally become a mentor to a noble. Bereen explains why he is like this. His mother died during his birth and his father remarried quickly. His stepmother was a strictness final boss. She never spoke to him, never looked at him, and basically treated him like a mistake that inherited a title. Once his father got sick and became bedridden, the servants started following the stepmother's lead. They stopped seeing a Bereen and started seeing an obstacle. But one burger and a little bit of backtalk later, he's ready to change. He's looking at Elle with literal stars in his eyes. Elle is regretting every decision that led to this moment. He's just a restaurant owner, but he realizes Bereen has been suppressing his entire personality just to survive his own home. He realizes he can't just leave the kid like this. He tells him to start with the basics. Look people in the eye when you talk to them. No more looking at the floor. Then he drops the real wisdom. Being a lord isn't about the title, it's about the responsibility. Every word you say, every decision you make, you have to own it, Elle says. Even if you're wrong, you take the responsibility. Bereen is processing this like it's a ninth circle spell. He's never had anyone explain leadership to him as anything other than do what you're told. Elle realizes he's been here too long. He tells the kid to eat the burger before it gets cold and prepares to bail. He opens a portal right in the middle of the room, casually breaking several laws of physics. Bereen watches them vanish, feeling like the last 10 minutes were a fever dream. He looks at the burger. He takes a bite, and the flavor is so intense it actually makes him tear up. It's the first thing he's ever chosen for himself. And then it hits him, the real meaning of Elle's words. A good lord ensures everyone can enjoy a meal this good. He's not just a kid anymore, he's a baron with a mission. Back at the restaurant, Bereen is questioning why Elle put so much effort into a random noble kid. Elle just holds up the gold coin. I'm doing exactly as much as I'm getting paid. This coin is worth 100,000 runes. A regular burger is 200. He basically just sold a McDonald's meal for the price of a Ferrari. Elle is hoping the kid becomes a regular, mostly for the profit margin, while Bereen is just annoyed there are fewer burgers for her. We move to the outskirts of Great City, to a forest with an oddly popular clinic. The place is packed. But it's not because everyone in the city is sick. A woman is getting treated for a burn, and the doctor is using actual healing magic. The doctor is skilled, sure, but that's not why there's a line around the block. The real reason is standing right there. Elf counselor Elena. She is the doctor, and she is stunning. The patient is grateful, but as soon as she leaves, we see the dark side of Elena's popularity. Elena looks exhausted. She's not thriving, she's drowning. She tells Rain, who apparently comes here often, that she's thinking of closing up and going back to the elven forest. Elena moved here because she genuinely loved healing people. She wanted to help, but reality ratioed her hard. Nobody is actually interested in her medical skills. The guys in the neighborhood are literally faking injuries just to stare at her. She even had a wife show up and slap her, accusing her of seducing her husband just by existing. She's losing her faith in humanity. She feels like a trophy in a cage rather than a doctor. Rain is the only person who treats her like a normal human, and Elena is terrified of losing that. Rain asks a simple question. If there were more things you liked here, would you stay? Rain uses Noel as an example. He snores, he's naive, he's a meathead, there's a lot to dislike. But she loves that he's dependable and works his heart out for her. You have to find the W's to balance out the L's. She tells Elena to go to a specific restaurant on the side of the hill tonight. The number of reasons for liking a place can increase one by one, Rain says, and she's betting Elle's cooking is going to be reason number 1. Meanwhile, Elle is back to his second job, digging a dragon lair. He hears a voice and sees Noel approaching with a stranger. Noel introduces his nephew, Nellin. They aren't biological, but Noel basically adopted him into the mercenary brotherhood. Neelan looks like he just swallowed a lemon. He's acting out because he recently found out his mom isn't his real mom. Noel wants to treat him to a meal to talk some sense into him. Elle realizes Rain's recommendation is probably at the restaurant right now and Bereen is the only one there. He starts rushing back. Elves and humans are a dicey mix, but elves and dragons? That is a recipe for a diplomatic disaster. Most elves hate humans for being uncivilized, but dragons literally see elves as a mid-tier snack. Elle opens the door and his worst nightmare is already happening. The mana in the room is pitch black. Elena is on the floor, trembling. She can feel Rurin's true form. She's staring up at a great being, and her elven pride has completely evaporated into pure survival instinct. Rurin is leaning over her with a predatory look. She's enjoying the fear way too much. I'll forgive your rudeness, Rurin says, if you spend the rest of your life as my subordinate. Elle has seen enough. He doesn't use a spell. He doesn't use a sword. Elle finally clears the air and invites everyone in. The atmosphere is tense, to say the least. Rurin is rubbing the bump on her head and crying, while Elena is staring at her like she's waiting for the world to end. Elena is watching this girl cry and thinking, is this a dream? Is this really the pinnacle of all living beings? She remembers the legends. Dragons are walking natural disasters. They burn down villages when they're bored. They are the peak of the food chain. She grew up hearing these legends until she was tired of them. However, she is currently watching one get bullied by a guy in an apron who told her to just go dig a hole. Elle approaches Elena. He's the first human to ever make her feel this intimidated without even trying. He apologizes for Rurin's behavior and asks if she's human. Elle smiles. Yes, I'm a human. He knows Rurin didn't even try to hide her aura, so the secret is out anyway. He whispers to Elena, asking her to keep the dragon thing a secret. She agrees instantly because she doesn't want to die today. Elle realizes this is Elena, the Dr. Rain mentioned. He checks her review in his head, went for a meal, was told to become a subordinate, 0 stars. He needs to fix the vibe immediately. Elena says she heard he can make delicious food even out of vegetables. She's an elf. Her body literally can't digest meat. Elle tells her to wait a moment. Noel shouts from across the room for some wooba belly, and Elle gets to work. Elle knows there are plenty of great vegetarian dishes, but he decides on a classic, tomato pasta. He starts with fresh, ripe tomatoes. He chops onion, garlic, and mushrooms and tosses them into a pan with olive oil. He strains the tomatoes through a sieve to get that perfect consistency. He seasons it with salt, sugar, and spices, keeping the heat low. Then he drops the pasta for exactly 8 minutes. He uses a splash of pasta water to adjust the viscosity, mixing it all together until the sauce clings to every strand. Tomato pasta. Completed. Elena looks at the plate. She's never seen food this vibrant. Elle explains that it's completely meat-free. Elena takes her first bite. The world stops. Elle serves Noel his wooba belly. Noel is digging in, but Neelan is just sitting there, staring at his plate. Elle notices the kid looks miserable. He's wondering if the dish isn't to his taste. Then he looks over at Elena. He freezes. Elena is inhaling the pasta. She's crying. She's been eating raw vegetables her whole life, and this flavor is like a ninth circle spell hitting her tongue. She's scraping the plate. It's the best, she screams, her elven dignity completely gone. She realizes she just had an outburst in public and goes beet red. Elle just smiles and hands her a handkerchief. Elena hides her face. She explains that she usually eats alone because she attracts too much attention, but the food in this city was always so bland. She thought cooking was pointless. She thought elves were the only ones who understood nature, but Elle just used salt and fire to turn nature into a masterpiece. Elle understands. This world is rare on spices, so most people just boil things into mush. Elena is beaming now. She has a reason to stay in this city. She's a regular now, whether she likes it or not. Suddenly, Nellen stands up and slams the table. He shouts at Noel, "I found out my mother isn't my real mother!" The room goes cold. Nellen is trembling with rage and confusion. That morning, Nellen's mother, Mrs. May, was trying to give him his lunch before he went to the mine. Nellen called her woman. He rejected her. He's acting like she's a stranger because they don't share blood. We see Mrs. May at the mines later that day. She's looking for Nellen. The foreman tells her Nellen already went in for the night shift. Mrs. May is worried he didn't eat. She asks if she can go in just for a second to give him his lunchbox. She enters the tunnel. Alone. Back in the restaurant, Noel is looking at Nellen with pure disappointment. Nellen is screaming that he's been fooled for 20 years. Elle and Elena are eavesdropping, and it's awkward. The kid is having a meltdown over the wooba belly. Noel points a finger at him. "Do you have any idea what Mrs. May went through to raise you?" Neelan shuts up. He knows he's at fault, but his ego won't let him admit it. He remembers how he looked at his mother that morning, the woman who spent her life working day and night to feed him. He sees the heartbreak on her face in his memory. Noel grabs him by the collar. He's done talking. "There are things you never say to the person who loved you," Noel growls. Suddenly, Rain bursts through the door. She's pale. "The mine collapsed!" she screams. "Neelan's mother, she's trapped inside!" Rain explains the situation. Mrs. May went in to find Neelan because she was worried he hadn't eaten. This is a certified L for Neelan. He realizes the last thing he did was reject the woman who walked into a death trap just to give him a lunchbox. He bolts for the door. Logic is gone, it's just pure panic now. Noel and Rain are right behind him, but Elena speaks up. She knows her role. If there's a collapse, there are injuries. If there are injuries, they need a doctor. Rain hesitates because Elena literally just had a mental breakdown 5 minutes ago. Elena keeps it real. She knows humans can be trash, but she also knows she's the only one here with healing magic. Rain sees the fire in her eyes and nods. It's go time. Ellison decides to take the lead. If they want to get there before the oxygen runs out, they aren't walking. They arrive at the mine, and it is a disaster zone. Rocks are still falling, and the air is thick with dust. Neelan is trying to fight the guards to get back inside. He is screaming his head off, but the guards know that going in now is just a suicide mission. Ellison steps up and tells everyone to relax. He's got this. The foreman tries to stop them, saying it's too dangerous, but Elle explains that Elena is a doctor. The foreman looks like he's about to cry. He knows every minute counts, and he finally lets them through. Elena is terrified. Her feet are literally shaking as they enter the dark tunnel. The first floor of the mine is a graveyard of supports and debris. Suddenly, the ceiling starts giving up. Huge boulders start dropping right on top of them. Ellison doesn't even flinch. He throws up a shield that makes the impact look like a light drizzle. Elena realizes she is currently standing next to a monster. You were a mage? I was successful when I was younger, Elle says, which is Archmage speak for, I carried the entire country on my back. He keeps the conversation casual while walking through a death trap. He mentions he had an elf comrade once. He knows Elena is only here because she cares, despite how much she complains about humans. She's a good person, and Elle respects that. Then they hit a dead end, or rather a fork in the road. The path is split, and they don't have time to play Guess the Survivor. Ellison closes his eyes. He's done being subtle. He summons spirits, bright glowing orbs of mana that fly out like heat-seeking missiles to find survivors. One of them starts flashing. Over there! Deep in the rubble, a miner is pinned down. He's accepted his fate. He sees the glowing spirit and thinks he's already dead. He thinks he's hallucinating his way into the afterlife. Then a high elf walks out of the darkness. Elena asks if he can move. She gets to work. This is where she shines. The green light of her healing magic fills the tunnel. But they aren't done. The spirits find another one. And another. Ellison handles the heavy lifting, moving boulders like they're made of styrofoam, while Elena patches people up. It's a perfect rhythm. Combat magic for logistics, healing magic for recovery. Outside, the crowd is stunned as miners start literally flying out of the cave entrance on magic circles. They reach the deepest part of the collapse. Elena is exhausted. Ellison spots something, a body on the ground clutching a woven basket. It's Mrs. May. She's in a bad state. Her breathing is shallow, and there's blood everywhere. Elena knows a regular spell won't cut it. She starts chanting the heavy stuff. She pours every ounce of her mana into the woman. She isn't just a doctor anymore. She's a lifesaver. We cut to the temporary evacuation shelter outside. The miners are safe, but the mood is heavy. Everyone is waiting for the last rescue. Rain and Noel are comforting each other. Mrs. May hasn't woken up yet. Nellen is kneeling by her bed. He looks like a shell of a person. Ellison and Elena finally emerge. Elle tells them she's past the critical state. Elena explains that the head injury was severe, but the magic held. She just needs rest now. Neelan looks over at the basket his mother was carrying. It's full of rocks and dirt now, but underneath are the potatoes and bread she brought for him. He remembers the morning. He remembers calling her woman and telling her he didn't need her help. The guilt hits him like a freight train. He's trembling. Suddenly, a hand reaches out. Mrs. May is awake. She whispers his name. Nellen? The whole group breathes a sigh of relief. The disaster is over. Nellen breaks down. He's crying like a child, screaming "Mom" over and over again. He's finally back. He's her son again, blood or no blood. He tells her he was so scared that his hateful words would be the last thing she ever heard. Mrs. May just smiles through the bandages. Hearing him call her mom again was worth every falling rock in that mine. Elena is watching this from the side, looking completely drained. Ellison stands next to her. He knows exactly what she's thinking. Elena admits she was ready to quit. She was going to pack her bags and leave this world behind. But Rain told her to find more things to enjoy here. Watching Neelan and his mother made her realize why she became a doctor in the first place. Humans live short, messy, emotional lives. They break hearts and they heal them. She realizes there are too many things here she cherishes now, including the food. She starts to sway. She's officially hit 0 mana. Ellison catches her before she hits the dirt. Elena turns bright red. She's an elf counselor, and she's currently being princess carried by a guy who smells like fried chicken and pure power. Ellison decides to help her out. He places a hand on her shoulder. Elena's eyes go wide. This is the elves' mana transfer spell. It's an ancient technique only known by high-level elven mages. She asks how he knows it. Elle just gives her the same old answer. I used to be a famous mage. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, or rather, the hill beneath the restaurant, Rurin is having the worst day of her life. She's digging the lair alone because Elle left her out. She's complaining about her subordinate not being here to help. Suddenly, the ground gives way. A geyser of water blasts her right in the face. Ellison returns to find Rurin looking like a drowned cat. He's trying to stay patient, but Rurin's explanation of "I dug a hole and then the earth spit on me" is testing his limits. He realizes she must have hit an underground waterway. Even for a dragon, digging blind is a bad idea. He remembers their plan to build a barrier for the ceiling so the restaurant doesn't fall into the hole. He tells Rurin to step back. The Archmage is taking over the construction site. He warns her to stay clear. If he messes up the power control, they're going to be spaceborne. He charges up. 8th class magic, Inferno. A pillar of green and white flame erupts. He isn't trying to burn anything, he's using the heat to vaporize the rock and seal the cavern walls instantly. The steam is massive. The heat hits the groundwater she found earlier. Rurin is watching with her arms crossed, trying to look unimpressed while her jaw is practically on the floor. The mana settles. The cavern is huge, stable, and perfectly sealed. Ellison is satisfied. Great, this should be big enough. The scale of the room is massive. It's a literal throne room built in 30 seconds. But the groundwater didn't just vanish. It's bubbling up from the floor. A massive fountain of water shoots up between them. Elle realizes what he just did. The Inferno spell hit the water source, and now it's pushing up as a natural hot spring. Rurin's eyes light up. She's covered in dirt and she wants a bath. Ellison warns her that the water is literally boiling, but she doesn't listen. She jumps in. A second later, she's screaming, "It's hot! I'm getting cooked!" Ellison just sighs. He prepped a kettle and everything, but Rurin is a jump first, ask questions later type of dragon. She's pouting on the edge of the water, looking like a wet dog. Ellison uses a cooling spell to bring the temperature down to a nice, relaxing 104 degrees. Then he uses his shield magic again. He explains the physics. He presses the shield into the ground to let the dirt settle so they can collect clean, clear water. And there you have it, he says, a perfect private hot spring. Then he decides to have a little fun. He uses a magic circle to literally launch Rurin back into the pool. She hits the water with a massive splash. She's ready to kill him, but then she realizes the water is perfect. It's warm, relaxing, and the best thing she's felt all year. Ellison joins her. The tension from the mine rescue is finally washing away. They're just sitting there, enjoying the quiet. Rurin asks him where he actually went earlier. She's still a bit jealous of Elena. Elle explains that the mine collapsed and he had to go save people. He tells her that Elena was necessary because his healing magic is basically non-existent. He can destroy a mountain, but he can't fix a broken leg. Rurin starts ranting. She hates elves. She hates humans. She hates everyone but Elle. Elle looks at her, and for a second, he sees the lonely dragon he found in that cave years ago. He decides it's time for a treat. He starts prepping the kettle. He pours some hot water into 2 mugs. He pulls out a tin of dimension-hopped cocoa powder. The rich, chocolatey smell fills the cavern. He hands a mug to Rurin. She's never seen anything like it. It's dark, steaming, and smells like a dream. She takes a cautious sip. Her eyes widen. It's sweet, but delicious! She's officially a cocoa addict. Ellison starts a lecture. He explains that cocoa is made from cacao fruit. He tells her about the growing, the fermenting, the roasting, and the pressing. He wants her to understand the effort. He drops some deep wisdom. I have the power to blow up a mine, but I couldn't save a single person without help. He explains that differences in races and abilities aren't reasons to push people away. They're reasons to work together. Even a dragon can't take on the world alone, he says. Rurin looks at her mug. She's processing the fact that her godlike power is useless for making a simple cup of chocolate. I'll treat you differently from the rest, she whispers, because you're special. Ellison just smiles. Let's take it slow. We see the sound of steel meeting steel. Ment is in the middle of a war zone. He's screaming at his men to hold the position. They're on the edge of a cliff. The enemy is pushing them hard. Miltine is struggling. He's surrounded. Ment lunges forward to save him, but he's already too far out. A massive enemy mercenary with a bandana is looming over Ment with an axe. Ment blocks it, but the weight is crushing him. The enemy swings again. Ment lands a blow, but he's wounded. He looks like he's at his limit. The enemy mercenary grabs him. I won't go to hell alone! They tumble over the edge. The fall is hundreds of feet into the darkness. Miltine's face says it all. The mentor who taught him everything is gone. Senor! He screams into the void. Back at the restaurant, Elle is hammering something into the ground. He hangs a sign. We're closed for today. Rurin is confused. They just built the hot spring. Why close the shop? Ellison reveals the true tragedy. They ran out of milk for the cocoa. He decides he's done relying on the local supply. He's going to build his own ranch. We need to start from zero, Elle says, looking motivated for the first time in chapters. Their first target, the Bereen, a massive 4-horned bull that looks like it eats archmages for breakfast. So we're heading down the Bereen River. Ellison's goal is simple: catch some monster bulls and get that milk farm started. His teleportation has a catch though. He can only go to places he's actually been to, or track a specific scent like he did with the Baron's kid. Rurin's solution is typical dragon logic. She tells him to just aim in a general direction and feel it out with his magic. They warp. The view is incredible. The ocean is sparkling, and the Bereen are right there grazing by the water. Ellison is hyped. He sees a gold mine of dairy potential just standing there waiting to be domesticated. Rurin, on the other hand, is looking a little pale. Turns out, feeling it out resulted in them teleporting about 500 feet directly into the air. Ground is looking real small right now. Ellison tells her to just transform into a dragon and fly, but she refuses. She'd literally rather hit the pavement at terminal velocity than show her true form. She gets this look in her eyes. There's a reason she hates her dragon form, and it's not just laziness. Ellison sighs and catches them both with a massive 8th circle flight circle. This man is using world-class mana just because his dragon is stubborn. They land softly. Perfect 10-10 landing. Ellison looks at the massive body of water and comments on how wide the river is. Bereen has to break the news to him. That's the ocean. Our guy has zero sense of geography. She immediately pretends she knew it was the ocean the whole time. Her pride is the only thing more massive than her appetite. Ellison just lets it go. He knows arguing with her is a 0% win rate activity. They agree to finish the hunt quickly so they can actually play in the water. The target is 10 bulls. Usually, this would be a high-rank mercenary quest that takes a week. For them, it's a chore. They even bet on who has to do the dishes when they get home. Ellison realizes the restaurant is closed, so there aren't even any dishes to do. He's playing himself. Back at the restaurant, the sun is setting, and Noel looks like he's seen a ghost, or worse, a menu he can't order from. Bereen is sitting there in a daze. The noble life means nothing if you're hungry. Elena is literally on the floor whispering about pasta. The high elf dignity has completely left the building. Noel and Bereen are bonding over the shared trauma of a closed sign. Noel's been waiting since lunch. Elena is crying. She didn't eat breakfast just to save room for Ellison's cooking. That is a tactical error of the highest order. She's wondering where her teacher went. At this point, they're basically a cult, and the priest is missing. Suddenly, a spatial rift tears open in the middle of the field. Ellison and Bereen walk through, casually leading a herd of massive, terrifying monster bulls. These Bereenerics should be trampling everything, but thanks to Bereen's dragon-level mind manipulation, they're acting like golden retrievers. Ellison starts setting up the fence. The ranch is officially a go. He decides he's done enough for the day and moves to open the shop. He opens the door to find 3 starving zombies on his porch. Noel looks like he's about to cry. This is the face of a man who just saw his savior. Ellison is genuinely surprised. He didn't think they'd actually wait out there all day. The collective response is a scream for food. No greetings, just calories. The kitchen ignites. Sizzling meat, boiling pasta. The undead are finally revived. Noel looks like he just got a soul transplant. Ellison asks what they would have done if he didn't come back. Noel says there would have been 3 graves next to the restaurant. He's probably not joking. Bereen is already back to her day job, washing dishes and looking annoyed. Ellison explains the ranch plan. He wants constant fresh milk for the shop. Noel points out the obvious flaw. Ellison can't cook, serve, and manage a herd of bulls at the same time. Ellison admits he needs to hire new people. He's planning on running job interviews, but he's worried about finding someone trustworthy enough to handle magical beasts. Noel gets a look in his eye. The job interview concept is new to him, but he likes the sound of it. He tells Ellison not to worry. He's got an idea. The team-up is actually perfect. Elena can sense intentions, Bereen knows how to judge subordinates, and Noel knows how to spot a faker. They decide to handle the interviews for him as a thank you for the food. Ellison is hesitant, but Noel is already hyped up. They promise to get him someone useful. Given this group, that could mean anything. The next day, the flyers go up. El's Restaurant is recruiting for the meadow! A massive crowd shows up. Apparently, everyone wants a piece of the Archmage's dental plan. Bereen asks if this is how you get useful subordinates. Ellison says it's similar. He has no idea the chaos that's about to unfold. Noel is sitting at the head of the table like a mob boss. Candidate number 1 walks in. He's a bit nervous. Noel fails him in 3 seconds for lack of energy. Next, candidate 2 is burnt. He's energetic, loud, and confident. Noel actually likes the vibe. Elena, however, is being quiet. The guy looks at Elena and starts thinking about how pretty she is. Standard human behavior, but a mistake in this room. Elena slams the table. Failed! She calls him out for having vulgar thoughts. Noel immediately backs her up. No creeps allowed in the dragon's lair. The next guy looks professional. 30 years of experience managing meadows. He's got the pipe, the vest, the I'm the best in the city energy. Then, Bereen asks the question. What are your thoughts on the welfare of the Bereenerics? The guy is stunned. He's never heard the word welfare applied to a cow before. Bereen unrolls a scroll that's 6 feet long. He starts grilling the man on shift rotations, punishment rules, and illness insurance for the livestock. Bereen isn't joking. He views these bulls as citizens of the ranch. The candidate realizes he's walked into a madhouse. The professional walks out, convinced everyone in the restaurant is insane. Ellison realizes his hiring committee is a disaster. The next batch of candidates is even worse. One guy gets failed because Noel remembers him starting a fight at the butcher shop 6 months ago. Another guy walks in looking way too smug. Noel fails him for weak gaze. Elena fails him because he's staring. Bereen fails him because he called the bulls just animals. At this point, they're just failing people for breathing wrong. Candidates are leaving in tears. It's a bloodbath of rejected applications. Noel literally fails one guy just because he feels like it. The power has gone to his head. Noel looks up, ready to destroy another soul, but the room is empty. Ellison is in the corner losing his mind. He points out that they didn't fail everyone because of the salary, they failed them because Noel is a menace. Noel is genuinely confused. He thought he was doing a great job. Ellison decides to take over the rest of the interviews himself before he ends up with a 0-person staff. The door creaks open. One last person is standing there. Ellison looks up and his eyes widen. It's Miltine. She's covered in bandages, her hair is messy, and she looks like she just crawled out of a war zone. Noel recognizes her immediately. Miltine, why are you here? She was supposed to be guarding a caravan. The last time they saw her, she was part of Ment's elite squad. The news drops. Ment was seriously injured. She explains what happened. Bandits attacked during the escort mission. Ment saved her, but in the process, he fell off a cliff. He survived, but the damage was permanent. Ellison is stunned. Ment is a veteran. For him to get taken out like that means the situation was hellish. Ment is out of critical condition, but he's lost the use of his leg. He's retired from mercenary work forever. Ellison looks at Elena. He's asking if she can heal him. Elena's face says it all. If the injury is old enough to have recovered, her magic can't fix a missing function. But she needs to see him anyway. Noel asks the logical question, if Ment is the one hurt, why are YOU here looking for a job at a ranch? Ellison tells Noel to shut up and read the room. She's clearly going through it. Miltine sits down, looking defeated. She quit the mercenaries the moment Ment did. She wants to find something Ment can do in the future. She's planning for both of them. Elena realizes it first. The way Miltine's hands are shaking, the way she talks about their future. The girl is blushing hard enough to light up the room. Noel, being a master of subtlety, just blabs it out. You're in love with Ment, aren't you? Miltine is 29. Ment is in his early 40s. Bereen does the math and screams about a 13-year age difference. Elena points out that for elves, 13 years is basically being born on the same day. Perspective is everything. Miltine doesn't care about the age gap. She's already quit her job. If she doesn't get this work, she's literally going to be on the streets. Bereen suddenly jumps in. She likes the determination. Actually, she just likes the idea of someone else doing the work. She's accepted on the spot. Bereen is officially building her subordinate army. Ellison asks if she's actually talked to Ment about this working together plan. She hasn't. Ment taught her how to fight and survive. Now that he's down, she wants to be the one to teach him how to live a new life. Elena finds it admirable. She's a sucker for a good romance arc. Bereen thinks the word passion is being used a bit loosely here, but he's staying out of it. Ellison smiles. He's already decided on the dish he's going to make when they visit Ment. Miltine is officially the ranch manager. She's hyped. Next day, bright and early, Ellison is working on the fence. He calls out to the manager. Miltine shows up in overalls, looking like she's ready to wrestle a god. She's taking employer-employee relations very seriously. Ellison tells her the first task, let the Baronerics out to graze. She approaches the first bull. These things are massive. She thinks they look tame. She doesn't realize Bereen's mind control is the only thing keeping them from turning her into a pancake. She tries to lead one. The bull just gives her a "who are you" look and nudges her. She hits the dirt immediately. She laughs it off. A mercenary scout doesn't quit after one fall. She tries to physically push the bull toward the grass. The bull disagrees. It's a contest of strength that she is losing very badly. She gets tossed. Again, she gets back up with that crazy mercenary look in her eyes. This is a personal challenge now. She's confident in her endurance. She's going to outlast the cow. Ellison watches from the ladder, just hammering nails and praying for her safety. The hardships of ranch work are real. Ellison explains hoof care. You have to trim them or they get infected. Miltine tries to lift a leg. The bull kicks. She's flying again. Next day, Ellison explains hay management. You have to turn it to prevent moisture. She's carrying bundles of hay that are bigger than her. She's trying to steer the herd, but they're just following whatever smells better. She gets trampled into the dirt. Total L for the mercenary scout. A few days later, sunset. Miltine is face down in the mud. She feels like she's going to die. She can't milk them, can't graze them, can't even trim a hoof without getting launched. The confidence she had on day one is completely gone. She's realizing that peaceful ranch life is harder than fighting bandits. She's worried she'll be fired before she even gets to help Ment. One of the Baronerics walks up and starts licking her face. She looks up. The bulls are just standing around her, looking concerned. She realizes they aren't enemies to be conquered. They're just big, dumb citizens. Something clicks. She stops trying to force them. She reaches out. One of them actually lets her touch it without a fight. Inside the kitchen, Ellison is washing dishes. Miltine bursts in, holding a massive bucket and covered in white splashes. I GOTIT! I GOT milk! Ellison is actually impressed. He thought it would take her a week just to get close to them. He tells her to go change. It's time to start the main event. She asks what they're making. Ellison has a look in his eye that only happens when a ninth circle mage gets serious about flavor. Pizza, with lots of cheese. First, he uses fire magic to pasteurize the milk at a precise low temperature. If it boils, the proteins break down and the cheese is ruined. Next, he lowers the heat and adds vinegar. This is the catalyst. He explains that rennet would be better, but they're in a fantasy world and he hasn't summoned that from Korea yet. Vinegar works as a substitute. The milk starts to curdle. He separates the curds from the whey. Milteen is watching this like it's a high-level alchemy experiment. To be fair, with Ellison's mana control, it basically is. He soaks the curd in brine and hot water, then starts the stretch and fold process. You have to remove the air bubbles and moisture to get that perfect texture. Fresh mozzarella. Milteen has never seen cheese that looks like shiny white pearls. Ellison says a special gift is needed for a confession. Milteen goes bright red. She didn't think he'd call it a confession, but she's not denying it either. Ellison brags about how in the past women lined up when he walked by. He's trying to sound like a Riz god. Milteen asks how many he actually dated. Ellison admits the number is 0. They lined up and then immediately left. This man is a legendary mage and a total loser in love, but he knows one thing for sure. Sincerity always gets through. He's putting Milteen's hard work into the sauce. She looks at the pizza dough, her sincerity. She hopes Ment can recognize it. Night in the city. Ellison knocks on a modest wooden door. The door opens. Ment is sitting there, looking older and more tired than before. He's shocked to see the whole squad there. Ellison, Noel, and Elena. Elena immediately scolds him for not telling them about the injury earlier. Friends don't let friends retire in silence. Milteen stands in the back, clutching the pizza box. Her heart is beating so loud she thinks Ment can hear it. We pick back up with the squad visiting Ment. Our guy Ellison is checking in on the veteran's recovery, but the atmosphere is a bit heavy. Noel is basically roasting Ment for hiding his injury. Ment's the type of guy who'd rather walk on a broken leg than inconvenience his bros. Ellison introduces Elena. She's basically the local celebrity doctor, and Ment is honored just to have her in the room. Ment is confused though. Only his mercenary squad knew about the injury. He's wondering who the snitch was. Ellison just points toward the door, and in bursts Milteen looking like she just ran a marathon while holding a pizza box. She's vibrating with nervous energy. Ment's jaw hits the floor. He hasn't seen her since the accident, and he definitely didn't expect her to show up at his rehab session. Elena gets to work. Her high elf healing magic glows, knitting together what's left of the muscle. Ment feels the difference instantly. He won't be running any marathons yet, but he can actually stand without wanting to scream. Now comes the hard part. Milteen says she has something to talk about. The room goes quiet. She's blushing so hard she might actually combust. She realizes that a verbal confession is way harder than fighting a bandit. Ment is just standing there with a over his head. Ellison and Noel are in the back like proud, awkward dads. They're mentally cheering her on, even if they have zero dating experience themselves. She panics and does the classic I made food pivot. If the words won't come out, maybe the calories will. She remembers Ellison's advice about sincerity. She takes a deep breath and opens the box. It's a pizza, with a heart made of pepperoni. It's so aggressive that you'd have to be legally blind to miss the subtext. Ment stares at it. He has no idea what pizza is, but he recognizes a heart when he sees one. Milteen admits Ellison helped, but she did the heavy lifting. She's looking for any kind of W here. She asks if he likes the shape. She's literally leading him to the finish line. Ment takes a slice. The cheese stretch is a masterpiece of dairy engineering. Ellison is proud of his mozzarella. Ment is just shocked that cheese can be anything other than a smelly brick. Noel points out that the smelly bricks are just spoiled milk. Our guys are really out here revolutionizing the culinary world one slice at a time. Ment takes the first bite. His eyes light up. Savory, salty, chewy. It's a flavor profile this world wasn't ready for. Milteen sees him enjoying it and thinks, okay, the food worked. Now for the follow-up. The box is empty in record time. The pizza is a 10-10 success. Ment praises her cooking. He's genuinely impressed that she learned a skill other than stabbing things. Milteen leans in. This is it, the main character moment. Ment cuts her off. He asks what her plans are for the future since he's retired and the squad is effectively disbanded. Elena and the guys are leaning in. This is the perfect opening. Milteen explains that she's already working at Ellison's ranch. Ment is surprised, but then the logic hits him. He asks about her mercenary work. That was her whole life. She says it plainly. I quit to follow you. Ment asks, why? And you can almost hear the sound of Milteen's heart shattering. She unloads. She wants to be by his side from now on. She's pouring every ounce of her sincerity into this one sentence. Ment looks at her. The silence is deafening. Elena is smiling. Ellison is nodding. They think they just witnessed a historical romance victory. Ment closes his eyes. He sighs. He finally gets it. He tells her he needs to work hard on his rehab first. Milteen's eyes sparkle. She thinks she's won. He says it's good that she's working at the ranch. It's a stable job. Then he drops the nuke. Now that you're not a mercenary, maybe you can finally find a boyfriend. He tells her she's old enough to meet some young men in town. He's literally acting like her grandfather. Noel is facepalming so hard he might give himself a concussion. Ment isn't just clueless, he's actively sabotaging himself. Ment tells Ellison he'll start working at the ranch once he can walk properly. He thinks he's being a great friend. Ellison looks at Miltine and just feels pure pity. Sincerity doesn't work if the target has the romantic awareness of a brick. Go meet some men! Ment's encouragement is the ultimate emotional critical hit. They leave Ment's place. The night air is cold, but Miltine's soul is colder. Noel tries to comfort her, but she insists she isn't heartbroken. She puts on a fake smile that's so bright it's actually painful to look at. She says she's just happy they can work together. This is copium in its purest form. She waves goodbye and heads off. The moment she's out of sight, her shoulders drop. She starts crying. The sincerity pizza was a failure. She's stuck in the sister zone and it hurts, but she doesn't give up. She's a mercenary scout. If the direct approach failed, she'll just have to play the long game. Noel is back at the restaurant, still processing the sheer stupidity of his old friend. He asks Ellison how anyone can be that dense. Ellison doesn't have an answer. This is a level 99 cluelessness debuff. Elena is quiet. Too quiet. She asks Ellison to walk her home. The way she says it makes Ellison realize that the romantic tension in this city is getting out of hand. We cut to the next morning. Ment is sitting alone, looking at his notes. He's a tactical thinker. He's thinking about what Miltine said. He's not actually as clueless as he looks. He knows what she was trying to do. But he's an injured veteran with no future, and she's a young woman with her whole life ahead of her. He's pushing her away because he thinks he's a burden. The atmosphere in Great City changes. Trumpets are blowing. Confetti is flying. The Imperial Parade is in town. Knights in shining armor are lining the streets. The commoners are losing their minds. Enter Crown Prince Leon Hears. He's riding a white horse and looking like a literal shoujo manga protagonist. He looks at the city and calls it peaceful and unimpressive. Arrogance level 100. The local girls are swooning. He's playing the handsome prince role perfectly. He flashes a smile and the crowd goes wild. He even invites 2 random ladies to his room tonight. This prince is a menace to society. Behind him is Duke Porgo Tamaron. He looks like a guy who eats tax increases for breakfast. And then there's Medrin, the hooded mage. She's looking at the Lord's castle with a very professional, very cold gaze. The Duke is annoyed. He thinks the lord of the city is being presumptuous by not greeting them at the gates. Inside the castle, young Count Bereen is freaking out. He's practicing his greeting while sweating through his noble silks. His father, Count Greek, is still ill. Bereen is the one who has to face the Imperial wolves alone. His advisor reminds him that he's the Lord's proxy. Every word he says is the voice of the city. Bereen takes a deep breath. He's a kid, but Ellison taught him how to establish superiority. Time to use it. He enters the reception room. The Duke and the Prince are already there, drinking tea like they own the place. The Duke immediately hits him with the "you're late." Power move number 1. Bereen looks at his father's empty seat. He's praying for wisdom. He's going to need more than that to survive this. The Duke wastes no time. He asks if the Count is well, but he already knows the answer. Bereen admits his father is still bedridden. He's being honest, which is a weakness in this room. The Prince mentions that the Count was close to Marquis Saren. This is coded language for, "you're on the wrong side of the civil war." Bereen tries to play it neutral. He says it's been a while since they met. The Duke leans in. Then isn't it time that the owner of this city changed? He's not being subtle anymore. He's asking Bereen to betray his father's allies and join the Duke's faction. He promises protection and says Bereen won't have to deal with politics. In other words, be my puppet and I'll let you keep your toys. Bereen is sweating. He knows if he says no, the Duke will crush him. If he says yes, he's a traitor. He gives the only answer a smart kid can. I cannot give an answer right now. The Duke's smile vanishes. He's not used to being told maybe. He shifts tactics to economic terrorism. He mentions flood prevention and the Civil War, then casually says taxes for Great City will have to increase. Bereen asks if that's the official plan from the capital. The Duke basically says, "It is if I say it is. Do your duty." Then the poison, "If you accept my previous offer, the taxes might be different." He's literally holding the city's survival hostage. The Duke's gaze is predatory. He's waiting for the kid to break. He tells Bereen that doing nothing is not an option. You have to choose a side or get trampled. The Duke stands over him. The pressure is suffocating. Bereen looks like he's about to cave. Then, Bereen finds his voice. He shouts that he's prepared a dinner party. He'll give his answer then. The Duke is intrigued. A dinner party? In this unimpressive city? The Prince is amused. He's spent his whole life eating royal banquets. He doesn't think this backwater can satisfy him. Bereen insists. He looks confident for the first time in the meeting. Why? Because he knows Ellison is in the city, and Ellison's food is a weapon of mass diplomatic destruction. Back at the restaurant, Ellison is calling Miltine in for lunch. She's out in the field, still bonding with the bulls. They've basically accepted her as their new leader. Today's menu, fried rice. Simple, classic, and effective. Miltine and Rurin sit down. Rurin's eyes are glowing. Fried rice is one of her favorites. Rurin complains that her portion is smaller. Ellison says he made enough for seconds. He knows a dragon's stomach is a bottomless pit. The door is kicked open with a massive BAM! An Imperial Knight in full plate armor stomps in. Ellison's eyes narrow. His quiet life just got interrupted, and he is not happy. The knight demands to know if he's the owner. Behind him, an entire squad is standing guard. Ellison tells him to sheath his sword. He's talking to a high-ranking soldier like he's a misbehaving toddler. The knight is offended. He says Ellison doesn't know who they are. Ellison just says, "I do. You're the first night order." Rurin is still eating. She's trying to talk with a mouthful of rice. Ellison just tells her to keep eating while he handles the trash. The knight pulls his sword. He's tired of the disrespect. He tells Ellison he doesn't understand his position. "Get on your knees, or today will be the last day you see the sun." Generic villain dialogue #4. Ellison's mana starts to flare. Blue sparks dance around his fingers. "Get out of my restaurant!" The knight lunges. He's about to commit the biggest mistake of his life. "Stop!" A voice booms from outside. A man rushes in and punches the knight in the helmet. "You fool! Who asked you to do this?" Ellison blinks. The blue mana fades. He recognizes the guy. It's Bereen Obere, Vice Commander of the First Night Order. Bereen immediately orders his knights into a dogeza position. They're all kneeling outside, apologizing for their subordinates' stupidity. Bereen is terrified. He knows exactly who Ellison is. He's worried Ellison will disappear again if they annoy him. It's been 5 years since they last met. Rurin is in the background, still shoveling rice into her face, wondering who this NPC is. Bereen gets a serious look. He's never forgotten that day. He describes a losing battle, a tactical miscalculation. They were surrounded by monsters and ready to die. Then, Sir Ellison arrived. He stood on a pile of monster corpses and ended the fight in seconds. To the knights, he wasn't just a mage, he was a god. Ellison says it was because they held their position. He's always humble, which only makes the knights respect him more. Bereen remembers trying to give Ellison an award. Ellison refused and asked to be punished for wasting mana or something equally ridiculous. Bereen thought Ellison was a saint of honor, but then he realized something. While he was out playing heroic knight, he had no idea how much his wife was struggling back home. He felt like a failure. He had ignored the person closest to him. But then, something happened. Sir Ellison secretly sent the award money that he refused directly to Bereen's wife. He saved the family's finances without taking any credit. Bereen is actually tearing up. He's been looking for a way to return the favor for 5 years. He heard Ellison opened a restaurant and he had a perfect idea. "My plan is to close every other restaurant in Great City so yours becomes the best by default." Ellison's face says it all. This man is insane. He's trying to repay a debt with a Monopoly-themed crime spree. Bereen is already running out. "Knights, follow me! Operation Food Monopoly is a go!" Ellison is screaming at him to stop. This is the ultimate no good deed goes unpunished. Back to the prince and the duke. They're on the road to the dinner party. The prince is curious. He's going because Bereen personally guaranteed the food. The duke is nervous. He whispers to the prince that they should have kept the First Night Order as an escort. He knows the situation is dangerous. Arrows suddenly whistle through the air. The duke's horse is hit, but the arrows are intercepted by red magic circles. The prince doesn't even flinch. He's smiling. Arrogance is a hell of a drug. He says there's no need to worry because they have Medrin. Masked assassins drop from the trees. "Who are you?" the duke shouts. Assassins are everywhere. They look professional, well-equipped, and very dead set on regicide. The leader demands they hand over the prince. If they do, the duke gets to live. The duke just sighs. "What a mess! Don't let a single one live." Medrin steps forward. She pulls back her hood. "As you wish." Her eyes are glowing with a terrifying red light. The assassins realize they've walked into a wood chipper. "Attack!" The leader tries to push through before she can finish her chant. Medrin's magic circles multiply. They're complex, geometric, and look like they cost 1,000 mana each. A massive explosion tears through the forest. Medrin tells them to recognize who you are up against. Medrin just finished turning those assassins into charcoal. The prince looks on, calling it overwhelming. He's got that smug look of a man who knows he has the biggest gun in the room. He brags that with a 7th-class mage like Medrin, even dragons would be afraid of him. This shows you how delusional the upper management in this empire really is, calling a dragon scary while the actual 9th Circle Archmage is currently prepping vegetables a few miles away. The one surviving assassin calls her a monstrous fuck before his time runs out. The prince doesn't even want to interrogate him. He knows the guy will just give the "I was acting on my own" speech. He tells Medrin to clean it up, which is noble speak for kill him. Bereen is watching this from the sidelines, sweating. He realizes the rumors are true. A 7th class mage can literally take on an entire army by herself. The prince tells Bereen to keep leading the way to the restaurant. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Ellison is dealing with Bereen, who is currently being suppressed by a magic circle. Bereen is still sticking to his "I'll close the other restaurants for you" plan. Ellison tells him to snap out of it and get back to his original position. He asks the knights what they were actually planning to do. Bereen admits he was going to go to every restaurant in town and plant worms in their food. It's creative, sure, but our guy just wants a quiet retirement, not a food safety scandal. Bereen looks like a kicked puppy when Ellison shoots the plan down. Suddenly, Bereen's face goes still. He senses something. Professional night mode, activated. The prince's horse is visible on the horizon. The prince arrives and spots Bereen. He comments that this certainly isn't an ordinary restaurant if the vice commander is hanging out here. Bereen drops to one knee. He's clearly not happy the prince is here early. He tries to apologize, saying he thought the prince was staying at the castle until dinner. The prince just wanted to see what the hype was about. The whole squad arrives. The duke, Bereen, and the hooded menace herself, Medrin. The prince is in a great mood. He hasn't realized yet that he's about to enter the lion's den. Ellison steps out with his polite manager mask on. He introduces himself as L, but his eyes are locked on Medrin. He's already connected the dots. The prince notices Ellison's outfit, the old clothing of the Imperial Mage Legion. Ellison claims he served for a time and wears it for comfort. Prince Leon loves it. He thinks it's cute that the cook used to be a low-level mage. He points to Medrin and says, "Then I suppose you know her." He calls her a 7th class mage and assumes Ellison would recognize a superior. He calls Medrin over, telling her that this cook is her junior. The duke tells her to hurry up. Everyone is waiting for the big introduction. Medrin's hands start shaking. She's gripping the reins so hard her knuckles are white. She looks up and sees Ellison, the man who ended the Dragon War, the man who taught her everything. She's internally screaming his name. "Miss Ellison!" The duke asks if she's okay because her complexion just went from deadly mage to Casper the Ghost. She snaps out of it and begs for forgiveness, claiming she's just tired. The prince asks again if she knows him. Medrin looks at Ellison and sees him give her the "don't you dare" smile. She realizes if she reveals his identity, Ellison might actually flatten this entire province out of annoyance. She remembers his power. Everyone here is in grave danger if she messes this up. Ellison plays along. "I don't think we've met. I'm Elle." Medrin squeaks out that she also never met him. The prince thinks it's a shame. Medrin decides the best survival strategy is to keep things as normal as possible. She tells Ellison to host the dinner and adds that it's a great honor for a mere cook. She's trying so hard to be rude and normal that it's almost painful. Ellison's gaze sharpens. He tells her to go prepare. Of course. Ellison knows he's going to have a long talk with her later. Miltine is in the back, wrestling with the bulls and wondering why there are so many nobles at the shop today. Inside the restaurant, the prince is unimpressed by the decor. He calls it run-of-the-mill. Ellison plays the humble host, asking for leniency since they weren't expecting such a distinguished crowd. Then he looks at Bereen. He brings up the bet, a dish that would surprise even the crown prince. Bereen is shivering in his boots. Ellison is giving him the look. Ellison realizes his peaceful retirement is officially interrupted. He sees the power struggle. Bereen is being crushed between the duke's lust for power and the prince's hidden agenda. He feels for the kid. Bereen turned to him for help because he had nowhere else to go. The duke is impatient. He thinks this is all just a delay tactic. Then the prince whispers to Ellison. He wants a dish fit for a man because he has a lot of work to do tonight. He's still leaning into the playboy act. Ellison's eyes narrow. He decides he can't let this disrespect go. The prince smiles. He's enjoying the tension. He calls Bereen Great Boy and asks if he has faith in the restaurant. The prince doubles down on the bet. "Bring me something that wows me." If Bereen loses, he has to take off his clothes and run laps around Great City. The crown prince is literally a high-tier internet troll. Ellison agrees to the bet. He knows exactly what these two expect. The bet is confirmed. Bereen's dignity is on the line. Ellison thinks to himself, no one can touch Grake. The appetizers begin. Ellison is prepping mutton mushroom soup. The prince has tried every dish in the empire. To surprise him, you can't just be good, you have to be impossible. He serves the soup. Simple presentation. The prince is skeptical. Mutton mushrooms? This is it? He takes a spoonful. The flavor is deep, perfect temperature control. But he's not wowed yet. He puts the spoon down. He says it's not enough. The Duke agrees. They're both ready to see Bereen start his naked marathon. Ellison just smiles. He says he needs help from someone to judge the flavor properly. Someone who can't refuse any of my requests. Ellison uses magic to rearrange the herbs in the soup to form letters. Please give me a hot response. Medrin sees it and nearly chokes on her own spit. She takes a bite. She loses it. She starts screaming about mushrooms growing in her stomach. She's overreacting so hard because she's terrified of what Ellison will do if she doesn't. The Duke and Prince are stunned. Medrin calls it 9th class magic in the culinary world. Bereen is confused. Ellison is in the corner, secretly pressuring her with his aura. Medrin is blushing and crying at the same time. It's so delicious! The prince is weirded out by the reaction, but figures he'll try the soup again. Bereen notes that Medrin is more expressive than he thought. That's a polite way of saying she's having a public meltdown. Bereen tries the soup too. It is objectively amazing, but he knows the prince won't admit it because of the bet. He realizes Medrin's reaction wasn't about the flavor. There's something else going on. He looks at the table. Who can force a 7th class mage to act like this? He looks at Ellison. No way. Ellison heads back to the kitchen to prep the main dish. The prince tastes the soup again and admits he can't find a difference between this and the royal palace version. He's winning the bet. The duke tells Medrin she'll be eating this every day at the estate since she loves it so much. Medrin is shoveling the soup into her face to avoid talking. She's already at the bottom of the bowl. Ellison calls her to the back of the restaurant. Medrin sprays soup everywhere. She looks like she just got summoned by the Grim Reaper. The prince and duke are just watching her with "is she okay" faces. Medrin walks outside to the balcony. Ellison is waiting, looking out at the mountains. Medrin is shaking. She's terrified. Ellison snaps his fingers. A massive prismatic barrier slams into place. Soundproof magic. Medrin recognizes the level of the spell. It's flawless. Ellison smiles. Your performance in there was very good. Medrin tries to stutter an apology. Ellison's mana flares. I'm sure I warned you then that we should not meet again. Medrin drops to her knees. She swears she had no idea he was living here. Ellison's gaze is like ice. Why did he come here? She claims they're here because of the duke's plan to increase influence. Ellison interrupts. Not Duke Tamaron, I mean the crown prince. Ellison breaks it down. The prince has the worst reputation in the empire. A lazy, lustful buffoon. But after seeing him today, Ellison knows it's a lie. He's using that debauched image as a shield. He's pressuring Bereen like it's a joke, but his eyes are cold. Ellison realizes devouring Great City isn't the duke's plan, it's the prince's. He demands to know the prince's true goal. Medrin begs him to stop. She can't reveal it even under torture. Ellison just hums. You wouldn't reveal it even if we tortured you? Bereen steps out of the shadows, her eyes glowing with pure dragon malice. Let's find out if that's true. Medrin collapses. A 9th circle mage and a black dragon are double teaming her. I really want to go home. Total L for the Empire's greatest mage. Medrin walks back into the dining room. The duke asks what's wrong with her complexion. She looks like she just saw the end of the world. It's nothing. She's basically a zombie at this point. The prince is bored. He thinks the bet is already won. But then his eyes sharpen. He asks the duke to restate the terms of the bet, to serve a dish that would surprise his highness. The prince laughs. Normally, that soup would have worked, but he needs to win today. He's admitting the judge is biased. He's being blatant about it. He doesn't care about the food, he cares about the city. He looks at Bereen. You're not stupid. You know what this means. He says he won't be surprised even if Bereen's sick father gets out of bed and starts cooking. He's closed his mind entirely. Then he offers a way out. He asks for the answer Bereen postponed at the castle. He's trading Bereen's dignity for the city's sovereignty. Bereen looks down. He remembers Ellison's lessons. He says a lord is a position of responsibility. He can endure personal disgrace, but he cannot gamble with the lives of his people. Above all, I believe in this restaurant! Bereen has found his spine. He tells the prince to continue the bet. If he loses, he'll run the laps. The sun is setting. Ellison walks out, carrying a silver tray with a dome cover. This is the main dish of the day. The prince is smug. Something you're confident in? Ellison's smile is predatory. There's a lot at stake in this dish. He lifts the lid. The duke stares. What is this? It's a baked mass of mud. The duke is furious. He thinks Ellison is insulting the royal family. Ellison pulls out a hammer and slams it into the mud. The shell cracks. Steam explodes from the center. Inside is a golden brown bird wrapped in leaves. The aroma hits them like a freight train. The prince's eyes widen. This is Palencio, the legendary bird that's almost impossible to catch. He asks how Ellison got it. Ellison just says he prepared it special for them. Ellison starts carving the bird. He says the dish looks like an insignificant lump of mud from the outside. That's because it hides itself for the element of surprise. He looks directly at the prince. He says once the clunky mud is peeled away, there's a deeply flavored treasure underneath. The prince's smile falters. He knows Ellison isn't talking about the chicken anymore. The prince asks what he's trying to say. Ellison leans in. He mentions mass ouster of the central nobility to strengthen the royal power. He tells the prince it's a bit like his highness playing an asshole. The duke's fork hits his plate. He's frozen. Bereen and Medrin look like they've just witnessed a murder. Ellison just called out the crown prince's secret coup d'etat in front of his enemies. Ellison crushes a piece of the mud shell in his hand. Blue mana leaks through his fingers. We're right back in the middle of the most awkward dinner party in history. Ellison is casually explaining the political downfall of the Empire while holding a piece of chicken. He breaks the news like he's reading a weather report. The Emperor is losing control, the aristocracy is rising, and the Crown Prince had to find a way to survive. Medrin is currently vibrating with enough anxiety to power a small city. The prince's whole "I'm just a harmless playboy who likes wine and women" act? Total cap. It was a camouflage layer to keep the nobles from seeing the dagger he was sharpening for their backs. Ellison walks right up to the prince. He knows the prince uses this harmless image to rally troops in secret and prepare a counterattack. The Duke is losing his mind. He's asking Ellison if he's crazy. You don't just accuse the future king of treason over appetizers. Ellison just tells him to wait, because the next part is even better. This man is a professional instigator. He details the prince's plan to reclaim the throne by hunting down the very nobles he's currently sitting with. The Duke finally snaps. He calls for the knights to take Ellison's head. Dirient and his knights are ready to move, but they're not moving for the Duke. They're looking at Ellison like he's their actual god. The Duke tells Ellison he doesn't understand the situation. Typical villain behavior, thinking he's the smartest guy in a room full of people who could delete him. He declares that this restaurant and its owner are finished. He's talking a big game for someone who's about to get hit with a reality check. Dirient is in the back looking like he's about to have a nervous breakdown. He's wondering what Ellison has done to provoke the imperial family this much. The Duke thinks cutting a tongue is the only way to stop the truth. He's very old school with his censorship. He orders Medrin to bring Ellison to his knees. Medrin is sweating, crying, and literally shaking. She says I can't do that because she has a functioning brain and knows she'd be dead before her first chant finished. The Duke is confused. He has no idea his ultimate weapon is currently having a PTSD flashback. He loses his patience and shouts for the knights again. He wants a head on a platter, and he wants it now. But the prince just keeps eating. He stabs a piece of chicken like the conversation isn't even happening. He's chewing. He's enjoying the sauce. The man has priorities. He pulls a leg off the Palencio. The meat looks incredible. The Duke is mid-rant when the prince finally speaks. What? Ha ha ha! This tastes amazing! The prince completely breaks character. The food is so good it actually derailed a coup d'etat. He tells everyone to stop being stiff and just eat. Medrin is apologizing to the heavens while the Duke is stuck in an error 404 loop. Then, the prince's energy shifts. He slams his fist down. Now! The Duke flinches. He thinks the execution is starting. Nope, the prince just wants him to take a bite. He's forcing the Duke to participate in the dinner. The Duke chews. You can see the anger slowly being replaced by, oh wait, this is actually fire. The prince asks for his opinion. The Duke admits it's delicious. He's defeated by a seasoning blend. Aren't you surprised? The prince asks with a look that says he knows he just lost the bet. The Duke closes his eyes. He realized the prince has already made a decision. The prince wipes his mouth. The political theater is over. I've lost. He admits he was surprised by a dish this delicious. He's being a surprisingly good sport for a guy who just got threatened with a secret reveal. Dirient is over the moon. He just won a bet against the crown prince of the empire. The city is safe. Ellison says he's honored, but he's already checking his watch. He's ready for these people to leave his shop. The prince puts his cloak back on. He claims he had plans with fine women, but he's basically just doing a tactical retreat. He gives Ellison a final, knowing smirk. He heard Dirient's answer through the food. He orders the first order to pack it up. They're heading back to the capital immediately. Dirient is still sitting there looking at the leftovers. He's realized he's under the protection of a man even the prince won't mess with. Ellison's eyes are cold as they leave. He knows this isn't the end of the prince, but it's enough for now. The moment they're gone, Ellison goes back to dorky chef mode. He's just glad he won the bet. Dirient is still lost. He asks how Ellison did it. Ellison gives him the don't worry about it smile. The trust me bro of the magic world. He puts a hand on Dirient's shoulder. He promises the kid that as long as he's here, Dirient doesn't have to fear external pressure. This isn't just a chef talking, this is the world's strongest mage claiming territory. He tells Dirient to finish the Palencio. Dirient is practically crying with gratitude. This is the first time he's felt truly safe since his father got sick. We cut to the road. The prince's carriage is moving out. The Duke and Medrin are riding in silence. The sunset is beautiful, but the vibes are rancid. One of the knights is confused. Why are we leaving so suddenly? He clearly missed the memo. The prince calls out to Medrin. He asks if that cook is the one she mentioned, the guy who not even nobles could disrespect. Medrin just says yes. She's still in a trance. The Duke realizes he was sitting next to a monster the whole time. The prince laughs. He's not even mad. He respects the power. The Duke says the cook is too dangerous to let be. He wants to eliminate the threat. But the prince reveals that wasn't the only reason he backed off. He reflects on their power, pressuring Templars, eliminating competition. He was playing a standard game of chess. Then he remembers Dirient's face. The kid had absolute faith in that establishment. The prince's eye glows purple. He's actually intrigued by Diren's growth. He wonders if he would have been able to trust his life and reputation to a peasant in that situation. He realized Diren has something he doesn't. Let's start from scratch. He decides to build trust more slowly this time. He knows the road ahead is more dangerous than walking the streets naked. He's actually treating the great kid as a future player now. Back at the ranch, Ellison lets out a long ha. Finally, it's finished! He's standing in front of his new masterpiece. Miltine and Rurin walk up. They're expecting something legendary. It's a barn for the Baronerics. It looks okay, a bit shaky maybe. One of the bulls walks inside. It looks happy for about 3 seconds. Crash. The entire building implodes into a pile of toothpicks the moment the bull touches a pillar. Ellison's face is priceless. He's an archmage who can rewrite the laws of physics, but he can't hammer 2 boards together correctly. Miltine points out that if the bulls were sleeping in there, they'd all be dead. Major L for our guy. Rurin asks how he even built the restaurant. Ellison admits he only put up the sign, contractors did the actual work. He decides he needs professional help. Human architects? Too basic. Where the greatest architects reside, of course. Pack your bags. We're going to the Melioric Mountains. We're hunting for dwarves. We shift to a deep underground range. Gold, treasure, and skeletons everywhere. Someone is sitting on a throne of gold. Enter Serena, the red dragon. She's got the goth mommy energy turned up to 11. She's bored and looking for a kindred spirit. She senses someone entering her territory. She's ready to remind them whose house this is. The moment she realizes she can finally go out, she turns into a total gremlin. The bored dragon struggle is real. She complains that there weren't any lowly humans to offer tribute lately. She's missed the feeling of tormenting people. She steps on a crown. To her, royal treasures are just crunchy floor decorations. Ah, shit! She trips. Even ancient dragons have skill issue moments. URP. She looks like she's about to lose her lunch. The transition from terrifying ruler to clumsy mess was about 4 seconds. Back to the hiking trip. Rurin is mooing because she hates the mountains. She's a dragon, but her cardio is non-existent. She asks why they can't just hire a human. Ellison says nobody can surpass dwarves when it comes to crafting. He wants the Gucci of barns. He hasn't visited in a while, but he's confident it's around here. They find the entrance. It's a massive ancient stone gate flanked by statues. Ellison is hyped. Found it! Rurin is less impressed. The atmosphere is creepy. It looks less like a village and more like a tomb. Ellison notes that dwarves aren't the type to leave a place in this condition. Something is very wrong. No guards. No smoke. Total silence. They walk inside and find skeletons. Lots of them. Ellison realizes someone got here first. The bodies are scattered everywhere. Axes and shields are broken. Suddenly, something moves in the shadows. A massive impact shakes the floor. A thick, scaled tail slams into the ground. It's red. Serena steps out. She looks at Rurin and calls her a little kid. She's disappointed. She expected a powerful dragon, but she thinks Rurin is just a hatchling. She dismisses Ellison as just a human. This is going to be the biggest mistake of her life. Ellison's face goes dark. He looks at the skeletons. Did you do this? Serena blinks. She's genuinely confused that a human is talking to her like an equal. She tells him to show respect to a greater race. Ellison just drops his bag. Answer me. Serena loses her temper. She thinks he's lost his mind. She unloads a dragon breath. Rurin screams for Ellison to move. You can't block that with a normal barrier. Ellison doesn't move. A massive, complex blue magic circle forms behind him. This is 9th Circle high-speed casting. SS Magic. His mana is blue and jagged like lightning. The dragon breath hits a black hole of mana and gets sucked into a single point. Ellison is just standing there holding the compressed sun of her own attack in his hand. Serena is stunned. My breath! Plasma break! He releases a beam of pure energy that tears through the cavern. Serena is blown back. Her chest is scorched. She's looking at him like he's an eldritch horror. Are you really a human? Ellison stares at her. No mercy. Serena's eyes widen. Right. I remember you. You're the one who decimated our entire race in the last war. She finally recognizes the Archmage of the End. Rurin is annoyed that Serena called her Mire. Ellison just repeats his question. He's not here for a walk down memory lane. He starts casting again. Intra, Serena hits the floor. I didn't do it! It wasn't me! She's transitioned from dominant queen to cowering mess instantly. She's apologizing for picking a fight. She knows if he finishes that spell, she's a rug. She explains that the dwarves were already gone when she got here. She's just been squatting in their house because there were no tributes elsewhere. She mentions a big gate that was blocked, but she couldn't get through it. Ellison's gaze is sharp. He's checking her for lies. Serena tries to be seductive to save her skin. She offers to lead him there. She grabs Ellison's arm and tells him it'll be more fun with her than a little kid. Rurin goes full aggressive black dragon mode and punts her into a wall. ELLIS mine! Serena is face down in the dirt. Rurin is hovering over her like a jealous cat. Tell us where it is! Serena points the way to the lowest depth. Ellison and Rurin walk off, leaving the greater race in the dust. Back to the capital. The royal estate looks as stuffy as ever. Young Count Bereen is having tea with his mother. She asks if he's alright. Bereen is acting distant. He's looking at a piece of dessert, but his heart isn't in it. His mother, Berna Grake, looks concerned. She knows something happened during the prince's visit. She notes that he hasn't finished his dessert. Again, Bereen is sweating. He's carrying the weight of the city on his shoulders. His mother offers to change the menu, but Bereen says it's fine and walks out. The moment he's alone, his face falls. We see Berna sitting in her room. She's watching over the bedridden Baron. She reflects on the stuffy feeling of the estate. The huge space feels like it's enclosed by walls. The sweet dessert tasted like sand to her. She grips the bed sheets. She can't deal with the silence anymore. Every moment spent watching Bereen struggle is tormenting her. Back to the dwarf city. Skeletons everywhere. It's haunting. Rurin sees the claw marks and wants to go back and fix the red dragon punk. She's really holding a grudge. Ellison tells her to calm down. It does look like dragon damage, but it's old. They reach a massive circular metal gate. It's heavily reinforced and looks like it could survive a meteor. The braces are covered in marks. Someone tried to break in or break out multiple times. Rurin tries to punch it open. No luck. Suddenly, the center of the gate begins to glow. A voice booms through the hall. Go back, trespassers. You are not welcome. Ellison asks if they're the dwarves. The voice says the red dragon has brought destruction to this place. Rurin is vindicated. I knew it was that punk! She's already running back to beat up Serena. Ellison has to catch her like a runaway puppy. Our guy is currently trying to keep Rurin from turning the only available contractors into a fine paste. She thinks the solution to a locked door is a concussion, but Ellison knows better. He notices the breath marks on the door. This wasn't just one dragon's work, it was a group effort. In dragon culture, that's like a bunch of Discord mods actually agreeing on something. It's unheard of. Ellison tells her to relax. He has a plan, and it doesn't involve property damage. He claims he likes to solve things peacefully. Then he pulls out a massive bag. The voice behind the door admits they've been locked in for about a year. A year? Ellison's brain immediately goes to the logistics, specifically the food logistics. If they've been hiding for a year, their pantry is probably looking like a desert right now. He tries to play the I'm just a helpful traveler card, but the dwarves aren't buying it. Trust is a rare currency when dragons are hunting you. Rurin is losing it. She finds the idea of being a red dragon's subordinate offensive on a molecular level. Ellison just keeps his cool and bows, playing the respectful human role to perfection. He tells Rurin to grab the backpack. She's confused, but she follows his lead. And then, the ninth circle Archmage does the most high-level move possible. He sets up a frying pan right in front of the door. The dwarves are baffled. They're expecting a siege, and this guy is starting a mukbang. Ellison just casually mentions they have a long walk back and need to fuel up. The sound of a stomach growling from behind the door is louder than any dragon roar. The dwarves are practically crying through the keyhole. Why here? Because, dear dwarves, psychological food torture is the most effective form of diplomacy. Rurin pulls out the secret weapon, high-quality sausages. Ellison starts the educational segment. Minced meat, spices, stuffed into intestines. It's basic to us, but to a starving dwarf, it's a religious experience. The sizzle begins. The fat is rendering. The skin is getting that perfect snap. The smell is currently wafting through the cracks in the door like a targeted airstrike on their willpower. Rurin is already loving the vibes. Ellison gives a thumbs up with a face that says, I have zero empathy for your hunger, but I do have snacks. Behind the door, the rank-and-file dwarves are ready to mutiny. Their chief is telling them to shut up, but his own stomach is probably playing the drums. Ellison hits them with the guilt trip. Oh, we brought these as a present, but since you don't trust us, I guess we'll just have to eat them all ourselves. He adds that he just wanted to hear their story. A fair trade, lore for lunch. The silence from the door is heavy. The dwarves are fighting for their lives against the smell of processed meat. Ellison sighs, pretending to pack up. Then, the ultimate finisher. The sound of a beer can cracking open. What was that sound? That, my friend, is the sound of your resolve crumbling. Ellison mentions that salted sausages go perfectly with a cold brew. He and Rurin have a literal cheers moment in the middle of a dungeon. The dwarves are officially cooked. The door finally creaks open. The white flag is essentially a plate. Ellison smirks. He knew the beer would be the closer. A tiny voice from the darkness asks for just one bite. Mission accomplished. The pan is full. The trap is set. The dwarves emerge looking like they haven't seen a carb since the previous era. Their eyes are glowing more than Ellison's magic. Our guy confirms his suspicion. It wasn't just a dragon attack, it was a year-long famine. He plays the benevolent host, telling them to eat slowly. This dwarf takes a bite, and his soul basically leaves his body for a second. The beer hits. The sausage hits. It's a 10-10 rating across the board. Ellison watches them, calculating his next move. Dwarves have high alcohol tolerance, so a little party won't kill them, but it'll definitely make them talkative. The chief is sitting there looking embarrassed that he ever thought this food was poisoned. Ellison drops the bombshell. He's looking for a specific dwarf, Gultazar. The chief's face goes pale. That's a name from the past. A name you shouldn't know unless you're someone important. Rurin is just having the time of her life being the sausage dealer. She's found her calling. The chief agrees to lead them. The vibe has shifted from hostile to VIP tour. They walk through the ruins of what used to be a thriving underground city. It's a ghost town. Only 20 or 30 dwarves left out of a population that probably numbered in the thousands. They reach a central building, guarded by the last few dwarves who can still hold an axe. The chief announces that a human wants to see Master Gultazar. Rurin is just happy the food distribution went well. The curtain pulls back. Ellison steps in with the most casual "it's been a while" ever recorded. And there he is, Gultazar, the head chief. He looks like he's aged a century in a single year, but he recognizes Ellison instantly. Gultazar's eyes move to Rurin. He might be old, but his noble being detector is still functional. He realizes Rurin isn't just a bratty kid. He recognizes that dragon aura. Rurin is internally screaming, "I'm a black dragon, bow down," and Gultazar is actually doing it. The other dwarves are having a crisis. Their legendary chief is speaking formally to a couple of random travelers. The power scaling in the room just broke. Gultazar asks what Ellison wants to hear. Ellison wants the full report. How did a thriving mountain kingdom turn into a graveyard? Gultazar looks out at the ruins. The trauma is still fresh. He takes a deep breath. It was the red dragons. They defended as best they could, but you can't fight a natural disaster with hammers. Ellison describes Serena. Red hair, backward horns. Gultazar shakes his head. It wasn't just one, a group. A literal squadron of red dragons. This is the part that doesn't make sense. Dragons are the ultimate narcissists. They don't share loot, and they definitely don't share a hunting ground. Rurin is processing this. For dragons to work together, they'd either have to be insane or under orders. Ellison realizes the stakes. If dragons are collaborating, it means there's something in this mountain more valuable than their egos. The chief outside overhears and realizes he's in the presence of people who actually understand the high-level politics of the world. Gultazar goes quiet. He's weighing the risk. It should be fine to tell you. He reaches under the table and hits a switch. A secret passage. Of course there's a secret passage. He explains that the red dragon attacks weren't new. They've been happening for centuries. Usually it was just dragons killing time or demanding tribute, but the dwarves survived it all. They survived because they had a guardian. A literal get-out-of-jail-free card. Behold colored. The ancient dragon, or at least what's left of him. Even as a skeleton, this thing is terrifying. Ellison estimates the age. 5,000 years. This dragon was basically a deity. He asks if the dwarves were performing sacrifices to keep him happy. Time for a lore dump. Gultazar explains the concept of the Dragon Lord. Think of it as a king of kings, but for flying lizards that can delete cities. Usually, dragons do whatever they want. But a Dragon Lord? One will to rule them all. If someone unites the dragons, the human world becomes a 24/7 barbecue, and humans are the brisket. He pulls out the ancient marble. It's an essence orb. Colored created this marble specifically to stop the Dragon Lord from being born. He hid it with the dwarves because he knew they were the only ones stubborn enough to guard it forever. It takes 3 of these marbles to birth a Dragon Lord, and that's when Rurin hits her breaking point. She starts hyperventilating. Flashbacks of her as a tiny dragon, parents gone, world on fire. She's clutching her chest. This isn't just a history lesson for her, it's a horror movie. Flashback to a dark throne room. A man with a gray beard and a necklace of claws. This looks like the origin story for Rurin's lock her up trauma. Look at that face. Cold, calculating, and definitely not winning any Grandfather of the Year awards. Tiny Rurin was locked away. Her grandpa deemed her too dangerous or too valuable. The memory is physically hurting her. She collapses. The silhouette of a massive dragon. This is the will Gultazar was talking about. She's calling for her mom. Man, the bratty waitress energy is completely gone. This is just a kid who lost everything. Ellison catches her. He doesn't say anything cheesy. He just holds her. He repeats Gultazar's words. 3 essences. 1 lord. He's starting to connect the dots on Rurin's past, and he clearly doesn't like the picture it's forming. Gultazar apologizes. He didn't mean to trigger a dragon panic attack, but the truth is a heavy thing. Colored tried to destroy the marble, but you can't just smash dragon essence with a hammer. It's immortal. Ellison pivots. We're building a lair in Great City. He looks Gultazar in the eye. Come with us. A new dwarf village. In human territory. This is a massive proposal. Dwarves and humans haven't lived together in centuries. He points out the obvious. This mountain is a target now. If the red dragons found it once, they'll find it again. And next time, the dwarves won't have an archmage to save them. Gultazar looks at Colored's bones. Leaving your home is hard, especially when you've been the night watchman for 5,000 years. Ellison isn't forcing them, he knows home is everything. But he's offering safety, and more importantly, he's offering a future. He leaves the decision to Goltazar. The old man just stands there, tiny in the shadow of his dead protector. Later, Rurin is finally coming around. She's embarrassed about the crying, but Ellison just brushes it off. She asks if it was okay to leave without the marble. Ellison admits he cast some high-level protective spells on it. He's not leaving a world-ending artifact in an unlocked box. They walk through the ruins. Ellison knows the dwarves have memories here, and memories are harder to move than furniture. Back in the library, Goltazar is sitting in silence. He's thinking about the long game. One of his soldiers brings him a plate. It's the leftovers. Ellison left the sausages. The soldier admits the others couldn't wait. They're already feasting. Look at this. Laughter, beer, food. For the first time in a year, this place doesn't feel like a tomb. Goltazar looks at the plate. He's starting to realize that surviving and living are two very different things. The dwarves are cracking open beer cans like it's a Friday night after work. The vibes are immaculate. Goltazar has a flashback of his own. He remembers speaking to Colored when the dragon was still alive. Colored was actually a pretty chill guy for an ancient dragon. He asked Goltazar if it was hard living in the dark. Goltazar, young and idealistic, said the place was wide and their task was important. Colored just laughed. He knew the dwarves were enduring it for him, not for themselves. Colored warned him, "My energy hides this place, but eventually, I'll be gone." He told Goltazar to take the dwarves and leave when he dies. "Only a pile of bones will be left. Don't worry about me." Colored was a real one. He didn't want his death to be a chain for his friends. "Listen, look at that ancient eye. If no one lives to remember me, then all of this is meaningless. Survive." He wanted them to be happy. He didn't lead them here to rot in a cave. He wasn't their master, he was their friend. Goltazar finally gets it. He's been protecting a graveyard while his people were starving. Colored never expected them to guard the marble alone forever. He just wanted them to wait for the right person to take it. The memory fades. Goltazar clutches the marble, tears in his eyes. He sees his people laughing over Ellison's sausages and realizes the Archmage is the right person Colored was talking about. He drops to his knees. "My foolish self finally realized the meaning of your words." Ellison and Rurin are about to leave the ruins. "Mr. Ellison!" Goltazar comes sprinting out, or at least dwarf sprinting. "I've changed my mind!" The entire dwarf tribe is behind him, packed and ready to go. They want to follow him, they want to build that dragon lair, they want a life that doesn't involve eating moss. Fast forward. Great City. The dwarves have arrived and they are already outperforming every human construction crew in the Empire. Construction of Rurin's lair is underway. They're building a massive dome that looks like a high-tech beehive. Ellison is impressed. He leaves the blueprints to the experts. Goltazar assures him they're fit and ready. The only problem? They're still craving sausages. Ellison just chuckles. "Don't worry about food. Being the Archmage's contractor comes with top-tier catering." Rurin is hyped. She's finally getting her gold lair. But there's one last thing. The marble. Goltazar hands it over. He's placing the fate of his tribe and the world in Ellison's hands. Ellison, being Ellison, asks if Rurin wants to absorb it. She hits him with the "don't joke about this" face. She unloads a barrage of punches on him. It's basically her love language at this point. Ellison gets serious. He agrees. A Dragon Lord is an absolute no-go. He'll keep the marble safe, but he's not using it. But there's one more loose end. Back at the Red Dragon's Horde, Serena is currently having a midlife crisis. She's crying because she got kicked by a youngling. She's gone full hikikomori, promising never to go out again. The sound of footsteps. She thinks it's someone named Garrod. She tells them to get lost. "Garrod? Who is that?" She turns around and sees the literal boogeyman. Ellison and Rurin are standing in her horde. Ellison calls her out instantly. "You said you never received offerings, but this place is filled with shiny things. I was going to ask you a question, but I don't need to anymore." Serena is losing her mind. Why is it always me? She's terrified, and for good reason. Ellison isn't just here to look at the gold. He's realized Serena knows a lot more about the group attack than she's letting on. So, we're back with Serena, the Red Dragon, who is currently having the worst week of her 500-year life. Ellison is putting the pressure on, asking if she attacked the dwarves with someone named Garrod. Serena starts stuttering, turning beet red and acting like a middle schooler caught writing fanfiction. She's mumbling about an ex. Turns out Garrod isn't some mastermind, he's just her ex-boyfriend who won't stop sliding into her DMs. She thought Ellison was him coming to beg for a second chance. Ellison just stands there with a "why is my life like this" face. He's an archmage, not a relationship counselor, but the universe keeps handing him drama. Serena swears she's only been here 6 months and hasn't seen any dragon gangs. Rurin isn't buying it. She points at the massive pile of gold. If she's just a shut-in, where did the offerings come from? Serena gets defensive, looking like she's about to pull a desperate move to save her pride. She snaps her fingers, and the entire hoard of gold starts shimmering and dissolving into nothing. It was an illusion. The whole dragon hoard was basically a high-level filter to make her look rich on Dragon Instagram. She starts crying like a toddler, telling them to just take the crown and leave her alone. Our guy has officially broken a dragon's spirit with nothing but common sense. Ellison and Rurin head back to the restaurant, feeling a little guilty for bullying a shut-in. Rurin admits she's never seen a dragon that genuinely pathetic. So, the group attack lead was a dead end for now. They didn't learn anything about the dragons that hit the dwarves, but Ellison knows the truth is buried somewhere in that mountain. He stares at the ancient marble. He's hoping that over time, the mana inside will give him some clues about what the other dragons are actually cooking up. The bell rings. Back to the peaceful life of a chef. Look who it is. Ment and Alana are back. Ment is actually standing on his own 2 feet, and Alana looks like she's just finished a 12-hour shift at the hospital. Ellison lights up. These are the people who make the retirement worth it. Ment is doing way better. He's not 100% yet, but Elena's high elf magic and his own stubbornness have worked wonders on that leg. Elena is being humble, as usual. She says his will to get back to work is what really did the heavy lifting. Rurin is in the corner, pouting because there are lower beings taking up Ellison's attention again. Her jealousy meter is always at a 99. Ellison asks how the hospital is going. Elena says it's gotten much better lately, though there are still some weird guys lingering around. We get a quick glimpse of the locals coming to thank her. The miners she saved and the regular citizens see her as a literal goddess. Apparently, Miss Rain, the Duke's mage, has been pulling some strings to keep the troublemakers away from Elena's clinic. She's finally using her powers for something other than being terrified of Ellison. Suddenly, a massive dwarf head pops up from the floorboards. Elena almost has a heart attack. Goltazar is just here to ask for more of those stewed chestnuts Ellison made. Elena is baffled. A dwarf? In the middle of the city? Ellison casually explains that they're the ones building Rurin's lair. Then Noel bursts through the front door, yelling for Wooba Belly. The restaurant is officially turning into a chaotic tavern. Noel is offended that Ellison closed yesterday. He thinks the place is too sacred for an elf, which earns him a glare from Elena. Ellison just smiles. It's starting to feel like a real community. Slow down for the food beat. Look at this spread. Pizza, sausages, pork belly, and fresh salad. This is why we're here. Ment is having a spiritual experience with that pizza. He's already planning to have Miltine learn the recipe. Miltine is blushing like crazy, mentioning her name while he's eating her favorite food. That's a critical hit to the heart. The whole crew is losing it. This is peak Archmage's Restaurant vibes. Pure Muppet energy from everyone at the table. Goltazar and the dwarves are clinking mugs with the humans. This is the world Ellison wants to build, one where nobody is fighting over magic circles. But then we pan outside. Bereen is standing on the balcony of the castle, looking down at the city. He looks completely isolated from the warmth happening in the restaurant. Inside, the party continues. Ellison is making sure Rurin eats her greens, acting like the world's most overpowered nanny. But he senses something. He knows Bereen's energy signature, and right now, it's leaking sadness. He finds the kid sitting alone in the dark. Bereen just whispers, "Teacher." Ellison scares the life out of him by just appearing. He asks what the kid is doing out here instead of eating with everyone else. Bereen is hesitant. He's a noble, and he's been taught to keep his problems to himself, but he can't hide from a ninth circle mage. He asks Ellison a weird question, "Can you make desserts as well?" Ellison says he can, but he notices Bereen's expression. This isn't about a sugar craving. The kid literally drops to his knees. He begs Ellison to make a dessert that can make his mother smile again. Ellison agrees to help and heads to the castle kitchen. We see the heat of the pans and the intensity of the chefs. The head chef is barking orders. This isn't a cozy restaurant. This is a high-stress noble kitchen where a single mistake could get someone fired, or worse. Bereen leads Ellison inside. He's proud to show off the tools, but Ellison is more interested in the ingredients. The castle has spices and condiments that are rare even for an archmage. It's the kind of resource stash you only get when you control an entire city's trade. Ellison watches the chefs. They're skilled, but they're terrified. The atmosphere is tense, like they're waiting for a guillotine to drop. Bereen admits it's only this tense because Ellison is here. A stranger in the kitchen is an automatic threat to their status. The head chef is whispering threats to the junior cooks. One mistake and the young master will kill you. Bereen's reputation is being used as a weapon by the staff. Ellison doesn't care about the drama. He's got his bag of ingredients ready. He tells Bereen to look forward to dinner. Dinner is served. We meet Countess Verna. She's gorgeous, but her eyes are like blocks of ice. She finishes her meal and wipes her mouth with perfect robotic etiquette. The dessert is placed in front of her. It's a masterpiece, layered cake with fresh cherries and cream. Ellison is watching from the shadows, expecting a reaction. He put his soul into this dish. She doesn't even take a bite. Not a single one. She just stands up and leaves. Bereen looks like his world just ended. Ellison is actually rattled. He tells Bereen that it would have been better if she tried it and hated it. Ignoring it completely? That's a level of cold he wasn't prepared for. He asks how long she's been keeping her distance. Bereen explains that she wasn't always like this. She used to love desserts. In fact, it was a dessert that first brought their family together. Slow, emotional flashback we see Verna years ago. She was strict, yes, but she was present. She told Bereen not to run in the castle, teaching him to be a lord. Bereen remembers she hadn't smiled for years after moving to Great City. She was a woman trapped in a political marriage, playing a role she hated. His father, Count Raiden, watched from the shadows. He saw her unhappiness and felt responsible. Raiden wasn't a cold man. He was a husband who loved his wife but didn't know how to reach her. Look at Great City back then. It was still under construction, still a work in progress. They're having dinner. Verna is scolding Bereen for his etiquette, but the tension in the room is palpable. Little Bereen is trying his best, but he's just a kid who wants his mom to look at him. Raiden finally speaks up. He challenges her on the etiquette. He asks her a heavy question. Are you forcing yourself not to smile because of those etiquettes? He's calling her out on the mask she wears. He tells her the burden on her shoulders is too big. For 4 years, she never told him what she actually liked or wanted to do. He just asks her to be comfortable. He wants her to feel like this is her home, not her prison. Verna is stunned. No one had ever asked her to just exist. Suddenly, Raiden notices her plate. She finished the dessert, like completely finished it before the conversation even started. She blushes. The Ice Queen has a weakness for sugar. Raiden starts laughing. He finally found the key to her heart. Sugar was rare because of the war, but Raiden promised to do his best to get it for her. Little Bereen's face here is precious. From that day on, it was dessert bombardment. Raiden and Bereen would bring her the most insane cakes they could find. They went full cheat meal. Appetizer dessert, main dessert, and a dessert for the dessert. Raiden has no chill when he's happy. Look at this Muppet-style celebration. They're literally dancing with plates of sweets. Even Verna has to admit it's too sweet, but she's finally part of the family. And then, it happened. She laughed. A real, genuine laugh. Bereen remembers this as the peak of his life. The memory of his mother's smile is what's keeping him going right now. But back in the present, that smile is gone. Bereen is walking down the hall, remembering when the happiness stopped. He overhears a voice shouting behind a door. Does it make sense that there hasn't been an heir until now? It's been 5 years! Bereen is frozen. He's just a kid, hearing things that are way above his pay grade. The voice belongs to Verna's father, Count Dedrin. He's losing his patience, pressuring Verna about the family line. Bereen accidentally bumps the door. Typical stealth fail. A man walks out. This is Count Dedrin. He's got that evil aristocrat stride down to a science. Verna sees Bereen on the floor. She looks worried for a split second before the mask goes back on. Bereen asks if something is wrong. Verna lies through her teeth, saying his grandfather is just upset about lack of news from his father. She tells him not to worry. But look at that smile. It doesn't reach her eyes. She says, I belong to Great City. It sounds like a vow, but also like a resignation. After that, Verna became a different person. She stayed strict, but the dessert stopped working. She started scolding Bereen for his etiquette again, but with a different kind of edge. It wasn't about teaching him anymore, it was about pushing him away. She smiled occasionally, but it was forced. She was trying to pretend everything was fine, but Bereen could see the cracks. Raiden was still trying too. He'd clap and cheer, trying to keep the momentum of their true family vibe alive. For a while they had music, laughter, and togetherness, but happiness in a manhwa is usually just a setup for a massive L. And the L was coming. Verna was in the kitchen trying to make a dessert herself. It's a complete fail. The cream is everywhere, the pastry is a mess. The chef tries to help, but she's determined. She wants to make something with her own hands for Raiden. She's covered in flour and cream, looking absolutely stressed out. She refuses help. This was her way of showing love to her husband, putting in the hard work he always talked about. Bereen comes in, showing off his own finished dessert. He's so proud. Verna tells him hard work is beautiful. But then we see a shadow in the doorway. A voice shouts, "Who is running in the castle?" It's the butler. He looks terrified. He's stuttering. "My lady, young master, there is something urgent you have to see." Verna's face drops. She already knows. The butler delivers the killing blow. "My lord has collapsed." The dessert Verna works so hard on hits the floor and shatters. Perfect visual metaphor for her heart. The cause is unknown. No poison, no magic, just a sudden shutdown. Raiden is in bed, looking like a ghost. The doctors are useless. They can't find a trace of anything. Bereen is hysterical, begging his father to wake up. He looks at his mother for support. He still remembers her expression. It wasn't sadness. It wasn't anger. It was a total lack of will. She looked like she had just accepted that she wasn't allowed to be happy. From that day on, she never touched a dessert again. She built a wall between herself and Bereen. No more conversations. No more laughter. Bereen's every move became controlled by the staff. He was being raised as a puppet lord while his mother roamed the halls like a ghost. That's why he ran away to Ellison's restaurant. He wasn't just looking for food, he was looking for the warmth his family used to have. Ellison listens to all of this in silence. He's starting to see the invisible strings. Bereen is crying now. He just wants his family back. He asks if it's too much of a dream to want that smile again. Ellison starts walking through the castle at night. Something is weird. Verna's actions don't add up. Why distance herself from the only thing she has left? Even if Raiden is sick, she should be clinging to Bereen. She clearly loved her husband. It started as an arranged marriage, but it became real. So why the distance? Why the coldness? Ellison stops. A thought hits him. Guilt? Is she blaming herself, or is someone making her feel guilty? He heads back to find Bereen. She's on his bed, surrounded by empty beer cans, acting like she didn't just drink her weight in alcohol. I didn't do anything wrong! Guilty conscience much? Ellison isn't there to scold her. He needs her dragon eyes. He uses a hypothetical, you'd be sad if I collapsed and couldn't say anything, wouldn't you? Bereen says of course. Ellison, that's it. Let's go. Bereen, aren't you leaving out, like, the entire explanation? He's acting weird, even for him. Bereen asks if he's the one who's drunk. They sneak into Count Raiden's room. Verna is sitting by his bed, holding his hand in the dark. She's trying to feed him soup, but Raiden is completely unresponsive. The soup just dribbles down his chin. It's a heartbreaking sight. Verna wipes his face, her expression a mix of devotion and despair. She looks like she's carrying the weight of the entire world. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Knock, knock! It's the butler again. But his face is different this time. He looks like a vulture. It's almost time. Count Bereen is here. Verna's father has arrived for his scheduled visit. Verna puts the soup down. Her robotic mask is back on. She understands. She leaves the room to meet her father. The moment the door closes, a swirl of blue mana appears in the room. Ellison and Bereen teleport in. Ellison's been waiting for her to leave so he can perform a proper diagnosis. He looks at Raiden. This is the Count? Can you fix him? He's asking Bereen, who has a better sense for life force. Bereen's answer is chilling. I can't. Ellison asks if she can at least figure out the cause. Bereen says too much time has passed, the source of the illness is buried deep. Ellison starts looking around the room. He's looking for clues that the doctors might have missed. He admits he doesn't know Verna's true intentions. He needs something concrete. He looks at Raiden again. Wait, Raiden's eyes are out of focus, but they're pointed in a very specific direction. He's not looking at the ceiling, he's looking at something in the corner. Where? Ellison follows the line of sight. An organ. A massive pipe organ sitting in the corner of the room. Bereen spots it first. Elle! Look! She pulls a hidden compartment open. It's a secret document! She's hyped. She finally gets to do some real detective work. Ellison takes it. The string is tied with a complex knot. He unrolls the scroll. His eyes go wide. So this was the reason. It's a document proving that Countess Verna embezzled the city's taxes. It has dates, amounts, and detailed methods. It's a perfect paper trail of corruption. But there's a catch. Ellison looks at the handwriting. He knows who wrote this, and it wasn't Verna. He turns to Bereen. Would you like to visit the Imperial capital? Bereen, now? Go there and bring one person back. Ellison knows exactly who can solve this mystery. He's about to bring in the big guns. Meanwhile, Verna opens the door to her father's study. Count Bereen is standing by the window, looking out like he already owns the city. Verna whispers, Father. Baltor Bereen turns around with a smile that would make a shark nervous. Late night in the castle, and Bereen is sitting in the dark, probably wondering if his life is a tragedy or just a really long L. Suddenly, someone knocks. Our guy just walks in with the smoothest hamburger delivery man line in history. Bereen is losing it. He thought Ellison went back to the restaurant, but the Archmage doesn't leave until the bill is settled. Ellison hands him the scrolls they found in the secret compartment. He tells the kid to read it. This is the wake-up moment for Bereen. Bereen reads the confession. His mother stealing taxes? Sending money to her father's city? It's a perfect paper trail of betrayal. Ellison tells him to keep it down because Count Bereen is currently in the building. Bereen is putting the pieces together. The coldness, the distancing, the silence, it was all because she was building a cage for herself to keep the danger away from him. He asks who collected all this dirt. Ellison points to the signature. The final reveal, it's a self-written confession. Ellison explains the subtext. Verna knew her father was a monster. By writing this herself, she gave him the evidence he wanted so he'd stop attacking Bereen, intending to take the fall alone when the time came. She signed her own death warrant just to buy the kid a few more years of safety. Bereen is devastated. He realized his Ice Queen mother was actually his guardian angel in a corset. Ellison isn't just here to talk. He starts casting a high-level detection spell. He tells the kid that while he only uses this in dire situations, a family reunion definitely qualifies. Elsewhere in the castle, the villain monologue is starting. Count Bereen is standing by the window looking like a budget version of every Disney villain you've ever hated. Verna asks why he's here. He hits her with the "do I need permission to see my daughter" line. Pure gaslighting. Verna isn't playing. She knows they were never close, and she's done pretending. Bereen starts mentioning the interesting news he's heard. He knows the Crown Prince and Duke Tamaran visited. He knows Bereen welcomed them. He's realized the quiet kid is actually making high-level connections. Verna is sweating. She's terrified that her father will see Bereen as a threat to his plans. Bereen wonders if Bereen found some confidence. Then he drops the most cursed line yet. Does that mean I have to make Bereen like Raiden as well? Verna freezes. She hadn't realized her father was the one behind the Count's illness. Daedrin admits it with a smile. He poisoned the Count. He's been the one pulling the strings of their misery for years. Verna snaps. She screams, "You son of a!" And yes, the author actually censored it. She's finally showing the fire Daedrin tried to snuff out. But Daedrin has his goons ready. A guard steps out with a rope. They gag her. Daedrin tells them to be careful. He needs her alive for his perfect story to work. Back in the bedroom, Ellison is tracking the whole conversation via magic. He hears the name of the poison, Koftal. He hears Daedrin order her to be locked in the basement. Diren is ready to go full John Wick. He wants to summon every soldier in the castle. Ellison pins him down with a mana circle. He tells the kid to think. Daedrin's people have already infiltrated the guards. If Diren shouts for help, he's just calling the people who want to kidnap him. Ellison explains that catching Daedrin now isn't enough. He wouldn't have the poison on him, and he'd just lie his way out of it. Diren asks if they can use the confession scroll as evidence. Ellison points out the problem. If that scroll becomes public, Verna goes to prison too. She acknowledged the crimes, even if she was blackmailed. So, we need a stage. A situation where a high-ranking witness can provide solid testimony. A portal opens. Rurin walks in, dragging Medrine by the hair like a sack of groceries. "This is the one, right?" Diren is stunned. A top-tier Imperial mage just got delivered like a pizza. Ellison has an idea. He looks at Diren and asks the most important question, "Can you act?" The next morning, Daedrin pulls the hood off Verna's head in the basement. He tells her they have somewhere to go. The grand finale is starting. Verna looks at him with pure hatred. Why? She did everything he asked. She stole the money. She pushed her son away. She played the villain for him. Why is he still trying to hurt Diren? Daedrin laughs. He admits Diren was always a threat because of his inheritance rights. He reveals he tried to poison Diren first, years ago. He calls Raiden infertile and Verna lacking charm. This man is speedrunning the Worst Person Alive award. He grabs her by the hair. He whispers that he knows she suspected him. He throws her to the ground in front of Diren's bedroom door and tells her she should look surprised when he delivers the news. Verna is sobbing, begging him to just spare her son. Daedrin gives her a fake, gentle smile. He opens the door and announces that Diren's breakfast has already been poisoned. Diren is sitting in bed looking like a ghost. Diren just stares at him. "You should have heard yourself speak just now." Daedrin tells Verna not to worry. The kid will just end up like his father. Daedrin is basking in his own evil. He thinks he's won. Verna calls him a monster. She's hysterical, screaming Diren's name while she's pinned to the floor. Daedrin sighs, pretending to be heartbroken by the drama. The guard, the same one from the basement, hands him a scroll. "I found this in Count Raiden's bedroom. It's the confession." Daedrin is delighted. He thinks Verna was gathering evidence against him under the guise of her own crimes. Verna screams "No!" as he holds it. He starts laughing like a maniac. He thinks he just found her hidden card and defeated it. He's practically howling at the moon. "As expected from my daughter!" He holds the scroll over a candle. "It's all over. Accelerate." He starts narrating his perfect story, the mother who lost her mind and killed her family. He pulls out a dagger. He plans to frame it as a double murder-suicide. He approaches the bed. A perfect story. The guard behind him whispers to Verna, "Are you all right?" Daedrin lunges at Diren. "Good work, Baron Diren." And the guard catches the blade. He looks up and says, "That's not how a perfect story works." A mana circle explodes around the dagger. Daedrin's hand catches fire. He's screaming, wondering what the hell is happening. The doors fly open. Medrine steps in like the wrath of God. "Count Daedrin, I accuse you of attempted murder!" Daedrin's jaw hits the floor. Magician Medrine? Diren stands up from the bed, his eyes glowing with authority. "It's all over, Count Daedrin." Verna is trembling on the floor, looking at her son. Verna collapses in relief. She's sobbing, thanking God that her son is okay. Diren looks down at her. He's not the scared kid anymore. He's the lord of this house. Daedrin is having a mental breakdown. "How are you speaking?" He literally watched the kid eat the poison. Medrine stares him down. She's representing the Imperial Palace now. She tells him resistance is futile. Daedrin is gritting his teeth so hard they might actually explode. He tries to pivot. He drops the dagger and claims it was self-defense. This man is trying to gaslight a 7th Circle mage. Bold strategy. Medrine just smiles. "I knew you'd say that." She snaps her fingers, and a plate of food appears in a mana circle. "Eat it and prove your innocence." Daedrin looks at the steak like it's a live grenade. He starts shaking. He knows that food is a death sentence. He snaps. He throws the plate and starts screaming that Verna is the criminal. He's trying to drag her down with him. Verna looks up, terrified that the blackmail scroll will still destroy her. Diren pulls out the half-burnt scroll Daedrin tried to destroy. He looks his grandfather in the eye and asks, "Where's the evidence of that?" Daedrin is foaming at the mouth. "You lowly shits!" He orders his hidden guards to attack. The guards hesitate. They're looking at Medrine. Fast Medrine doesn't even move. A massive red mana seal fills the room. She tells them there are things in this world you don't mess with. A mere noble from the border dares to cross that line? She orders the First Night Order to purge the pests. The real Greek soldiers finally charge in. Dedren is being restrained by purple mana bonds. Verna is reaching for Diren. Dedren is screaming, "How dare you people!" until his face is literally red. Outside, the coup is being dismantled. The traitor guards are on their knees. The butler and the maid are crying, saying they merely followed orders. No one is listening. Our guy Ellison is watching from the window, still in his guard disguise. He tells Diren he's glad he's safe and turns to leave. Verna stops him. "Who on earth are you?" Diren just says mother. He walks over to her. He notices she's hurt. She tells him not to worry. She's just so thankful he's alive. Diren asks a heavy question. "How come you won't look me in the eye?" Verna looks at the floor. "Because I'm a criminal." She confesses everything. The embezzlement, the blackmail, the guilt. She thinks she's ruined the city and their family. She begs him not to forgive her. Diren points at the plate of food Ellison prepared. "Count Dedren is the one at fault, not you!" He gets angry. "Why did you hand over these documents without telling me?" He's yelling now, his face covered in tears. He tells her she should have trusted them. "Me? And father as well!" He takes the burnt confession scrolls and slams them onto the floor. He tells her to raise her head. "Because that is what family is to me!" Verna reaches out with a shaking hand. She pulls him into a hug and finally lets go of the Ice Queen mask. She's just a mother who missed her son. Cut to Dedren City, the villain's home turf. Count Dedren is locked in a carriage, still yelling about his imperial connections. He's promising to kill everyone once he gets out. He really doesn't get it. Suddenly, someone is standing on top of his carriage. It's Ellison. No disguise this time, just ninth circle Archmage energy. Dedren asks if he's a mage sent by the Empire. Ellison doesn't answer. He just looks down with pure contempt. He points at the massive Dedren castle. "You had all this, yet you laid hands on Great City?" Fast and punchy. Ellison snaps his fingers. A massive red mana array covers the sky. "Look how fragile the castle you spent your life building really is." The castle literally starts crumbling like it's made of Lego. Dedren is screaming, "There's no way!" Back at Great City, the sun is setting. Verna looks out the window. Diren and Rurin have set up a table outside. Raiden, who is apparently awake and recovering, is sitting there too. It's a dessert party. The table is loaded with everything Ellison's restaurant can offer. Ment and Miltine are there. Noel is there. Everyone is vibing. Elena and Rurin are having a "can we eat all this" moment. Verna looks at the spread. She's actually drooling a little bit. Medrine stands up and points toward Dedren City. "Attention everyone! Look that way!" She tells them there's a special performance to commemorate the party. Everyone goes quiet. Verna's eyes go wide. In the distance, the entire Dedren castle is floating in the sky. A massive mana core appears in the center of the floating ruins. Boom. Dedren is watching his legacy turn into dust from his cage. Ellison stands in the sky, looking like the god of chaos. Dedren's castle is officially deleted from the map. Diren is cheering. Raiden is smiling. Verna is watching the lights reflected in her eyes. She reaches for a pastry. She takes a bite and starts crying. This time, they're happy tears. Open next loop. The best dinner party ever. The party is still going strong, and Rurin and Elena are currently competing for the title of fastest carb consumer in the Empire. Even the veterans are getting in on the action. It's the kind of warmth you only get after the local tyrant's castle has been turned into a memory. Night falls on Great City. For the first time in years, the sky feels clear, and the shadows in the castle don't feel quite so heavy. Countess Verna is looking out the window. She's finally free from the cage her father built for her, mostly because Ellison literally shattered the cage. Inside, the family is actually being a family. Verna is feeding the Count, and she's promised not to run away from her feelings anymore. The Count looks like a man who just won the lottery. Turns out, the cure for a magical coma is just a wife who actually talks to you. Verna has something she's been holding back. She gathered up her courage, and honestly, the tension in this room is higher than when Ellison was fighting dragons. She takes his hand, and she finally says it. She loves him. 15 years of marriage, and they're finally having their first real "I love you" moment. Diren is watching from the door with a smile that says, "My parents are finally being cringe, everything is back to normal." Cut to the next morning. The public is currently using Count Dedren as a target for some very justified verbal abuse as he's hauled away in a cage. He's still mumbling about his castle. This man is the human embodiment of a 1-star Yelp review that won't go away. Ellison and Diriant, one of the top knights, are checking the city's defenses. Diriant is a professional, but he's clearly eyeing Ellison like he's a walking nuke. Ellison asks if Duke Tamaron had any complaints about his mage being borrowed for the night. Diriant admits the Duke was confused, but you don't really argue when an Archmage is the one giving the orders. They look at the crater where Dedren's castle used to be. Diriant is internally sweating. He knew Ellison was strong, but deleting a zip code strong is a different level of power scaling. Ellison just smiles and calls it a spectacular sight. He's optimistic. A brighter tomorrow for Great City is finally on the horizon. The next day. The brighter tomorrow is actually a torrential downpour. Rurin is having a mental breakdown because she was supposed to do laundry today. Out at the ranch, Ment and Miltine are fighting for their lives against the elements. A fence board hits Miltine right in the face. This poor guy's luck is consistently at 0. Ellison calls it, ranch work is cancelled. Every outside activity is forbidden. This is basically a mandatory stay inside and play games day fantasy style. The crew is soaked. Rurin is still mourning her laundry. Ellison tells them to help out in the restaurant instead. Even with the rain, the customers are flocking in. People really will walk through a hurricane for 5-star cooking. He starts drying Rurin off with a towel. Ment sees this and gets visibly flustered. He tells Ellison he can dry himself, thinking he's interrupting a private moment. Rurin is giggling because the towel tickles. Ment is currently 100% convinced these two are married. A man walks into the restaurant. It's Venin, the guy who manages the fruit orchard. He looks like he's been through a war, or at least a very long Monday. Ellison serves him some noodles made with Palencio broth. Venin is impressed. He notes that the butcher shop has been getting more customers lately. The Ellison effect is revitalizing the local economy. Ellison asks about the fruit garden. Venin mentions that Ellison once tried to buy the orchard. The price was insane, and Venin refused because he cherished it too much. Venin laughs it off. He thinks Ellison dodged a bullet since the orchard is high maintenance. He's being casual, but Ellison senses the final boss of sadness aura coming off him. Venin starts eating. He admits the food is worth the walk through the rain. Look at that face. That is the look of a man whose soul is being healed by MSG and Archmage magic. Rurin is still pouting in the background about the laundry. She's like a cat that just got a bath, angry and fluffy. Venin watches them and stays quiet for a long time. He pours himself a drink. He asks Ellison a heavy question. Have you ever made a decision that you regretted for the rest of your life? The kind of decision that breaks your heart every time you close your eyes. We've pivoted from slice of life to an emotional side quest. Venin assumes Ellison doesn't know the feeling because he seems to be getting along well with his wife. Ellison's reaction here is gold. Slow, emotional buildup. Venin starts his story. 30 years ago, he loved one person. She was his childhood friend. He couldn't love anyone else. Her name was Meal. Ellison repeats the name, trying to place it. Venin admits he was a clueless kid. He never confessed. He just assumed they'd naturally end up together. The classic friend zone trap that lasts 3 decades. We see young Venin. He looks happy, holding her hand. But then reality hit. People grew up. Conversations about marriage started happening. Meal was already in talks to marry someone else and was about to leave the city. Venin finally grew a spine and asked her to meet him outside Great City to discuss something. He was going to confess. He showed up with a massive bouquet of roses. But he never got to meet her. Fast action shot because a dragon attack happened. Fire everywhere. Chaos in the streets. The 15-year Dragon War isn't just lore for Venin, it was the day his future died. Ellison realizes the timeline. This was during the peak of the war. Venin's voice drops. He ran away. He dropped the flowers and just bolted. He calls himself a coward for not staying to find her. He heard she was safe later, but he was too ashamed to look for her. He broke his promise, and the guilt became his personality. And then the kicker, he heard Meal return to Great City recently. He misses her every day, but he's too scared to run into her on the street. This man is a professional at being sad. He tells Ellison to treat his wife well. Rurin is in the background coughing, pretending to be sick so Ellison will pamper her. Venin leaves, disappearing into the rain. Ellison just sighs. I told you she's not my wife. Later that night, Rurin is passed out. Ellison is thinking about the 15-year gap. For dragons, that's a nap. For humans, it's a lifetime. He shakes off the thoughts. He needs to do some research tomorrow. Step 1. Ask the social butterfly. He heads to the market and asks Noel's daughter, Rain, about a woman named Meal. Rain lights up. Of course I know her! She recently opened a repair shop! Rain mentions that Meal has looked worried lately. Apparently, Meal also has a sad look on her face that comes out of nowhere. Ellison's brain is doing the math. He goes to find Rain, the girl at the repair shop. And there she is. Meal. She's sewing, looking like she's carrying the same 15-year-old regret as Venin. She asks Ellison if he's ever made a decision he regretted. Meal freezes when Ellison mentions the name Venin. Rain is there too, acting as the bridge. She asks Meal to tell her side of the story. Meal looks like she's about to cry just hearing his name. She explains that she settled down with her husband elsewhere during the war, but now she's back. She left 15 years ago, the same day as the dragon attack. She admits she still loves that person from back then. We see Meal's perspective. Fire everywhere. People screaming. She arrived at the meeting spot and saw a woman who told her a young man had been there with flowers but left. Meal stood in the ruins. She calls herself a coward. She thinks she was the one who ran away first. Ellison listens with a straight face. Rain is shocked. The person Meal was talking about is Mr. Venin? The math is officially finished. It was a double misunderstanding. Both of them showed up, both of them ran, and both of them think the other person hates them for it. It's the ultimate L in communication. Two people who loved each other spent 15 years in misery because they both assumed they were the only coward in the room. Ellison looks out at the city. Rain is devastated. That's so unfair! Meal has stayed single all this time, refusing every marriage proposal. Ellison gives Rain a confident smile. Don't worry too much. The Archmage is about to intervene. He heads to the orchard and hands Venin a small case. Venin is confused. Ellison says they are magnifying glasses, a gift for Meal, whose eyes have been getting bad lately. Tonight, Venin panics. He says he can't meet her. Ellison hits him with the reality check. You said you regretted it, didn't you? He tells Venin that everyone makes mistakes, but worrying about the same problem forever is a different issue entirely. You already know what to do. Ellison is basically forcing the character development now. Night falls. Venin is walking toward the outwalls. His steps are heavy. He's terrified she'll call him a coward. He's terrified she won't even show up. I missed her so much. He stops. There she is, standing under the tree, looking at the stars. Venin is about to turn and bolt. Old habits die hard, but Meal turns around. Venin, he can't believe it. Meal, he's clutching the glasses case so hard he might break it. He's calling himself an idiot. Meal looks just as heartbroken. Venin finally starts to speak. He's shaking. He tells her she can curse him or insult him, and he'll accept it. My biggest regret in life? He screams his apology. I'm sorry for not being able to meet you that day 15 years ago! The silence that follows is deafening. Venin looks up, confused. Meal is staring at him. Did we both? She starts to giggle. Then they both start howling with laughter. 15 years of trauma just dissolved into a comedy special. Rain is watching from the bushes, relieved. Now the misunderstanding is resolved. She asks Ellison why he didn't just tell them the truth beforehand. Ellison says it was their issue to resolve. He just provided the magnifying glasses to help them see the truth. He gives a rare, genuine smile. Flash forward, Venin and Meal are actually together, walking hand in hand through the city. A few days later, they walk into the restaurant together. Venin is here to sell the orchard. The thing he cherished was just a placeholder for the person he lost. Now that he has her, he doesn't need the land. Ellison pays the price in full, a massive bag of gold for the future of the dwarves. Venin is building a house in the middle of the city. He's done hesitating. Ellison looks out at the new land. This orchard is going to become the new dwarven village. Rurin is there, eating an apple. Ellison explains that he didn't want the dwarves sleeping in Rurin's lair construction site anyway. Rurin looks a little sad. Ellison notes the lair is spacious. He whispers to Rurin that maybe he should just live in the lair with her when it's done. Rurin's brain just short-circuited. Look at that face. Pure, unadulterated winning energy. She tackle hugs him. Are you serious? No takebacks! She's hyped. The gold lair is now a cohabitation project. Autumn arrives. The leaves are falling. Slow down for the food shot. Look at that steak. Sizzling butter on a perfectly seared cut. Goltazar is eating with Rurin. The lair is 70% complete. Ellison is the benevolent landlord. He's even giving them extra land for their village. Noel mentions that the number of Baronerics, the monster bulls, is increasing. They're going to need a bigger barn. Ment is complaining about his leg, but he's still acting like a tough guy. Someone suggests they might need more staff at the ranch. Ellison says no. He doesn't want the paperwork of another interview. Open the next loop. But the universe has other plans. A pair of worn-out boots stops in front of the restaurant. Meet Linte and Matt, two beggar siblings who just followed their noses to the best smell in the empire. The door creaks open just as the sun is setting, and we've got some new faces on the doorstep. Meet Linte and Matt. They look like they haven't seen a shower or a consistent meal since the war ended, and they're asking about a job at the ranch. They're holding a flyer that's seen better days. It's crumpled, stained, and honestly looks like it was pulled directly out of a dumpster. Ellison blinks because he recognizes that paper. He threw those advertisements away a long time ago. The guy Linte gets visibly flustered. His stomach lets out a growl so loud it probably echoed in the next town over, and his face turns a shade of red that matches his hair. Our guy Ellison, being the absolute king he is, doesn't even make it weird. He just smiles and pulls out the good boss card immediately. He tells them they'll talk over food. He starts slicing up some wuka meat, which is basically fantasy wagyu, and drops it into a pan with a massive slab of butter. The recipe is simple, but peak. Onions, minced garlic, and mushrooms get sautéed until they're golden, then he deglazes the whole thing with beer and tomato sauce. He's talking to himself about how this is natural MSG. Then, in a move that would make Uncle Roger proud, he pulls out a packet of actual MSG from Korea. Because look, nature is great, but science tastes better. He lets the stew simmer, letting all those flavors get to know each other while the siblings wait in a daze. Wuka stew is served. It looks incredible. It's the kind of meal that makes you forget all your life problems for 15 minutes. Linte looks at the spoon like it's a religious artifact. He hasn't seen meat this high quality in years, maybe ever. Ellison tells them to eat as much as they want. He's made enough to feed a small army, which is usually necessary when Rurin is around anyway. They start inhaling the food. It's not even a meal at this point. It's a survival tactic. The girl Matt looks like she's about to cry. You can see the warmth hitting her system, and it's the first time she's felt safe in a long time. The narration describes the broth as rich and the meat as tender. It's not just food to them, it's hope in a bowl. They finally crack a smile. This is the first W these two have taken in a while, and they're soaking it in. Ellison watches them with that retired dad energy. He knows they're starving, so he gives them the space to finish without hovering. Once the bowls are licked clean, he gets down to business. He asks why they want to work at the Monster Ranch specifically. Linte gets serious. He says they love animals, but more importantly, they're persistent. He clenches his fist, and you can tell this guy has a lot of suppressed rage beneath the surface. That's when Elena, our resident high elf doctor, walks down the stairs. She looks at them for 2 seconds and her expression goes cold. She tells Ellison that Linte is telling the truth about being persistent, but then she drops the hammer. She says they're hiding a very important fact. The vibe in the room shifts from cozy dinner to interrogation room in 0 seconds flat. Linte instinctively pulls his sleeves down, but it's too late. Ellison's voice goes low. He asks to see their wrists. He's not being a jerk, he's an archmage who has seen everything, and he knows exactly what those bandages are covering. Linte hesitates, sweating bullets. He knows that once the truth comes out, the hospitality usually stops. The bandages come off. Underneath, their skin is raw and scarred. Noel, the butcher, calls it out immediately. Those are shackle marks. These kids aren't just travelers. Are you guys criminals? The question hangs in the air. Ellison's eyes are unreadable. Matt tries to explain, her voice shaking, but Linte cuts her off. He doesn't want her begging for her life again. He bows his head. He admits they were in prison, but swears they had no bad intentions toward the restaurant. He realizes that no one wants to hire ex-convicts. He puts his hands on the table, and you can see the shame radiating off him. He tells Matt they're leaving. He thinks they've overstayed their welcome and doesn't want to wait for Ellison to call the guards. But Matt stops. She isn't ready to go back to the cold. She tries to argue that they should at least clear the misunderstanding, but Linte is done. He's used to being treated like trash, and he's not going to give them the satisfaction of rejecting him twice. He tells her that a crime is a crime. He looks like a man who has accepted his lot in life as a villain in everyone else's story. Matt looks devastated. She knows her brother is just trying to protect her dignity, but dignity doesn't keep you warm in winter. Linte puts a hand on her head. He says he doesn't regret what he did. Whatever sent them to prison, he'd clearly do it again to keep her safe. Then he looks back at the stew. He actually regrets not finishing the food more than the crime. Priorities. They walk out into the sunset. It's a beautiful view, but for them, it's just the start of another freezing night on the streets. Back at the restaurant, the night sky is out. Rain is helping with the dishes. She asks if the interview was a total bust. Ellison is staring at a plate, deep in thought. He knows they had a story to tell, but he's also a pragmatist. He can't help people who won't help themselves by being honest. Rain reminds him that hiring ex-cons could put the rest of the crew in a tight spot with the city lords. She's looking out for the business. Ellison sighs. He figures they'll just have to make new flyers and actually hand them out this time instead of dumping them. Then he notices something. They're out of spices. Again, Rurin probably ate the cinnamon sticks like they were fries. He decides to use his dimensional summoning to pull more supplies from Korea. He places a gold coin on the magic circle. Usually this is like breathing for him. He's a 9th circle archmage. A summoning spell is basically a parlor trick. But this time, the mana doesn't flow right. He feels a sudden wave of nausea, and his vision starts to blur. Rain noticed the energy spike. She asks if he's exhausted. She's confused because Ellison is basically a walking nuclear reactor. He tries to play it off, but his face is pale. Something is very, very wrong. He stumbles. The most powerful man in history is losing his balance in his own kitchen. He realizes he can't gather mana anymore. It's like the Wi-Fi to the universe's energy just got cut. The magic circle starts flickering wildly. Rain panics, reaching out to catch him. He hits the floor. Hard. Rain screams his name. For the first time in the series, the Archmage is vulnerable. We get a glimpse into Ellison's subconscious. He sees a red crystal, the ancient marble. He's thinking about the war, about how he should have followed a different path. The screen fades to black for a second as he loses consciousness. He wakes up to Rurin screaming in his face. She's actually crying, which is a rare sight for our bratty dragon queen. He's in bed, looking absolutely cooked. Rurin is frantic, asking if he's alright. He tells her he's just out of mana. Rurin is skeptical because, again, he's class 9. That shouldn't be possible unless he just fought 10 gods in a row. She bites her lip. She's terrified that her person, the one who raised her, might actually be breakable. Ellison looks at her. He's sweating, but he tries to give her a reassuring look. He asks for a favor. Rurin lights up. She tells him she'll take care of him today. She's going to be the man of the house while he recovers. He smiles. It's a weak smile, but it's genuine. He tells her he's hungry. Cut to the kitchen. Rurin is standing over a stove. She looks like she's about to dismantle a bomb. She's looking at onions and potatoes like they're enemy soldiers. She's internally screaming because Ellison actually asked her to cook. Her. a dragon. She's currently experiencing the finding out part of messing around. Meanwhile, back on the streets, the temperature is dropping. Linte and Matt are shivering in an alleyway. Linte's teeth are chattering. He admits that it was at least warm in prison. He snaps. He says he's done caring about other people. He's going to do whatever it takes for them to survive this winter. He sees a cat protecting a bucket of scraps. He looks at the cat with zero mercy. They've reached the point where they're stealing food from street cats. Linte is trying to hype himself up as a real criminal, but it's just sad. That's when he remembers where he found that flyer. In a trash can outside a noble's house. The cat is hissing, and Linte is having a full-blown moral crisis over a piece of moldy bread. Matt points down the street. She sees someone coming. It's a group of men led by a guy who looks like a human thumb in a fancy suit. Linte's eyes go wide. That's Rotunda, the construction supervisor. The man who ruined their lives is currently walking through their neighborhood looking for them. He's got a look on his face that suggests he's planning something significantly worse than just a lecture. Matt is clutching Linte's arm, telling him they have to endure. She knows her brother's temper. She reminds him that if they get caught fighting again, they won't just get 2 years. They'll never come out. Linte's knuckles are white. He's staring at the man who took everything from him. Flashback to 2 years ago. Construction site. Everything looks solid, but there's a tension in the air. A woman is begging for mercy. She's being kicked out of her home while construction is ongoing. Enter Rotunda. He's Greek City's supervisor, and he's currently putting his hand on a crying woman's head like he's doing her a favor. He tells her to think about her husband who is working for free. He's a total creep, using his power to intimidate her. That's when Linte and Matt burst through the door. They're covered in soot and blood. They scream that Section 3 has collapsed and people are injured. They need help, not a noble harassing women. The woman panics and runs toward the collapse. Rotunda just stands there, looking annoyed that his gentlemanly moment was interrupted. He's furious. Not because people are hurt, but because they couldn't maintain a single support. Linte argues back. They followed the blueprints perfectly. The support broke because the wood was rotten. He realizes the materials were faulty. Why were they faulty? Because Rotunda bought the cheapest trash available and pocketed the rest of the Imperial budget. The goons grab Linte. Rotunda's eyes go dark. The scene cuts to black as the first punch lands. Rotunda is beating Linte while screaming about embezzlement. He's projecting his own crimes onto the kid. He fires them on the spot and tells them the losses from the accident will be turned into their personal debt. Matt is on her knees, crying, begging for forgiveness. Rotunda grabs her chin. He gives that disgusting smirk again. He tells her she looks like someone who could find other ways to make money. He mentions nobles with peculiar tastes. This guy is officially the most punchable character in the series. Linte snaps. He's not a mage, he's not a knight, but he's a brother. He puts everything he has into a single move. He breaks free from the goons and lunges. Rotunda's eyes go wide as the reality of a desperate man hits him in the face. Linte's fist connects with Rotunda's jaw. It's a beautiful shot. The supervisor goes down like a sack of wet flour. He's on the ground, spitting teeth, screaming for help. Linte starts wrecking the goons. Matt is in the back, cheering her brother on. For a second, it feels like they won, but then more guards arrive. It's an endless wave. You can't beat the system with just your fists. Flashback ends. We're back in the present alleyway. Matt is bandaging Linte's hands. She tells him she doesn't want to see him like that anymore. She doesn't want him fighting the world alone. Linte looks at his hands. He admits he was short-sighted. He thought he could punch his way to justice. Matt gives him a small, sad smile. She's just glad they're together. They see Rotunda's group moving closer. They decide to hide deeper in the shadows before they're spotted. Rotunda is fuming. He's still mad that they spent 2 years in prison and didn't die there. One of the goons mentions that Count Dedrin, the guy who was backing Rotunda, has been transported to the capital. Basically, the Count got deleted by Ellison and Rotunda's protection is gone. Rotunda's face contorts. He's losing his grip on the city and he's getting desperate. He slaps the goon for even mentioning it. He's having a meltdown, screaming that he doesn't need anyone watching his back. The goon just stares at him. You can see the loyalty fading. Nobody wants to work for a loser who's about to be audited by the Empire. Rotunda decides he's going to handle things himself. He stops. He sees a figure walking through the moonlight. It's Elena. She's heading home from the restaurant, probably thinking about what to have for breakfast tomorrow. Rotunda's disgusting smirk is back. He decides this random traveler is the perfect person to ask for information. Or worse. Back at the restaurant, Ellison is sitting on his floor holding the ancient marble. The marble is glowing with a pulsing blue light. He realizes this mana exhaustion isn't from the summoning, it's a side effect of his body absorbing the marble's essence. His massive mana usage from the interdimensional spell acted like a trigger. It's like his body's batteries are being replaced with a higher voltage, and the transition is frying his circuits. He has to wait it out. Once the absorption starts, you can't just hit cancel. He lays back in bed hoping Rurin brings him something edible. He asks for a late-night snack and he's actually optimistic. He thinks, hey, she's been watching me cook for years. She must have learned something. Suddenly, he hears an explosion from the kitchen, then the sound of glass shattering, then what sounds like a cat being thrown into a wood chipper. He stares at the ceiling. He realizes he's probably going to die of starvation before the mana backflow kills him. In the kitchen, the scene is a war zone. There's a pan full of black charcoal, broken eggs, and tomatoes that look like they were stepped on. Rorin presents her masterpiece. It's a plate of something. It's black, it's oozing, and it might be sentient. She looks at it and actually feels a rare moment of shame. She knows this isn't it. She realizes if she feeds this to Ellison, he might actually go to the 10th circle, the afterlife. She's genuinely worried now. Then she has an idea. The elf woman, Elena. She remembers that elves have mana transfer abilities. She doesn't like Elena being near Ellison, but her husband's life is on the line. She storms out of the restaurant, kicking a chair over for good measure. She tries to track Elena's scent, but the winter air is too cold. She's standing in the middle of the street, fuming. She considers just kidnapping a random chef from the city center. She stops. Her hand is shaking. She asks herself why she's always looking for someone else. Why is she, a black dragon, so useless when it matters? She remembers a conversation they had in the cave years ago. Ellison told her that dragon bodies resist healing magic. He told her she should do the cooking from now on, and she just laughed and ate a burger while he did all the work. She realizes she can't use healing magic well, and she can't cook. She's just a consumer. She's on the verge of tears. The arrogance of the dragon race is crumbling under the weight of her love for this one human. The scene goes dark for a second. She remembers his voice. Even a dragon can't live in this world alone. She looks up, her gold eyes glowing with a new kind of determination. She's wandering the outskirts of the city, desperate to find anything that can help him. Nothing, she whispers. Meanwhile, in the woods, Rotonda's men have grabbed Elena. Rotonda is touching his chin, looking at her with that greasy smile. He recognizes her from the clinic. He tells her to answer his questions, and she can go. He's looking for Linte and Matt. If you can't answer, he trails off, and the implication is disgusting. He actually licks his lips. This man is a walking L. Elena's eyes are wide. She knows who he's talking about, the red-haired kid from the restaurant. The goons are confused. Why would a high elf living in the suburbs know about two guys who just got out of prison today? Elena is silent. She's exhausted from the day, and she doesn't have much mana left herself. She whispers, I know. Rotonda is surprised. He didn't think she'd actually have the info. Elena starts chanting. Small, glowing runes appear around her. She looks him dead in the eyes. I won't tell you, she screams. A massive magic circle erupts from the ground. A blast of green light knocks the goons back. Elena is putting everything she has into this one defense. She turns and runs. Rotonda is furious, calling her a damn bitch and ordering his men to catch her. He's losing it. Everyone just keeps running away, he catches up to her. He's surprisingly fast for a guy who looks like a potato. He's screaming at her, telling her it won't just end if she gets caught this time. He reaches out his hand to grab her hair. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the trees. I really can't bear to listen anymore. A fist comes out of nowhere and connects with Rotonda's face. It's even harder than the last time. Linte is standing there. He looks at Matt and says, I'm sorry. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. He's done being the guy who endures. He tells Matt he couldn't bear it anymore. Matt is smiling, holding a wooden stick. She's not mad, she's glad he finally let the beast out. Rotonda is currently eating dirt after Linte's punch, but his goons are already closing in. Linte is huffing, looking like he's ready to go for round 2. He tells Matt he couldn't hold it in anymore, and honestly, can you blame him? Matt just smiles. She's accepted that they're probably going back to prison, but hey, at least they'll have a roof over their heads for the winter. Elena is frozen in shock, but Matt tells her to run while they handle the unfinished business. Linte is cracking his knuckles. He's looking at Rotonda like he's a piece of rotten wood that needs to be cleared out of a construction site. He's about to give Rotonda a refresher course on what happened 2 years ago when a whistle echoes through the woods. The vibe shifts instantly, the woods go quiet, and you can feel the air getting heavy. Rotonda is laughing through a mouthful of blood. He didn't come here alone, and he's got a very expensive insurance policy. Heavy boots thud against the grass. Linte and Matt realize they might have miscalculated. This isn't just a group of street thugs anymore. Enter Roman Horde. This guy is the leader of the Great City Gangsters, but his resume says veteran mercenary. He's the kind of guy who has survived battles that would make most knights retire on the spot. Cut to a different part of town. Rorin is frantically banging on a door. Inside, a couple is waking up, very annoyed that someone is trying to take their door off its hinges at midnight. The woman opens the door, rubbing her eyes and wondering if the city is under attack. It's Rorin. She looks like a mess. She's following the familiar scent of Elena, which led her here because Elena visits the butcher's wife often. Back at the fight, Roman doesn't waste time with a villain speech. He just lands a hit that sends Linte flying. Linte is struggling to breathe. He realizes Roman is in a completely different league. Roman moves like a predator. He catches Linte with a brutal body blow that sounds like a tree snapping. Linte is coughing up blood. He's trying to stay up, but his body is basically screaming at him to quit. Matt tries to jump in with her wooden staff, screaming at Roman to stay away from her brother. Roman doesn't even flinch. To him, this is just children's play. He spent years on battlefields. A girl with a stick isn't a threat. He catches Matt by the throat, lifting her off the ground like she weighs nothing. He tosses her to his goons like she's a sack of potatoes. Linte is on the ground, helpless, watching his nightmare repeat itself. Rotunda is loving this. He's bragging about how Roman's skills are way above an average person's. Roman is just bored. He asks Rotunda if they should beat them up more or if they're done. Rotunda tells them not to touch Matt because she'll be useful in many ways. This guy needs to be sent to the Shadow Realm immediately. Linte is crawling, grabbing Roman's boot. He's begging them to let the others go. Roman looks down with zero pity. He's about to finish the job when his mercenary spidey sense starts screaming. He kicks Linte away, but his eyes are searching the darkness. Something is coming. He decides to break one of Linte's wrists as a souvenir before they leave. Matt is screaming, realizing they're truly cornered. Elena is begging to be allowed to treat Linte, but the goons hold her back with a knife. Linte is hunched over. He's hitting his limit. Linte is having a crisis of faith. He's wondering what he did wrong to deserve this. He's asking himself if he should have just ignored Rotunda's crimes 2 years ago. He thinks about how life would be if he had just closed his eyes and ears like everyone else. Maybe they could have escaped to another village. Maybe Matt wouldn't be crying right now. But then he remembers. Even with Roman stepping on his arm, Linte realizes he couldn't live with himself if he had stayed silent. He tries to push back, but the weight of a veteran mercenary is too much. Then, a voice comes out of the trees. Found you. Rurin walks into the clearing. She's barefoot, her dress is torn, and she looks like she's about to delete the entire forest. She completely ignores the gangsters. She just looks at Elena and tells her she needs her power right now for Ellison. Elena looks at the knives at her throat and then back at Rurin. She's like, girl, I'd love to help, but the situation is a bit occupied. Roman is staring at Rurin. He's sweating, cold sweat. He realizes there is no winning this fight. His only chance of survival is to bow down before she notices he exists. He lets go of Linte immediately. His voice is shaking as he orders his men to release Matt. Rotunda is standing there with 3 question marks over his head. He has no idea why his invincible mercenary leader just folded like a lawn chair. He starts screaming at Roman, asking why he's just watching. Elena meanwhile wastes no time and starts a healing spell on Linte. Rotunda turns around to yell at his other goons, but they've already vanished. They saw Roman's face and decided that a paycheck isn't worth dying for. Rotunda, being the idiot he is, decides he'll catch Rurin himself. He tries to grab her shoulder, screaming about selling her off. Rurin stops. She looks at him with eyes that are no longer human. She asks, when did Trash start talking? There's a sickening crack. Rurin didn't even use magic. She just twisted. Rotunda's arm is now a different shape. Rotunda is screaming in the background as Rurin turns to Elena. She's got zero interest in the villain's pain. She just wants to know if Elena is ready to go. She grabs Elena and they bolt. Rurin is in full panic mode for Ellison, so the gangsters are the last thing on her mind. Back at the restaurant, Elena is pouring every ounce of her mana into Ellison's back. Rurin is in the corner, literally crying. Ellison finally opens his eyes. He's back. He sees Rurin and gives her a head pat, thanking her for the save. Elena is huffing, completely drained. She's shocked by how much mana Ellison actually has. Even after pouring her entire reserve in, she barely filled the tank. Rurin is clutching the bedsheets, looking conflicted. She looks at Elena. This is a huge moment for her. She's fidgeting with her fingers, looking everywhere but at the elf. She actually says it. Thank you for helping Elle. Ellison and Elena both look like they just saw a ghost. A dragon thanking a human? That's like a cat thanking a mouse for the cheese. Rurin immediately gets defensive, telling them to take it back because it was hard to say out loud. She's back to her bratty self in record time. Ellison notices 2 shadows near the door. He knows someone is lurking out there. It's Linte and Matt. They're standing in the hallway, looking like they just finished a 12-round boxing match with a tractor. They came to thank him for saving them, but Ellison corrects them. He heard the story from Elena. It was the siblings who saved the doctor first. Matt is apologetic. She feels like everyone got dragged into their mess because Rotunda was after them in the first place. Ellison gives her the cool protagonist look. He tells her it's not their fault, and they shouldn't blame themselves for a villain's actions. He knows Rotunda's reputation. Linte is silent. He's looking at the ground, processing the fact that someone is actually being kind to him. Ellison asks why he didn't mention the prison stuff when they first arrived. Linte looks up, and his gaze is firm. He says that even looking back, he would have made the same choice to protect his family. He didn't want to lie and say he regretted it just to get a job. This is the moment Ellison decides this guy is main character material for his ranch. Ellison pulls out a massive gold coin. He tells him to take it and find an inn for the night. Linte is confused. Why would he give a criminal that much money? Because they're starting work at the ranch tomorrow. Welcome to the crew, kids. Ellison explains his logic. They've paid for their crimes, he knows the full story, and he sees no problem. He's building his own faction now, and loyalty is worth more than a clean record. They start crying. Again, this is the third time today, but hey, it's a big day. Linte calls him Big Brother, and Ellison immediately cringes. He tells them to just call him Restaurant Manager. Morning at the ranch. The Wokables are looking confused at the new guys. Linte and Matt are in their new gear, looking much more employee-ready and much less dumpster-adjacent. Miltine is loving the senior title. She's finally got someone lower on the totem pole than her, and she's leaning into it. Ment is in the background, staring at Linte's scars. He's a veteran himself, so he knows those marks weren't earned by being a good citizen. He tells them flat out that he doesn't trust them yet. He's a mercenary, and trust is earned with sweat, not stories. But he adds a but. He says if he were in Linte's shoes, he probably would have beaten up Rotunda as well. This is the veteran bro seal of approval. He orders them to start managing the hay. The ranch is busy, and there's no time for a welcoming party. Back at the restaurant, the ancient marble is spinning in Ellison's hands. He's recovered most of his magic. The backflow is over, and he's feeling like a ninth circle god again. He realizes there are only a few days left until his special event. He asks Rurin if something arrived. Rurin is peeking around the corner, acting very sussy. Ellison asks what she's doing, and she just says watching. She's staring at the customers, specifically the women. Ellison is genuinely confused. Rurin has spent 800 years thinking humans are basically walking snacks. Why is she suddenly interested in them? The women are laughing, enjoying their pasta. Rurin points out the shiny things, earrings and necklaces. She asks why they wear them. Ellison just says, because it's pretty? Rurin thinks about dragon lairs. Usually, dragons hoard gold because it feels good to sleep on. Ellison asks if she wants to give or receive something like that. He remembers how humans use jewelry as gifts to show affection. Rurin goes quiet. She's processing the idea that shiny things can mean more than just monetary value. She walks away, muttering that she doesn't get it. She's clearly having a dragon-to-girl transition moment. Then, the door bursts open. It's Bereen, our young count. He's carrying a massive scroll and looking more excited than a kid at a buffet. He's got the best news of the week. Rotunda was arrested this morning directly from the hospital bed. Bereen lists the charges: tax evasion, harassing women, assault. The list is long. Because Roman and his goons abandoned him, Rotunda had zero protection left. He's never going to see the light of day again. Bereen says one of Rotunda's trusted people gave in and provided all the evidence. Roman Horde decided to snitch to save his own skin. Bereen mentions that the one behind Rotunda was Count Dedrin, the guy Ellison already exploded. Even though the Count is gone, his henchmen are everywhere in the city, like cockroaches. Bereen is stressed about how deep the corruption goes, but Ellison just hands him a burger. Food first, politics later. Ellison asks Bereen if he's free in 3 days. Bereen says he can make time whenever his master asks. Ellison leans in and whispers something. Bereen's eyes go wide. He's all in. He promises to attend whatever Ellison is cooking up. Ellison gives a mysterious hoo-hoo, and we see a shot of a sun eclipse/portal opening. Something big is coming. Fast forward 3 days later. We're in a dark room with Goltazar, the dwarf chief. The atmosphere is serious. You'd think they were planning a war. Ellison tells him to hand over the items. Goltazar reveals what he's been working on. Ellison looks at it and smirks. Perfect. Suddenly, the items are revealed. It's a mountain of sausages, literally hundreds of them, and stacks of Caxix fresh beer cans from Korea. The dwarves are losing their minds. They've been working on the construction for weeks, and Ellison just dropped the greatest company perk in history. Ellison tells them the construction is coming to an end soon, so they should enjoy the feast. Cut to the evening. The city is glowing under a full moon. Venin and Meal, the orchard couple from earlier, are walking toward the restaurant looking like they're on their first real date. Even the ranch hands are arriving. Linte is holding a baby bull while Matt is laughing. The whole found family is gathering. Inside the restaurant, everything is set. Rurin sees the silver platters and asks what's going on. Ellison acts like he has no idea. He stands up and addresses the room. He says he's grateful for everyone who has loved the restaurant. Rurin thinks it's just a restaurant event. She's annoyed because events mean more work. He calls it the "what do I have in my mouth" quiz. Rules are simple. Wear a blindfold and guess the food. The winner gets a huge gift. Rurin's ears perk up at the word gift. First participant is Miltine. She's nervous, asking if he's going to give her something gross. Ellison gives her the "trust me" eyes. He gives a very suspicious hoo-hoo. It might be different based on the situation. Miltine opens her mouth. She describes it as warm and mushy. She's never tasted anything like it. Suddenly, she screams that something is squirmy inside. She's having a full sensory meltdown. She spits it out instantly. Ellison laughs and tells her she's disqualified. The food is revealed. It's a marshmallow. Ellison explains that it's a sweet made with sugar that doesn't exist in this world. Miltine is fuming. How was she supposed to guess a food that doesn't exist? Air point, girl. Ment tries one and admits it tastes great. Miltine realizes she was so scared she couldn't even taste the sweetness. Next up, Noel. He's confident. He's a butcher. He knows every flavor. Noel takes a bite and his entire head turns into a fireball. It was a ghost pepper. Noel is chugging milk while his wife mocks him for not being able to handle a little spice. Ellison is having the time of his life. He wonders if anyone will actually get it right. He calls on Rurin. Rurin is cocky. She's a dragon, her senses are peak. She tells him no using magic, and he agrees. He feeds her a spoonful of something creamy. Rurin closes her eyes. She's using her dragon senses to analyze every molecule. She tastes bread. She tastes whipped cream. She feels layers and layers of sweetness. Then she hits the strawberry. The burst of fruit flavor confirms it. She rips off the blindfold and screams, "It's cake!" The lights come up. The whole room is cheering. On the table is a massive tiered strawberry cake. Ellison smiles. He tells her she's right, but specifically, it's a birthday cake. Happy birthday, Rurin. Rurin looks at the cake, then at the room full of people who are here just for her, and she looks like her brain just short-circuited. The party is in full swing, and everyone is clapping like they just won the lottery. Rurin is standing there looking at her cake, her brain completely frozen. She actually forgot it was her birthday, which is a classic dragon move. When you live for 800 years, a Tuesday feels the same as a century. Ellison is laughing, teasing her about how she didn't realize the event was all for her. She's blushing hard, fidgeting with her fingers. Seeing a black dragon get this shy is like seeing a hurricane apologize for the rain. She starts to whisper a thank you to the crowd. Miltine and the others are visibly shaken. Rurin saying something nice twice in 1 week? The world might actually be ending. Then she snaps back into tsundere mode, yelling at them not to get used to it. Elena just smiles, realizing the princess is just overwhelmed by having friends. Ellison reaches into a bag. He tells her that since she won the quiz, he's got a special gift that the dwarves spent weeks crafting. He opens the box to reveal a stunning earring. It's elegant, shiny, and clearly contains high-grade mana stones. Rurin is stunned. She's been eyeing human jewelry for chapters, and our guy Ellison actually paid attention. Absolute W for the Archmage. He tells her he'd never forget her birthday. He leans in, and you can see a small magic circle on his fingertip. He warns her it might sting. He's literally piercing a dragon's ear with magic riz. He holds up a mirror so she can see the result. Rurin stares at her reflection. She looks less like a monster and more like a girl who belongs in this city. Elena and Rain are in the background, absolutely loving the drama. They're basically the fan club at this point. Rurin touches the earring. She says it looks pretty decent, but her face says it's the greatest treasure she's ever owned. She remembers the couple she saw earlier, the woman getting the gift. She finally understands the subtext. This isn't just about gold, it's about being valued. She gives the most genuine smile we've seen in 30 chapters. This is a main character moment for our waitress. Ellison breaks the tension by moving the quiz along to Rain. She's blindfolded and looks like she's about to eat a live grenade. She takes a bite, hears a crunch, and panics, thinking Ellison fed her a bug. The butcher in the background is terrified just watching. It was just a fried shrimp. Ellison is a menace for making them this paranoid. Next is Linte. He fails miserably because he can't identify wooba meat. To be fair, the guy has been eating trash for 2 years. His palate is currently set to cardboard. Rurin is hovering over him with a dark aura, offended that someone failed a food test in her restaurant. Linte is sweating bullets. The party winds down with everyone stuffed on cake. Even Bereen is looking like he's about to enter a food coma. The plates are cleared. The night was a total success. The moon is high and the restaurant is finally quiet. Rurin is laying on the floor, staring at the ceiling. She admits this is the first time anyone has ever gathered for her birthday. Ellison reminds her this is her last birthday before her coming-of-age ceremony. Dragons are weird, apparently. 800 is just the pre-teen phase. She's blushing, looking at her earring. She's officially cooked. She's too far gone for this human. Ellison looks out the window. It's starting to snow. He tells Rurin they should go outside to watch. He summons some hot cocoa. He's really leaning into the Korean cafe vibes now. They're sitting on the balcony. Ellison notes that winter came quickly, and time is flying. Rurin blinks. It's only been a year since Ellison retired and found her. To a dragon, a year is a lunch break. But Ellison gets serious. He says a year is a long time for a human. He's subtly reminding her that his clock is ticking much faster than hers. Rurin asks if it's different for him since he ate the Lord's Heart, that legendary artifact from the war. Ellison isn't sure. He didn't eat the whole thing, and no one knows if it actually extends life or just gives you a massive mana stat boost. A shooting star streaks across the sky. Ellison tells her to make a wish. It's her birthday, after all. Rurin watches the star, her eyes reflecting the light. She's internally saying her wish. She wants to be with Ellison for longer. Not for a dragon second, but for a human forever. Ellison asks what she wished for, but she pulls the I won't tell you card. She's learning human superstitions way too fast. We cut away from the cozy restaurant to a floating island in the sky. Welcome to the Black Dragon Palace. It looks like something straight out of an Elden Ring DLC. Someone is stomping through the halls, looking very pissed off. It's Nis. He bursts through a giant set of doors, screaming for his uncle. Dehegma, the elder, is sitting on a throne. He looks like a guy who is tired of his nephew's drama. Nisa is fuming. He wants to know how long they're going to let Ellison keep Rurin. He thinks a promise to a mere human is worthless. Dehegma just stares at him with, I'm too old for this energy. He asks if Nis is only acting out because he wants Rurin for himself. Nis gets flustered, proving he's basically just a high-level simp. The uncle calls him a fool. He reminds Nis that he used to bully Rurin when she lived here, and now that she's grown up and powerful, he suddenly cares? Nis tries to make it political. He says it's about the survival of the race. Female black dragons are rare. Most died in the last war. Rurin isn't just a dragon, she's a demographic necessity. He argues that peace won't last and they can't wait on a promise made by a human who will be dead in 50 years. He wants to force her back now. His eyes glow. He's ready to throw hands with an Archmage. Dehegma warns him to stay calm. He tells Nis that Ellison isn't someone you can handle on your own. He even says it would be a good thing if Ellison doesn't just kill him. Nis doesn't believe it. He's got that dragon supremacy mindset where humans are just ants with fancy sticks. Dehegma brings up the treaty. Breaking a promise made to humans would tarnish dragon honor. Plus, the Lord Metadana, likely the Dragon Lord, wouldn't allow it. Nise looks like he's about to have a brain aneurysm from the bureaucracy. He asks if it would be okay as long as the attack is justifiable. Dehegma smirks. He says if Nise finds a loophole, he'll pretend this conversation never happened. Basically, the boss gave him a green light to be a snake. Nise gets a villainous grin. He's already got a plan. Cut to Mount Miliorek. The North Pole. It's a frozen wasteland. Rurin is wrapped in a scarf, looking absolutely miserable. Ellison is hyped. He's here for one thing, mushrooms. Rurin is like, we flew to the literal edge of the world for fungi? Ellison explains these aren't regular mushrooms, they're extremely rare. Flashback to the restaurant. Ellison was eavesdropping on some customers. The guy was telling a story about a nomad whose pig started digging like crazy in the snow. The pig found a mushroom so rare the nomad was given a huge amount of gold by the palace. Ellison's chef's senses started tingling. Back in the present, Ellison is smiling. He knows exactly what those rare mushrooms are. It's truffles. In a world of magic, truffles are probably worth more than mana crystals. He explains the scent is stronger than usual because they grow deep in the frozen ground. He tells Rurin he needs her dragon senses to find them. She realizes she's being used as a high-tech metal detector again and isn't happy about it. She asks what they smell like. Ellison says, like truffles, I guess? Ellison realizes his logic is a circle. To find truffles, you need to know the smell. To know the smell, you need truffles. He wonders if he needs to summon truffle oil from Korea just to give her a reference point. Rurin just calls him a dummy. Suddenly, a roar echoes through the mountains. A pack of orcs appears. They're huge, green, and look like they haven't eaten in a month. They're surrounding a giant, white, fluffy creature. It looks like a yeti mixed with a very angry house cat. It lets out a Jinar! It's clearly injured and cornered. One of the orcs lunges with a spear. The yeti cat dodges and counterattacks, but it's outnumbered. It takes a hit to the chest. It's looking bad for the fluffball. Another orc swings a massive axe. This should be the end. Suddenly, the orc's arm just stops. A magic circle appears on the ground. Ellison has entered the chat. He tells them to stop. He's not even looking at them, he's just holding out a hand like he's stopping traffic. He says they can't fight here. Rurin is standing behind him, looking bored. She could delete these orcs with a sneeze. The orcs growl, thinking they can take a human. Rurin gives them a dragon stare. The orcs' survival instincts finally kick in. They realize they aren't looking at a human, they're looking at a nuclear silo. They bolt. The yeti cat is left blinking in the snow, wondering why its dinner guest just ran away. Ellison tells Rurin she needs to be more dignified and stop scaring off all the local wildlife. The yeti cat stands up. It's huge, twice the size of Ellison. It lets out a roar. Then it immediately drops into a bow. It's literally face-planting in the snow to show respect. Ellison gets a sense of déjà vu. This is exactly how Diren and the others react to him. He's accidentally becoming a cult leader for monsters. The creature starts making weird nar-nar noises. Ellison asks Rurin what it's saying. Rurin translates. It's saying, thank you for saving me, and wants to repay your kindness. Repay? Ellison's eyes light up. The yeti cat starts rolling around in the snow. It's actually kind of adorable. Ellison realizes this creature is local. It knows the mountain better than anyone. He asks if it knows where the treasure is. He tells Rurin he's sensing a strange smell nearby. The yeti cat barks and points to a cave. Rurin smells it too, but she's disgusted. She says it's not treasure, it just smells like dirt. Ellison smirks. You're wrong, Rurin. That's definitely treasure. We cut to a destroyed castle in the mountains. 4 black dragons are gathered. Meet Darba, Nekwu, and Hoven. They look like the mean girls of the dragon world. Nis is there, looking serious. The vibes are immaculate but evil. Nis announces his plan. He is going to bring Rurin back to the Holy Land. The others laugh. They know she's with a wizard named El. Hoven points out that Rurin's human appearance is actually pretty top tier. Nize gets possessive. He hates the idea of her with a human. He tells them he has permission from the Elder. He can attack as long as there's justification. The silver-haired dragon asks how he plans to justify it. Direct attacks on humans are banned. The only exception is retaliation for killing our people. Hoven laughs, saying the treaty is there to protect humans from dragons, not the other way around. He thinks no human could ever harm them. Nize goes quiet. He mentions the rumors from the war. He knows Ellison is the guy who was soloing dragons 10 years ago. Then, a new voice joins. It's Nis. He's got an ace up his sleeve. He's holding a small cage. Inside is a miniature dragon. Meet Gaillard, a red dragon. He's looking pretty rough. Nis explains that Gaillard knows a certain red dragon living near Great City, Serena. They're going to use her to bait Ellison into breaking the treaty. Back at the North Pole, Ellison is holding a massive clump of black dirt. He's glowing. These are the truffles we were looking for, Rurin is confused. She realizes the Yeti cat race actually eats these things as a staple food. She tries to throw one away because of the smell, and Ellison has a heart attack. Do you know how expensive those are? He realizes this cave is a gold mine. If this creature can find these consistently, Ellison is set for life. He tells Rurin to translate a message. He thanks the Yeti cat for the precious gift. Then he makes an offer. What do you think about leaving this dangerous place and moving to a peaceful village? Rurin is horrified. You're going to raise this guy? Ellison is basically Pokemon catching the mountain guardian. The Yeti cat agrees instantly. Rurin is pouting because her private lair just got a fluffy new roommate. Cut to a different cave. This one looks way more luxurious, but also fake? Serena, the red dragon, is sitting on a throne. She looks beautiful, but her eyes are dead. She's staring at a pile of gold. Suddenly, she starts crying. It was all an illusion! Why? She's so broke she had to cast a spell just to make her cave look like a hoard. Ellison really did a number on her ego. She hears voices. It's Ellison and Rurin. They finish their truffle hunt and stop by to say hi. Rurin walks in and immediately starts roasting her. Your shabby lair looks even more shabby now. Serena snaps. She points out Rurin doesn't even have a lair. Rurin just flexes, I run a restaurant with Elle. Rurin starts bragging about how her life is better even without a giant cave. Ellison is trying to pull her away before a dragon war starts in the living room. They leave, and Serena is left alone. She wonders if she should meet that human again just to kill some time. She steps on a fake gold coin and it vanishes. The ultimate L for a dragon. She sits back on her throne, looking lonely. Then, she senses something. Heavy footsteps. She thinks it's Ellison coming back to prank her again. What do you want to ask now? You should have come sooner! The figure stops. Serena. It's Gaillard, her former companion. Serena's face goes from annoyed to pure rage. Why the hell are you here? Gaillard acts cool. He says he has something to tell her. He looks down, acting repentant. I want to start over with you. He claims he realized she was the only one who loved him. He wants to spend the rest of his life as her companion. Serena isn't buying it. She gives a terrifying grin, showing her fangs. And when did that thought occur to you? She lists his crimes. When she begged him not to go? When he disappeared without a word? Or was it when he kidnapped women from human villages? Gaillard flinches. Serena transforms. A massive red dragon fills the cave. You scumbag! You're still the same! Gaillard's face changes. The nice guy act is gone. Anyway, you're still good at noticing things. Suddenly, the walls of the cave explode. It's an ambush. The black dragons have arrived. They're launching a full-scale attack on Serena in her own home. The cave is basically exploding in purple mana. The ambush is in full swing. Serena is taking heavy hits. She's a red dragon built for combat, but even she can't handle a coordinated jump by her own kind. She's coughing up blood, wondering if these punks have forgotten about the Dragon Pact. In the dragon world, killing your own kind is the ultimate L. The black dragon squad is hovering over her like vultures. They aren't looking for a fair fight. They're looking for a corpse. Gaillard, that absolute scumbag traitor, is standing there with a magic circle ready. He tells her not to worry. He says no one will know what happened as long as she doesn't tell anyone, which is a very villainous way of saying you're about to be deleted from the server. Serena snaps. She's insulted that he's even trying to use lesser magic on her. She might be down, but she's still a high-rank red dragon. Suddenly, Nis steps forward. He's done playing games. He charges up a massive dark mana blast. This isn't just a lesson, it's an execution. The blast tears through the cave. Serena vanishes in the smoke. Cut back to the restaurant. Goltazar, the dwarf chief, looks like he's seeing a ghost. Ellison is introducing his new pets, the Ruruns. They're fluffy, they're cute, and they're currently crawling all over him like he's a giant scratching post. Ellison is purely focused on the truffles. He's telling the dwarves to build a temperature-controlled room for the cats. Rurin is in the back, realizing her private life with Elle is getting more crowded by the second. Rurin asks how they're supposed to prepare these dirt-smelling mushrooms. Ellison gets that chef's kiss look in his eyes. That's the fun part. He explains that truffles have a scent so strong they change the flavor profile of an entire dish. He's planning to upgrade the entire menu. He imagines the spread: truffle pizza, truffle pasta, truffle burgers. It's a literal gourmet meta shift. The testing begins. Goltazar and Elena are the first victims. They're losing their minds apparently in this world. Truffles are the ultimate cheat code for flavor. Rain and the siblings try the pizza. They're fascinated. It's different, it's earthy, and it's expensive as hell. Then we have the butcher. He takes one bite and starts gagging. He says it tastes like bad dirt. Clearly, this man's palate is built for raw steak and nothing else. Ellison realizes the reactions are mixed. Some people love the luxury, others think it's a scam. He decides he can't put it on the regular menu yet. Elena wants more, but Rurin is already yelling at him to just stick to the usual menu. She's probably jealous that the mushrooms are getting more attention than her. Ellison sighs. He figures he'll just serve truffles to special customers. The black dragons are standing in the ruins of Serena's lair. They're pissed. Nekwu realizes Serena used a pre-prepared teleportation spell to escape at the last millisecond. She's a shut-in, but she was a prepared shut-in. Nees isn't worried. He's already tracked the mana flow of the lair's teleportation circle. The trail leads directly to Greg City, specifically to a certain restaurant. The squad asks Nees what the plan is. Nees gives a disgusting smirk. He doesn't even have to move. If Serena dies in Ellison's restaurant, the human murdered a dragon justification is complete. Gaillard is sweating, asking if Nice is sure Serena has no one to ask for help. He knows she was a loner, but he's starting to realize he's working with a sociopath. Nice tells him to shut up. He doesn't care about Gaillard's tastes or Serena's life. He just wants Ellison to give in and return Rurin. He tells Gaillard to get lost. He's turning a blind eye to Gaillard's crimes for now, but the betrayal is layers deep. Nice stares into the distance. He knows Serena lost too much blood. Even if she escaped, she's a walking corpse. He's already writing the headline in his head: Ellison killed the red dragon. It's the perfect trap. Back at the shop, Rurin is still complaining about the mushroom smell. Suddenly, she stops. Her ears twitch. A shadow falls over the doorstep. A pair of high-heeled sandals steps onto the wood. It's Serena. She's in her human form, looking like a literal goddess of destruction, but her eyes are hazy. She tries to roast Ellison one last time, saying his place is shabby. Rurin is ready to throw hands, asking what she's doing here. Serena just says she came to eat. She tells him to hurry up. She's pretty busy, which is dragon speak for I'm about to faint from blood loss. Ellison, being a pro, brings out some sliced pork belly and greens immediately. Serena sits down. She looks elegant, but you can see her hands trembling. Rurin is still yelling at her about customer service. Serena ignores her and looks at Rurin's earring. She asks if she got them as a gift. Rurin lights up like a Christmas tree. She starts bragging that Elle gave them to me as a gift. She's flexing on the lonely red dragon with zero mercy. Serena takes a bite of the food. She admits it's decent. It's the first time she's ever tasted human cooking that wasn't just fuel. Serena tells Rurin the earring is too good for you, just like Ellison is. Rurin thinks it's just a regular insult and calls her jealous. Serena gives a sad smile. You're probably right. She realized Rurin has everything she ever wanted but was too afraid to look for. She takes one last bite. The food was good, even though I don't have much time left. Ellison and Rurin freeze. Last, Serena starts a monologue about love. She spent centuries wondering if sincere feelings even exist, or if life is just a series of momentary lies. She says she's dated dragons, elves, and humans. She knows people better than anyone. She realizes now it was all a waste of time. She only did it because she was lonely. She's crying now. She finds it ridiculous that she was betrayed by her own race and has nowhere to go but a human restaurant to die. Ellison notices it. The illusion magic is failing. Serena's voice trails off. She thinks she should have just had hobbies like cooking. She collapses. The blood starts pooling on the floor instantly. Ellison is in shock. Her wounds are so deep he can see the bone. She was hiding a fatal injury with illusion magic the entire time she was eating. Suddenly, a massive red flare explodes outside the restaurant. Heavy armored boots hit the ground. The shockwave rattles the windows. Archmage Ellison! You've really crossed the line now! Ellison and Rurin look out the window. They can feel the mana pressure from a mile away. It's a literal squad of dragons. The atmosphere is glowing red with killing intent. Rurin realizes the timing is too perfect. They didn't just stumble upon this, they were waiting for it. Ellison knows Serena was betrayed. He realizes she's the key to stopping this war. He tells Rurin to take Serena to Elena immediately. They have to save her, or this city is toast. Rurin grabs Serena and prepares to teleport. She asks Ellison what he's going to do. Ellison throws on his mage cloak. The chef persona is gone. The ninth circle archmage is back. His eyes are glowing with a terrifying blue light. I'll need to welcome the guests after all. The restaurant doors creak open. Ellison walks out and gives them the "oh wow" to "what do I owe this pleasure" face. He's acting like they're just late for their dinner reservation. Vaint, the red dragon leader, is fuming. He's got a magic circle ready to delete the building. He's pointing at the blood on the floor. The blood of a red dragon. In a world of strict laws, this is the ultimate gamer over for Ellison. Ellison tries to ask for a proper conversation over tea, but Vaint isn't here for a podcast. "I'll kill you! Ellison!" Vaint transforms into a half-dragon form, wreathed in flames. Ellison sighs. He's surrounded by giant magic circles. "I guess this is your choice then." Nees is watching from the shadows. He can sense the mana fluctuating. He's impressed Ellison is holding his own, but he's enjoying the show too much to care. The other black dragons are surprised the red dragons move so fast. They ask Nees what Vaint's deal is. Nees explains that Vaint is the leader of the young generation of red dragons. They care about unity and reputation above all else. If one of theirs is touched, they all rush in without using a single brain cell. Back at the fight, Vaint is launching a breath attack. "How dare you touch a red dragon!" Ellison counters with a 7th circle defense. The impact creates a crater in the street. Another dragon joins in. Fire and shockwaves are everywhere. The restaurant is taking damage. Ellison's property value is plummeting by the second. Ellison realizes he can't fight here. He doesn't want to level his own city. He gives Vaint a look. He tells him to take the fight elsewhere so innocent people don't get caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, Rurin teleports directly into Elena's clinic. Elena is shocked. Rurin is covered in dragon blood, holding a dying Serena. Rurin is frantic. She asks if Elena can save her. Elena is professional but terrified. She needs to stop the bleeding first, but Serena's wounds are magically enhanced. She starts a high-level healing spell. Green light fills the room. It's an uphill battle. Back on the battlefield, the dragons have surrounded Ellison in a nearby canyon. Vaint thinks he's won. This would be a good place to bury you. Ellison is just standing there, thinking. Ellison realizes he's being framed, but he's trying to figure out if these red dragons are in on it or just being manipulated. If they're just dumb, he can talk. If they're evil, he has to start deleting them. He asks them to calm down for a moment. Vaint isn't having it. "The blood in your restaurant? That was definitely red dragon blood." Ellison admits a red dragon came to the shop, but she was hurt before she got there. Vaint flinches. He wasn't expecting Ellison to be so honest. Ellison drops the bombshell. "I'm trying to save her right now." Vaint freezes. "She's still alive?" He wants to go see her immediately. Suddenly, a red dragon, one of Vaint's subordinates, lunges out of the group. It's Giard, the traitor. He screams at Vaint not to listen to this spineless human. Giard tells a blatant lie. He says Serena told him that Ellison tried to kick her out of her lair, and when she refused, he killed her. Ellison realizes who Giard is now. "So that punk is part of those who framed me." Vaint's eyes go dark. The lie was too convincing because it came from one of their own. "Ellison!" Vaint transforms. He's done talking. "How dare you weasel out by lying?" He tells the squad that now they've heard testimony from their own people, there's no point in listening to anything Ellison has to say. Ellison looks at Giard. He asks if his race was really that important to him that he'd kill his own companion. He charges up a blue mana aura. He's genuinely disgusted. "You shouldn't have left her without a place to go." He asks Vaint a logical question. "Does Serena even know where your lair is?" Vaint doesn't answer. He just roars. "Shut up, you punk!" 4 dragons launch a combined fire breath. The whole canyon turns into a furnace. Ellison draws a mana blade. "Don't pretend like you care about her if you're going to use her as an excuse." He cleaves through the fire like it's a curtain. The dragons are stunned. They've never seen a human move this fast or hit this hard. Ellison drops a massive ice pillar on 2 of them. He's not killing them yet, he's just incapacitating them. Giard is shaking. He realized he just picked a fight with a national-level disaster. Suddenly, a new aura appears, dark, cold, and heavy. Nees and his black dragon squad step out of the smoke. "Cheeky bastard! How dare a mere human attack a dragon?" Vaint is confused. "Nees, why are you black dragons here?" Nisa says they felt the mana and joined in accordance with the agreement. Ellison recognizes the name. Dehegma mentioned Nise was a problem. Nisa smiles. "Do you know me?" Ellison just stares. "I've heard about you as well." Nisi realizes Ellison is strong compared to other humans. He decides he needs to change his plans. He transforms into a massive, shadowy black dragon. "You should pay the price for not knowing your place!" Cut back to the clinic. It's quiet. Elena's hands are shaking. The sheets are soaked in blood. She's crying. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Serena's heart is slowing down. The magic wounds are too much for a high elf's mana capacity. "It's too late to save her," Elena whispers. Rurin is standing in the corner. Her face is unreadable. She walks over and grabs Elena's arm. "It's not too late." Rurin's eyes are glowing. Elena feels a surge of overwhelming power. Rurin is using her as a conduit, pouring her own black dragon mana into the elf. "Keep treating her. You won't run out of mana this time." Rurin is officially the MVP of this arc. Back in the canyon, Ellison is getting bombarded by 5+ dragons at once. Ellison realizes he can't kill them because it would start a total war, but he also can't just stay passive. He needs to create a stalemate. He reaches into his bag. He's going to use what he has with him. He launches a series of explosive spells to force the dragons back. The canyon wall collapses. The dragons are scattered. Darba realizes Neezy was right. Ellison is a monster. He wonders how a human became this powerful. Neezy orders Darba to back him up. They're preparing a forbidden combo attack. A giant ball of dark energy forms in the sky. Why don't you try to block this as well? Ellison grits his teeth. This is actually going to cause him a little trouble. The dragons pin him down with gravity magic. The dark sphere is inches from his face. Neez gives the victory speech. It's over for you. Suddenly, a voice like thunder shakes the entire planet. Stop! The dark sphere is erased in an instant. Neez and Vaint look up, terrified. The elders? 2 massive dragons descend from the sky. Meet Metadonna and Dedank. Metadonna is facepalming. He's disappointed in the punks who are always in the middle of every fight. Ellison sighs with relief. He fixes his hair. You're finally here. But the dragons aren't buying it. Look at those teeth. They aren't here for a chat. They're here for a snack. Neez, the resident snake, isn't slowing down either. He launches another blast of purple mana, trying to end the conversation before it even starts. He greets the elder with all the fake respect of a corporate climber, calling him Mr. Dehegma like they're buddies. Internally, this man is playing 4D chess. He thinks Ellison is delusional for hoping for protection. Since Rurin is the elder's granddaughter, Nisei thinks the elder is just here to claim her and execute the human. He's banking on the fact that Serena is dead. If a third party confirms the human killed her, even the elders have to join the execution squad. Ellison can see the gears turning in Nice's head. He knows exactly what the villain is thinking, but Nice is forgetting one thing. The restaurant crew is currently working a miracle back at the clinic. Back at the ranch, Elena is sweating bullets. She's been trying to heal Serena, but the wound is too deep for standard elven medicine. The red dragon has lost too much blood. Her life force is fading, and Elena's hands are literally shaking from the effort. Rurin steps up. She isn't just a waitress today, she's a black dragon with a job to do. She notices the healing isn't working. Elena is using her own mana, but it's like trying to fill a swimming pool with a squirt gun. So, Rurin decides to break the rules of biology. Instead of just transferring mana, she tells Elena they are going to synchronize. This is high-level stuff. Rurin is going to pump raw, dragon-level mana directly through Elena's elven body. If Elena can't convert it fast enough into healing magic, she's literally going to explode. It's a sink-or-swim moment with a side of possibly blowing up the building. Rurin gives her the choice, but they both know there's only one answer. Elena takes a deep breath. She's terrified, but she's a doctor. This is what she does. She agrees. Rurin smirks. She likes the elf's guts. But seriously, brace yourself. This is about to get loud. The mana hits like a freight train. Elena screams as the purple energy of a black dragon floods her system. She hits the floor, her body struggling to process the sheer volume of power. It's overwhelming. In her mind, Elena sees the true form of Rurin's power. It's a mountain of mana that makes her own magic look like dust in the wind. She begs Rurin to slow it down, feeling her very bones start to crack under the pressure. Rurin isn't having it. She yells at her to get up. "Aren't you a doctor? Saving lives is your literal job description?" She demands more output. She's not just saving Serena, she's saving Ellison's reputation. Elena bites down on her mouthguard or her own teeth and pushes back. You can't fill an ocean with one well, so she becomes the conduit for the entire sea. She unloads. A massive pillar of green healing light erupts, fueled by Rurin's bottomless mana pool. The light washes over Serena. The deep, jagged wounds start to knit back together at a visible speed. Rurin isn't done. She looks at the unconscious Serena and starts roasting her. "Get up, you red punk! Show the spirit of a dragon!" It's the most aggressive pep talk in history, and honestly, it's working. Cut back to the canyon, where the elder is trying to summarize the facts. Metadonna lays it out. Ellison killed Serena, and Vaint was just punishing him. That's the story Neez is selling. Neez and his goons nod along, looking like the most punchable choir in the world. "Exactly, Elder. We were just helping out." Vaint starts panicking, pointing out that Ellison's restaurant is covered in Serena's blood. He's leaning hard into the Dragon Slayer accusation. Ellison is just like, "Bro, I invited her for tea. Is being a good host a crime now?" Vaint screams that he saw it with his own eyes. He tells the elder to go check the restaurant if he doesn't believe him. Neezy is internally high-fiving himself. Even if Ellison is cleared later, the immediate trouble will be enough to ruin him. It's a win-win for the snake. The Red Elder, Dedank, asks for Metadonna's thoughts. He's starting to believe the hype because Serena's lair is indeed close to the city. The tension is at a boiling point. The dragons are getting assertive, and the evidence looks bad. The Elder looks at Ellison with those "I'm not mad, I'm disappointed" eyes. "Do you have nothing to say?" he asks. Ellison pulls a face. Oh, I have plenty to say. He starts breaking it down. First, the idea that he killed her because her lair was close? That's amateur hour logic. Anyone who was in the war knows I don't kill dragons for fun, he says, his voice getting that low, dangerous tone. He looks directly at the Dank. He knows this man's history. Ellison reminds him of the one condition he had during the war: do not kill those who are not involved. We get a flashback to the war. Ellison standing amidst fire and dragons, holding his standards even when the world was ending. He never touched a non-combatant. He calls the accusation jumping to conclusions. The Dank is sweating now. He remembers the Archmage's mercy. Secondly, Ellison points out the suspicious timing. The black dragons just happened to show up right when Vaint was getting attacked. He asks since when the red and black dragons became such besties. Nees tries to play it off as sensing mana conflicts, but the lie is starting to stink. Ellison spells it out. You guys set up a trap, and now you're framing me. The elder hums. Is that so? Our guy gives a thumbs up. Indeed. The elder gets it. He's so casual about it, it's almost insulting. The Dank isn't convinced yet. He needs more than a logic puzzle. Do you have any evidence? Ellison smirks. He feels a mana signature approaching. Evidence? Wouldn't it be best to hear it from the person involved? He asks. Nees's face goes pale. He knows that portal signature. The other dragons are losing their minds. How the hell? The blue light of a dimensional portal tears open the night sky, and out walks Serena. She looks refreshed, healthy, and absolutely done with everyone's crap. Oh my, a lot of people look pleased to see me. Ellison smiles at Elena, who followed Serena through. You did it, Miss Elena. Elena is still vibrating from the mana sink. She explains that synchronization was the only way to heal a wound that ordinary magic couldn't touch. Rurin looks on, proud but exhausted. She knows Elena has a gift for magic, even if the elf is too humble to admit it. Nees is staring at Serena like he just saw a ghost. His entire plan just walked through the front door and started talking. Serena locks eyes with him. You saw it too, didn't you? Ellison whispers to Rurin that Nees is definitely the mastermind. He tells her to wait. He has an idea. He approaches Serena with a big fake smile. Serena, how are you feeling? She's all smiles. I'm all good! You treated me, didn't you? Before she can finish, Ellison delivers a massive welcome back punch to the top of her head. She hits the dirt. H-Y H-Y-D-I-D-Y-O-U-H-I-T-M-E. Ellison tells her to look around. He's in a difficult position because she decided to bleed out in his dining room. Hurry up and explain! Serena rubs her head, grumbling. Okay, fine. She gets it. She points a finger at the 4 black dragons hovering in the air. And Garrett... Wait, where did Garrett go? The traitor Red Dragon has already pulled a disappearing act. Regardless, she has the receipts. These 5 people broke into my lair and injured me, she declares. The elder's eyes go cold. She tells them point blank the black dragon and the elf are her saviors. They aren't the attackers. Ellison asks if that's enough evidence. Rurin, being her usual self, demands they praise her more. Then, a roar of pure shame. Ellison! The Dank, the Red Elder, is having a meltdown of regret. He drops to his knees, head in the dirt. I apologize! I did something terrible to you! He offers himself up for any punishment. Ellison just sighs. You rushed to apologize just like you rushed to judge. It's fine. Our guy just wants to go home. Metadonna turns his gaze to the black dragons. So they are the ones who lied. Nisa starts stuttering, trying to find a new lie to hide behind. The elder isn't having it. No, I'm in no mood for excuses. Nisa's panicking. This shouldn't be happening. Serena's insides were burned. She shouldn't have healed. He starts blaming the delay. If he had just killed the wizard faster, this wouldn't have happened. He's losing his mind. He realizes that a human shouldn't be able to bear the power he's sensing. He's starting to see the truth about Ellison. He snaps. If he's going down, he's taking the human with him. He charges a massive ball of dark mana. I'm talking about you! He screams, launching a point-blank blast at Ellison's back while our guy is turned away. The blast connects. A massive explosion of purple energy swallows Ellison. Not good. Rurin is frozen. She was right there. Ellison had just enough time to push her out of the way before the blast hit. Ellison takes the full force of the mana explosion. It tears through his robes and slams into his chest. Nisei is grinning like a psychopath. He thinks he won. He thinks he just killed the only thing standing in his way. Rurin looks back, her voice barely a whisper. El? He hits the ground hard, his clothes are scorched, and there's a massive smoking wound where the mana connected. Elena is in shock. She just watched a man she respects get deleted in front of her. Blood is pooling under him. It looks like the end of the road for our retired Archmage. Rurin crawls toward him, tears streaming down her face. She's shaking, her voice cracking as she calls his name. She sees the blood on her hands. The reality of the situation is hitting her like a physical weight. She asks why he pushed her away. If he hadn't protected her, he might have been able to dodge or shield himself. The Dank is livid. He yells at Nice for the sneak attack. Do you have no honor left? Nice screams back, his voice ragged. He claims he's doing this to save the dragon race. The elder looks at him with pure disgust. The guy has completely lost the plot. Nisei tells everyone to open their eyes. He thinks the peace treaty is stupid and that the dragons should be the ones in charge. He points at Ellison's body. He argues that a human with that much power is a threat that needs to be neutralized. He's justifying murder as a preventative measure. Meanwhile, Elena is frantically trying to cast healing magic on Ellison, but it's not responding. She begs Rurin to synchronize mana with her one more time. She's desperate. Rurin isn't listening. She's just holding Ellison's hand, crying. She tells him to get up. The dwarves are almost done with his dragon lair. He can't die now. Nis laughs. He tells the elf that whatever she does is pointless. He explains the logic. Even if Ellison's mana level was high, he's still just a human. There's no way he survived a direct hit without a shield. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his gloating. Is that so? Serena is smiling. It's not a friendly smile, it's the smile of someone who knows a secret. She calls Nis a dummy. You really think that was enough to kill him? She tells Rurin to stop crying and look. Ellison's mana isn't fading, it's actually getting stronger. Much stronger. Ellison's hand reaches up and wipes a tear from Rurin's face. Don't cry, he says, as casual as if he just woke up from a nap. Then the world turns blue. A massive pillar of pure, ancient energy erupts from Ellison's body. Nis is blown back. What? Metadana, the Black Elder, feels the weight of the energy. He recognizes that signature. The ancient marble. The soul of the Dragon Lord is waking up. Ellison stands up. He admits he took a gamble. He needed a shock to fully awaken the marble's power without it tearing his body apart. The energy is blinding. He's standing in the center of a mana storm that would flatten a city. He tells Nis he was worried the snake would give up halfway. Thankfully, you attacked me. He puts a hand on Rurin's head. The contrast between his gentle touch and the world-ending power behind him is insane. Rurin, watch carefully, he says. He's about to give a masterclass in why you don't mess with a ninth circle mage. Nis is vibrating with fear. He can't understand how this is happening. Ellison explains that Nis's ultimate attack was just enough energy to jumpstart the ancient marble. It was like using a lightning bolt to charge a phone. The Archmage turns his back on the villain. He doesn't even need to look at him to end this. He gathers the energy into a single, compact sphere. This is the condensed power of a Dragon Lord and a ninth circle Archmage combined. He tells Nis the attack was too weak to kill him. That's the ultimate disrespect. Nis loses it. He shifts into his full dragon form, screaming that he'll take Ellison with him even if it costs his life. The dragon opens its maw, charging a full power breath attack. The canyon is glowing purple. Ellison just raises a hand. He looks like a statue amidst the chaos. Your dragon breath is too weak, he repeats. He's not even shouting. He's just stating a fact. He asks Nis if he knows the conditions of the pact. A magic circle forms in front of his palm. He recites the law. Dragons are prohibited from killing or kidnapping. However, counterattacks are allowed when a serious attack puts your life at risk. Nis, I will allow you to counterattack. Try and evade this. Ellison releases the spell. It's not one blast. It's a meteor shower of pure fire and mana. Nis looks up, and for the first time, he realizes he's not the apex predator. This is impossible! How could a mere human— The meteors slam into the dragon. The impact is so loud, it drowns out Nis's final scream. The canyon is filled with fire and light. It looks like the sun just fell on the earth. When the smoke clears, there's nothing left but scorched earth and a few smoldering rocks. The other traitor dragons are paralyzed. They just watched their leader get turned into ash by a guy who flips burgers for a living. Ellison walks away from the crater. The blue energy wings of the Dragon Lord are still shimmering behind him. He looks at Rurin and smiles. The war god is gone, and the chef is back. Rurin, let's go home. Rurin is still sniffly, but she's staring at him with stars in her eyes. She lunges forward and hugs him, burying her face in his chest. The entire dragon race is watching, but she doesn't care. Not one person present has anything left to say. The follow-up is handled by the elders. They name the 3 traitors, Nekwu, Darba, and Hoven. The punishment is handed down, 3,000 years in the deepest prison of the Holy Grounds. That's a long time to think about their life choices. And because the dragons value balance, the victims are rewarded. Serena gets a literal mountain of gold. Dedank tells her it's to replace the treasures the traitors stole. Serena plays along. That's right! Those nasty bastards took everything! She's definitely getting a kitchen upgrade after this, but she has one more question. Her face goes serious. Garrett has not been found yet? Dedank tells her they're forming a chase team. He won't get far. The elder promises that when they catch him, they will return the pain twofold. He's take this personally. Serena smirks. All right, I do want to see that happen. And just like that, the case that shook the restaurant comes to an end. Back at the restaurant, Rurin is sulking in her room. She's got the classic hump face on. Ellison walks in carrying some clean laundry. What's wrong, Rurin? She turns on him. What you did today was so stupid! She's worried. If Nis had been a little stronger, Ellison wouldn't have survived long enough for the marble to wake up. She thinks it was a terrible risk. Ellison just stands there, looking a bit guilty. He walks over and pulls her into a hug. Rurin is shocked. He's usually the one dodging her affection. What are you doing? she stammers, her face turning bright red. I'm sorry, Rurin. I didn't consider your feelings. He admits he should have explained the plan to her first. He tells her the reason he took the risk was because of her. Her heart starts thumping so loud she thinks he can hear it. Then, the door opens. That's enough. It's Medidana. The Black Elder is standing in the doorway and he does not look happy about the cuddle session. Rurin's reaction to a sentimental moment being interrupted? A direct right hook to the face. She's screaming about why he's in her room, and poor Medidana is just clutching his nose, wondering when his life became a slapstick comedy. He's an elder. Show some respect. Ellison has to step in and play peacemaker, admitting he's the one who called the old man here. Medidana recovers quickly, though his dignity is definitely still on the floor. He knows exactly why Ellison called him. They saw the awakening in the canyon, and they need to discuss the radioactive ball of soul power currently sitting in Ellison's chest. It's time for some high-level dragon lore. But first, drinks. If you're going to discuss the potential end of the world, you do it over the good stuff. Ellison breaks out the whiskey, the expensive kind he's been saving for a special occasion. Medidana takes a sip, and you can see the light return to his eyes. The man's eyes literally glow. This isn't just alcohol, it's a ninth circle hospitality flex. He's impressed. He didn't think a mere human would have access to liquor aged this perfectly. He guesses it's been aged for 60 to 70 years. Ellison confirms it, internally realizing the elder's senses are basically a cheat code. Rurin, of course, tries to steal the bottle. She sees expensive and her lizard brain goes into overdrive. Ellison shuts her down instantly. High alcohol content means she'd be drunk in 5 seconds, and nobody wants a drunk dragon in a wooden house. Back to the beer for the lizard queen. Medidana chuckles. He likes Ellison's lack of hesitation. Most people treat dragons like gods. Ellison treats them like annoying regulars at a bar. Ellison just gives him a look. Why would he act any different? He's seen the best and worst of both races. The elder respects it. It's a principle Ellison has carried since the war ended. Everyone is equal when they're hungry or thirsty. Rurin is still fuming about Niis, though. She's domesticating her hair while yelling that Ellison's meteor shower was actually too kind. She would have done worse. Ellison reminds her that he almost died for that meteor shower. It wasn't just a flex. It was a high-stakes gamble. The elder calls him out for feigning innocence now. He knows Ellison had a plan the whole time. Here is the power system breakdown you need to pay attention to. 1 ancient marble makes a dragon superior. 2 marbles allow you to dominate your own kind. But 3? 3 marbles mean you gain the power to dominate every dragon in existence. Medidana asks the question, does Ellison have 3? Ellison doesn't lie. He's absorbed 2 during the war and 1 just now. He's officially a walking cheat code. If he were a dragon, he'd be the true lord. Since he's a human, he's just, well, a really terrifying chef. Ellison has his own question. What happens if more marbles appear after someone has already absorbed 3? Medidana says it's impossible. When a true lord is born, the other marbles are supposed to vanish. The world only needs 1 peak. But because Ellison is human, the system might be glitched. There's no historical record of a human doing this, so the rules might not apply. Ellison's tone shifts. He's not just curious, he's worried. He reveals that there are people out there actively trying to bring the lord back to life. Rurin remembers the attack on the dwarven mines. It wasn't just a random raid, it was a surgical strike for a marble. Ellison asks the elder to investigate. A systematic group of dragons is hunting these artifacts, and that is bad news for the status quo. Medidana agrees. This isn't just a human problem anymore, it's a racial threat. He realizes Ellison's play. He absorbed the marble in front of everyone on purpose. Ellison confirms it. If someone wants the Lord to be reborn, they have to come through him now. He's the owner of the set. He's made himself the world's most dangerous piece of bait. Medidana calls it an ignorant method, and Rurin immediately delivers another punch to the head for insulting her El. The elder is literally being bullied in a civilian kitchen. I'm an elder though, so what? Rurin has zero respect for the hierarchy. Ellison leaves the heavy lifting to the elder. He's got a restaurant to run, and honestly, he's done with politics for the day. Meanwhile, at Elena's clinic, the high elf is just trying to live a normal life with a basket of vegetables. And Serena nearly gives her a heart attack by teleporting behind her. Serena has decided she's not going back to her lair. She likes it here. It's cozy and the food is better. Elena points out that her lair was literally just repaired. It's a palace. Serena's excuse? It's too spacious. She's playing the I'm still a patient card to mooch off Elena. She's officially a professional squatter. Then she grabs Elena's hand. The vibe shifts from comedy to something a bit more intense. She offers a deal. If Elena teaches her about that mana transfer she did, Serena will help her heal people. It's a dragon's way of repaying a favor. Elena is blushing. Being pinned down by a beautiful red dragon is not what she expected on her grocery run. She agrees, but warns Serena that all her meals are vegetarian. Serena doesn't care, she'll just go to Ellison's place for the protein. Cut to a dark forest. Someone is running for their life. It's Garrod, the traitor red dragon. He's terrified, looking back like he's being hunted by a ghost. And then he stops. He sees a figure in the shadows. Meet Sydney. She's smoking a pipe, looking absolutely elegant and utterly terrifying. She asks Garrett what she should do with him now. She starts listing his failures like a performance review from hell. Couldn't break a door at the mine, got caught by the black dragons, he's basically a walking L. She opens her eyes, and that third mark on her forehead glows. Do I have a reason to let you live? Garrett starts begging. He tries to sell her info about Ellison. The human absorbed 3 marbles! We can use that! Sydney pauses. She agrees that Ellison is a valuable target. Garrett thinks he's saved. He's got that greasy, I'm a genius smile on his face. But Sydney doesn't do second chances. She moves her hand, and the air itself seems to sharpen. Garrett doesn't even have time to scream. His throat is open before he can even process that she moved. That's not a reason for me to let you live, is it? She walks away as he collapses, cold. Back at the restaurant, the sun is up, and the customers are leaving happy. Just another day in Great City. Bereen is surprised he's still running the place like usual. Ellison just shrugs. The elder is doing the investigating. He's doing the dishes. Suddenly, Ellison hears a voice he recognizes. It's Neelan, one of the miners he helped. He's back with a gift that he can barely carry. It's a massive hunk of orange crystal he dug up at the mines. The seniors thought Ellison would like it. Ellison's eyes light up. This isn't just a rock, it's rock salt, natural mineral salt. Bereen tastes a flake and immediately regrets her life choices. It's salty, very salty. But for Ellison, this smell triggers a memory. He remembers his past life, not as a god, but as a soldier. Flashback time. A younger, much more confused Ellison is being drafted. He's in a line looking like he just got dropped into a nightmare. The registrar asks for his name. Ellison stutters. His name in this world was originally Il Eruseo, or something equally impossible to spell. The guy is just like, what? How do you even say that? Your clothes are weird and your hometown isn't even on the map. So he just writes down Elgin and tells him to deal with it. And just like that, the legend is born because a bureaucrat was lazy. Drafted Ellison feels out of place. The atmosphere is oppressive, and he's surrounded by strangers who look just as miserable as he feels. Bedtime in the barracks is basically a don't talk or you get hit zone. He's lying there in the dark, listening to people cry. He pulls the blanket up, trying to be quiet, trying to disappear. He misses his mom. He just wants to go home. He's not a hero yet. He's just a kid who's scared of tomorrow. But there was one thing that bothered him even more than the fear: the food. He watches them ladle some gray sludge into a bowl. He looks at his meal and realizes that if he survives the war, he's still going to die of boredom from eating this trash. Hashtag. Imagine being served the same bland soup for 2 weeks straight. Ellison is looking at his bowl like it personally insulted his ancestors. He watches the other soldiers eating it like it's fine. He's wondering if he's the crazy one for having taste buds. He tries a spoonful and immediately wants to apologize to his stomach. He can tolerate the training, the yelling, and the hard beds. But this bland seasoning? This is the true crime of the Luverne Empire. Just a spoonful of salt would change his life. He hears the guy next to him mutter that it tastes like shit. Okay, good. He's not the only one with standards. He pushes through the harsh training, getting used to the physical pain. But the meals? Those are a new level of torture 3 times a day. He's running through the fields at sunset, thinking about salt. If there were just an ocean nearby, he'd go for a swim just to lick the water. He's enduring constant pain every day, but his motivation isn't honor or glory. It's, I need to find some flavor. And then, he got an opportunity to change everything. Target practice. The day he finally gets to learn attack magic. Enter Kolsa Bane, a class 5 Imperial Mage. He's got the mustache of a man who spends more time on his hair than his spells. He treats the trainees like they're barely human. He tells them that if they succeed, they get to be Imperial Magicians. It's supposed to be a golden opportunity. He tells them to focus on their inner senses. He's going to show them the flow of mana. He introduces La, the basis of all magic. It's a magic circle that gathers mana in one place. Young Ellison watches. For the first time, he sees it. He sees the mana. Bane adds a fire attribute to the circle and launches a basic fireball at the dummy. He looks very proud of himself, like he just discovered fire instead of just casting a tier 1 spell. The first trainee steps up. He's terrified. His fireball is basically a flickering candle that dies before it hits the target. Bane yells at him for being useless. Where are you aiming? Open your eyes! The trainees are struggling. They can't activate law properly. Bane is fuming, complaining about the lack of human resources for the war. He's monologuing to himself about how magic is only for chosen ones like him. He's about to be humbled so hard he might lose his mustache. Ellison steps up. He follows the instructions. He gathers mana, but he doesn't just gather a little bit. He sees the mana in the air like glowing clouds. He pulls everything. The basic fireball turns into a tactical nuke. Ellison's face says it all. Huh. He's standing in a circle of flames, looking genuinely surprised that he just deleted the mountain. The cliff face literally collapses. The training ground is now a construction site. The instructor and the other trainees are staring at the crater in silence. Bane is shaking. How did you do that? Ellison is playing it cool, or maybe he really is that clueless. I just did as told. Gathered mana, put it on fire. Bane grabs him by the shoulders, screaming, How did you accumulate fat mooch mana? Ellison points at the sky. All those floating things? Isn't that all mana? Bane's face goes still. He realizes he's looking at a monster. Ellison is officially flagged as having high mana sensitivity. The instructors review his file. They've had cases like this before during power tests, but nothing like this. Instructor Tarand explains the theory. Just like people in high altitudes develop better lungs, people born in mana-scarce areas develop high sensitivity to find what little is there. Bane is slamming the table. He refuses to accept that a commoner is a natural-born genius. He argues that sensitivity doesn't mean you can use that much power right away. He's desperate to find a reason why Ellison isn't better than him. Tarand just watches with those piercing green eyes. He's not saying Ellison is a genius, he's saying he was born where mana is scarce. Bane is literally hyperventilating. Tarand decides to delay Ellison's frontline deployment. He wants to send him for advanced magic training instead. Ellison overhears this and thinks it's great. No frontline? That means a lower chance of dying. But then the door swings open. Bane is standing there, looking like he wants to bite through a brick. He tells Ellison not to be so proud of a simple fireball. He tells him that because he damaged the training ground, he has to restore it to its original state by hand. It's pure, petty spite. Ellison is stuck cleaning up a rock slide at night. He's sweeping and hauling rocks, grumbling about how Class 5 mages are just glorified cheapskates. He's exhausted, his hands are sore, and his instructor is a jerk. He wonders why Bane couldn't just give him a little praise for not blowing him up too. He remembers his life back home, getting into culinary high school. His mom being so proud of him. She believed in his talent from day one. He thinks back to those meals, his mom's cooking, and how lucky he was. And then he looks back at the rocks. No culinary school here, just manual labor and gray soup. He's kneeling in the dirt, pleading with the universe for a little bit of appreciation. And that's when he sees it. Something shiny in the rubble. He picks up a piece of stone. It's angular, clear, and catches the moonlight. He takes a gamble. He licks it. His eyes go wide. Auroch salt! It's a natural vein of salt hidden in the cliff he just blew up. He clutches the salt crystal like it's a diamond. He realizes that if he uses this, he doesn't have to eat trash anymore. He sneaks into the kitchen at night. The next day, the mess hall. The sign says eat with gratitude and don't leave leftovers. Most of the soldiers are dreading it. Ellison sits down. The menu is the same as yesterday. A soldier takes a sip of the soup expecting a mouthful of sadness. His eyes pop. It tastes different, doesn't it? The whole table erupts. I'll have another bowl. Me too. They're eating like they just found an oasis in the desert. Ellison is smiling behind his bowl. It's incredible what a little bit of salt can do to morale. Even the high-ranking officers notice. One asks if the chef was changed. The assistant says no, but salt was miraculously supplied. Instructor Tarand is sitting there staring into his bowl. He's not eating, he's investigating. Gradually, Ellison gets bolder. He starts improving the meals every night. He's washing the potatoes, cleaning the grit out of the vegetables. He's sneaking in and actually cooking the stew instead of just boiling it until it dies. He's chopping things properly, adding whatever herbs he can find. The soup actually looks like food now. He's boiling the broth correctly, taking pride in a meal that most people would ignore. He ladles out a bowl for himself. He takes a bite and actually tears up. It's not a 5-star meal, but it's real. He calls it the minimum meal, the bare standard for human dignity. This is what he wanted all along. He starts dreaming of digging up mushrooms and spices. He's fully committed to being the camp's secret chef. And then, a hand drops on his shoulder. It's Instructor Tarand. He's standing over him like a shadow. Trainee Ellison, come see me after finishing your meal. Ellison freezes. Tarand looks him right in the eye. So, we're back in the flashback, and Ellison just got caught red-handed. Instructor Tarand is standing over him like the final boss of a stealth game. Our guy is sweating buckets. He's thinking he's about to get court-martialed for the high crime of putting salt in the soup. Next thing he knows, he's in Tarand's office. The atmosphere is heavy enough to crush a normal person, but Ellison is mostly just worried about his future as a chef. Tarand stays silent for a long time, just staring. This is the I'm not mad, just disappointed look, but with more plate armor. He finally speaks. Cadet Ellison. He acknowledges that our guy has basically speedrun the magical training and is currently the strongest recruit they've ever had. Ellison tries to play it cool. Who? Cadet Ellison confirms that's right. He's doing the whole military talk, but you can tell his heart isn't in it. Tarand notes that his combat power is an absolute W for the upcoming war. But then the vibe shifts. On the other hand, there have been some disturbing rumors. Ellison's soul almost leaves his body right here. Tarand explains that someone has been sneaking into the kitchen at the exact time the cooks leave. If this person leaves before 500, they are basically a ghost. He mentions that if they get caught, the punishment will be severe. Ellison is internally screaming, thinking about being sent to the front lines with nothing but a wooden spoon. Then Tehran does the ultimate cool instructor move. He says he didn't call Ellison here for that. He just wanted to congratulate him. He pulls out a scroll and tells Ellison to discard it on his way out. He adds that it's his personal research, and if Ellison wants to use it, he can. The handoff is super dramatic. This isn't just trash. Understood, cadet? Tehran's eyes are basically saying, if you're going to break into my kitchen, at least make sure you're using the right ingredients. Later that night, Ellison opens the scroll by the campfire. He's expecting some forbidden ninth circle spell or a map of enemy territory. Instead, he starts laughing. Haha, you already knew all that. The scroll is literally a guide to edible mushrooms and spices. Tehran didn't give him a weapon, he gave him a cookbook. The absolute legend. With the instructor basically giving him a cooking license, Ellison's secret mess hall operation starts booming. The Northern Training Center becomes famous, not for its mages, but for having the only army food that doesn't taste like cardboard and regret. Even after Ellison left, the legacy continued. He taught the other cooks his secrets, and for a few years, the recruits actually didn't want to leave. Flash forward to the present. Ellison is telling this story to the miner, Neelan, while staring at that giant rock of salt. He's all hyped up. Let's take a trip down memory lane! He starts cooking the exact same soup he made back then. Rurin and the miner watch him like he's performing a ritual. Technically, he is still a cadet on paper, but he's currently cooking with the energy of a god. Neelan is moved to tears. He gave a gift and ended up getting a legendary meal in return. The soup looks incredible. Carrots, potatoes, and just the right amount of that rock salt. Rurin and Neelan take a bite. The expectations are through the roof. And then, the crash. It's just so average. Rurin looks personally offended. She was expecting a flavor explosion, but it's just army food. Ellison takes a bite and has to agree. It's not that great. He realizes that food tastes different depending on the situation. Back then, it was a miracle because everything else was trash. Now, he's used to 5-star dimensional ingredients. Honestly, I don't miss it at all. He dumps his nostalgia in the trash and gets ready for the next problem, which shows up immediately. Over at Elena's place, Serena is doing what she does best, lying on the table and complaining about being hungry. 2 little elf kids burst in, crying. One of them fell and hurt her arm. Serena is annoyed. Elena isn't here. She tries to act tough, but you can see her looking at the wound. She tells them to stop whining and go tell their parents. It'll heal itself eventually. She's the worst babysitter ever. But the kids reveal that their parents are out working. They have no one else. Serena's face softens for like half a second. Shit, she mutters about everyone poking at her weakness. Cut to Elena returning to find the kids waving goodbye, perfectly healed. Elena is shocked. The kids tell her the new teacher over there healed them and was actually really nice. Elena looks at Serena, who is trying to act like she's still a heartless monster. Serena immediately starts yelling about Elena being late and how she's starving to death. Typical sibling energy. Elena asks if she healed the kids. Serena tries to play it off. Well, I can do simple healing magic, but it was just this once. Elena just smiles. You're a kind person after all, aren't you? Serena has a total tsundere meltdown. Watch out! Are you delusional? She's literally glowing red with embarrassment. Alana explains she was at the manor checking on the unconscious lord, the guy from earlier arcs who got poisoned. She mentions it was a weird brain poison that hasn't improved at all. Serena's eyes sharpen. Serena remembers something. There was a guy who specifically studied brains, but in classic dragon fashion, she heard it so long ago she can't remember the name. Dragons live for 1,000 years. Her memory is basically a cluttered hard drive. I'll tell you later if I remember. Suddenly, a blue bird taps on the window. It's chirping like crazy, carrying a tiny scroll. Serena's confused. What is that, a bird? Yes, Serena, it's a bird. Elena's face goes pale. This species only lives in the elven forest. It's a letter from her hometown. She hasn't heard from them in years. She starts reading, and her expression completely breaks. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Serena asks what it says. Elena is shaking so hard she can barely hold the paper. The elven forest is in danger of being annihilated by dragons. Elena screams that to avoid the destruction, she has to do the unthinkable. I must become the dragon's bride, Elena is crying now. She's gone from doctor to sacrificial lamb in 30 seconds. Serena is just like, what? She's a dragon herself, and even she thinks this sounds like a scam. Elena is spiraling. What am I supposed to do? I thought marriage was for people you liked. Serena snaps. Hey, idiot, calm down. She's not here for the melodrama. She explains that this is just a dragon's way of shaking someone down for what they want. It's a classic protection racket. She grabs a chair and sits down with absolute main character energy. I'm here. Take me to the elven forest. I'll beat that cocky dragon up until he goes crying back to his mommy. Serena is ready for smoke. Cut back to the forest. The blue bird returns to its owner. A beautiful elven woman watches it land. Dear Nerea, it looks like your letter was delivered safely. This is elf chieftain Nerea. She looks sad, but there's something suspicious in her eyes. Her guard points out that she exaggerated a little in the letter. She basically lied to Elena to make it sound like the world was ending. Nerea argues that Elena is selfless and will definitely return, but she doesn't know if Elena's return will solve anything. Suddenly, Serena, Rurin, and Ellison appear. Serena is yelling, "Hey Elena, don't you trust me?" Ellison is standing there with a giant backpack looking like he's going on a camping trip. Rurin is yelling at him for closing the restaurant. Elena is trying to calm Serena down, explaining she brought them just in case. Serena calls Elena weak as hell and says she's just going to get hurt if she goes alone, which is true, but Serena didn't have to say it like that. Rurin reminds Serena that the last time they went anywhere, they got jumped by a whole squad of traitors. Safety in numbers, guys. Ellison is just hyped to see the elven forest. He asks Elena if they can see her house. Elena is blushing, asking them not to make fun of it. The tone shifts instantly. We see a dark, chained-up cavern. A massive, shadowy dragon form looms in the darkness. "Give her to me, or all of you shall die." The crew arrives at the edge of the elven forest. Our guy Ellison is taking it all in, but he's already noticing something weird. He points out that the distance is huge, and it's weird they can't just teleport in. Rurin's like, "Yep, let's just fly then." Elena apologizes, explaining there's a mechanism that nullifies teleportation around her home. Ellison's cool with it. He's seen these anti-cheese mechanics before. Suddenly, Rurin stops. Her dragon senses are tingling. "Halt!" A volley of spears rains down from the trees. "Don't move unless you want to get shot." A group of elven archers appears on the branches. They look lethal, organized, and very not friendly. Elena screams for them to put down their bows. One of the archers, Lilinia, freezes. "It's me, Elena!" The doctor steps forward, and the tension drops about 2%. Lilinia acknowledges Elena, but she's still aiming at Ellison and the others. They need to be identified. She looks at Ellison with those glowing elven eyes. They use magic to see a person's true intentions. Ellison keeps it simple. "I am a human who came to assist Miss Elena." He knows he's being scanned, and he doesn't have a single lie in him. Lilinia acknowledges him. He's just a human, so she thinks he's not a problem. Worst mistake of her life, but okay. Then she turns to Serena. Serena is about to drop the "I'm a dragon" bomb, but Ellison interrupts with the most hilarious cover story. "Right! My name is Ellison! I run a restaurant in Great City! The reviews are excellent!" Lilinia is getting annoyed. "Hey, I didn't ask you! The red-haired woman, speak!" Another elf whispers in her ear. Nerea said what? The order comes down. "Everyone, drop your arms." Serena is fuming. Their attitude pisses me off. Elena begs her to hold it in. Things are actually going well for once. Lilinia apologizes with all the sincerity of a customer service rep who hates their job. "Please enter. Lady Nerea is waiting." They enter the forest, and it's beautiful. Giant trees, suspended houses, fountains. It's the peak elven aesthetic. They reach the main house. Nerea greets them, still playing the role of the worried leader. She says she couldn't believe Elena was acquainted with Sir Ellison of all people. Wait, Sir Ellison? She welcomes them, noting it must have been a long trip. Ellison thanks her for the hospitality, calling her Lady Nerea like they've done this before. Elena is reeling. Sir Ellison and Lady Nerea already knew each other? She's starting to realize she might be the only person in this group who isn't a secret celebrity. We get a quick mental image of Ellison's meteor shower from the canyon. Elena realizes she shouldn't be surprised by anything this man does anymore. Nerea turns to Elena, looking tragic. "I feel terrible knowing the large burden I've placed on you." Serena cuts through the BS. "It's about being the bride, right? Speaking of, what the hell is with that guy? What kind of idiot wants her?" Serena points at Elena. Elena is dying of embarrassment. "What do you mean, idiot? He's a dragon, a noble being!" Rurin steps in, purple mana leaking out of her eyes. "Oh, please! We're dragons as well! Our job is to kick that noble being's ass across the moon!" Nerea's face goes blank. She makes a face that is 100% "I did not sign up for this level of chaos." "Pardon?" Ellison steps in. About that, it's a bit of a long story. He's basically like, "Yeah, I keep a couple of world-ending dragons as waitresses, don't worry about it." Nerea is sweating. She's looking at Serena and Rurin and realizing the security Elena brought could literally delete her forest by accident. "Pardon?" She's completely lost her composure. Cut to the dragon lair. A giant, gnarled claw scrapes against the rock. "You're running out of time!" The shadow dragon unloads a blast of energy. "If death is what you wish for, I'll fulfill it!" Meet Iramantium. He's a gold dragon, which usually means noble and wise. This guy? He looks like a mutant boar with wings. Nerea explains the lore. Iramantium has been receiving tributes from the elves for generations. Rurin calls him a beggar. She's not wrong. For 100 years he was chill, but recently he's been demanding a bride. Nerea is kneeling, crying. She says she tried to resolve it on her own. Rurin asks why he specifically wanted Elena. There are plenty of elves in the village. Nerea reveals the truth. She offered herself up first. We see a flashback. Nerea walking toward the dragon like a martyr while the other elves sob. "It's an honor to sacrifice myself for our race!" She's being all dramatic and noble, and the dragon just goes, "Rejected. I don't like her hairstyle. Next." Nerea is stunned. The dragon repeats himself. "I don't like YOU. Nexty." Then the next elf girl steps up. I'm also rejected. He said my ankles are big. A whole line of beautiful elves comes back. Same, rejected. It was basically a reality TV dating show, but the bachelor is a grumpy lizard with a weird checklist. Naria is wailing now. He rejected everyone, just like that! And I ended up having to ask for Elena! Elena is skeptical. If that's the case, I'll be rejected too. Serena starts connecting the dots. Iramantium, Ryacht, Iramantium, I remember, that's him! Serena's brain finally finished loading the name. A dragon that studies the brains of other races! She realizes he could possibly heal the Lord of Grake back home. Rurin and Ellison lock eyes. The little kid's dad? They realize they don't just need to chase him out, they need to capture him alive. Suddenly an elf guard bursts in. Lady Nerea! Sir Iramantium is hating Toth this place. The dragon is coming for his bride because they took too long. Nerea warns them that he is extremely elusive. If he senses another dragon, he'll vanish and abandon his lair instantly. Rurin smirks. Then we just need something to capture his attention. Everyone looks at Elena. Elena realizes what they're thinking. Didn't you guys come here to do the opposite? The ground shakes. A massive foot slams into the forest floor. The elf archers prepare for war. Call all the troops! Hurry! Iramantium roars. You damn elves! You dare insult me? He charges a fireball in his mouth. Die while trembling in regret! Nerea steps out. Wait! Sir Iramantium! I apologize for being late! She claims it took time because she was preparing the most beautiful elf to meet his standards. She pulls back a veil, and there's Elena, dressed in a full white wedding gown. She looks absolutely stunning. My name is Elena. She's blushing and terrified. Iramantium's eyes literally turn into hearts. OHYY, how you gorgeous! Pass! Yayo, you pass! Ha ha hey! He's laughing like a maniac. You should have brought her from the start! He grabs Elena and takes off toward his lair. Ellison, Rurin, and Serena watch from the shadows. Try your best to hide your presence. Ellison's ready. Let's get ready to capture him while he's distracted. Inside the lair, Elena is surrounded by weird jars and skeletons. Guys, are you not ready yet? She's whispering to her teammates, hoping they're right behind her. Iramantium leans in close, his breath probably smelling like old coins and wet dog. You called yourself Elena, right? Don't call me that. He pulls out a new outfit. It's a full-made costume with ruffles and a headband. From now on, call me Master! The dragon is blushing. He's a total degenerate. Elena looks like she wants to jump into a volcano. Elena is currently questioning every life choice she's ever made. She's standing in a ghoulish dragon lair, wearing a maid outfit, and being forced to address a giant lizard as Master. Iramantium is lurking in the shadows like a basement dweller who just got his first limited edition figurine. He told her not to enter the lab, but his tone is pure creep. Elena tries to play the part. She says the lab is a mess and offers to help clean it. She's literally asking for a pardon while looking like she wants to cast a 7th circle fireball on herself. The dragon snaps. HAT's not IT! Look at that face, he's got the energy of a mod on a very specific subreddit. He tells her to be careful and stop apologizing. Then he gives her the script. He wants her to act like a tsundere who eventually warms up to him. He starts monologuing about how they're inseparable because of his unique body. This guy has spent way too long alone in a cave. He tells her to act cold at first, then slowly show kindness. Elena's face is a masterpiece of pure, unadulterated disgust. Yes! That's the look! Iramantium is actually getting off on her looking at him like he's trash. He begs her to shoot him with that look. This is officially too weird. Elena is whispering to herself, wondering where the hell the rescue team is, and then she looks up. Our guy Ellison, Rurin, and Serena are just sitting on a cliff edge, watching the whole thing like it's a Netflix special. Look at Elena's face. If she could kill with a look, there would be 3 fewer main characters in this manhwa. We're all OFYOU just watching? The dragon realizes the party has been crashed. Rurin and Serena aren't even trying to hide their laughter. Iramantium panics. He realizes these aren't just random intruders, these guys have a lot of mana. Ellison gives the command, "Get him!" The auras start flaring up and the dragon realizes he is in a very dangerous situation. Holy shit! They're not human! He finally realizes he's surrounded by 2 dragons and an Archmage. It's a 3v1 that he has 0 chance of winning. He tries to use a teleportation escape spell, but the magic circle just shatters like cheap glass. Ellison is a 9th circle mage, you don't just teleport away from him. Iramantium tries to make a break for the doorway, shouting, "Bye-bye, idiots," like a cartoon villain. The team unloads. A massive surge of mana slams into him, pinning him to the ground before he can even cross the threshold. Serena and Rurin are standing over him, glowing with intent. "You're not going anywhere!" The dragon starts whining about trespassing. The audacity of this man. Elena walks over, looking like she's about to commit a felony. "Guys, how long have you been watching?" The silence from Ellison is the loudest answer she's ever heard. Ellison tries to play it off as setting up escape traps. Rurin just sold him out immediately. That's right, you ruined it. Elena is fuming. Ellison apologizes, explaining that the dragons thought it would be fun to watch her reaction. He's throwing his waitresses under the bus to save himself. Rurin and Serena aren't having it. You disgusting pervert! You wanted to see Elena's new outfit too! Ellison is panicking now. If this gets back to the city, his reputation is cooked. Elena looks down at her maid outfit, blushing like a tomato. Is that so? This outfit, you like it? Ellison tries to deny it, but Serena is just watching the drama unfold with a smug grin. The group dynamic is officially a mess. Suddenly, Rurin notices something. Iramantium has been muttering to himself this whole time. Ha 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 ha! Yayo, you idiots! He's activated a secret spell. You guys made a mistake! Back in the forest, Nerea is worried. Her guard asks if Elena is going to be okay. Nerea says not to worry because Elena brought an amazing group. But then she hears a sound. A massive ball of green energy appears over the trees. It explodes, sending a shockwave of mana through the entire forest. The green mist washes over the elves. It's eerie, silent, and definitely not good. Nerea gasps as the mana hits her. Her eyes go wide and glazed over. The elves are all frozen. They look like they're in a trance. Suddenly, their expressions shift. They look determined and terrifyingly empty. An elf soldier draws his sword with a slow, mechanical motion. Every single elf in the forest draws their weapon and points it directly at their own neck. Back in the lair, Iramantium is cackling. He tells them he didn't just set up traps in his lair, he set them in the entire forest. Release me immediately, or every single elf will commit suicide. Elena looks like she's about to pass out from the shock. Rurin looks out from the cliff. The green mist is still spreading. She confirms it's real. They're all ready to end it. She asks if this is some mass mind control spell. Iramantium boasts that he's spent 100 years studying minds. This isn't just brainwashing, it's an art form to him. He claims he perfected it because he was rejected so many times. No one knows how strong my love is. Sir, that is not love. That is a restraining order waiting to happen. He demands Elena make a choice. Abandon her race or become his bride forever. Elena starts to give in, crying and saying she'll be his bride. But then, a blue aura erupts behind her. You don't have to do that. Ellison is done being a spectator. He tells Iramantium that blackmail doesn't work on him. Don't you dare try to force things onto us. Our guy launches a massive, glowing magic circle into the sky. It's huge. It dwarfs the entire forest. The circle unloads a rain of golden light. It's a 9th circle dispel spell. It washes away the green mist like it was never there. The elves drop their weapons, blinking and wondering why they were just trying to kill themselves. Ellison smiles at Elena. Don't worry. Everyone will be safe. Elena is literally on the floor, thanking God for this absolute unit of a mage. Iramantium is staring at the sky. He can't comprehend what just happened. His life's work was deleted in 3 seconds. Rurin and Serena approach him. Serena thinks the dragon is a bit mischievous and needs a spanking. Elena gets up, wiping her eyes. She shouts that he's the worst dragon she's ever met, and she hates him. Iramantium's eyes go wide. Harsh words spoken with sincerity, that annoyed expression. I love IT! The dragon literally explodes with joy. He's not a villain anymore, he's just a masochist with a new obsession. Crisis averted. The elves are celebrating. Hooray! We're free! The music returns to the forest. Elves are playing harps, and everyone is dancing. The vibe is back to 100%. Elena and Nerea share a hug. The sisters are reunited, and the forest is safe. Iramantium is tied up on the ground, muttering about how being played by a beautiful woman is okay. He's officially broken. Party time. The elves bring out a massive feast. Serena is worried. Will it all be grass? Rurin is already digging in, eating salad like it's a rare steak. Serena asks what that bottle is. Rurin explains it's a sauce Elle gave her that makes the grass taste delicious. Serena tries to steal some, and they start bickering like siblings. Go get some for yourself, idiot! Nerea approaches the group, bowing deeply. She says words can't express her gratitude. Serena just keeps eating. You're mistaken. We just beat the shit out of that meatball. She points to Ellison. It was Elle who saved you. Nerea looks at him, shocked. Serena notes that they don't have the power to cast such a spell, only Ellison does. Nerea is starting to see that he's much more than just a talented chef. Ellison is busy being the life of the party, handing out sauce to all the elves. He says he brought it just in case elven food was too bland. He's always prepared for a culinary emergency. The elves are loving it. I love the tartness! Ellison is basically the Gordon Ramsay of the forest right now. Later that night, Ellison walks off to a secluded area where a giant stone statue stands. It's a statue of an elf warrior. Ellison looks up at it and whispers, It's good to see you, old friend. The statue is of Venin. The detail is incredible, but the expression is cold and frozen in stone. Ellison smirks. To be honest, I think you look better as a statue. That's a classic Ellison line, mocking his dead friend because he doesn't know how to handle the grief. Suddenly, a fist slams into the back of Ellison's head. Younger Ellison is sitting on the ground holding a piece of meat. Well, you bastard, Dwarf Darren is yelling at him, asking what his problem is. Here we go again. Elf Venin is throwing a bowl of salad. We're in a flashback and Ellison just got smacked. It turns out his friends in the war were just as chaotic as the ones he has now. Meet young Ellison. He was officially a 7th class mage deserter. He left the army because he was bored, but he accidentally ended up as a mercenary legend. Darren the dwarf is complaining about the food while gnawing on a bone. These three were a nightmare for any army they joined. Venin, the elf hero, is currently throwing a tantrum over a bowl of vegetables. He refuses to eat grass. Ellison tells him he can't even digest meat properly, but Venin claims Ellison cooks it so well that his elven stomach doesn't care. Darren is laughing, saying a fight between an elf and a dwarf would make more sense than this bickering. Let's fight! Young Ellison just sighs and points toward the horizon. I mean, you should both stop fighting and look over there. A pack of trolls is charging toward a group of refugees. These things are huge, ugly, and hungry. I can't even get a break to eat. Let's go! The trio moves out with zero hesitation. A refugee is about to become a troll snack, crying out for his life. Darren slams his hammer into a troll's face. Venin unloads a flurry of arrows into the pack. Ellison casts a mana shield, blocking a troll's club with a bored expression. The refugees are in shock. They've never seen combat skill like this. They're the 3 heroes of battle! We're saved! The legend of the deserter mage and his band of misfits was real. Venin stands over the defeated trolls, giving them the speech. From now on, you trolls are prohibited from committing crimes of murder or kidnapping. Darren tells him not to ruin the mood and reminds him they need to tell the trolls they can counterattack if their lives are at risk. This is where Ellison's peace pact logic actually started. If you don't want to die, get lost immediately! The trolls choose life and run for the hills. Back in the present, Ellison is sitting at the base of Venin's statue, offering a bowl of meat. I've been keeping to that rule since then. You must be relieved too. Or maybe you didn't want me to do that. He's talking to the stone as if Venin could hear him. He asks the statue if it resents him. The guilt of surviving while his friends died is finally showing on his face. Nerea walks up behind him. Venin wouldn't do that. She's been watching him pay his respects. She asks Ellison what he thinks. She knows the history between them is deep. Ellison remembers 2 years ago. He was the one who brought Venin's body back to the forest. Nerea remembers seeing her brother covered in a shroud. It was the darkest day of her life. She remembers Venin holding her hands and promising to return no matter what. You made sure he kept his promise, so how could I resent you? She's crying now, but it's a grateful kind of sorrow. She asks Ellison if he thinks Venin played a part in the enormous power he showed today. Ellison pours a drink. It's not just a small part. I owe Venin not just this power, but my whole life. He's admitting that his friends were the ones who shaped him into the goat. He hands a glass to Nerea, so the one who saved the elves wasn't me. Cheers to Hero Venin. They drink in silence, honoring the elf who isn't there to eat the meat. The campfire burns bright as they toast to the legend. The next morning, it's time to leave the elven forest. The houses are glowing in the sunlight, and the vibe is peaceful once again. Lilinia and the other guards bow to the group. Thank you for saving the elves. Rurin and Serena are ready to go. Iramantium is hovering in the air, still trapped in a magic circle. He's their ticket to healing the count. Where are you taking ME? The dragon is panicking. Serena tells him to shut up. He'll find out when they get there. Rurin notes that Ellison's talk with the chieftain was pretty long. She's definitely a little jealous. Elena is sweating. Sorel had a conversation with Lady Nerea. She's realizing Ellison is playing on a level she can't even see. Serena mentions that Nerea didn't seem to know about Ellison absorbing the Lord's heart. Hey, that's a secret to everyone else! Iramantium's head pops out of the bubble. Eh? Rurin explains that since Serena and Elena saw it, it's not a surprise. Iramantium is reeling. He ate the Lord's heart? No wonder he's crazy strong. Ellison wonders if Nerea figured it out anyway. After that 9th circle flex, it would be hard not to. Anyway, we came here to help Miss Elena in the first place. Ellison is back in mission mode. Back in Great City, the sun is setting over the Lord's Manor. It's an expensive looking place, full of high-end furniture and medical equipment. Deeren bursts into the room. Master! He's hyped to see Ellison back. Ellison apologizes for being away. He notes the restaurant was closed for a bit, but he's back now. This is the first time he's formally come to the Lord's residence. The guards look confused, but they let the master in. Next door, Serena and Elena are having tea. Serena is skeptical about the plan, but Elena thinks Ellison's magic will work. The Countess is sitting by the bed. Master, Deeren, is that a guest? Deeren introduces him. Ah, mother, this is the person who helps me out a lot. My name is Elle. Ellison is doing his best harmless civilian face. But then we see her memory. She remembers the Archmage who blew up Dedrin's castle. The contrast is hilarious. Yori! The Countess almost has a heart attack on the spot. Where have you been all this time? She recognizes him instantly as the man who saved them from the corrupt noble. Deeren whispers to Ellison that he didn't tell her Ellison was the one who destroyed the castle. No one else but me knows. It was too difficult to explain, he says. She grabs Ellison's hands, thanking him for saving her and her husband. Ellison stops her. You don't have to thank me, yet. He's got that serious look again. There's still one person I haven't saved, right? He looks at the unconscious Count. Rurin kicks the door open. Come in, you punk. She's dragging Iramantium, who is now in his human form. Meet human Iramantium. He looks like a tired office worker who's been awake for 48 hours. So, who do I need to heal? Rurin kicks him again for good measure. Over there. Don't do anything weird. She's the best security guard. Iramantium looks at the Count. Is it this human? He's getting into doctor mode, even if he's doing it while sweating. Bereen is worried, but Ellison tells him to just watch. Iramantium confirms the brain has suffered serious damage. He's impressed by the harmful poison used. He recognizes high-level work when he sees it. He starts casting. He literally coughs up a cloud of golden mana directly into the Count's face. The mana flares up, illuminating the room. It's a specialized brain-healing spell. The Countess and Bereen watch in silence. The room is blurry with magical energy. The Count's eyes flutter. Father? Bereen is leaning in, his heart pounding. The Count looks up, his gaze clearing for the first time in months. His voice is weak, but he's finally awake. He recognizes his son. The family reunion is finally happening. Bereen lunges forward, crying and hugging his father. The Countess is right there with them. Ellison watches from the doorway with a small, satisfied smile. Mission accomplished. He remembers his own mom back in Korea, the simple joy of a family meal. This is what he fights for. He walks away quietly, letting them have their moment. Rurin is outside, threatening Iramantium. If I hear any weird things about you, I won't forgive you again. The dragon is nodding frantically. Ellison calls her over. Rurin, let's get going now. Rurin is surprised he didn't ask for a reward. We have enough money, he says. The family is still crying and laughing in the room behind them. Ellison doesn't need gold, he just needed to see the kid get his dad back. Back at the restaurant, the stars are out. Ellison is prepping for tomorrow's business. All right! He notices someone keeps stealing the beer. He needs to summon more from Korea. He puts a gold coin on a summoning circle. Come to think of it, this is my first summon since absorbing the ancient marble. He notes that it's a little less tiring now. His mana pool is basically infinite. The coin disappears into the void. Suddenly, the portal turns black. It's not the usual bright blue. It's dark, swirling, and malicious. A pale face with red eyes stares out from the darkness. What is this? The transition is a blur of static and mana, footsteps on pavement, a sound Ellison hasn't heard in 15 years. Our guy is dazed, stumbling through the streets of Seoul like he just pulled a triple shift in the Dragon War. He was just trying to prep some ingredients, and now the air smells like exhaust and street food instead of magic. He sees a girl in the distance. Brown hair, school uniform, he thinks it's Rurin, but something is off. He calls out to her, his heart hitting his ribs. If Rurin is here, at least he isn't alone in this concrete jungle. The girl turns around, and yeah, it's her, but she's holding a wallet and looking like she's about to rob a guy who's already down. The perspective shifts. Everything looks like a glitch in the Matrix. The neon signs of Korea are blinding. To a Ninth Circle Archmage, this place looks more alien than a dragon's lair. Ellison realizes the Rurin he saw was just a memory or a hallucination because the real Rurin is right there, screaming at him to explain what the hell is going on. He hits the deck. The realization is a physical weight. This is the exact spot where he was before he got isekai'd the first time. The headlights, the noise, the truck-kun trauma is real. He's actually crying. Imagine being a god-tier mage who deleted castles for fun and you're reduced to tears by a street lamp. He missed it. Every single day of those 15 years, under the calm chef exterior, he was a guy who just wanted to go back to his room. The light fades into the reality of a modern street. Rurin grabs him by the face. She doesn't do emotional support well, but she's genuinely worried her favorite human just broke his brain. They're sitting in the middle of a crosswalk. Horns are blaring. It's the ultimate main character moment, but for all the wrong reasons. Rurin is losing it. She's looking at the cars like they're metal monsters and the skyscrapers like they're invading golems. Ellison finally snaps out of it. The damp pavement, the cold air. This isn't a dream. A random lady in a suit approaches them. This is the NPC interaction of the century. She offers to call 911 because they look like two cosplayers who just survived a car wreck. Ellison covers Rurin's mouth before she can ask what a 911 is and probably threaten to eat the lady. He grabs Rurin and books it. Even a Ninth Circle mage knows you can't fight the Korean police without a social security number. The lady is left standing there, wondering why the guy in the blue bathrobe was running so fast. They find a rooftop to cool down. Rurin is buzzing. She's processing the fact that her boss is basically an alien from a high-tech planet. Iron carriages and tall buildings. She's describing Seoul like a level 1 adventurer entering the capital city for the first time. Ellison is just happy the air doesn't have mana toxicity. He never expected to return. That's the heavy part. He'd made his peace with being a fantasy chef forever. Look at that skyline. It's beautiful. But for Ellison, it's a map of everything he lost. Rurin asks the big question, where are we? Ellison realizes he's a stranger in his own hometown. He sees the lady's phone again in his mind. The design is sleek. newer than anything he remembers. The math starts clicking. The cars are different. The tech is light years ahead. 15 years in the other world wasn't a time dilation trick. 15 years have passed here too. He tries to visualize the city layout using his mage brain. Roads don't change as fast as buildings do. He's basically using a ninth circle GPS in his head to find his way home. But then he reverts to his useless chef mode. He tells Rurin he's lost. The deadpan anticlimax hits hard here. He's a god, but he can't find a subway station. Don't worry, he says, trying to keep the Lizard Queen from panicking. He thinks of his mom, the only person he truly wants to see. But first, they need a gold farm strategy. He pulls out a gold coin from the fantasy world. In the Empire, this buys a meal. In Korea, this is a down payment on a house. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the boys are up early. They think it's just a normal Tuesday. They're praising the dwarves for the new barn, completely unaware that the guy who pays their rent is currently in another dimension. The restaurant is dark. Ment and Noel are starting to get that something is wrong feeling in their gut. Ellison isn't the type to sleep in. To these guys, he's a machine that runs on cooking and discipline. Seeing the kitchen empty is like seeing the sun forget to rise. Gear check. Ellison and Rurin have managed to acquire modern clothes. Rurin is rocking the I just spent $500 at a thrift shop look, and honestly, she fits right in. Ellison looks stressed. Selling gold isn't as easy as the movies make it look when you don't have a passport. They find a jewelry shop. Pure gold, the sign says. Time to see what fantasy currency is worth in the real world. The jeweler looks at the coin and nearly has a heart attack. 4 million won. That's about 3,000 bucks for one coin. Ellison just realized he's technically the richest man in Korea if he has a bag of these. Then comes the final boss. Can I see your ID? Ellison's face says it all. He's a ninth circle archmage, but he's defeated by a plastic card. He tries to negotiate. This is the part where the hidden boss has to act like a humble beggar. He takes a massive L and sells it for half price just to avoid the ID check. He's holding a 50,000 won note like it's a sacred relic. He's been gone so long he didn't even know these notes existed. Rurin's stomach growls. The sound is loud enough to alert the local authorities. They find a Chinese restaurant, jjajangmyeon, the ultimate welcome home meal. Ellison is hyped. He's been trying to recreate this flavor for 15 years with fantasy ingredients. Now he gets the real deal. Rurin takes a bite. The look on her face? Absolute W. She's ascending. She's been eating dragon tier food her whole life, but black bean noodles are hitting different. Then Ellison looks at the menu prices and his soul leaves his body. 8,001 for a bowl? He's having a back in my day moment. Rurin tells him he sounds like an elder dragon. When the 800-year-old lizard tells you you're acting old, you know you've messed up. He gives in. We're going to eat whatever we want! Famous last words when you're traveling with a black dragon. Next stop, Tteokbokki. Rurin is breathing fire, literally. She thinks it's as hot as a dragon's breath, but she's going back for seconds. Bingsu for dessert. Look at the size of that bowl. This is the content Rurin was born for. Haddock on the street. They are officially on a food tour of Seoul. Rurin sees a photo booth and thinks it's another restaurant. She's like a shark. If it's a building, it must have snacks. The vibe is officially cooked. Serena is hangry. A hungry red dragon is a national security threat. She's demanding to know where the human went. Elena is literally dying of starvation. The irony of a high elf doctor starving to death because her chef went to Korea is peak comedy. The staff is huddled up. They've realized the boss isn't just late, he's gone. The customers are starting to complain. A restaurant's reputation is built on consistency, and right now, the consistency is zero. Ment is worried. If the regulars leave, the dream is dead. Then Bereen, the student, has a big brain moment. He points out that they've all watched Ellison cook. They know the ingredients. They know the vibes. Why don't we manage the restaurant while he's away? This is the moment in the movie where the side characters decide to do something incredibly stupid but brave. Rurin is finally full. That might be the most expensive meal in Korean history based on volume. They're on a train. The iron carriage is moving fast, and Rurin is actually being quiet for once. Ellison explains it's a train. He's avoiding teleportation magic because, again, he doesn't want to explain to the government why two people just materialized in a subway car. Rurin gets serious. The tone shifts. Are we going to meet your mother? Ellison is surprised she caught on. He's been acting like a tourist, but his eyes have been fixed on the destination the whole time. Rurin isn't just a bottomless pit for food. She's observant. She knows Ellison is terrified of what he's going to find. The train speeds through the sunset. The scenery is gorgeous, but the mood is heavy. Rurin smiles. Your hometown is quite beautiful. I like it. This is a huge moment. The dragon is approving of the human's world. Ellison looks at her. He's thinking. He calls her name. What would you say if I asked if we could stay here? If we could live here forever without ever going back? Ellison is laying it all out. He's been thinking about this since the moment he landed. The Dragon Lord threat is gone. The war is over. Why go back to a world of monsters when you have high-speed internet and jjajangmyeon? He's vulnerable here. He's asking his best friend to give up her nature for his comfort. Bereen is quiet. This isn't a where do we eat next question. This is a life sentence question. Ellison realizes he overstepped. He tells her she doesn't have to answer now. He's trying to be a good guy, but he's clearly desperate. But Bereen cuts him off. She only needs one word. You. She asks if he'd really be okay with staying here if she said no. She's calling his bluff. She knows he won't abandon her, but she also knows he's miserable. The title card hits. The Archmage's Restaurant. The stakes just got personal. We're back in the war. 15 years ago. Ellison is young, tired, and covered in mana burn. He's working on a spell that looks like a prototype of the one that brought him home. He's obsessed. He finally succeeded in opening a small rift. Take me back home. It's a plea, not a command. His teammates, Darren and Bereen, have to physically restrain him. He's acting like an addict. They're telling him the rift will close and he'll lose a limb. They're trying to save him, but to Ellison, they're just keeping him in hell. The portal collapses. The explosion of mana is violent. The dust settles. Ellison is on the ground, defeated. Bereen, the elf, is yelling. He tells Ellison that magic can't solve everything. He doesn't understand that for Ellison, magic is the only thing that should solve this. The cost? No magic for weeks. For a mage in a war zone, that's basically a death sentence. Then comes the dagger. Bereen and Darren talk about going home after the war. The mines, the forest. They have lives waiting for them. Fiancés, families, roots. Ellison's smile here is heartbreaking. It's the smile of someone who just realized they're the only person in the room with nowhere to go. Where am I supposed to go? The war was his whole world. Without it, he was just a ghost in someone else's story. That's why the restaurant mattered. It was the home he built from scratch. He snaps back to the present. He's looking at Bereen. Have I ever abandoned you before? Bereen's cheerfulness is a mask for how much she needs him. She's a dragon who found her hoard, and her hoard is this guy. Let's go home first. She calls Korea his lair. It's cute, but it's also a reminder that she's an apex predator in a world of sheep. The experiment has begun. The restaurant is reopened. The meat is being sliced. The technique is actually not bad. The ex-convicts are working hard. They've got the spirit, but they're missing the 9th circle sauce. Problem 1. The grill. Linte realizes he has no idea where the firewood goes because Ellison always did it with magic. Darren confirms he did everything using magic. This is the moment they realize Ellison was basically a one-man industrial revolution. Elena steps up. Yes, magic! She's a high elf. She's got this, right? She produces a tiny, pathetic flame. It's like using a matchstick to heat a sauna. The staff's reaction is gold. So small! Elena is embarrassed. She learned magic for camping, not for mass-producing burgers. Then a real pro walks in. Serena. Move! She doesn't use a spell. She is the fire. She unloads a torrent of dragon fire into the grill. She's looking like a goddess of destruction, telling them to focus on the cooking. The staff is terrified but impressed. The problem is solved. Or so they think. They start cooking. They're high on confidence. Let's open the restaurant! A literal lump of coal. The customer is a miner. He's looking at his plate like it's a job assignment. Why are you serving me coal? The apology is desperate. Serena's fire is way too hot for mortal food. She's basically trying to cook a steak with a nuclear reactor. Next disaster, seasoning. The customer spits it out. It's salty, like ocean water salty. They check the jars. They use sugar instead of salt, or maybe salt instead of sugar. Everything is falling apart. The old guy in the back is having a stroke from the sweetness. The restaurant is in full Hell's Kitchen mode. Refunds, yelling, chaos. Linte is sweating. He realizes the restaurant will be out of business before the boss even gets back from the grocery store. He looks at Serena. She's still blasting the grill. She has zero intention of turning it down. How am I supposed to cook without burning it? He has a realization. He looks at a massive pot of water. Maybe I can? He's about to invent boiled meat. God help the customers of Great City. Night has fallen. Ellison and Bereen are walking. They've reached the old neighborhood. I won't get lost in my hometown. He's saying it to convince himself. He's missed it. The specific cracks in the sidewalk. The smell of the nearby convenience stores. He's at the apartment complex. This is the macro mystery payoff. This is home. The look on his face is pure peace. I'm home. He thinks he's about to walk in and see his mom. He knocks on door 604. He's nervous. Bereen is actually being respectful for once. She knows this is the boss's final boss. What should I introduce you as? Bereen wants to tell the truth. Ellison shuts that down instantly. Telling a Korean mom you're a dragon is a one-way trip to a psychiatric ward. Mom! It's me! He's practicing his greeting. He's 15 years of sorry I'm late in one sentence. Silence. The door is locked. It's too quiet. The door opens. It's not his mom. It's the novelist's neighbor. She looks at him like he's a ghost. Ellison tries to play it cool, asking for the lady who lives in 604. The realization on the neighbor's face is devastating. My goodness. Could you be Miss Jonghwa's son? Ellison lights up. Yes! I'm her son! He thinks he's finally made it. The neighbor looks down. The glasses slip. She doesn't live here anymore. The mood just flatlined. She tells them to follow her. She explains how she met his mother 5 years ago. His mom used to cook for her. She used to boast about her son every single day. Ellison is walking in a daze. He asks where they are going. They're in a wooded area, a cemetery. The neighbor explains that his mother missed him so much it likely killed her. She refused to hand out flyers because she didn't want him to feel guilty if he saw them. Ellison stops. The neighbor points to a grave. Why did you decide to come back now? Couldn't you have returned at least 2 years earlier? That is the knockout punch. The neighbor explains that his mother, Miss Jianghua, was battling stomach cancer even before they met. She had her stomach removed and couldn't even eat properly. The irony here is physically painful. Ellison became the greatest chef in history for a woman who couldn't even digest food by the time he returned. 3 years ago, the cancer came back. She was hospitalized and then, well, we know how this ends. Our guy is hearing all of this and his mind is just a blank screen of no. This is the ultimate L. He spent 15 years dreaming of a family dinner and he's standing in a graveyard. He starts hallucinating. He sees her in the kitchen, apron on, telling him to have a seat because he must be hungry. Let's have dinner, shall we? She looks so happy in his memory. This is the emotional peak the author has been building since chapter 1, and they are making us pay for it in tears. Then the vision breaks. The visual glitch effect here is peak. It's not just a farewell, it's a reminder that he was effectively dead to this world for over a decade. The light fades, and he's back in the cold, dark woods. The neighbor adjusts her glasses. She says she's not even curious about where he's been. It doesn't matter anymore. No explanation is going to bring her sister back. She's being harsh, but she's the only voice of reality Ellison has left in this world. He's standing there, head down, backpack on. He looks like a student, but he feels like a 1,000-year-old ghost. Then she remembers something. She was asked to give him something if he ever showed up. She pulls out a letter. It's tattered, old, and looks like it's been through a war. She says it fell into her house one day. This is the letter Ellison sent years ago using unstable dimensional magic. He thought it never made it. The neighbor is actually annoyed because his mother spent her last days obsessed with this nonsense letter. Ellison takes the paper. His hands are shaking. He recognizes it immediately. Rurin spots it too. That's high-quality parchment from the Ruben Empire. This is proof that his magic actually worked. He reads his own words. He told her everything. He told her he was in another world, that he was a 9th circle mage, and that he was going to open a restaurant. He wrote it all just to let her know he was doing well, even if he could never see her again. But he gave up on sending more because he assumed there was no way to get a reply. He thought he was shouting into a void. He was wrong. Flip the page. There's a response written in his mother's handwriting. I will definitely open that restaurant no matter what. Our son is a 9th class Archmage now. Make sure to invite mom. He loses it. He's calling himself a fool. If he had just tried to retrieve the letter with summoning magic once he got the dragon heart, he would have known she was waiting. He's spiraling into what-ifs. He thinks if he had sent more letters, he wouldn't regret this so much. Rurin is just watching him, probably the most human emotion she's ever felt for him. Meanwhile, the restaurant is actually popping off. The customers are cheering. They're ordering seconds. Linte is in the kitchen looking like a mad scientist. He realized the fire Serena provided was too hot to grill anything without turning it into a hockey puck. So he did the one thing a desperate man could do. He boiled it. He's serving uba belly fat, which is basically fantasy bossum. Serena is bragging about her firepower while Elena is in the corner looking like she's seen some things. The found family actually found a way to survive without the goat. The staff is relieved. They've cleared the customer rush. All they need now is for the manager to walk through that door. The sun is coming up. Rurin is still with him. She tells him he needs to eat something before he collapses. Ellison looks up. He's spent. He tells her he's sorry. And then he drops a truth bomb. I actually lied. He confesses that if Rurin had said she didn't want to stay in Korea, he would have sent her back alone and stayed here by his mother's grave forever. He was ready to abandon everything, the restaurant, his friends, the world he saved, just to sit in this cemetery. Now I have nothing left. He's in a dark place, literally and mentally. Rurin grabs his arm. She's not letting him slide into this pit. She asks him if he truly feels like he has nothing. She reminds him of what he asked on the train. She never intended to refuse his offer to stay. But she also points out that returning alone without him is simply impossible. She's a dragon. When they pick a horde, they don't let go. She smiles. It's the softest look she's ever given him. She'll stay here forever if he wants. But what about those who remain on the other side? We see the consequences of his absence. The prince is hearing rumors that the Archmage is gone. The local nobles are whispering. Count Grake, the guy whose brain Ellison literally fixed, is preparing for an outing. He's visiting the restaurant to pay his respects. Meanwhile, we see a Yeti Cat construction worker. Grake's city is getting wild. The dwarves are getting reports that Ellison vanished. Darren, the old dwarf war buddy, is trying to stay calm. He tells the others to focus on the work. He's the adult in the room right now, back in the fantasy world. The air is fresh, the mountains are snowy, and the mana is actually scarce here too. They landed pretty far from the restaurant. Turns out dimensional magic is like a drunk GPS if you don't calibrate it right. Ellison is in a good mood. He's got his mojo back. He starts charging up a teleportation circle. Rurin is shocked at the speed. He's casting ninth circle spells like he's just clicking a return to base button. He explains that the principles of dimensional magic are similar across worlds. He's basically a cross-platform developer now. Rurin wants him to teach her floating magic. He reminds her she said she'd never learn it. She's just jealous because other dragons can do it. Ellison is sweating. He's worried the regulars are going to kill him for the unscheduled vacation. I guess there won't be many people at the restaurant for a while. He walks through the portal and what is that? There is a massive, shiny, incredibly extra statue of Ellison in front of his restaurant. He's pointing at the sky like he's about to drop the hottest album of the Ruburn Empire. The deadpan anticlimax hits. Their faces are priceless. Did we arrive at the wrong place? Linte is outside, crying and yelling to a crowd. He's asking them who saved the Lord. The customers are eating it up. They're calling Ellison an amazing person. It's basically a cult meeting. Linte presents the dish that cured the Count. He's selling Bossum as a holy healing artifact. People are literally throwing money at him. It's a riot. Then Linte feels a presence. A very, very angry presence behind him. Explain this immediately. Ellison is back, and he looks like he's about to delete the entire staff. Then, a familiar voice, I'm the one who suggested this. It's Count Grake. He's looking dapper, mustache-groomed, and totally unbothered by the fact that he just ruined Ellison's quiet life. Linte is apologizing. He explains they panicked when Ellison vanished and tried anything to keep the customers from leaving. The Count is actually enjoying the Bossum. He tells Ellison he has amazing employees. Ellison takes a bite. He's actually impressed. The Bossum is tender and delicious. He's wondering why he never thought of just boiling the meat. Linte is sweating, wondering if he's getting promoted or fired. Ellison sighs. He's the one who left without saying anything, so he's not going to criticize. But what on earth is that statue? The Count says it's to honor his achievements. He even says the castle will pay for the maintenance. Ellison tells him he's being too modest. But the Count isn't joking. The Count gets serious. He says he heard stories of a legendary soldier during the Dragon War, a guy who ignored orders from the brass to run around helping civilians, the best sorcerer, as well as the worst soldier. This is Ellison's backstory leaking into the present. The Count knows his name was Ellison. He asks if Ellison would believe him if he said Grake City was one of the villages that legendary soldier saved. We see a flashback to the Count's castle being invaded by a dragon, and then, the moment Ellison and Rurin first arrived in town, the Count recognized him the second they teleported into his room back in the early chapters. Ellison is shocked. He didn't think anyone would remember a war criminal like him fondly. The Count vows to do everything in his power to help him. He asks if Ellison understands now why the statue is there. No, I don't. Ellison points a finger. He unloads a beam of mana. The statue is vaporized, derezzed, deleted. He doesn't want background items affecting his restaurant's rating. Legend behavior. The Count's face is the new shocked Pikachu meme. He realizes he might have overdone it. Ellison tells him to also take care of the rumors about his food healing sick people. He just wants to flip burgers, not lead a religion. We're in a high-class palace. A young mage girl bumps into someone. She's dropping her books, apologizing like a side character in a shoujo anime. The books start floating. It's Rain. She's looking cool, powerful, and totally in control. The young girl is blushing. The mages are gossiping about her. They're saying the rumors about her being kidnapped and crying are all lies. Rain is hearing all of this. She's clenching her fist. I wish those were just rumors too. She's dying inside. The trauma from Ellison's restaurant is the only thing that scares her. She enters a private room. Someone is inside. She knows only Duke Tamaron can enter without permission, but he's supposed to be out of town. She has a vision of a dragon. This is the Lizard Queen PTSD kicking in. It's the Duke. He's blonde, pretty, and sipping tea. Rain has a full-on mental breakdown. She's yelling about rumors and wanting him to tie her up and drag her away to fix her reputation. The prince is just staring at her. He's genuinely confused. Rain realizes she just made everything 10 times weirder. The prince gets down to business. Dedran City's crime rate is spiking. It's becoming a no-man's land that's affecting neighboring cities. Rain is still hiding her face in shame. The prince promises not to spread rumors about her breakdown. He asks about the casualties in Dedran. It's serious. 3 investigators have already died. Rain asks if anyone else wants to go. The prince says no. If they send a loud force, the criminals will just hide. They need someone low-key. He pulls out a vial of the brain poison. They need to find out who's making this stuff. Rain says they don't have anyone with that specific skill set. The prince smirks. There is one person though, a monster who has no qualms about assassination. Rain knows exactly who he's talking about. The scene shifts back to Greek City. It looks peaceful. And we end on Ellison, happy as a clam, serving Bossum. We open with a bit of ASMR, steak edition. Ellison is back in his element, grating what looks like fresh wasabi or some fantasy equivalent. The plating is immaculate. Even in the middle of a national crisis, our guy refuses to serve mid-food. Stir-fried rice wuka is ready! Look at that smile. He's finally back where he belongs, and the trauma of the Korea arc is being channeled into pure culinary output. He hands the tray to Rurin. The found family dynamic is back in full swing. But wait, zoom in on that plate. Serena, the red dragon who could probably glass a continent, is staring at a bowl of plain rice like it just insulted her entire lineage. She asks where the meat went. Rurin, who is already mid-chew, just looks at her like she's a noob. Turns out, Ellison hid the meat under the rice to keep it juicy. Serena is having a full-on meltdown while a lady in the background is having a spiritual experience with her spoon. This lady is a regular customer, and honestly, same. If a ninth circle mage cooked for me, I'd move into the booth. They're talking about Bereen, the Lord's son. He's become a regular because, let's be real, his dad's cooking probably tastes like cardboard compared to this. Ellison tries to act humble about the statue he vaporized in the last chapter. He's like that one friend who refuses to acknowledge they're the carry in the raid. Then, the door opens. The atmosphere shifts from wholesome cooking anime to political thriller. A new customer asks for 2 portions. Ellison gives that "I know exactly who you are" smirk. He serves them the wuka rice. Look at the blonde hair on the left. It's not even a mystery. The customer takes a bite and his world is rocked. "The taste took me by surprise!" Ellison calls him out immediately. He says it's unexpected for someone like him to be surprised. Behold, the crown prince in perfect disguise, Leon Horace, and Bereen, whose disguise is apparently just being unrecognizable because she's so stressed. Ellison is basically asking how that's a perfect disguise when it's just the prince in a different shirt. It's like Clark Kent with the glasses, but worse. Leon admits he just wanted to try the food first. Priorities, people. You don't save the world on an empty stomach. Then the mood drops. Leon pulls out a vial of blue liquid. A poison. Not just any poison. It's the brain-melting cocktail that put Count Raiden in a coma for years. It's spreading through the Empire like a bad Discord link. They need to find the source before the whole country becomes a vegetable garden. Suddenly, the front door gets kicked in. This is why we can't have nice things. Robbers. They're demanding food and money. The lady customer is terrified, which is fair. They're giving the classic obediently do as we say speech. Meet Millen and Voyle. They look like the level 5 bandits you farm for XP in the tutorial. Serena and Rurin are just staring at them. It's not fear. It's "are we really doing this right now" energy. Bereen is the one who snaps. She's been through enough today. A green aura starts flaring up that says, "I will delete your entire family tree." Cut to outside. The robbers are literally being used as footstools. Bereen is sitting on them like they're IKEA furniture. She's the only class 7 mage in the Empire, and these guys tried to mug her during lunch. Peak side character behavior. She's actually blushing because she loves being recognized. Her ego is the only thing bigger than her mana pool. Leon just ignores the carnage. He explains that Bereen has been stressed. That's one way to put it. Ellison gets to the point. Leon wants him to go to Dedran City to find the source of the poison. Dedran is a mess. The officials are dead, the generals are dead, and the security is basically non-existent. Bereen is still busy flex-sitting on the bandits. She's really leaning into the chief mage title. Leon mentions that the Dedran mansion was destroyed recently. He's wondering who would use magic in such a ridiculous way. Ellison looks away. He knows exactly who did it. He's the one who nuked the mansion 3 batches ago. Leon asks who told Ellison about the mansion. He's trying to be secretive, but he's talking to the guy who did it. Bereen's face here is gold. She's realized the prince is accidentally insulting the monster standing right next to him. Ellison sighs and agrees to the mission. He's going to play Leon's game, but you know he's going to do it his way, meaning someone's house is getting deleted. Transition. We are now in the outskirts of Dedran City. The vibe is very welcome to Yarnum. It's dark, there are tents, and the people look like they haven't seen a salad in 3 years. People are breaking windows and looting. This city is officially in a state of, gee. Rurin asks why they're here. Ellison reminds her they're hunting the poison makers. They see the local citizens. They look more like zombies or terminal patients. The poison is clearly being tested on the population. Ellison is thinking, if he just nukes the city, the makers will hide. He needs a surgical approach. He looks at Rurin. "I have a plan. Want to hear it?" He warns her she might not like it. Rurin just smiles. She's a dragon. Her idea of a bad time usually involves missing a meal, not a dangerous mission. "I'll do anything for you!" This is a huge character moment. Rurin has gone from selfish lizard to ride or die partner. Tell me the plan. The plan is, Rurin is in a jail cell. She's looking at the bars like they're made of toothpicks, which they basically are to her. A guard tells her to stay away. Inside the cell, the other prisoners are the worst of the worst. They see a young girl and immediately start acting like tutorial-level villains. The creepy guy is telling her he'll show her slowly what happened to the last girl. This guy is literally begging for a ninth circle funeral. Rurin is just disappointed. She's judging the prison for not even separating people by gender. She's more offended by the lack of organization than the threats. She starts glowing. She's about to exterminate everyone in the room, but a guard interrupts. Calm down, stick to the wall. The Lord Chamberlain has arrived. This is the guy Ellison needs to find. The thugs in the cell instantly freeze. They know who the real monster is in this prison. Heavy footsteps in the hallway. Meet Ricardo, the Lord Chamberlain. He looks like a man who has corrupt official written on his birth certificate. He's here for a new useful item. He points at Rurin. The guard lies and says she was arrested for assaulting passersby. Rurin looks at them with pure contempt. She's realized these guys are just traffickers. Ricardo likes her rebellious look. He tells the guard to keep her separated from the rest. Rurin is thinking about how Ellison and the others might treat her badly if they saw this. She's actually worried about the villains surviving this encounter. Suddenly, a maid whispers to Ricardo. His face goes from creepy noble to, I think I just messed my pants. He looks out at his mansion. He's stressed because palace officials keep showing up and dying. Are these bastards incapable of learning? He thinks he's the one in control. He enters his lounge. There's a guy sitting on his sofa like he owns the place. Ricardo puts on his fake smile. I'm the Lord Chamberlain. The man on the sofa doesn't even look at him. Oh, so you're the Lord Chamberlain? Ellison turns around. He's wearing the full Count Revolk drip. Ricardo is still smiling, but you can see the sweat beads forming. He's dealing with a count now, not just a random official. Ellison is leaning back, looking bored. He's playing the part of the arrogant, high-ranking noble perfectly. He repeats his name. He's establishing dominance before the conversation even starts. He mentions he was taking care of the prisoners. This is code for, I've been watching your illegal business. Ricardo hands him a scroll. He's trying to be polite about the absurd events happening in Dedren. Ellison checks the seal. It's the Imperial Palace stamp. Ricardo is surprised it arrives so early. He's trying to figure out if Ellison is a real threat or just another bribable noble. Then, Ellison drops the bomb. He mentions the 3 officials who passed away. He asks if Ricardo is suggesting he should be careful so as not to become the 4th. The tension in the room just became a physical object. Ricardo tries to laugh it off. You're quite the jokester. He thinks he's still in the polite conversation phase. Ellison looks at the scroll, and he just rips it. He shreds the official imperial decree with a smile. This is what you call a pro-gamer move. If he followed the rules, he'd be the 4th dead official. By tearing it, he's saying, I'm worse than you. The title card hits. The Archmage's Restaurant. Ricardo is losing his mind. He's staring at the scraps of paper on the floor. Tearing an imperial letter is basically a death sentence, but Ellison doesn't care. Ellison tells him the contents were obvious and no fun. He knows Leon wrote it, so he doesn't need to read it. He recites the letter from memory, enhance safety, eradicate corruption. He's basically breaking the 4th wall here. He's bored of the generic hero plot. I wish to make this place a little more fun to manage. He's offering Ricardo a partnership in crime. He's acting like a corrupt official who wants a piece of the pie. Aren't there areas where our interests align? He gives the OK sign. This is the hook. He's inviting Ricardo to show him the underground. Ricardo is intrigued. He's never met a noble this dirty before. He might have just found a powerful ally, or his executioner. A guard comes to her cell. You over there, come out. She's being transferred. She asks where they're taking her. The guard tells her she doesn't need to know. Rurin is struggling not to kill everyone. She remembers Ellison's request, don't kill them yet, we need info. She's basically a nuke on a leash right now. As she's being led away, the thugs from before start laughing. They tell her she'll be crying that she misses this place soon. They think she's going to a hellhole. One of them tells her to bite her tongue and die now. Rurin's face is just done. She's about 2 seconds away from turning this prison into a crater. She's led into a hallway and spots Ricardo. Ricardo is thinking about Ellison. He likes that the new guy is a count and not a goody two-shoes. He pulls out a vial of the poison. He wants to see if Ellison is gutsy or just putting up a front. This is the trust test. Back in the lounge, night has fallen over the mansion. Ellison is playing with the vial. He knows Ricardo is connected to the underworld. Making poison like this isn't a hobby, it's an industry. He's waiting for Rurin to make a move on her end. He's the bait, she's the hook. There's a knock at the door. A maid enters with tea. She says the Lord Chamberlain sent her. Ellison tells her to leave it, but the maid refuses to leave until he takes a sip. Ricardo called it a sign of trust. This is the oldest trick in the book. If he drinks it and dies, he was a threat. If he drinks it and lives, he's one of them. Ellison knows it's poisoned. He can see the mana in it. He thinks about his options. If he refuses, he'll never see the underground. If it's poisoned and he drinks it, he can use it to threaten Ricardo later. All right then, one shot! He literally downs the tea like it's a tequila shot at 2 a.m. His face goes through a shock moment. The maid gives an evil smirk in the shadows. She thinks she just collected a soul. Then Ellison's face resets. Tastes really good! High quality! The maid is baffled. This tea would kill an elephant, and this guy is asking for the brand name. Ah, there's one more thing. Ricardo has sent a gift for passing the test. The door opens. Ellison's eyes go wide. This is a lot more complicated than I thought. A girl is standing there. She's dressed in rags, looking disoriented. The maid tells him to have a good time. They're treating human lives like hospitality baskets. Ellison realizes she's been hypnotized or poisoned. Her eyes are empty. He reaches out to her. She attacks. She tackles him to the ground with insane speed. She's not just a slave, she's a weapon. The thugs from earlier are drinking and laughing. They're presenting their case to Manager Bereen. They're explaining that a girl came out of nowhere and beat them. They're making excuses because she didn't seem human. Bereen is not impressed. He told them to lay low. He signals his enforcer, Vernetto. Take them to the cultivation room. The thugs' faces go pale. Whatever that room is, it's a game over screen. They beg for mercy, but Bereen has zero chill. The fact that you were alive till now was your last chance. He's a classic cold-blooded manager. Vernetto mentions that Ricardo requested another slave. Bereen is getting tired of Ricardo. He thinks Dedran is attracting too much imperial attention. He might be planning to delete the Chamberlain soon. He asks about the girl prisoner Ricardo sent. He realizes she might be the one who beat his men. He's starting to connect the dots. Bereen is standing in a line of prisoners. The scale of this place is massive. It's an underground city built for human trafficking. A scribe is counting them off. Slaves for nobles, slaves for the black market. Bereen is observing everything. She knows slavery is illegal, but she didn't realize humans were this organized about being evil. She sees the chains and the cages. The mystery of the poison just got way bigger. I should probably tell him about this. She starts opening a dimensional rift to Ellison's room. Elle, are you listening? This is on a larger scale than She stops. She's looking through the portal. Ellison is on the floor. The brainwashed girl is on top of him, pinning him down. Master, please, give me your order. The girl is whispering, and Ellison looks like he's about to have a heart attack. It's a misunderstanding. Bereen's eyes go dark. The blue mana flaring around her is enough to freeze the air. So what am I thinking? Ellison is pleading for his life. He points out she was already in this state. He's trying to stay undercover, but his manager is about to go into raid boss mode. Bereen gives him the cold shoulder. She tells him to focus because if they keep talking like this, the whole infiltration is GG. She tells him to research the cultivation room and that they'll talk later. That is the universal code for you are sleeping on the couch for a century. Ellison's soul basically leaves his body. He's a god of magic, but he's terrified of a dinnertime lecture. Back at the prison, the guards hear the mana surge. They check on Bereen, wondering what that sound was. She hits them with the most deadpan nothing in history. She's just holding her broken handcuffs like they were faulty products from a discount hardware store. She's done playing the weak slave role. The title card drops. The Archmage's Restaurant. The vibes are officially shifting from spy movie to slaughterhouse. Upstairs, Bereen's enforcer asks if they should interrogate the girl. Bereen's intuition is actually 10-10. He tells them not to provoke her because she's not human. He knows messing with her means their entire business goes down the drain. He's a smart villain, which makes him even more of a menace. He decides it's time to pay Count Rivolk a visit. Next morning, the sun is up, and Dedran Mansion looks like a postcard for corrupt nobility. Ricardo walks in with a smug grin, asking if Ellison enjoyed his sincerity. Ellison is playing along, sipping tea and acting like the gift was satisfactory. Internally, he's still thinking about the Bereen death stare. Ricardo apologizes for the poison tea test. He says joining hands was a risk he had to calculate. Ellison tells him he'll be keeping the slave girl for a few days. He's actually trying to protect her, but he has to sound like a creep to stay in character. He starts asking about what makes the slaves here different. Ricardo can't help himself. He loves bragging about his crimes. He explains the brainwashing. They don't rebel, they don't escape, they just follow orders. He's treating human beings like programmed NPCs. Ellison is clenching his jaw. He's a war veteran, he's seen a lot of crap, but this rotten to the core logic is pushing his buttons. He's seriously considering skipping the investigation and just deleting the entire slave market right now. But he reminds himself he needs to pull it out by the roots. If he just destroys the mansion, the poison labs will stay hidden. He baits Ricardo by suggesting they expand the market to influential nobles across the empire. Ricardo lights up like a kid on Christmas. He thinks he just found a billionaire business partner. But before that, I would like to confirm a few things. Ellison's tone just dropped 10 degrees. He asks directly about the cultivation room. Ricardo's face immediately hits the "I messed up" settings. Ricardo is spooked. He wonders how a new official already knows that specific name. Ellison gaslights him. He says nobles are cautious and he needs to see the distribution process to feel safe. Ricardo hesitates. Then his greed wins. "No, I see no reason why I can't show you." He invites Ellison to the basement. This guy just walked himself into a ninth circle trap. They head down. The atmosphere is heavy with the smell of magic and death. They reach a door. Someone is inside. It's Reedon. He's not happy. He says there's a difficult problem to handle. Reedon is smoking a pipe, looking casual while everything is falling apart. He's looking at a red-haired woman in the room. He says there's a special being among the slaves. "I saw a dragon like you, Lady Sydney." Micro-mystery solved. The redhead is a dragon working for the traffickers. They enter the inner sanctum. Behold the cultivation room. It looks like a high-end greenhouse, but the crop is misery. Ricardo explains they mix poisonous herbs and mushrooms grown here to create loyal items. It's an assembly line for human weapons. Ellison realizes the lights are magical. They've been doing this right under the palace's nose for years. The workers look like walking corpses. The toxicity in the room is so high that even the guards can't stay long. Ellison looks at the ingredients. He asks if they can make poison that leaves no traces. He's zeroing in on the brain poison source. Ricardo gives a creepy grin and asks if he's interested in another item. Ellison prepares to end the count act. He's got what he needs, but Reedon steps out from the shadows. His face is cold. He's not buying the act anymore. Ricardo tries to introduce Ellison as the new Count partner. "Count Rivel, who will be joining us," Reedon moves. "How foolish could you be?" Reedon cuts Ricardo's head off mid-sentence. The manager just fired the CEO in the most literal way possible. Ellison is showered in blood, but he doesn't blink. He just stares at the magic circle on the ceiling. Reedon apologizes to the official. He says he's not sure if Ellison is really on their side. "Your suspicions were right." Ellison rips his cravat off. It's go time. This game of playing count is over. The dungeon guards are confused, but the real bosses are finally squaring off. She's sitting in her cell, bored. She hears the noise and wonders if the mansion is getting shut down. The red-haired dragon, Sydney, appears at her bars. She calls Rurin a dragon slave and says she hit the jackpot. Rurin asks who she is. Sydney drops a bombshell. Rurin, Varen's daughter. Rurin freezes. That's her mother's name. Sydney licks her lips. She remembers when Rurin's mother took her last breath. This is the ultimate toxic player behavior. She asks if Rurin wants to hear the story. Rurin's mana starts crackling. She says she's glad Ellison isn't here because he would have tried to give Sydney a chance. Rurin? Rurin doesn't give chances. She gives funerals. "I'll tear you into shreds and leave you with just your mouth." Rurin transforms. The black dragon is out, and she looks like she's about to eat a continent. Sydney isn't scared. She shifts into her hybrid form. She's a red dragon, and she wants to finish what she started with Rurin's mom. "Shut your trap!" Rurin unloads a breath attack. The explosion of blue fire rips through the prison level. It's a literal inferno. If you weren't invested before, you are now. The guards are running for their lives. They thought they were in a prison. They're actually in a dragon's microwave. Look at this poor NPC's face. He just realized his 401k plan is now ash. "It's a dragon! Everyone, run!" Rurin is in full predator mode. Her eyes are glowing with "you're already dead" energy. Sydney calls her rebellious. She's still trash-talking while the ceiling is melting. A glint of red mana. The red dragon strikes back. Massive fireballs are falling like meteors. Sydney tells Rurin she should have stayed in Great City playing house with her human male. She's insulting the restaurant and the romance. She's crossed every line. Rurin responds like a boss. She compares Sydney to a bug flying around the restaurant. "Because your foul stench reeks from all the way here!" She lunges. This isn't a fight, it's an extermination. The mansion is on fire. Guards are panicking. Reedon tells them to just leave. He doesn't care about the building or his men. He's only interested in the high-level players. Ellison opens a blue magic circle. He unloads a blizzard. He's putting out the fire himself because he doesn't want the evidence of the trafficking to burn. He's being a responsible archmage even when he wants to kill everyone. Reedon watches him. He notes that Ellison clearly isn't an official. "A mage, huh?" Reedon draws his sword. Ellison blocks a strike with a mana shield. He notes Reedon's swordsmanship. Reedon is fast, like National Treasure fast. He lunges again. Ellison analyzes the form. He can tell from the second lunge exactly who this guy is. It's the swordsmanship of the First Order of Knights. Reedon is getting interested, but he also realizes Ellison is too dangerous. The clash of steel and magic is insane. Ellison casts multiple binding circles. Reedon dodges them effortlessly. He says it's easy to avoid binding magic if you can see the flow. He mocks Ellison for being unable to use powerful magic because he wants to preserve the evidence. He's found Ellison's only weakness, his morals. He unloads a massive downward strike. The impact craters the floor. Reedon is basically a human nuke. He tells Ellison his circumstances are different. He has nothing to lose. Ellison blocks a barrage of strikes. He realizes this guy is way above the level of a normal first knight. Reedon analyzes Ellison's defense. He points out that the wider the shield, the weaker it is. He concentrates his attack on one spot. The sword pierces the shield like a hot knife through butter. The mana shatters. Ellison looks serious for the first time in this fight. Reedon is impressed the shield didn't fully break. He knows how to kill a mage, but this mage is built different. Ellison moves. He's done being the tank. A punch infused with mana hits Reedon like a freight train. The shockwave clears the room. Reedon staggers back. "You're strong." He gets up immediately. Ellison is surprised by how sturdy he is. He wasn't even trying to kill him, but Reedon is tanking 9th circle physical hits. Reedon's eyes are glowing. "What are you?" Reedon looks like a demon now, skin cracking and mana overflowing. Back at the restaurant, the vice commander arrives with a scroll. Leon is still there, eating. Medrin is hiding her face again. The local countess is shaking in her boots. Leon tells her he's not there to arrest her, he's just there for the food. He asks if the restaurant is still in business without Ellison. The vice commander mentions the skilled ranch manager and then asks about Dedron. They mention the former count of Dedron. He still hasn't said a word since his castle was destroyed. We see a flashback to the count in chains screaming about the mage wearing blue. He's completely broken. Leon is deep in thought. He asks a silly question. If you and Ellison ignored ranks and fought, who would win? Leon is basically asking for a power scaling debate. The vice commander coughs. He says he would never win, even with Medrin's help. Leon is shocked. He knows Ellison is strong, but a monster beyond reason? The vice commander says he only knows one other person like that, Commander Adrian Pierce, the man who redefined swordsmanship for the First Order. He's the reason the vice commander is still a vice. He's the peak of human combat. Leon points out that Pierce went missing at the beginning of the war. Leon mentions he studied abroad during that time, so he might not know everything. Reedon looks exactly like the description of a fallen version of that legendary hero. Reedon asks for Ellison's name. Ellison. Reedon knows him. The deserter Ellison. Macro mystery alert. How does an underground manager know Ellison was a deserter 15 years ago? Ellison points a finger. He has questions for Reedon too. He says he'll hear them in prison. Reedon smirks. That will be difficult. He slashes at the ceiling supports. The mansion is collapsing. He's choosing to bury the evidence, the slaves, and himself just to kill Ellison. It's a shame. Reedon looks at Ellison with a weird respect. If there were humans like you around me, I might have walked a different path. This guy is a tragic villain who chose the dark side because he felt alone. She's taking a hit to the face. Sydney is laughing. Rurin asks how she knows her mother. Sydney says there are no secrets in this world. She leans in close. Your mother created the ancient marble and was imprisoned for it, and she died pitifully in prison without anyone to help her. Rurin snaps. A beam of concentrated destruction hits Sydney point blank. The prison level is gone. Sydney is on the floor. Rurin looks like a goddess of vengeance. The mansion is essentially a giant Jenga tower right now, and Ellison is the only thing holding the pieces together. The slaves realize the ceiling isn't moving anymore. They're confused, but mostly just glad they aren't pancakes. Our guy is just standing there like he's waiting for a bus. He tells the survivors to calm down and check on the injured. Then they find it. A body. It's Lord Ricardo, the trash noble who was running this basement circus. One of the girls identifies him and immediately goes for the kill. Well, the double kill. She starts stomping on him like he's a cockroach in a kitchen. A few people try to play the moral high ground card and tell her to stop in front of their savior, but Ellison is just watching with zero judgment. Actually, he goes one step further. He hits them with the "mind if I join in" face. This is pure main character behavior. Shift to the upper floors. One of the maids is just trying to get through her shift while the building shakes. She's worried about Ricardo, which is a choice, but she doesn't have much time to think about it. A hooded figure appears behind her. He's got that mysterious secondary antagonist look down. He mentions a patient, which is a weird thing to say in a collapsing building. The maid tells him to leave, but she's talking to a guy who clearly doesn't follow the rules. He hits her with a puff of green smoke. Instant nap time. He steps over her like she's a rug. He's not here for the slaves or the poison. He enters a private room. Inside is a girl in bed. She looks like she's been through it. This is a micro mystery for the file. Who is she, and why is a top-tier assassin or doctor visiting her now? Back to the basement. Rurin is staring at the bars she just ripped open. She tells everyone they're free, but the slaves aren't moving. They're just staring blankly. The brain poison did its job. Their minds are basically factory reset. Rurin looks frustrated. She's starting to realize that freeing people involves more than just breaking locks. Then she sees him. Ellison walks in, fixing his sleeves like he didn't just prevent a structural disaster. He's teasing her about making a mess, but you can tell he's just glad she's okay. Rurin isn't in the mood for jokes. She tells him a dragon figured out who she was. She points to the pile of charcoal that used to be Lady Sydney. I made sure she stopped nagging, she says. Deadpan dragon energy. But then her face drops. She reveals the real problem. That dragon knew about the ancient marble, the one Rurin's mom made, and the one Rurin has now absorbed. Ellison takes it seriously. If the word gets out that Rurin is carrying a Dragonlord's power, every lizard in the hemisphere is going to be knocking on their restaurant door. He decides to wrap things up. They have the proof they need about the poison, but Rurin points out the slaves again. They won't leave because they've been conditioned to only follow masters. Ellison just shrugs. He's got a guy for that. He calls out into the shadows, and we see someone grumbling about milking favors. A new face enters the chat. It's the gold dragon, Iramantium. He's currently the restaurant's unpaid intern/brain surgeon. He unloads a massive wave of green mana. This is his specialty, editing memories and fixing mental blocks. One of the girls blinks, and you can see the light come back into her eyes. The fog is gone. She remembers who she is. She realizes she's not a slave anymore. The entire basement erupts. It's a "we're free" moment that actually hits, because we saw how broken they were 2 panels ago. Ellison watches them cheer with that tired dad smile, but then he gets down to business. "Stand in a line," he shouts. Is he going to give them a speech? A lecture? No. He's a chef. He's going to serve them a meal. Rurin asks what he's holding. It's cup ramen. He summoned it from Korea because nothing says closure like MSG and hot water. The visual of ninth circle magic being used to boil water for instant noodles will never not be funny. He's giving instructions on the 3-minute wait time. He's taking this more seriously than the fight with the dragon. They start eating. For people who have been eating literal trash in a basement, this is the best thing they've ever tasted. The contrast between the warm, cozy meal and the dead dragon body in the background is the exact vibe of this series. Rurin brings one over to Ellison. She even prepared it for him. Meanwhile, Iramantium is wandering off. He's done his job and he's ready to go back to his hole. He looks exhausted. This guy is the relatable king of the dragon race. We get a quick flashback to why he's like this. A woman, presumably an elf or noble, rejected him hard. "Do you think being good at magic is everything?" she asked. Ouch. That's a critical hit to the ego. He stares at his hand. He's powerful, he's a dragon, but he's still just a lonely nerd. But then he remembers the people he just saved. A husband and wife reunite. The slaves are thanking the physician and crying with joy. Iramantium looks at his hand again. He doesn't say anything, but he walks away a little differently. Maybe being an unpaid intern for an archmage isn't the worst life. Fast forward, we're back at the restaurant. Ellison is praising Iramantium's work. He's impressed by how quickly the brainwashing was reversed. Rurin is spaced out. She looks like she just remembered she left the stove on. She remembers the scene in the mansion. Ellison was pinned under her while the building fell. She was asking if he was ready to pay the price. Ellison tries to backtrack. He's like, "Look, I couldn't avoid that situation." She lunges at him. He's expecting a punch. She just buries her face in his chest. "Your punishment," she mutters. She demands a hug. It's the most aggressive cuddle in history. Ellison gives in. He knows she's just processing everything that happened with her mom and Sydney. He apologizes, but adds that if this is the punishment, he's down to receive it more often. Smooth. But then the mood shifts back to the plot. He asks if she cleaned up the dragon's corpse so the crown prince wouldn't see it. Rurin blinks. "I never did that," she says. Ellison freezes. If he didn't do it, and she didn't do it, someone else was there. Someone who can move a dragon's body without being noticed. Cut to a dark forest. A red-haired woman is looking at a blue flame in her hand. She's complaining about her clone being weak. Behind her stands Adrian Pierce, the Knight Commander. He apologizes because the human was strong. The woman laughs. Calling a Ninth Circle Archmage a strong human is like calling a supernova a bright flashlight. She says she should have told him about Ellison early. Next morning, tea time with the Crown Prince. Leon is in a great mood because Ellison basically did his entire job for him. They're discussing the fallout, the human trafficking, the brainwashing. It's a PR nightmare for the Empire, but a win for the Prince's faction. Leon admits he didn't expect Ellison to solve it so effortlessly. He asks if our guy has any business left in the city. Ellison is already back in his chef clothes. He's ready to leave 5 minutes ago. But Leon has one more surprise. He notes that the main culprit was a dragon, and the accomplice was a First Order Knight. Ellison mentions that the dragon is probably still alive. He's being vague because he knows Rurin didn't finish the job, but he doesn't want to explain why. Leon laughs it off. He tells Ellison not to delve too deep into dragon business. "I don't want to die early," Ellison jokes. He suggests Leon send a proper overseer to Dedran to clean up the mess. Leon smiles. There's no need for an overseer anymore. He hands Ellison a scroll. Ellison reads it and his eyes go wide. He asks if this was Leon's plan from the beginning. Leon just tells him that most nobles would bow on the spot for what's written in that letter. We cut to the Greek city manor. Dian's father is panicking. He's trying to protect his wife, thinking the crown prince is there to arrest them for the Dedran mess. Leon and Rain are just standing there, looking at this dramatic scene with "we are not paid enough for this" expressions. Leon tells the Lord to just read the letter. The Lord opens it, expecting an execution order. The letter says the exact opposite. Because Greek city has been so well managed lately, and because the poverty rate dropped and security stabilized, the central government is unifying Dedran and Greek City into one giant domain. The Lord's jaw hits the floor. He just went from potential convict to regional powerhouse in 10 seconds. Leon congratulates him on his domain expansion. It's a total political power move. The Lord looks at the scroll with a very complicated face. He realizes he didn't earn this. Dian did. And Ellison did. He tells Leon he cannot take on the management of Dedran. Leon is genuinely confused. This is a massive promotion. Why not? The Lord smiles. He's not refusing the power, he's delegating it. There's someone more suitable for the role than me, he says. Sunset. The mood gets serious. Leon and Rain are riding away. Leon admits that answer was unexpected. Rain notes that at least Leon got his proposal through. Leon looks satisfied. He doesn't care who runs Dedran, as long as it's someone loyal to his interests. Back at the manor, Dian is walking to his father's study. He's got that bright, I'm helping energy. His dad is sitting there with a massive plate of dessert. Cake, pastries, it looks like a celebratory feast. Look at that cake detail. The author really wanted us to be hungry too. Dian asks about his father's health. The Lord says he might not even need his cane soon. He tells Dian they need to thank Elena again. Then Dian mentions the news. He's heard about Dedran and Greek City unifying. He's happy for his dad. He thinks his dad is going to be the most powerful man in the region. The dad asks how old Dian is. 17, he says. The dad starts talking about marriage and heirs. Dian is dying of embarrassment. But then the hammer drops. I've already informed the palace. You will now take charge of managing Dedran. Dian freezes. The cake is forgotten. His dad explains that while he was sick, he heard Dian's worries. He saw that Dian actually cares about the people, not just the title. He saw that Dian's ideas weren't just idealistic dreams, but actually grounded in reality. He takes Dian's hand. From now on, as the legitimate Lord of Dedran, you can implement all those ideas. This is a huge character moment for Dian. He went from a spoiled brat in Chapter 1 to a disciple in Chapter 20, and now he's a lord. I'm certain you'll become a better lord than I ever was. Dian starts tearing up. This is the ultimate validation. He tries to hide his face, but he's overwhelmed. He straightens up. He's got that shonen resolve in his eyes now. I will ensure that Dedran prospers with my own hands! Famous last words. Cut to Dedran at night. It looks like a level from a horror game. Dian arrives with his butler. He's done some investigation on his own. The security is terrible. The trash is everywhere. It's embarrassing compared to Greek City. The butler explains that with the main crime group gone, smaller gangs are fighting for the scrap. Dian is furious. He wants to know what the military is doing. He walks into the barracks. It's a frat house. Soldiers are gambling, drinking, and sleeping on the floor. They don't even recognize him. They're just like, who's the kid? Their captain tries to make an excuse, but it's pathetic. Dian's soul is leaving his body. He realizes the scale of the mess. The captain starts kicking his men, trying to look busy, but it's too late. Dian just collapses. Where do I even start? He moans. Sunlight hits the Archmage's Restaurant. Inside, Linte is showing off a steak he cooked. He's actually getting good. Ellison and Rurin are judging him like Gordon Ramsay. You cooked it well, Ellison admits. Linte is ecstatic. He thinks he's a master chef now. Ellison is like, slow down, kid. Elena is there too, eating. She mentions that Dian has gone to Dedran. The local customers are praising him. They think he's going to be a legend. Suddenly, the door slams open. Dian is standing there. He looks like he hasn't slept in 3 weeks. His eyes are hollow. He faceplants onto the table. One hamburger, please. Rurin asks who ordered a burger. A corpse, she says. She's not wrong. Ellison brings out the burger. He's genuinely concerned. Dian starts inhaling the burger. He's eating like it's his last meal. Ellison tells him to slow down. He asks if he's been having a tough time. Dian stops mid-bite. He's trying to be a man. He's trying to be a lord. Well, actually, no. His internal monologue is a masterpiece. I can't keep relying on my master. I can't do this forever. I'm fine. I just stopped by because I missed the food. Our guy just blinks. He knows it's bad, but he didn't expect the kid to be this close to a factory reset. Dian realizes he said the quiet part out loud and immediately tries to pivot. The pivot is terrible. He claims it was a joke while sweating enough to fill a bucket. He drops a coin, pays for the burger, and flees the scene like he's escaping a crime he didn't commit. The restaurant crew just watches him go. They know he's going back to a city that wants to eat him alive. Ellison has a thought. He asks Rurin if they still have that thing they made a while back. He stashed a mobile food cart in the attic. This is a ninth circle archmage deciding that if the mountain won't come to the chef will bring the cart to the mountain. Back in Dedran, Dian is trying to be a big boy lord. He's sitting in his office, staring at a mountain of corruption and trying not to call his master. He actually slaps himself to wake up. His butler is concerned, mostly because that's not how you do administration. He realizes that Dedran is basically a circular logic of failure. If the officials are corrupt, the security goes to crap. If security is crap, the criminals pay off the officials. It's a perfect ecosystem of garbage. And the army? The army is busy holding a world record for the most mugs of beer consumed per capita. Dian needs a miracle. He needs someone who can catch criminals without needing 3 months of paperwork. He looks at the window and sees a reflection of Ellison. His brain is literally haunting him with his master's disapproval. He slaps himself again. The butler is definitely looking for a new job at this point. Dean finally makes a decision. He tells the butler to call in the department heads one by one. It's time for some accountability, or at least as much as a 17-year-old can manage. Also, he admits his cheek hurts. Self-discipline is physically painful. Meanwhile, out on the training grounds, the soldiers are being forced to actually move their legs. They are complaining about leg pain and hangovers like they didn't sign up for the literal military. Squad leader Kinder is the only one screaming at them. He's the only person in this city with a pulse and a conscience. One of the soldiers asks why he's being so strict lately. Kinder reminds them that they're lucky the new lord didn't just execute them for being a disgrace to the uniform. The soldiers just don't get it. They think Kinder is being a buzzkill. Kinder has a realization. He used to let things slide because, honestly, what was the point? In Dedran, one order from the top can make your entire life's work vanish in an afternoon. Night falls, and Kinder is walking through the streets, looking like the lead in a depressing indie film. He's reflecting on his life choices. He blames himself for letting the unit get this bad. It's the classic good man in a bad system burnout. He decides he needs a drink. But then he smells something that shouldn't exist in a slum like this. He pulls back the curtain of a mysterious tent and gets hit with the most aggressive welcome in history. Ellison and Rurin are open for business. The Archmage is wearing a tunic, and the dragon looks bored. This is Elle and Lorin's food stall. Kinder is confused. A restaurant? Here? In the dark alleyway where people usually get stabbed? Ellison shows him the skewers. The sight of actual meat cooked by someone who isn't a criminal is enough to make Kinder's brain short-circuit. The meat hits the grill. Look at that charcoal flare. Ellison is using magic to cook street food, and we are absolutely here for it. He pours a drink. The service is impeccable. Kinder is being treated like a VIP in a tent. He takes a skewer. The smell alone is a spiritual experience for this man. He takes a bite. Here is why this matters. This isn't just a meal. It's the first time in months Kinder has felt like a human being. He takes a sip of the drink. He's fully converted. He tells Ellison the stall works perfectly. Ellison gives him a soft look. He can see the stress rolling off this guy. He tells Kinder that if he has any concerns, he's ready to listen. The therapist Archmage is in the house. Shift back to the castle. The interrogation begins. Meet Treasurer Vendank. He's got the haircut of someone who definitely steals from the collection plate. Dean is looking through the records and realizing Vendank is a total fraud. The math doesn't add up. Most of the funds are unaccounted for, which is noble speak for, I bought a yacht. Dean points out 20 million spent on road repairs that never happened. Vendank just smiles. He's been waiting for this. He opens a box. It's filled with gems and gold. Here is the explanation, he says. It's a bribe. A big, shiny, shut up and take the money bribe. Dean's eye is literally twitching. Dean's hand is hovering near a bell. He wants to call the guards and end this man's career. He stands up. He's about to scream for the guards. Assemble the soldiers! He yells. He's done. He's tired. He's ready to execute someone. Suddenly, a magic circle appears on his back. Ellison, invisible or using a projection, appears behind him and tells him to assess the situation. Our guy is giving him a crash course in how not to get assassinated by your own staff. Ellison breaks it down. If Dean arrests Vendank now, every other corrupt official will go underground. Dean realizes his master is right. He has to pretend to be a crook. Dean pivots into the most awkward I love bribes face ever recorded. He looks like he's trying to swallow a lemon while smiling. Vendank buys it. He thinks he's found a kindred spirit. Back at the stall, Kinder is getting emotional. He talks about his big dreams. He wanted to make the streets safe. He spent his off-duty time patrolling. Ellison is actually listening. He sees a real soldier in front of him. Kinder is ashamed. The system is just too heavy for one man to carry. Suddenly, the vibe is ruined. A shadow falls over the tent. Meet the local street thug. He looks like he hasn't seen a shower in 3 years. Ellison looks at Rurin. Problem solver Rurin, please take care of this, he says. Rurin is currently 2 bottles deep into human wine and is giggling at the grill. The problem solver is currently offline. The thug is getting impatient. He wants protection money from the Archmage. He threatens to flip the whole place over. Kinder stands up. He's a soldier, and he's not going to let a thug ruin his favorite only restaurant. He's radiating I have nothing left to lose energy. He goes for a kick, and he misses. Completely. He lands face first on a table. The thug is mocking him. All talk, no bite. Ellison catches Kinder before he hits the ground. One finger snap. A literal bolt of lightning hits the thug in the forehead. Ellison is thinking about crushing the guy's entire base, but he has to remember his neutrality. He knows Dean wants to handle this with his own skills, so he can't just delete the underworld yet. Rurin is just sniffing his shirt. You smell nice, she says. The dragon is definitely not sober. Ellison realizes he has to help, but in a way that doesn't look like an archmage did it. He looks at the passed out Kinder. He's putting in the effort, Ellison thinks. Maybe he's worth a chance. Flashback to the morning. Kinder is being assigned to a new security team. He's trying to be enthusiastic, but he's walking into a disaster. Meet Security Captain Gabon. He is the physical embodiment of a clogged artery. He tells Kinder there are no instructors and to just train yourselves. Also, don't wake him up. Kinder realizes he's basically a babysitter for armed drunks. He tries to rally his men. He points out that people are being robbed in the streets. They actually catch a bandit. They're celebrating like they just won a war. But then the higher-ups arrive. They tell Kinder to let the bandit go. Why? Because the bandit pays taxes to the officials. Kinder is done. He tells his men to stop. He's tired of being the only person getting criticized for actually trying. He decides to just stick to what he's told. The system is cutting their wages and not providing supplies. The more they work, the more they lose. He walks away from his men. He looks like he's given up for good. Kinder wakes up with a start. He's in a dark alleyway. He sees Ellison standing there. No cart, no grill, just the street vendor owner looking very mysterious. Next to him is the thug from earlier, tied up like a holiday ham. Ellison tells him to take the gift to jail. Kinder is shocked. Was it you who did this? Ellison asks him a simple question. That wish to make Dedran safe, do you still believe in it? Kinder doesn't hesitate. Yes! Ellison gives a small, predatory smirk. A figure in heavy plate armor steps out of the shadows. Kinder's jaw hits the pavement. It's Darien, the vice captain of the First Night Order. This is like a high school quarterback meeting Tom Brady. Darien tells Kinder he's there to guide his swordsmanship. Ellison really pulled some strings for this one. Back at the castle, Dian is still in his crooked lord acting phase. He's doing the villain steepled fingers pose and laughing to himself. Another official walks in. More bribes. This guy brings a literal chest of gold. Please accept this without feeling burdened, he says. Dian is mentally counting his evidence pile. Another one brings a trophy filled with gold. Dian is literally surrounded by treasure. He looks like a dragon sitting on a hoard. His butler is judging him so hard his monocle is vibrating. Dian has to tell him not to look at him like that. Dian realizes he can't keep this up forever. The backlash is going to be insane when he reveals he's been sting operating everyone. The next official enters. Dian expects more gold. Meet Moen. She looks like she just finished a 48-hour shift and lost her lunch money. She looks at the pile of gold in Dian's office and her soul basically dies. She thinks Dian is just another corrupt lord. I thought things would be different, she mutters. Dian asks for her gift. She tells him she has nothing to offer. No wealth, no influence. She tells him it's difficult to show sincerity when you're broke because you refuse to take bribes. Dian's eyes light up. She offers to be dismissed from her position. Dian says approved immediately. Mohan is shocked, but then Dian grabs her hands. I've been waiting for someone like you! He starts shouting about gathering up all the bribes together. Mohan thinks she's being recruited by a madman. She is technically correct. She's internally screaming for an escape. Back to training. Kinder is swinging a sword. He's exhausted. Ellison is watching from the bushes with Darien. Darien says Kinder needs to relearn how to hold a sword. Ellison is satisfied. With Darien here, the soldiers will actually be trained. Rurin is still asleep in the bushes. Ellison notes he has to take care of her commute. Darien asks how long it will take to fix the security team. He says even with daily training, it'll take at least 3 months to get them to barely competent. Ellison thinks that's too long. He can't leave the people in pain for that long. A spark of mana appears in Ellison's eye. Darien recognizes that look. It's the I have an idea that involves breaking reality face. Darien decides not to ask. Smart man. Late night in the city. A woman is walking through the streets with groceries. 2 thugs corner her. They ask if she knows whose territory this is. She's terrified. She starts crying. The thugs tell her she can repay her debt slowly. It's getting dark. The thugs are gloating. They're enjoying her fear. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Wait! A figure points a finger. Put down that sword immediately! Meet the street vendor squad. Ellison and Rurin are standing there with paper bags on their heads. The thugs laugh. You come here dressed in rags and want to play hero? Ellison doesn't monologue. Justice beam, he says. A beam of pure mana obliterates a thug's sword. The explosion lights up the entire alleyway. The woman is speechless. The thugs flee in terror. Ellison is laughing about the power of the street vendor squad. Rurin asks him to please change the name. It's too embarrassing even for a dragon. The woman looks at Ellison's face through the bag holes. She recognizes him. Count Rivolk? It's Mohan, the honest administrator. She remembers him from the palace. Ellison's internal monologue. I'm doomed. I wasn't supposed to get caught this early. Shift to a dark room. 3 figures are sitting at a table. Ricardo is dead. Raiden is missing. Meet Leash Volta. He's the head of the human trafficking ring. Meet Boss McCon. He's the head of the assassination unit. They're talking to Vernetto, the guy closest to Lord Reedon. Vernetto is covered in bandages. He looks like he barely survived Rurin's rage. Training isn't all flashy sword swings and montage music. Sometimes it's just staring at a plate of hard bread. Kinder is sitting in the mess hall reminiscing about the meat skewers Ellison served him. He's realized that actual good food is a luxury he's currently trading for power. His hands are bandaged and shaking. He's pushing his body to the absolute limit because he knows the city won't save itself. The other guards notice him. They see the dirt, the sweat, and the "I've seen things" look in his eyes. They ask if he's just training. He gives them a look that says, if you call this training, you've never met a real drill sergeant. He tells them he hasn't given up yet. He's not giving up on his dream or the city. The other guards are stunned. They've spent years being lazy drunks, and seeing Kinder actually care is starting to make them feel self-conscious. Night falls over the Dedran barracks. Cut to a safe house. The former slaves Ellison saved are gathered together. They're still scared, but they're finally safe. Ellison shows up and does the big reveal. The secret of the food stall group is Count Rivolk. He's doing the chibi face because he thinks this is a great reveal. He explains that the new lord, our boy Dian, has provided temporary housing for them. Ellison is proud of Dian. The kid is actually doing the boring administrative work of being a good leader. But there's a catch. The woman from before, Mohen, mentions that the official rations taste like cardboard. Look at that bowl of sad gray mush. Even an archmage can't stand to look at that. Ellison reminds her that she almost got kidnapped trying to buy better food earlier. Then our guy's tone shifts. It's that predatory ninth circle smirk. He asks them a simple question. Don't you want to take revenge on those bastards? The room goes quiet. These people have been victims for years. Ellison is offering them the one thing the law can't. Payback. He tells them to follow him if they want to change their fate. Cut to the training grounds. Dirient is absolutely demolishing Kinder. Dirient explains the First Night Order's philosophy. It's not about swinging a sword, it's about cutting the air itself. Kinder takes a hit to the gut. Dirient tells him he's worse than a club if he can't adjust his blade. This is top-tier, tough love coaching. Kinder struggles to his feet. He's begging for more lessons. This guy is the definition of a walking W. Dirient looks impressed. He'd love to keep going, but he says personal lessons are becoming a problem. Why? Because someone is watching. The other guards step out of the shadows. They miss the nagging to get out and run. They've been converted by Kinder's hustle. Kinder can't believe it. He's not the only one who wants to change. Then, the former slaves arrive. The girl from the alleyway is leading them. They want to show the kidnappers what they're made of. Dirient looks at Ellison like, you said I only had to teach one guy. Ellison just hits him with the oops face. Our guy reveals the plan. He's giving everyone targeted by crime a chance to fight back. He's building a literal civilian army. Night at the barracks. Mohen is still working. She's the land administrator, but now she's Ellison's lead investigator. Dean gives her the mission, investigate the source of the bribes. He wants to know who is being extorted and who is just a crook. This is the clean hands operation. Mohen is confused. Why trust her with something this big? Dean gives her that pure shonen protagonist smile. Didn't you say you had nothing to give? That's exactly why I trust you. Mohen realizes the city might actually change. For the first time, she's not just surviving, she's helping. She's walking home through the alleys, probably feeling like she's in a spy movie. She spots something. It's Gabon, the corrupt security captain. He's drinking and laughing with a masked criminal. They're making a deal. The criminal wants to pull the guards from the cultivation rooms. Gabon agrees, provided he gets a pretty one as payment. Side character behavior at its worst. Mohen is horrified. She hears the words sorting in cultivation rooms and knows things are getting dark. We see the facility. It's the sorting room, and it looks like a scene from a nightmare. Two thugs are looking at the wreckage. They think the place is empty. Then we see a clawed hand in the dark. It's Mikan, the assassin boss. He's satisfied that Gabon is doing his job. He's planning to reclaim the glory of the trafficking ring. Time skip. 3 months later, Dean and his butler are reviewing the progress. They've sorted through the bribes and identified the targets, but the military is still the problem. If they move too slow, the officials will flee. Dean is worried. The guard is still too poor and weak to handle a citywide purge. Suddenly, a magic circle opens in his office. Ellison drops through the ceiling like a tactical nuke in a sack mask. Dean screams, "Master!" and Ellison immediately corrects him. "I'm just a humble street vendor." He tells Dean to follow him. He has someone to introduce. A blade flashes in the moonlight. Kinder and the new army are training. Ellison shows Dean the result of 3 months of hell. From guards to former slaves, they're all here by choice. Dirient is screaming at them in the background. "Back in my day, this would have been handled swiftly!" Pure sergeant energy. Dean is speechless. He realizes he's not alone. The people of Dedran want the change just as much as he does. Kinder is leading the charge, looking like a total boss. The shot pans out. A whole battalion of people ready to take their city back. 3 months later. Cut to the villain's new base. The cultivation rooms are fully rebuilt. The trafficking ring is back online. Vernetto is smirking. He thinks he's won. He's ready to storm every facility in the land and seize control. He thinks the food stall punks are just a minor annoyance. Suddenly, a thug bursts in. He's panicking. Vernetto asks what's wrong. Outside, Dian is sitting on a horse, leading the entire army. He looks like a legitimate king now. He gives the ultimatum, surrender peacefully and stand trial, or resist and meet harsh judgment. Vernetto is confused. The military? Really? He thinks he's fighting the same drunks from 3 months ago. The thugs laugh. They think the guards are just scarecrows. Then, the ground shakes. Kinder and the army step forward. The look in their eyes is different. This isn't a patrol, this is a reckoning. Vernetto freezes. What's wrong with them? The raid begins. Mohin points the finger. Arrest the corrupt officials! Guards grab Vendank. He's whining about who gave them permission. The irony is delicious. Gabon, the fat security captain, draws his sword and screams about treason. Kinder stands in front of him. Apologies, but we are merely following orders. Kinder reminds him that a soldier's duty is to follow those of higher rank, and Gabon just got demoted by reality. Dian watches from his horse. He declares that today is the day Dedran is rid of all its harm. My army, he shouts. Show them Dedran's justice! This is the peak main character moment we've been waiting for. The battle erupts. It's total chaos. The thugs are getting demolished. They can't believe these are the same guards. Kinder is cutting through them like butter. All criminals will be crushed. No more hard bread for this guy. Suddenly, a massive shadow falls from the sky. Vernetto slams his mace into the ground, shattering the pavement. He admits they've gained some strength, but calls them ignorant fools. He charges forward. He's a high-level physical threat. Kinder just smirks. Haven't trained? He repeats. He tells the villain they've tasted hell for 3 months. Their blades clash. Fire and sparks everywhere. Vernetto is shocked. He recognizes the swordsmanship. How do you know that style? Meanwhile, the former slaves are holding their own. They're using the precision Dariant taught them. They're moving in formation. This isn't a brawl, it's a professional execution. A thug looks up in terror. He gets hit by a mana blast. Volta, the chain guy, is trying to keep his grip. He's realizing that the rumors about the new lord weren't just talk. Rurin is standing in front of him. She looks bored, even with a bag on her head. The guards try to help, but Ellison Dill tells them to take the other side. Rurin is getting annoyed. She wants to finish this and go get lunch. Volta swings a massive chain infused with dark mana. Cut to the interior. Thugs are dead everywhere. Mekhan, the assassin boss, steps out. He's not impressed. He thinks their training was too short to beat him. The guards back up. This guy's mana is on a different level. Mekhan offers to play at their level. He's about to massacre them. Then Dariant steps into the light. He calls out Mekhan by name. He knows about the Merhin group targeting the prince. Mekhan panics and lunges. Dariant draws his sword. One slash. Blood sprays across the room. Oops, I slipped, Dariant says. Absolute savagery. Mekhan is down. He never even saw the blade move. Dariant realizes that if the boss is this weak, his newly trained guards can handle the rest. Back to Volta. He's swinging his chains like a maniac. He realizes the waitress is one of the slaves he caught before. He's pissed. Don't look down on me, he screams. He unloads a massive chain strike. Rurin just catches it with one hand. She pulls him in and lands a punch that probably breaks every bone in his face. You should lower your voice too, she says. Her eyes are glowing behind the sack. Volta is captured. The guards cheer. They finish clearing the facility. Yay, we've won! Wait, Vernetto is still up. He's the last man standing. Kinder is right behind him. Vernetto realizes something is strange. His attacks are being blocked by weird magic circles. He's losing his mind. Today was supposed to be his big comeback. He goes for a desperate attack. But he's just running away now. He knows he's cooked. He thinks he has a chance if he just escapes. He wants to try 10, 20 more times. He's running through the streets, screaming about his kingdom. He rounds a corner and finds Rurin sitting on a pile of his unconscious men. She's taking a nap. She looks up. Are you a criminal? She asks. Vernetto recognizes her voice. He remembers the mansion. He realizes this girl is the thing that killed Lady Sitney. He screams about burning everything down. Rurin just sighs. What's up with this guy? She asks. Vernetto shouts Dragon and Ellison realizes they've been busted. One more mana blast. Vernetto is out. Sunrise. Ellison is standing over the wreckage, everything wrapped up nicely. Dariant reports that they had some injuries, but Mekhan is subdued. The lives of the guards aren't in danger, thanks to some mysterious protection. Dariant asks Ellison why he intervened. They said they'd leave this to Dian. We see the flashback, Ellison secretly casting shield circles on the guards and slaves during the fight. Our guy just smiles. I intended to, but I guess I'm weak to requests. He actually cares about his students' success more than his own rules. Later that night, Dian's father bursts into the office. He's praising his son for being a genius. Dian is currently face down on the table with a bottle of champagne. I'm nothing but trash, he mumbles. He feels guilty because he knows he didn't do it alone. Nothing says victory royale like the sound of meat sizzling on a grill. The Dedran raid is over, and Ellison is doing what he does best, ignoring political consequences to focus on the perfect skewer. Rurin asks why he used magic to protect the soldiers. He says there were other reasons, but you can tell he's bothered. Even though no one died, the vibe is off. Ellison knows exactly why. The people they saved aren't cheering, they're processing trauma, and our guy knows that a victory with 0 casualties is still a heavy weight to carry. Cut to the Lord's office. Lord Greek is watching his son Dean, who looks like he just lost even though he won. The dad points out that the plan was a success. He tells Dean not to blame himself for asking Ellison for help. Dean is having a full-blown fraud alert moment. He wanted to take his first steps as a lord on his own, without leaning on his master. He admits he changed his mind at the last second. He was terrified. He was afraid that his decisions would get people killed. It's a moment of actual growth, realizing that main character energy doesn't mean you can ignore the lives of your people. He bows to his father, apologizing and claiming he isn't qualified to run Dedran City. Lord Greek just stares at him for a long moment. No anger, just that dad wisdom look. Follow me, he says. Dean is confused. He expected a lecture, not a hike. The dad leads him out of the office. It's time for a walk and a massive reality check. They walk out under the moonlight. Lord Greek explains that being a city lord isn't about being a solo god, it's about the people. He reminds Dean that the kid always said he wanted to be a lord just like his father. Dean smiles, remembering his childhood goal. To him, his father was a legend, a man who rebuilt Gake City from the ashes of the Dragon War. Dean remembers hearing people talk about how it was a miracle, how no one expected Gake City to recover so fast. The dad asks him if he knows the very first thing that legendary city lord did to start the rebuild. Dean is expecting a story about tactical genius. Instead, the dad hits him with the truth. I asked the neighboring lords for help. We see Lord Greek literally begging other nobles for food, homes, and materials. He was lower than a beggar for his people. He admits a lord can't just go around begging, but trying to solve everything alone isn't the flex Dean thinks it is. He gives Dean one final piece of advice that changes the kid's entire mindset. Everything a lord worries about, everything they do, is for the people of their territory. It's not embarrassing to lower yourself if it's for your soldiers, he says. He puts a hand on Dean's shoulder. Absolute W dad. Then, he literally shoves Dean forward. Stop making a sad face on a nice day. Dean falls flat on his face as the dad starts cackling. Kekeki, Dedran is in my hands now. The old man still has some mischief in him. Dean rolls down the hill like a sack of potatoes. He looks up, dazed, wondering what just happened. Suddenly, the noise hits him. Cheers, mugs clinking, and the smell of a party. Ellison and Rurin are there. Ellison gives him a not bad for his theatrical entrance. Dean sees everyone, his soldiers, his teacher, the citizens. He starts to get it now. Lord Greek watches from the hill, smiling. He's proud of the man his son is becoming. The soldiers are losing their minds over the food. This is absolutely fire! They're eating something called Palencio, which looks like top-tier RPG meat. One of the soldiers is already trying to recruit more people into the squad. The morale is through the roof. Lord Greek closes his eyes, whispering that he's proud of Dean. You're already an amazing lord. The party goes late into the night. It's a genuine moment of peace in a city that's forgotten what that feels like. Next morning, the sun is up, and everyone is feeling the consequences of 15-year-old imperial beer. Dean is face down on a table. He's completely cooked. Ellison and Rurin are the only ones standing. Ellison is impressed they drank until morning, but Rurin is just stretching. Dragon metabolism is a cheat code. Ellison tells Rurin he needs to go somewhere. He's got an errand at the capital. He's got something to ask and something to tell. He opens a portal. We're moving from the suburbs to the big leagues. Cut to the Luverne Empire Imperial Palace archives. Crown Prince Leon is buried in books. He's looking for something, and he looks stressed. A shadow approaches. It's Rain, though he calls her Medrine. She gives him the Greetings Your Highness bow. Leon reveals he's been studying a bit of history, specifically the Dragon War. He mentions the 3 war heroes, the elf Badoon, the dwarf Darren, and then there was the 3rd hero, a human. But there's a problem. No one knows who the human was. His name has been scrubbed. Leon notes that records are missing, and the testimonies from survivors are all over the place. The only thing they agree on? The hero was a human mage. Leon is staring at Rain with a look that says, I'm on to you. Rain starts sweating. She knows exactly who he's talking about. Leon shows her the only line he found on Ellison. After 15 years of service as an imperial mage, Rain remembers the academy days. Ellison's face, or rather, LL. Leon catches her in the lie. So you did lie about it being your first time meeting him. Rain tries to play it off. It's a lot different from what you're assuming. The doors to the throne room open. Ellison and Rurin walk in like they own the place. It's been a while, Ellison says. He's standing before the Emperor himself. The Emperor, Lemedon Herace, looks like a man who's seen too much war. He's got the grizzled king beard and tired eyes. He recognizes Ellison instantly. It hasn't been that long, Ellison. He looks at Rurin, calling her a great being. He knows she's a dragon. Rurin just gives him a long time no see. The Emperor asks if he's visited the Magic Academy yet. Ellison's face soured. Why would I go there? They bare their teeth every time they see me. Ellison admits he was the biggest troublemaker of his generation. The Magic Academy. We see a younger, blue-robed Ellison standing before a magical projection. Congratulations, you have been chosen. The standard hero's journey speech is being given to a crowd of students. Improve yourself, contribute to the empire, blah blah blah. The students look bored or inspired. Ellison looks like he's calculating how many classes he can skip. Cut to Headmaster Atra Bond screaming his lungs out. Yo, you flunked again! He's shaking a piece of paper in Ellison's face. How long are you planning to stay here? Young Ellison just hits him with the sorry and a face that says he is 0% sorry. Ellison starts a monologue about how life never gives you what you want. He's a professional at being a disappointment. Morning bell rings. Time for class. Meet the top students, Mardell and Eugen. They're mocking Ellison for flunking again. What an achievement, seriously. Ellison's logic, I entered young so I can spend more time here. He's basically the Van Wilder of the Magic Academy. He's already planning lunch while his bros are worrying about the future. Then we see her. Academy worst student Medrin, Rain. She's staring at Ellison with pure rage. Flashback continues. Magic practice hall. A massive iceberg is sitting in the middle of the field. A professor is explaining a variation of the freezing spell. It's high-level magic manipulation. Go practice. Stay safe. Ellison's turn. I can't do it. He's not even trying. The headmaster is losing it. He tries to show him a basic light spell. Even juniors can do this. Ellison's version, a tiny pathetic puff of light that dies instantly. Doesn't work. The headmaster is screaming. Ellison just says, juniors these days must be really talented. He's gaslighting the entire staff. The headmaster is literally grinding his teeth. You bastard! Ellison's internal thought, as if I'd use my magic for someone else's benefit. I just have to laze around here until the war ends. He's not a failure, he's a draft dodger. The headmaster has to be calmed down by other staff members before he has a stroke. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, a massive green mana swirl is forming. It's Medreen. She just pulled off a perfect casting of a junior spell. The other students are in awe. That's what mana without frills looks like. The professor wishes that guy there could learn something from her. The headmaster is still shaking Ellison by the collar. It's pure chaos. Medreen looks over and scoffs. Pathetic, she says. She thinks Ellison is a waste of space. Oh, how the turns will table. Back to the present. Leon is mind blown. That restaurant owner was the flunker who couldn't use magic? Rain clarifies, to be exact, he could use one spell, Fireball. Leon asks why they kept him at the academy if he was so useless during a war. Resources were tight. Rain's eyes go distant. I learned this later, but that one spell was more than incredible. Junior Medreen is walking through the halls. Other students are trying to talk to her, but she's, quote, on a different level. She's getting perfect scores on every test. The professors are already calling her a 1 in 100 years genius. She's learning Class 2 magic as a junior. She's the Empire's golden hope for the war. I think I'm a real genius, young Medreen thinks. She's got that high-tier ego. She thinks no one can catch her. She's already looking past the seniors. Suddenly, a shadow falls over her. A fireball hits the practice wall. But it's not a fireball. It's a tactical nuke disguised as a fireball. The impact crater is terrifying. The cliffside is literally melting. Ellison is standing there. Good. That'll be enough. The headmaster is standing next to him, sweating. Why can't you use other spells like this? Medreen is hiding behind a window, her face pale. What was that? The other students explain the lore. Ellison is a one-trick pony, but that one trick is stronger than anything the professors can do. The professors won't let him graduate because they're convinced he's a dormant god who just needs to learn more spells. Medreen stares at the melted rock. The sheer destructive power is beyond anything she's ever seen. She goes back to her books, shaking. But I'm the genius! She can't accept it. She stays up all night studying, trying to justify her own talent. She's being pushed out of the spotlight by a guy who acts like a total clown. She practices. She blows stuff up. The professors praise her. Excellent basic power, as expected. But then she looks at Ellison's crater next to hers. Hers is a pothole. His is a canyon. This isn't enough. She's falling into the classic rival obsession trope. Lunchtime, a plate of sad bread and peas. Eugen and Mardell are complaining about the disgusting mess. The academy doesn't invest in agricultural magic. Ellison walks up, smirking. You guys won't eat it anyways. The trio walks away, throwing their food in the bin. Medreen is watching them. It's that trio again. She's offended. They're just leaving after throwing away their meal? Her friends ask if bad boys are her type. Rain hits them with the, could you stop that, glare. She hates people who wander carelessly without a sense of responsibility. To her, Ellison is the anti-mage. She hears a rumor. Ellison doesn't even want to become a mage. She follows them into a secret cave in the mountains. She finds their secret base. It's filled with hanging meat and vegetables. Ellison is serving steak. Look at that cut. Yugen takes a bite and his eyes roll back. Wow, it's so tender. They tell Ellison he should have gone to culinary school, not the academy. Ellison is standing over a massive pot. There's always a way to do it right. He explains the science: season the meat, seal it, cook it in water at a specific temperature for a long time. This is Ninth Circle Archmage magic being used for culinary perfection. Mardell points out the magic circles on the pot. Water circulation, steam control, mana blockers. They're laughing because Ellison tells the professors he can't use magic while using high-tier temperature control for dinner. Yugen gets serious for a second. Hey Ellison, have you still not changed your mind? Don't you want to stop repeating classes and graduate? Ellison looks away. To be honest, I don't know what I should fight for. I don't want to become a soldier. I want to be a chef. Magic is just a means to an end. This is the macro theme of the whole series. Yugen notes that Ellison isn't even from this country. If it were me, I wouldn't want to fight for some random country either, he sighs. Anyway, I'm just saying nonsense because of graduation. They realize that if Ellison flunks 2 more times, he'll be kicked to the front lines as a common soldier. The bros joke that they'll be his commanders and order him around non-stop. In the shadows, Bereen is trembling. She sees the magic circles. What in the world? She realizes the truth. He knows how to use magic, but he's pretending like he doesn't to stay safe? Graduation day arrives. The headmaster is giving the big speech. Yugen and Mardell are in the crowd. They've successfully acquired their basic skills. They receive the sign of the Imperial Mage. Class 1. A low starting point for a long road. The crowd cheers. Ellison is sitting on a bench far away, watching them. He's happy for his friends, but he looks lonely. The clock tower tolls. The headmaster is in his office. He looks up as the door opens. Bereen is standing there. It's about senior student Ellison. Back to the academy days. Graduation day is usually a vibe, but when there's a massive war going on, it's basically a funeral with better outfits. Ellison is watching his classmates, the graduates of Class 312, pack their bags for the front lines. His friend Yugen stops by to say goodbye. Everyone is heading out, but they know our guy isn't exactly combat material in their eyes. Yugen and Mardell are being sent to Delian City in the north. It's a long journey, and considering the dragons, it's probably a one-way trip. They're trying to act tough, calling themselves real mages now, but honestly, they're just going to miss Ellison's cooking. Yugen grabs his bag, ready to face the world. They wave goodbye, calling out to El as they pass through the academy gates. They tell him to make sure he graduates before it's too late. It's supposed to be a joke, but in a war, too late has a very different meaning. Ellison waves back with a smile, telling them not to worry. He's already got the retirement plan ready, open a restaurant once this mess is over. He watches them leave, the gate closing on the only life he's known since arriving in this world. He figures he'll just hang back, wait for the next batch of juniors to become seniors, and make some new friends. The ultimate stay-in-school strategy. He heads back to his secret spot, thinking about what he's going to cook next. But the secret isn't as secret as he thought. He freezes. Someone is already in his hideout. It's Headmaster Atraban. The top dog of the academy is just chilling in Ellison's cozy space. The old man is actually impressed. He calls the magic on the entrance creative, a mix of illusion and shielding that shouldn't be possible for a failing student. Then he looks at the pot. Ellison used complex temperature control spells just to simmer some meat. The headmaster is looking at him like a disappointed dad. This kid has been faking his Class 1 status while performing high-level mana manipulation behind the scenes. He takes a piece of the meat with his magic, hovering it in the air. And yeah, he admits it. It's delicious. Like, life-changingly delicious. But the mood shifts. He mentions Yugen and Mardell. He knows exactly what everyone says about Ellison, that he's a pacifist with an interest in cooking who only got drafted because of an administrative error. So, the headmaster decides to stop the game and give him 2 options. Option 1, follow his classmates to the battlefield as a combat mage. All his previous negligence gets erased, and he leaves with honor. Ellison is sweating. But then, the curveball. Option 2, stay at the academy and work as a cook. The catch? He has to be in charge of organizing a specific list. Ellison stands there for a long time. It's the choice between the war he hates and the dream he wants. It's not even a contest. He picks the chef job. Plus, the old man promised to let him go the second the war ended. Back in the present, the Emperor looks at Ellison. He knows which one he chose. Of course he chose the kitchen. Rurin is waking up in the corner, but Ellison is lost in the memory. He tells them those were happy times. At least, they were, until he found out what was actually on that list. Fast forward 3 months. Ellison is in the kitchen, and it's a full-blown ninth circle flex. He's using a high-level spell called Scorching Wind just to stir-fry some veggies. He's created a flame whirlwind inside the pan to ensure every single piece of broccoli gets hit with perfect, even heat. Usually, cooking for this many people is a nightmare because stuff burns or stays raw, but not with Archmage-level sous chef magic. The Wuba stir-fried vegetables are ready. The students are losing their minds. They've never tasted anything this good in their lives. Even Medreen, Rain, is there. She's watching him, thinking she's reclaimed her spot as the Academy's top talent while he's demoted to a cook. She's smug, thinking she's back in first place because he's out of the running. The irony is physically painful. The entire Academy is buzzing. Everyone loves the new food. But then the headmaster calls him in. It's time for his additional work. He dumps a mountain of scrolls on Ellison's desk. He needs them sorted into groups of 200, organized by region and date. Ellison looks at the first scroll and his heart stops. The headmaster tells him to be careful and avoid errors. A new batch will arrive in 3 months. Ellison asks, voice shaking, if this list is what he thinks it is. The old man doesn't sugarcoat it. It's the list of the fallen, knights, soldiers, and mages who aren't coming home. This is where the trauma starts. While Ellison was happily cooking, thousands of people were being slaughtered, and their only legacy was a line of ink on his desk. He starts writing. Bade, 34 years old. Cause of death, abdominal wound. Celine Eve, 23 years old. Head wound. He really believed that strong people would just handle the dragons and it would all be fine. He had this childish fantasy that everyone would live happily ever after and he'd just open his restaurant. He's starting to realize how delusional he was. He remembers the propaganda. The brave knights, the noble mages, the future of the nation. It turns out those were just lines for a drama. The reality is much messier. He keeps writing names. Advan Hor, 18. Syrian, 17. Limbs missing, wounds infected, excessive bleeding. He's sitting in a dark room surrounded by the ghosts of an entire generation. There are just so many. Too many for it to make sense. His hand stops. The ink drips. His jaw is tight. He's reaching his breaking point. He looks at the scroll, screaming internally. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Then he sees the names. Eugen, 20. Mardell, 19. Neck wounds, bruises, dead on mission. The next day, he's back in the kitchen but the light is gone from his eyes. He remembers them laughing and eating his steak just a few weeks ago. He realizes that every time a student says this is delicious, they're basically just having their last meal. A junior student walks up, calling him chef. They thank him for the food and mention they're being assigned to the front lines tomorrow. They say they're going to miss his cooking. They're just kids, smiling and expressing their feelings before they go off to die. The headmaster's voice echoes in his head. A new bunch will arrive in 3 months. Ellison can't do it anymore. The scammer lifestyle just died. That night, he bursts into the headmaster's office. The old man is working in the dark, asking what could be so important at this hour. Ellison doesn't say a word at first. He just looks at him. Then, he drops to his knees. Please, send me to the front. The headmaster stares at him. He doesn't look surprised. He looks relieved. He mentions the fireball Ellison used on the training grounds. He knew all along that the failure was just holding back. He tells Ellison to show him his determination. He wants to see the power Ellison has been hiding. The academy goes quiet. It's late at night. Everyone is asleep. And then, the sky turns gold. A massive silent explosion of light erupts from the training grounds. Nobody witnessed the actual casting, but the entire city felt the result. Students are falling out of their bunk beds thinking it's an earthquake. The headmaster plays it off as a small accident, but he's standing on the balcony looking at the crater. He tells Ellison to use that power to save as many people as he can. The mystery of who made that crater would fuel rumors for years, but nobody ever got a straight answer. Because that same night, a Class 1 mage who never officially graduated vanished from the academy and headed toward the fire. The morning after the blast, Ellison is gone. The kitchen is empty. Rain is in the library with the Crown Prince talking about how the headmaster lied to cover it up. She thought she'd feel better with him gone, but the vibe is just off. She can't stop thinking about the crater. The evidence of what he was didn't just disappear. It was a long time before she heard his name again. The rumors started filtering back from the front. They said a mage from the academy had joined the front lines without a graduation certificate. Flashback to Churkin City, a military camp under a stormy sky. Commander Dagos is at his desk. He's annoyed because the academy sent him a mage on such short notice. He calls Ellison the unlucky type. Ellison stands there in his travel gear, face hidden in the shadows of his hood. The commander explains the situation. They're fighting monsters and dragons. The monsters are actually doing the most damage to the local villages. They're picking off the weak spots while the army is distracted by the bigger threats. Dagos tells him to go to his tent and wait for orders. He doesn't think this kid can handle the front yet. But Ellison interrupts him. Please send me to where most of the monsters are gathered. Dagos is stunned. A few hours later, he's sitting with his advisors, staring at a map. One of the officers says the new recruit won't last long if he's that reckless. Dago says his hands were tied. The kid had a Class 1 badge, but there was something about his eyes that made it impossible to say no. Suddenly, the tent flap flies open. A soldier is gasping for air. He's terrified. He tells the commander there's something on the battlefield he needs to see. They head out into the night. The scene is a literal graveyard. Hundreds of high-level monsters are just deleted. No struggle, no battle lines, just piles of corpses. Dagos can't believe it. This was the work of one person? He turns around. Ellison is standing behind him. Our guy is covered in monster blood. He looks like a demon. He asks where the next battle is taking place. Hurry, he says. Before the lists get any longer, present day. The Emperor asks Ellison if he resents the headmaster for forcing him into that position. Ellison shakes his head. He realized the headmaster was the one who had been reading those lists for years. He understood why the old man never looked the graduates in the eye. The headmaster eventually died trying to stop a dragon raid by himself. He was as much a victim of the war as the students. Ellison doesn't resent the old man. He resents himself. He resents the fact that he tried to hide while the world burned. The Emperor goes silent. He knows the rest of the story. He actually apologizes. He's the Emperor, but back then, he was just as powerless to stop the machine of war. Ellison says it's fine. He knows there was no other choice. Back in the library, Rain lets it slip that Ellison deserted the front eventually. Leon literally screams. Rain shushes him immediately. This is top secret Imperial business. If this leaks, the political fallout would be a disaster. She explains that because of his beliefs, Ellison made a choice that looked like betrayal to the Empire. Leon is trying to process this. The hero of the war is technically a criminal? Rain realizes she said too much. She stops talking, but Leon is vibrating with frustration. He's the crown prince. He hates being left on read. She tells him that even with his status, she can't go any further. The people involved in that decision are too dangerous to cross. Then, footsteps. Heavy ones. Rain and Leon jump like they're being caught by the principal. It's Duke Melchdelian, one of the 3 heroes of the Empire. The man looks like he eats mages for breakfast. Leon is internally panicking. He's not strong enough to reveal his true intentions to the Duke yet. The Duke asks why the Crown Prince and a Class 7 mage are whispering in the archives. Leon thinks fast. He grabs Rain, pulls her close, and says he believes a man should jump into fire whenever a pretty woman is involved. Rain is currently malfunctioning. Her brain has officially left the chat. Leon whispers for her to just bear with him as he kisses her hand. It's the ultimate nothing to see here move. The Duke is disgusted but satisfied. He won't comment on the prince's private life, but he warns Bereen. He asks if she's greedy for more power now that she's peaked at Class 7. He thinks she's using Leon for a promotion. Leon acts like he has no idea what a Class 7 badge even looks like. He's playing the dumb pretty boy role perfectly. He tells the Duke he just borrowed her because she was pretty. The Duke walks away thinking the prince is just an immature kid who doesn't understand the gravity of his position. He tells them to take their entertainment somewhere else. The archives are for serious people. The Duke leaves. Leon lets out a massive breath of relief. He turns to apologize to Rain for being rude, but she isn't answering. She's just standing there, making a tiny "huke" sound. Leon realizes something is very wrong. We get a quick peek into Rain's head. This woman has spent her entire life as a noble ice queen. She considered relationships unnecessary. She is currently having a full-blown romantic crisis. Her face is glowing red, she's crying, and she's trembling. Close physical contact. Her internal monologue is just static and screaming. Leon is panicked. He thinks he actually broke her. Suddenly, a familiar voice. Rurin, time to wake up. Ellison walks into the library carrying Rurin on his back. He's talking to her like a sleepy toddler, mentioning they didn't get any sleep last night. He's about to leave when he notices the other 2 in the corner. The tension in the room just hit an all-time high. Rain is red-faced, Leon is panicking, and Ellison is just there with a sleeping dragon. Leon sees Ellison. Ellison sees the prince holding Bereen. Ellison makes the O face. So you 2 were in that kind of relationship, huh? Leon screams that it's a misunderstanding, but the damage is done. They sit down to talk. Leon asks what Ellison was doing with his father, the Emperor. Ellison stays vague. He just says it might be important for the prince's future. He tries to leave before the girls wake up and make things noisy, but Leon stops him. He's looking at the ground, sounding serious. I heard about your past, Leon says. Ellison freezes. The mood in the library shifts from comedy to high-stakes political drama in 1 second. Leon explains that even while he was studying abroad, he heard about a person so dangerous even the Emperor couldn't talk to them recklessly. He saw what Ellison did in Great City. He saw the castle deletion. He saw the floating islands. He realized that all the stories about the war hero and the failing student were describing the same person, the missing Archmage, the one who disappeared after the war, the Dragon Slayer who single-handedly protected the entire southern front, the man who crossed the barrier of Class 7 and became the world's only Class 9 mage. Leon looks at him with pure desperation. If that was really you, he begs him, lend me that power of yours! Ellison! The Emperor sits alone on his throne, looking like a man who has realized his crown is getting a lot heavier than it used to be. Ellison's voice echoes in the memory, a reminder that some choices can't be unmade, no matter how much magic you have. The Emperor rubs his temples. He's wondering if he could have done things differently, or if the path to the Empire's ruin was already set in stone years ago. A sudden sound at the door snaps him back to reality. The doors swing open, revealing a silhouette that practically screams, "I have a complicated political agenda." It's Duke Melik-Delian. He's already fuming, demanding to know if the rumors are true that the despicable magician, meaning Ellison, is actually inside the palace. He marches in, his presence alone making the knights in the room want to check their health insurance policies. The Emperor looks exhausted. He tries to apologize, but you can tell he's just done with the drama. Delian isn't having it. He wants answers, and he wants them yesterday. He takes a heavy step forward, the sound of his boots echoing like a death knell in the silent hall. He towers over the Emperor, basically asking if this is some kind of sick joke. This is a massive breach of protocol, but Delian clearly thinks he's the one actually running the show. One of the Imperial Knights finally finds his backbone and tells the Duke to show some respect to his Majesty. Delian doesn't even look at him, he just grabs the Knight's hand like he's checking for a pulse. The Duke's grip is pure steel. He mocks the Knight, asking if he thinks he's still carrying the glory of the past or if he's just a placeholder in a shiny suit. The Emperor finally finds his voice and tells Delian that's enough. He's had about as much disrespect as he can handle for one Tuesday. He reminds the Duke that this is still the Imperial Palace, and if a powerful mage is indeed present, they need to be moving with extreme caution. Suddenly, a new voice enters the chat. Duke Porgo Tameron steps out of the shadows, looking like the kind of guy who sells you a used car that's actually a bomb. Delian recognizes him instantly. Tameron is the clean side of the political coin, but he's just as dangerous. Tameron de-escalates with a wave of his hand, suggesting they leave the magician talk for another day. Delian turns to leave, but not without dropping one last bit of poison. He tells Tameron to take care of the head magician Rain, because her hanging around the prince is a bad look. Tameron watches him go with a look that says, "I'm going to ruin your life, and I'm going to enjoy it." He tells Delian to stop embarrassing the honor of the palace. Tameron turns to the Emperor with a fake nice smile, asking if he's alright. The Emperor is just glad the room isn't on fire yet. But as soon as the nobles are gone, the Emperor slumps. He knows the truth, he's a disgrace in his own eyes, and his authority is circling the drain. He thinks of his son Leon. He knows the kid is disappointed, and honestly, he can't even blame him. Cut to Leon's private study. He's venting to Ellison, explaining that the Emperor's power didn't just vanish, it was bled out during the Dragon War. When the war started, the Emperor made a strategic decision to split up the First Knight Order, the Empire's elite, to protect the civilians in different regions. It was a noble move on paper. He wanted to minimize casualties among the common people, but it turned out to be a catastrophic mistake. When you spread your best defenders thin, you just give the dragons multiple small targets. The dragons annihilated the splintered units. The First Knight Order was wiped out, the commander went missing, and the palace was left with a skeleton crew. This was only a year into the war. The Empire lost its teeth, and the local lords realized that the central government couldn't protect them anymore. Leon looks at Ellison, asking if he understands what that truly means. Ellison knows. It means the Emperor lost control over the lords. When the big stick breaks, the little guys stop listening. The lords started ignoring summons, only sending their worst, untrained troops while keeping their best soldiers at home and even taking hostages for leverage. Leon is literally shaking. He's furious because the imperial family gave everything to protect the people, and those same people turned their backs the second things got hard. His grip on the desk is so tight his knuckles are white. This is the weight of a dying empire sitting on his shoulders. He forces a bitter smile. He knows Ellison probably saw this coming too, considering he was on the front lines. Leon admits the real reason he's so angry isn't just the betrayal, it's his own helplessness. He was abroad during the war, just watching from a distance while his home burned. He turns to Ellison, his eyes full of a desperation that a prince shouldn't have to show. Ellison sees the look. He knows what's coming. Leon drops to his knees. He begs him, "Ellison, please." Ellison moves instantly, pulling him up. He tells him a prince shouldn't be kneeling to anyone, especially not to him. He tries to downplay it. He tells Leon that the guy standing in front of him is just a restaurant owner, nothing more. Leon looks like he's about to cry from frustration, thinking his guess was wrong after all. But then, Ellison does it. He releases the seal on his chest. A wave of pure mana hits the room. Leon's eyes go wide. Ellison stands there, the seal of the ninth circle glowing like a miniature sun. He says he hasn't abandoned his duty yet. He makes one thing crystal clear. He is not a political assassin. He won't take out Leon's rivals or play Game of Thrones for the prince's benefit. However, he leans in. If anyone tries to threaten the Rubrun Empire itself or plunge the world into chaos, they have to go through him first. Not as a cook, as a magician. Leon can't believe it. The seal of a 9th class Archmage is real. Meanwhile, out in the garden, some low-level students are gossiping about how the empire is on the brink of falling to the dragons. They're mocking the crown prince, saying he's just clinging to the title of war hero to feel important. They think the country is already cooked. Leon bursts out from behind a pillar, screaming at them to shut up. He looks like he's about to end their whole careers. The students bolt, terrified of the prince's sudden rage. They don't want any smoke with a guy who just talked to a living tactical nuke. Leon watches them run, his mind filled with the image of the heroes who actually saved his country. He's smiling now, almost manically. He knew he was right. Ellison was the legend all along. Cut to a bedroom in the palace. A girl, Bereen, is fast asleep, but she's not alone. Someone is cuddling her, whispering, "Finally caught you." Wait, that's not Ellison. Bereen blinks, her dragon senses finally kicking in. It's Reen. Well, Medreen. She's completely out of it, hugging Bereen like a body pillow and looking like she's seen a ghost. Bereen's reaction is a 10-10 on the don't touch me scale. She's ready to incinerate the whole room for the crime of unwanted contact. Ellison walks in right as the chaos starts. He tells Bereen that if he'd been any later, it would have been a disaster. Bereen dives into Ellison's arms, complaining that he left her behind. He just pats her head and tells her it's time to go home. Medreen is sitting on the bed, looking like her soul has left her body. She asks Ellison what he was doing. He tells her she'll find out when his messenger, Dariant, arrives. She looks at him, actually sounding worried for once. She tells him to be careful. She drops the name. Duke Delian is at the palace. Ellison's expression doesn't change much, but the vibe gets cold. It's been a long time since he heard that name. He tells her not to worry. He's going to finish his task and return to the restaurant immediately. Medrine is confused. Task? She has no idea what he's planning. Then she remembers. She failed to keep his past a secret, and now she's let the palace secret slip too. She tries to explain, her voice small. She's trembling, realizing she's probably messed up his peaceful life for the third time this week. She begs for forgiveness, but Ellison is already out the door. Meanwhile, Leon is still leaning against the library shelves, feeling the weight of the prince's order. Medrine lets out a massive scream of frustration that echoes through the whole palace wing. She stumbles out of the prince's chambers looking disheveled, right as Duke Tameron is passing by. All right, enough palace politics. We're back at the restaurant, and Ellison has decided everyone needs a mental health break before the next war starts. He gathers the crew. Linte and Matt have been holding down the fort while he was away. He gives them a round of applause. He thanks Ment and Miltine too. Rurin is in the corner asking, "What about me?" because her ego needs a daily infusion of praise. Matt mentions that they saw Ellison checking in on them while disguised with a trash bag over his head. Ellison is actually shocked that his perfect stealth was compromised by his own employees. He clears his throat, moving past the embarrassment. He tells them they've all worked hard and deserve a reward. The reward? A group camping trip. Ment looks like he's dreading the physical labor, but the kids are hyped. Ellison calls himself Great City's social butterfly, which is hilarious because he's actually just a shut-in with a god complex. The local butcher can't go because Dedron City is ordering so much meat they're sacrificing sleep for business. The Dedron Purge from a few chapters ago is clearly paying off. Ellison is a bit bummed, but the butcher recommends a secret spot. Cut to the Great City Clinic. The local high elf doctor, Elena, is at work. And who's that on the exam table? Serena, the red dragon, looking like she's auditioning for a fantasy beach calendar. She calls herself the greatest being in the world. Elena just finished healing a young boy. She's using her light magic with a smile that could solve world hunger. Elena is the classic, too good for this world character. Serena keeps telling her she doesn't need to work because her dragon lair is full of gold, but Elena insists on helping patients for free. Serena calls her stubborn. She offers to literally bury Elena in gold bars if she'll just stop being so busy. Elena just smiles that soft elven smile. She says gold bars can't take away a patient's pain. Serena stares at her. She's more than certain that Elena is just actually stupid. Dragons don't do empathy very well. The door flies open. It's Ellison. Elena's face does a complete 180. She's blushing, stammering, and looking like she just saw her celebrity crush walk into her living room. Serena watches this from the background. She's a dragon, she knows how to read thirst. She notices Elena's expression is different than when she's with patients. It's a mix of joy, nervousness, and I hope he notices my new hair. Ellison invites her to the camping trip. Elena agrees before he can even finish the sentence. She's 100% in. She thanks him profusely. Serena is watching them like she's watching a reality TV show, and she's ready to stir the pot. Serena decides to honor the camping trip with her presence too, mostly so she can watch Elena suffer through her crush. Ellison is confused. He wasn't actually planning on asking the red dragon to come, but you don't say no to a fire-breathing lizard. A few hours later, they arrive at the spot. It's a hidden valley with a waterfall. The whole squad is there. Rurin, Elena, Serena, and the staff. It's beautiful. Even for a bunch of high-level beings, the scenery is breathtaking. Elena asks how he found it. Ellison does his social butterfly flex again. The staff whispers behind his back that social butterfly actually means he only added 2 new people to the group chat in 6 months. They start to unpack. Rurin wants to set up the tent immediately, but Ellison tells her to chill. He has a better idea. He pulls out a box. Luverne Marble. It's basically fantasy Monopoly. The crew is skeptical. Serena asks why they're playing with fake money when she has a literal mountain of gold. Ellison hands out the paper cash. The staff is looking at it like, is this actually a game or is the boss just broke? He explains the rules, buy land, build houses, and when someone lands on your spot, they pay you. Capitalism, the game. Serena's eyes light up. World Conquest game? Now she's interested. Rurin is just happy to have fake money. Ellison adds a kicker. There are prizes for the winner and penalties for the losers. This just got personal. The dice roll. Linte lands on a bad spot almost immediately. Serena is already in character. She's cackling, demanding his lind because he stepped into her lair. Ellison tells Linte it's fine. The land is cheap. Serena screams that it's way too cheap for a dragon's lair. Rurin pulls a special card. She's looking like she just found the cheat codes. Dragons attack! It destroys the buildings on the most valuable land. Rurin's face is pure chaos. But the luck turns. Ellison lands on Elena's land. Elena has built a restaurant and a hotel. She's blushing because Ellison, the man she likes, is technically staying at her place. This is full-time Delulu energy. Suddenly, the background shifts. We get a glimpse into Elena's imagination. It's a cozy cabin in the middle of a snowstorm. Elena is the housewife, waiting by the fire. Ellison walks in, covered in snow, looking like a tired husband coming home from a long day at the Archmage office. He asks if he can spend the night. Elena is basically short-circuiting in her own fantasy. She says it's free. She says he can rest for free. In the real world, she's just standing there with a red face while everyone else waits for her to collect the rent. Ment and Miltine are taking it way too seriously, discussing regional values and investment strategies like they're on Wall Street. Linte begs his sister Matt to be generous, but Matt tells him family bonds don't exist in the face of profit. These two are ruthless. Rurin lands in prison. She tries to say she'll break out with sheer power, but Ellison tells her she has to roll doubles. Magic doesn't work on the law of Monopoly. The game ends. The board is a mess. Ellison is exhausted. Teaching fantasy characters how to play board games is harder than fighting a dragon. They start counting the money. Ment and Miltine are in the back of the pack. Matt is rank 2. She's sitting on Linte like he's her footstool, asking if this is what noble life feels like. Poor Linte is dead last. And the biggest losers? The two dragons. Serena and Rurin are both bankrupt. Dragons are apparently terrible at managing liquid assets. The winner? Elena. She's rank 1 with over 21 million lind. She can't even believe she won. Ellison hands her the winner's wish card. He says as long as it's in his capability, he'll do anything she wants. Elena looks at the card, then at Ellison. Her heart is probably beating at 200 BPM right now. Serena is internally screaming at her to just ask him out or demand a marriage proposal. Grab the chance, you fool! Elena hesitates. She asks if she can save it for later. Ellison says sure, there's no expiration date. Serena looks like she just witnessed a tragedy. And now, the penalty. The two losers, Rurin and Serena, have to put up the tents. Watching two ancient, world-ending dragons struggle with tent poles and canvas is the peak comedy of this series. They have no idea what they're doing. Night falls over the valley. The tents are up, the fire is dying down. In the men's tent, the staff is out cold. Linte is still muttering about his lost lind in his sleep. In the women's tent, everyone is asleep, except for Alana. She's holding the wish card like it's a sacred artifact, smiling to herself. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the tent. Someone is opening the flap. Elena tenses up. Who would be creeping around in the middle of the night? The silhouette is dark. It's a person. It's Miltine, the young boy from the restaurant. But something is wrong. He's staring into the women's tent, his eyes completely hollow. Elena is terrified. Miltine? She whispers his name, but he doesn't respond. So, we're back in the middle of the night, and Elena is watching someone sneak around the campsite. It's Miltine. Elena is confused. It's 3 in the morning, and the kid is moving like he's on a stealth mission for the Dark Brotherhood. She follows him to the lake, where Ment is already waiting. The vibe here isn't assassination plot, it's more secret midnight date. Miltine literally tackles the old man with a hug. He says he couldn't bear being apart for even a few hours. Ment is blushing like a schoolgirl. He calls him Miltine and tries to get him to calm down. Elena is behind a rock and her brain has officially stopped working. She never noticed because these two rarely even make eye contact at the restaurant. They're whispering about keeping it a secret from the rest of the dining hall staff. Miltine thinks he's being super sneaky, but he's basically holding a parade in the middle of the woods. Suddenly, Serena and Rurin pop up behind Elena. Serena is just bored, but Rurin is genuinely curious about what secret they're talking about. The cat is out of the bag. Serena just shouts that everyone already knows they like each other. The secret was basically common knowledge to everyone except the characters with names. Next morning, the sun is up, and the awkwardness is at an all-time high. Ellison is prepping breakfast, and he's hearing the incredible story for the first time. He looks like he's trying to process a glitch in the simulation. Ment and Miltine are sitting there like they're in the principal's office, admitting that they're officially a couple. The rest of the staff is laughing. Linte mentions that if he'd known, he would have brought 3 tents to give them some privacy. Ellison, being the dad of the group, decides that we're going to hear all the juicy details over breakfast. He's making the ultimate camping dish, curry. But since this is Ellison, he's not just using a box of cubes. He starts by sautéing otherworldly onion-like ingredients over low heat for a long time. Once they're brown and caramelized, he throws in butter-sautéed veggies and meat. He dissolves the curry powder thoroughly to ensure 0 clumps, a rookie mistake he'd never commit. A dash of spices, some water, and the whole thing starts simmering into a golden masterpiece. The best camping dish is served. It looks better than anything you've ever eaten at a real restaurant. The staff is losing it. The smell alone is probably enough to attract every monster in a 5-mile radius. Our guy even made a special meat-free version for Elena. He's attentive to a fault, which is why everyone in this series is in love with him. Elena is touched. She loves the thoughtfulness, but she's also probably thinking about that wish ticket in her pocket. Ellison starts the interrogation. He wants to know the who, what, where, and why of this romance. Miltine proudly shouts that he was the one who confessed first. He's got that main character energy today. Ment explains that he knew how Miltine felt, but the age gap made him hesitate. He didn't want to take the feelings of a junior lightly. But then he realized that hurting someone just to be considerate is actually kind of a jerk move. He decided that their feelings for each other were the only thing that mattered. Elena listens, eating her curry in silence. She's taking notes on the whole age doesn't matter, just feelings thing. Rurin is just nodding along while she stuffs her face. She likes this logic. Ellison immediately starts planning the wedding in the city square and offers to pay for the whole thing. Our guy moves fast when he's excited. The rest of the crew starts chanting, "Kiss, kiss!" Serena is leading the charge because she lives for drama. Ment is panicking, asking if they have to do it right now. Serena mocks them, saying if they really love each other, touching lips should be easy. Rurin is watching this like she's trying to learn a new spell. And they do it. The senior and the junior seal the deal right in front of the curry. The staff erupts into cheers. It's a wholesome moment for everyone involved. Ellison is clapping, and Elena is clapping, but you can see the wheels turning in her head. The couple is blushing, looking genuinely happy. It's the kind of pure romance you don't usually see in a Dragon War manhwa. Rurin, however, has gone completely silent. She's staring at Ellison with a look that says Update 2.0 is downloading. Breakfast is over. The dishes are empty. Linte and Matt are relaxing, talking about how this curry rivals the stew they had when they first met. It's a nice callback to their origin story as ex-convicts. Rurin grabs the board game box and tells Ellison they're playing again. She's not asking, she's demanding a rematch. Serena approves of the curry but decides she's too full to help wash the dishes. She's a dragon. Physical labor is beneath her. Elena goes to help with the cleaning, but Serena stops her. She gives Elena a look that's surprisingly serious for a chaotic lizard. She tells Elena that good men have an expiration date. She's warning her that if she doesn't use that wish ticket soon, someone else, specifically the Black Dragon, is going to snatch him up. Cut back to the game. Ellison lands in jail again. He thinks it's just bad luck. Rurin is sitting across from him, looking way too focused for a board game. She says, "Tough luck, friend." Ellison tries to chat about the Ment-Miltine situation, wondering if Rurin was surprised by it. Rurin says she wasn't. She knew Miltine liked Ment from the start. Dragons are actually pretty good at reading human instincts. She says the only thing that surprised her was Ellison's reaction. He's usually so sharp, but he was completely oblivious. Then, she drops a bomb. "I like you." Just like that. No build-up, no baka, just a straight confession. Ellison literally spit takes his drink. He's coughing, blushing, and short-circuiting all at once. Rurin explains that seeing the others celebrate their relationship made her realize something was different about her and Ellison. She says that when they celebrated her birthday, it was about HER, but seeing Ment and Miltine, she realized their celebration was about the connection between them. Ellison tries to retreat into the "we're like family" zone. It's the ultimate safe space for protagonists who are scared of feelings. Rurin shuts that down immediately. It's different. She doesn't treat him with ordinary feelings, and she doesn't want him to view it as something trivial. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a 9th circle mana blade. Ellison is speechless. He rolls the dice. It's a double. He tries to laugh it off, saying he's lucky and can finally escape jail. But Rurin grabs the jail card and slams it down. She's edited the rules. The card now says, if you land on jail, you must kiss the Black Dragon to escape. No other methods work. Our girl is playing a completely different game now. She says the touching of lips seemed to hold so much meaning for the others. She leans over the board, pinning him down with her gaze. There's no reason we can't do it too. Ellison is trembling. He's faced down ancient gods and dragon armies, but a teenage-looking girl is currently his greatest threat. She leans in closer, her eyes are glowing. "I'll get you out of jail," she whispers. This is peak skinship strategy. Their faces are inches apart. The sun is setting behind them, creating the perfect shoujo manga lighting. Suddenly, clink. Ellison jumps like he's been electrocuted. He screams about the curry staining the dishes and bolts toward the lake. The ultimate escape the romantic moment maneuver. He's running like his life depends on it. He's the most powerful man on earth, and he just got defeated by a board game rule. Bereen is left sitting on the mat, looking like a kicked puppy. She's sniffing, genuinely hurt that he ran away. She's wondering what is so different about her. Why can the lower beings do it, but she can't? Elena is standing in the shadows, holding the dishes she dropped. She saw the whole thing. She's shaking, realizing she just accidentally ruined the biggest moment of her friend's life. She drops to her knees, looking at the dirty plates. She had intended to wash them at the lake, but she stopped because she was lost in thought about the expiration date Serena mentioned. She remembers the look in Rurin's eyes. It was pure, raw desire. And she remembers the look in Ellison's eyes. He didn't look disgusted. He looked terrified because he liked it. Elena looks like she's about to cry. She feels like a villain for interrupting them. She picks up a piece of the broken dish. "Why did I make a sound?" She's bullying herself, calling herself an idiot for not staying hidden. Then, something falls out of her pocket. The wish ticket. "I will grant anything." She stares at it for a long time. The friendship route and the romance route are officially colliding. She hears Serena's voice again. Someone might just snatch him up. Elena looks out at the lake where Ellison is hiding. She's made a decision. Elena reflects on how this all started. At first, it was just curiosity. She met a guy who was a hero but acted like a commoner. He was the one who taught her that cooking isn't just about nutrition, it's about the joy of life. He helped her see the beauty of humanity after years of elven isolation. She remembers when her mentor told her that Ellison was a comrade of Bereen, the legendary hero. He wasn't just a soldier, he was one of the 3 heroes who ended the war. Knowing that made him seem even more unreachable. But he brought her into his world anyway. He treated her like a person, not just a doctor or a high elf. He's the hero who saved all races without discrimination, and now he's just a guy who flips burgers in Great City. The more she watched him, the more those curious feelings turned into something much heavier. She's head over heels, and it's killing her. She remembers the maid outfit incident. She kept the emergency backup just in case. She's been hoping for a chance, but she looks at the ticket one last time. "I've decided." Next day, the camping trip is over. The sun is hitting the valley as they pack up. The staff is hyped. They say it was the best trip ever and they want to learn the curry recipe. Wholesome levels are at 100%. Serena looks at Rurin. The black dragon looks like she's just finished a 48-hour shift at a coal mine. She's completely drained. Serena wonders if something happened with Ellison. She's got that "I know what you did last summer" look. But then she looks at Elena. Elena is smiling, looking oddly peaceful. Serena realizes that whatever the elf decided, it was probably good news in her own weird way. Ellison walks up to Elena, noticing she's cleaned all the dishes. He feels guilty because he was the one who bolted. Elena looks him in the eye. "Elle," she pulls out the ticket. "I'd like to use my wish now." Ellison smiles. He's ready. He'll do anything. Kill a monster, build a house, summon a Korean massage chair, whatever she wants. Elena hesitates for just a second. Cut to later that evening at the clinic. The high elf is back in her element. She stretches, saying the vacation felt too short. The back-to-work blues are real. Serena is there, leaning against the door. She says the trip was okay, but she's clearly fishing for information. Elena tries to ignore her and prep for tomorrow's consultations. Serena isn't letting it go. She looks genuinely angry now. "Why did you waste your wish like that?" Serena is fuming because Elena had a blank check from a literal godmage and she threw it away. Elena looks down. She remembers the moment. Her wish was, "I wish Ellison would continue running the restaurant in Great City for a very long time." She says it with the most beautiful, bittersweet smile in the world. "That's my wish." Ellison was stunned. He was planning to run the restaurant anyway, so it felt like she didn't ask for anything at all. He even asked if it was too difficult, thinking he missed some hidden meaning. But Elena insisted she was okay with it. "That's all I really want." Back in the present, Serena calls her a fool. She says Elena should have at least asked for a private trip for just the 2 of them. Elena turns her back to Serena. She says she saw it. She saw the way Ellison looked at Rurin during that near kiss. It wasn't the look of a guardian or a friend, it was the look of a man who was seeing the woman he loves for the first time. Elena is crying now. She realized that if she pushed for Ellison, she'd be breaking something that was already meant to be. She thought that by following them, she might witness true love. She says she's satisfied just seeing him at the restaurant. If he stays there forever, she can at least be near him. She wanted to see something beautiful, like a storybook romance, but all she feels is a profound sadness. Serena just calls her a fool and hugs her. This is why the red dragon is the best friend you could ask for. Back at the restaurant, the sun is setting. Rurin is carrying a stack of plates, but her eyes are on Ellison. Our guy is completely out of it. He's muttering weird incantations and zoning out while he's supposed to be chopping veggies. Rurin is annoyed. He's been subtly avoiding her ever since the lake incident. Even at night, he turns his back to her and flinches if she even tries to hold him. The family shield has officially shattered, and now he's just awkward. Linte walks up and asks Rurin if she's gotten taller. He says he noticed it during the camping trip. She's changing. Rurin looks at her hands. She wonders if it's because the coming-of-age ceremony is near. Dragons grow rapidly right before they reach maturity. She asks if height matters. Linte says not really, but she seems more mature. Rurin doesn't know if that's a good thing. She just wants her chef back. Suddenly, Linte screams. Manager! Ellison has sliced his finger open with the knife. He didn't even notice because he was lost in his own head. He tells Linte it's fine, he can heal it easily, but he's acting like a robot. He keeps seeing Rurin's face in his mind. He remembers her saying she'll free him from his prison. Linte is panicking because the healing spell is actually just creating sparks. Ellison is officially broken. Our guy stares at the window. He's reached a conclusion. He finally realizes that he doesn't just care about Rurin as a dragon or a pet, he likes her. Likes her. The realization has officially finished downloading. Far away, we shift to the Black Dragon's holy ground, a floating castle in a permanent night sky. Elder Metadonna is sitting at a massive stone table. He asks how the preparations for Lurin's coming-of-age ceremony are going. Dehegma says they're proceeding without issues. But then the conversation gets heavy. Metadonna mentions the traditional aspects of the ceremony. The tradition involves pairing the maturing dragon with a mate. This isn't just a party, it's an arranged marriage to preserve the bloodline. Dehegma pulls out a massive scroll. He's already selected a list of candidates for Lurin. He mentions that if Nis were still alive, he would have been the top candidate. Metadonna goes silent. The tension between the elders is palpable. Dehegma asks if Metadonna still has feelings about Ellison, the human who killed his nephew. Metadonna's eyes narrow. He says not really, but then admits that the survival of the Black Dragon clan is his only priority. He drops a bombshell. He knew about Nis's plan to frame Ellison and start a war. He didn't support it, but he didn't stop it either. Why? Because the Black Dragon clan is declining. They're dying out. In their situation, entrusting a rare female dragon like Lurin to a human is basically suicide for their race. Metadonna's face is cold as ice. He is the ultimate traditionalist. We see a flashback of Bereen, the criminal dragon who created the ancient marbles. It turns out Bereen was Metadonna's own daughter. He imprisoned her himself to protect the clan's secrets. The elder says that while he had regrets about his daughter, he won't make the same mistake with Lurin. Vacation is over, and the crew is back at the restaurant. It's that post-holiday depression where you're physically at work, but your soul is still in the woods. The staff is eating together, apologizing for missing the trip. Ellison is the cool boss, telling them he'll catch them on the next one. The local gossip mill starts up. They mention Lurin's birthday is coming up and ask if our guy is planning something big this time. Ellison says he's been working on something for a long time. He's actually blushing. The gift? A whole house. The staff freezes. Buying a house for a girl is a massive jump from just roommates. That's some tier 3 sub-behavior right there. Cut to the Black Dragon Sanctuary. The elder, Metadonna, is looking over some scrolls. A giant, fluffy white creature, basically a magical polar bear cat, is bouncing around him, yelling, "Lurin! Lurin!" The elder is actually being sweet, scratching the fluffball's head. This is the grandpa side of the guy who was threatening to start a war 2 chapters ago. He thanks the local workers, who look suspiciously like Norse dwarves, for finishing the construction. They're proud of their work. They reveal the centerpiece, a massive fountain. This isn't a house, it's a high-tier dungeon disguised as a luxury villa. Suddenly, we're in Rurin's head. She's having a nightmare about her mother Bereen being put on trial by the clan. The memory of her grandfather exiling her mother from the sanctuary is still a raw wound. In dragon culture, exile is basically a slow death sentence. Rurin bolts upright in bed, gasping for air. She's alone in the dark. The trauma of her childhood is leaking into her present, and her safe space is starting to feel small. She reaches for Ellison's side of the bed. It's empty. Panic mode. Engaged. She bursts out of the room, crying for El, begging him not to leave her alone. She finds him downstairs talking to the old man. Ellison is confused, seeing Rurin look like she just finished a marathon of horror movies. She's trembling, but as soon as she sees him, the relief hits like a truck. Ellison's presence is literally her only anchor to reality right now. He tells her she's just in time. He was going to wait for her birthday, but since he's going to be busy, he decides to show her the gift early. They head out to a grassy hill overlooking the city. Ellison reveals the house is actually a secret underground lair. They step inside, and it's a total 9th circle flex. The entrance alone looks like the lobby of a 5-star hotel in heaven. Rurin is stunned. The ceiling is so high she could probably fly around in her dragon form without hitting a chandelier. Even the fluffy guard cat is there, currently speedrunning through some truffles. Ellison says it's there for security, but we all know it's just a pet for Rurin. It's got everything: a wine cellar, a pantry linked to the restaurant, and vaults for her treasure. Our guy literally built her a dragon-sized panic room. Lastly, the elder leads them to the center of the lair, a massive bath. It's basically an indoor lake with a dragon-themed fountain pouring out hot spring water. It's using the underground aquifer Ellison discovered a while back. He remembered she liked the hot springs from the camping trip and decided to bring the vacation home. Ellison is proud of himself. He's been so awkward lately, and seeing her spirits lift makes him feel like he's finally doing something right. But he knows the awkwardness isn't gone. He tells himself he has to settle his feelings before her actual birthday. Rurin has a different idea for settling feelings. She starts stripping right there and tells him to bring the cocoa. Let's bathe together, just like last time. Our girl has zero filter and even less shame. Ellison's brain officially catches fire. He's screaming for her to stop while the elder is watching the whole thing with a face that says, "I'm about to commit a felony." Rurin is already in the water, looking frustrated that Ellison is being so difficult about a little casual nudity. Our guy is sitting on the floor, breathing like he just ran a marathon. He needs to prepare his heart, but the plot is moving at 100 mph. He realizes that to Rurin, this is normal. They used to sleep and bathe together all the time, and now he's the one creating the distance. Suddenly, the air rips open. A portal manifests in the middle of the room. It's Elder Medidana. He heard the words bathe and sleep together, and his protective grandpa senses went into nuclear meltdown. He chokes Ellison immediately. "You rascal! What have you been doing with my granddaughter?" After the comedy beat, things get serious. The elder tells Ellison they need to talk because he promised something regarding the clan. They walk through the lair. Medidana is actually impressed, though he hates to admit it. Rurin has already left the bath, leaving the two men alone in the steam. The elder admits the lair is decent. For a dragon, that's basically a 5-star Yelp review. Ellison tries to joke, asking if this means he passed the test. Medidana's face goes cold. "If I said you failed, would you accept it?" This isn't a joke anymore. This is a threat from one of the world's strongest beings. They strip down and get in the bath together. The ultimate man-to-man conversation. It's the most awkward bath in history. Ellison is sitting next to a buff ancient dragon who could delete him from existence. The pressure is insane. It's a different vibe than when he's with Rurin. This is pure raw power. The elder starts a history lesson. He tells the story of Balakar, the first dragon lord. Balakar was born after absorbing 3 ancient marbles. He was the first and worst. He viewed all non-dragons as insects. Think of him like a dragon version of Thanos, but with less drip and more fire. The difference was that Balakar actually had the power to act on his hatred. He ordered the total extermination of all life. Forests, cities, civilizations, everything turned to ash. But once everything was gone, the Lord realized he was the king of a graveyard. Dragons can only reign if there's something to reign over. Without insects to bully, the dragons started preying on each other. They became mindless beasts. The remaining dragons, the ones who had only absorbed 1 marble, led a rebellion and finally killed Balakar. But the damage was done. The savagery was imprinted in the dragon DNA forever. They saw what a lord really was. It wasn't a leader, it was a disaster. The dragons made a vow: never again. That's why dragons who create ancient marbles are considered the highest level criminals. They're basically building magical nukes. Medidana says this is all tied to what he has to say next. It's about Rurin's mother, Bereen. Flashback to 300 years ago. The Black Dragon Sanctuary was at peace. Grandpa Medidana was just chilling on his throne, surrounded by scrolls. A young, tiny Rurin, looking like an adorable human kid, bursts in, yelling for her grandfather. She tackles him, demanding he play with her. She asks where her mother went again. She's pulling his beard and hair. The elder is totally whipped. This is the happiest we've ever seen him. The matriarch, Saren, walks in and tells Rurin to mind her manners. Matriarch Saren is the one who actually runs the clan. She's the grand matriarch. The elder is blushing, embarrassed that he's being too kind and spoiling the kid. The peaceful atmosphere is thick, which means it's about to be shattered. A massive explosion rocks the sanctuary. A tower is literally blown apart. The matriarch is furious. Nobody should be able to do this in the sanctuary. A dragon silhouette flies through the smoke. It's Bereen, Rurin's mother. She's fleeing, gasping for breath. She crashes into the elder, holding something glowing. It's an ancient marble. Bereen tells them they have to hide it immediately. She looks like she just stole the heart of a god. The marble sits on a cushion, glowing with a blue light that practically screams, "I'm going to ruin everyone's life." Medidana and Saren are horrified. Possessing an ancient marble is the ultimate taboo. Bereen admits she stole it, or rather, smuggled it out. The elder is losing it. He doesn't think she understands the magnitude of what she's done. The matriarch tells her to explain everything, every single detail. Bereen's face goes sharp. She says it won't be complete, but a new lord might be born soon among the other clans. We see a vision of a dark temple. Figures in red hoods are gathered around an altar. They have 2 marbles. They're looking for the third. Someone is watching from the balcony. It looks like Bereen witnessed a ritual that shouldn't exist. She says she wasn't sure of the situation, but the marbles were unmistakable. She tried to steal all of them to stop the ritual, but she could only grab one before being chased. She jokes that nobody can catch up to her flight speed, trying to act tough while holding a world-ending artifact. The matriarch is silent. She knows exactly what's going to happen. The energy of a marble can't be concealed by magic unless it's inside a dragon. They've essentially brought a tracking beacon for every dragon on Earth into their house. The matriarch says principles must be followed. She's choosing the law over her own daughter. Bereen accepts it. She knew what she was getting into, but she has conditions. Young Rurin is running away, crying that Grandpa is a fool. She's mad because her mom came back, but they won't even let her say hi. She thinks it's just a game. She stops outside a grand hall. She hears the clan gathering. The elder is reading the sentence. Sinner Bereen, listen well. He accuses her of breaking the ancient agreement and creating a marble. The clan mages are whispering, looking at her with pure disgust. Bereen just says, I do. She doesn't fight it. The punishment, life imprisonment in a place where no one can find her and she can never escape. Young Rurin is peeking from behind a pillar. She doesn't understand imprisonment. She just wants her mom. She looks at her grandpa. His eyes are dead. He's carrying out the law while his soul is dying. Lock her up! The order is final. Back in the bath, Ellison stands up, furious. Is that even reasonable? He's shocked because he only knew Bereen was a sinner, not that she was literally sacrificed for a political agreement. The elder tells him to calm down. The core reason she was labeled a sinner was to protect the marble from those who wanted it. Ellison doesn't buy it. Still, the fact that it's a prison doesn't change. Metadonna looks down. Yeah, it doesn't change. He admits he made a mistake. He thought he knew better back then, but he was just a coward following the rules. Flashback again. Rurin is crying outside her mother's locked room. Weeks pass. The noble dragons are gossiping that Rurin is a sinner's daughter. The bullying starts early in dragon society. Metadonna peeks through the door. Rurin is a wreck. He walks in holding a pillow. Rurin throws it at him. Get out! I hate Grandpa! The elder tells her to calm down and listen. He needs her to run an errand for him. He grabs her hand, leaning in close. You must not tell anyone. Young Rurin is sent to a complicated, magically dense forest. She's complaining, thinking he's just messing with her. She says she'll just grab some poisonous herbs and leave. She finds a small gap in the rocks. It's the hidden entrance the elder mentioned. Only I could do it, she mutters. She's small enough to fit through the magical wards. She crawls into a bright glowing chamber, and there she is. Bereen is in her dragon form, sitting by a waterfall. Rurin freezes. Mom? Bereen looks up, stunned that her daughter found her. The ooh-ooh face. Rurin's eyes are overflowing. She screams moom and tackles her mother. Bereen hugs her. She knew this was coming. She knew it wasn't right to keep Rurin here, but she couldn't send her away. Rurin is sobbing into her mother's robes. And yet, Bereen strokes her hair. My daughter doesn't listen, just like her mother. Rurin asks if the scenery is magic. Her mom says yeah, the view is usually just a stone wall. Bereen tells her she shouldn't have come, but Rurin says Grandpa is too much of a fool to know anyway. Bereen smiles. She asks who sent her then. Rurin admits it was Grandpa who told her to pick herbs. She realizes now that the secret errand was her grandpa letting her visit her mom. It's fine! Nobody saw me! Bereen looks down. Dad is really such a fool. She knows Metadonna is risking everything to let them meet. Back in the bath, Ellison realizes the elder left the passage open on purpose for years. Metadonna says Rurin could disappear for months because dragons have no natural predators and nobody really cared about a sinner's daughter. The two spent happy moments together in that secret lair. Rurin grew up in that lair, never exploring the world or studying magic. She just wanted to be with her mom, but the elder was always worried she'd become isolated. One day, Rurin just yells, "I'm going out for about 2 years!" and bolts. That was when she first met Ellison. The clan mages watch her leave, still mocking her as a sinner's daughter. Young Rurin jumps off the sanctuary cliff, transforming in midair. Once I'm old enough to be independent, I'll stop visiting the sacred land altogether. She was done with the bullying and the secrecy. She flew away, planning to live her own life. But she always intended to keep living with her mom once she was strong enough. We see a later memory. Rurin crawls back into the lair with some fish she caught. Moom! I'm back! But Bereen is huddled on the ground, shaking. The ancient marble is glowing violently. Bereen is terrified. Mom! What's wrong? Bereen's eyes are wide. They stopped searching for the third ancient marble. She realizes they've abandoned the goal of becoming a lord. Cut to the dark temple. The hooded figures are bowing. The wait is over. A massive, terrifying red dragon stands before them. With the power of the red dragon, I will restore this world. Metadonna is laying it all out on the table. He's tracking the ancient marbles, the artifacts that can turn a regular dragon into a literal god. He knows someone is out there collecting these things like their infinity stones, hiding their identity until the set is complete. The goal is simple: create a complete lord. But before he can finish the thought, his head starts spinning. The man is old, even by dragon standards, and the stress of the coming war is starting to show. Suddenly, a messenger bird crashes the meeting. This isn't a friendly check-in, it's a scroll from the Red Dragons. The news is worst-case scenario: their holy grounds have been sealed off with high-level magic. Metadonna's face says it all. This is the oh crap moment every leader fears. The Red Dragons want to share info about the Lord now? The timing couldn't be more suspicious. We cut to a memory, back when the fog of war was literal, a secret meeting in the woods. Metadonna is meeting with someone he hasn't seen in centuries. Meet Elder Dodonk of the Red Dragons. He looks like he's seen some things, and none of them were good. Metadonna reminds him of a secret investigation into the Red Dragon's attempt to create a new lord. Dodonk had denied it for 300 years, calling it a baseless rumor to keep the peace. But standing there, drenched in sweat and fear, he finally admits the truth. He was wrong. The Lord's command has already been issued to every red dragon in existence. The goal isn't just a border skirmish, it's the total annihilation of the Rubrun Empire. Dodonk looks at him with pure desperation and begs him to stop them. The sky literally cracks. Dodonk transforms and flies off, leaving the peace shattered behind him. And just like that, the Dragon War began. The Imperial Palace, the center of human power, was the first thing to be turned into a charcoal grill. The Red Dragon Lord was a monster with immortal vitality, erasing entire territories like he was using a cosmic eraser. The only reason the humans weren't wiped out in a weekend was because of a specific pact. The Black Dragons stepped in. They started hunting the Lord's minions, keeping the forces somewhat balanced. Metadonna explains that during this chaos, he felt Rurin and her mother Bereen were safe. Bereen's lair was supposed to be an impenetrable fortress, a perfect hiding spot while the world burned. Little Rurin was just a kid back then, terrified that the real Lord had appeared. Bereen was her world, her only protector in a cave that felt more like a prison. But Bereen knew something Rurin didn't. She was preparing for the day the fortress would fail. She tells Rurin it's time to learn magic. Not for fun, not for convenience, but for survival. The training was brutal. No breaks, no mercy. She taught her daughter everything. Dragon combat, high-level spells, the works. This went on for 13 years. Imagine being a teenager and your only hobby is learning how to kill gods. Metadonna watches Ellison, letting the weight of that time sink in. Rurin became a weapon, a beautiful, terrifyingly powerful weapon. She was a fast learner, probably because her life literally depended on it. Bereen tells her she's mastered the basics, but there's a look in her mother's eyes that says she's out of time. A mother's touch, a final moment of peace. Then comes the apology. The I'm sorry that usually precedes something life-changing. Bereen strikes. She hits Rurin with a force that's meant to incapacitate, not kill. Rurin is coughing up black mana, her world spinning out of control. She looks up and sees her mother holding a glowing blue orb. The ancient marble. It's the ultimate taboo, the kind of power that gets your entire bloodline erased from history. Rurin's vision goes black. She wakes up to her mother's voice, but everything feels different. Her stomach is burning. She thinks it was a nightmare, but the pain is too real. She checks herself. No wounds, no blood, her clothes are intact. But the mana, it's overflowing. She feels like she could crack the planet in half. Bereen confirms it. The ancient marble is now part of Rurin's body. She tells Rurin this strength is crucial for the war, and she must go to her grandfather in the holy grounds. But here's the catch. Rurin can never, ever tell a soul about what's inside her. It's a secret mission. Bereen is framing a lifelong curse as a fun little game to keep her daughter from panicking. She hugs Rurin one last time, begging her to never forget this decision. Bereen's eyes are red from crying, but she smiles. She's given her daughter a chance, even if it cost her everything. Rurin, being an innocent kid, just thinks she's happy because they're together. I love you, now go. The most painful words a parent can say. Rurin runs off, shouting that she'll be back soon. She never saw her mother again. We shift to Rurin's dragon form. The eyes, they've seen something no child should see. Black blood dripping onto the stone. That was the end of their conversation. We see the aftermath. A massive dragon carcass, covered in shadows and death. Rurin is crying, her tiny dragon face twisted in pure grief. And then, a figure appears. A human in a blue cloak. It's Ellison. He's years younger, but the shock on his face is the same. He thinks he's too late. Back in the present, Metadonna skips the rest. The Lord was eventually killed, and the war ended. And then came the reward for Rurin's survival expulsion. Ellison is losing it. He doesn't understand why they abandoned her if the war was over and she was a hero. Metadonna explains Bereen's final condition. She accepted every punishment, every bit of shame for one thing, a deal with the Dragon Council. She didn't want Rurin treated like a criminal. She wanted her to one day live proudly as a black dragon, but Rurin was a fledgling, a rookie who couldn't handle her own power. She couldn't hide the aura of the marble. One emotional outburst or a serious fight, and every dragon in the world would know she was a walking taboo. Ellison realizes the truth. Metadonna let him take Rurin because Ellison had the heart of a dragon lord. He was the only one who could act as a living muffler for her power. Metadonna admits he used Ellison. He intended to call her back the second she became an adult and lost her lair. Ellison slams his hands down. He's furious. This is a man's life they're talking about, Rurin's life, and they're treating her like a chess piece. Metadonna doesn't fight back. He just asks Ellison a simple, devastating question. What should I do? What is right? He's crying now. This isn't just an elder, it's a grieving father who already lost his daughter. He reminds Ellison how Bereen's lair was breached. There was a tiny gap in the defense. That one mistake caused the lair to fall and got Bereen killed. He's terrified that if he doesn't bring Rurin back to the Holy Grounds now, history will repeat itself. The war killed off most of the female dragons. Rurin isn't just a granddaughter, she's the future of the species. He knows he's being shameless. He knows he's asking for the impossible. But he begs Ellison to give up the lair, to give up Rurin, not for the clan, not for the elders, but for Rurin's sake. And behind the door, Rurin is listening to every single word. We open chapter 68 on Ellison's shadow. He feels like the villain in his own story right now. Metadonna hits him where it hurts, the lifespan gap. Rurin is a dragon who will live for millennia. Ellison is a human who will be lucky to see another 50 years. Can you truly walk alongside her for such a long time? It's the ultimate reality check. They've only been together for a year in Great City. For a dragon, that's about the length of a lunch break. Rurin looks crushed. To her, that year was everything. To the world, it was nothing. Metadonna asks if absorbing the heart will extend Ellison's life. Ellison has no answer. He's the first human to ever do it. There's no manual for this. His fist is trembling. He wants to argue, but the logic is airtight. Metadonna sighs and tells Rurin to come out. He's known she was behind the door the whole time. She steps into the light, looking like her heart has been run through a blender. She looks at Ellison, waiting for him to say something, anything to tell her to stay. Metadonna drops the next bomb, the maturation ceremony. He says they'll find a suitable dragon to pair her with. Rurin is horrified. She's never heard of this pairing crap. But then Metadonna reminds her of Bereen's last wish. She turns to Ellison, desperate. Why are you just standing there? Do something! Metadonna knows he can't actually stop Ellison if he decides to get violent. He knows his place. He tells Ellison that if he really can't accept it, even after knowing the risks, then he should stop him now. He starts walking toward a portal. This is the moment. Ellison just has to reach out. The portal opens. The magic is swirling, ready to take her away. Ellison doesn't move. He looks at the floor and says the words that break the fandom. I'm sorry. I can't be selfish enough. Rurin's eyes fill with tears. She can't believe he's just letting her go. The doors slam shut. Pure silence. We cut to the Holy Grounds, a massive floating castle in the sky. It looks like a paradise, but to Rurin, it's a gilded cage. She's lying in a bed that's probably worth more than Great City, but she looks miserable. Metadonna enters. He's trying to be the nice grandpa now, telling her she's safe and should just focus on the ceremony. Rurin just tells him to leave. She's done talking. Metadonna walks out into the hallway, looking much more sinister than he did in the palace. He meets with another figure, the masked elder. These guys are definitely up to something. The masked elder is surprised Rurin came so easily. They're proceeding with the ceremony and they're smiling. That's never a good sign. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, things are uba. Remember Ment, the big bearded guy? He's currently having a religious experience over a bowl of soup. His partner is just confused. It's the same thing they always eat. Why is he acting like he found the meaning of life? Ment takes a bite, and his soul basically leaves his body. Serena, the red dragon, walks in and takes a bite. She immediately spits it out. It's terrible! What is this? Elena, the saint-like doctor, is trying to be polite, but even she's struggling to swallow. She shouts for Ellison to get out here. Ellison stumbles out. He looks like a zombie. He's crying. Our Ninth Circle Archmage is literally weeping into his apron. The crew realizes he's lost it. He's been replacing salt with sugar and dumping it into everything. He's in a full-blown depressive episode. Serena notices Rurin is missing. She starts connecting the dots, and she doesn't like where they're pointing. Two regular customers, Benin and Hone, walk in for a celebratory meal. They ask for noodle soup, but they stop dead when they see Ellison's face. The sun is setting on the restaurant, and it feels like it's setting on Ellison, too. He tells them he's not in the right state to cook. He offers to let his ranch Linte handle it. Benin doesn't care about the food. He can see Ellison is drowning. Ellison stays quiet for a long time. He remembers a conversation he had with Benin months ago, back in the apple orchard. He tells them a story about a couple he knows. We all know he's talking about himself and Rurin. He describes the woman, distinguished family, forced to flee, but now her family wants her back to be a proper lady. And the man, he's unstable. His status doesn't match hers. He's going to die long before she does. A marriage proposal comes for her from someone of equal status, a chance for her to be normal again. Ellison looks up with dead eyes and asks, what should he do? Bereen reminds him of his own advice, act so there's no regret, as if there was no tomorrow. Ellison counters, if there's no tomorrow, is it right to hold on to her? Is it right to steal her future? Bereen looks him right in the eye. Are you about to die? Do you have a severe illness? He's calling out Ellison's dramatic overthinking in the best way possible. Hone and Bereen are basically the audience right now, just watching this guy's self-sabotage. Bereen offers to tell Ellison what choice HE would have made. He sets down 2 plates. One is whole, the other is cracked. Back at the holy grounds, the sun is hitting the floating castle. Medidana is sitting in his throne room looking like he's having second thoughts. The masked elder is back. He's pushing for the pairing, saying Rurin needs to be with a dragon of her own kind. He suggests a bet. He wants Medidana to tell Ellison everything, no lies, no manipulations. Medidana is shocked. He knows if Ellison knows the whole truth, he might actually come back and burn the castle down. The bet is this: if Ellison still insists on taking Rurin after hearing the truth, they'll skip the tradition and let her go. But if Ellison chooses misplaced compassion, if he walks away because he thinks it's better for her, then she gets paired with a male dragon. Medidana accepts. He says, I trust Ellison. But he's shaking. He's spilling wine all over the floor. He's internally screaming at Ellison. He wanted Ellison to grab her wrist, to yell, to be the bad guy so he didn't have to be. He imagines Ellison barging in, setting the hierarchy straight, and taking Rurin back by force. A happy ending. But that's just a dream. In reality, Ellison walked away. He wonders if mentioning the lifespan or Bereen's wish was too much. He calls Ellison a fool for overthinking. He looks at the memory of his daughter. He just wanted Rurin to be proud, but his wish is coming true in the worst possible way. The maturation ceremony begins. The castle is packed with dragons who haven't seen a fledgling this powerful in centuries. The attendants come for Rurin. She looks like a shadow of herself. They start dressing her, and there she is, Rurin in a black dress, looking absolutely stunning and completely broken. Suddenly, there's a commotion outside. Someone is forcing their way in. A guard is kicked through the door. This guy has no respect for the holy grounds. Rurin looks up, her eyes narrowing. Meet Luhard of the Luhan clan. He's drunk, he's arrogant, and he's checking her out like she's a prize at a fair. So, we're back at the sanctuary, and Medidana is confirming the worst-case scenario. Luhard is officially the destined mate. Apparently, the war didn't just kill off the ladies, the male dragon population is in the gutter too. The survivors are either too weak to fight or the absolute menaces who were strong enough to live through the carnage. Luhard is definitely the latter. He was a war hero, and among the new adults, no one can touch his power level. Medidana claims he's the only one outstanding enough for Rurin, but the look on his face says he's selling a lie. The real problem isn't his power, it's his personality. This man was a literal brute who rampaged through the war without giving a single damn about human collateral damage. And look at him now, drinking straight from the bottle during a holy ceremony. This guy has zero class. He's checking out Rurin like she's an item on a menu, telling the servants to clear out so he can have his moment. He's bragging about his W streak, power, honor, women. He's never failed to get what he wants. He grabs Rurin's chin, calling her mother a criminal to her face while trying to claim her as his prize. Rurin has had enough. She grabs his wrist with a grip that sounds like breaking bone. She shuts him down instantly. Only one person in the world is allowed to lay hands on her, and it definitely isn't this purple-haired clown. The bloodlust she's emitting is insane. Luhard is actually sweating. He realizes this isn't the weak fledgling he was promised. He tries to play it off as taming her, but the vibe is interrupted by a much scarier presence. The Grand Matriarch steps into the room. She shuts down the fight immediately. Emitting bloodlust in the sanctuary is a major no-go. They're ordered back to their rooms like kids being sent to timeout. Later that night, the Matriarch pays Rurin a visit. The safety of the sanctuary is starting to feel like a high-security prison. She reminds Rurin that only she and Medidana know the secret of the ancient marble. If Luhard weren't so dense, he'd have sensed it already. Rurin bows her head. She's playing the good girl role because she thinks there's a reward at the end of this. The matriarch gives her a rare look of pity, but don't let that fool you. She pets Rurin's head, telling her how radiant she looks in her formal attire. She mentions Bereen, Rurin's mother, saying she would have wanted to see this. Rurin flinches at the name. Rurin finally finds her voice. She has one question that's been eating at her since she arrived. The war is over. The Dragon Lord is dead. So why is her mother still labeled a criminal? She reminds the matriarch that Bereen didn't even create the marble, she just moved it to save the world. The matriarch turns cold. It's the principle. In Dragon Society, the rules are absolute, regardless of why you broke them. She claims that if they make an exception for Bereen, every other dragon will start finding noble excuses to create marbles and bring back the Dragon Lord. The law is clear. Those who create an ancient marble are eternally imprisoned. No parole, no appeals. And the part that makes Rurin's heart stop? Dragons who absorb a marble are to be executed on sight. Rurin is the only exception to that rule, and only because of Bereen's sacrifice. She's living on borrowed time and mercy. The matriarch leaves, telling her to complete the ritual safely. But the subtext is heavy. If Rurin messes this up, the mercy ends. Back at the restaurant, Bereen is looking at Ellison. He's about to drop some wisdom. He points to the 2 plates again, the choice he made in his own life. He explains that these were wedding gifts for his daughter Tenna. He's a vessel artisan. He knows what makes something last. Years ago, his daughter had 2 suitors. Piner, the poor childhood friend, and Gedroa, the wealthy heir to a grand workshop. On paper, Gedroa was the perfect match, the one the world would call suitable. Bereen was so indecisive that he actually shattered the vessels in a moment of stress. So, he gave them a test, repaired the shattered plates. He shows Ellison the results. Gedroa's repair versus Piner's repair. He asks Ellison which one looks better restored. Ellison points to Gedroa's vessel. It looks perfect, not a single crack visible. Bereen shuts that down. It's a total failure. Gedroa used toxic adhesives. It looks pretty, but you can never eat off it. It's a hollow shell. But Piner's vessel? It's crude. The cracks are visible, but it was glued together with love and effort, and it's actually usable. Bereen approved Piner's marriage. He chose the imperfect but real relationship. He saw them smile and realized his worries about status were just he being foolish. He looks at Ellison. When love is the essence, what else matters? He asks Ellison if Rurin's life with him, cracks and all, is truly worthless compared to the perfect dragon life. Ellison is spiraling. He keeps repeating the same excuses. I'm human, she's a dragon, we're too different. He's terrified that he'll grow old and die, leaving her alone. He convinced himself a dragon bond is her true happiness. He remembers all the sweet moments, Rurin nursing him, her laughing, her promising to stay forever. He realizes that by letting her go, he wasn't being noble, he was punishing her. The restaurant, their restaurant, the essence of their life together. A single tear hits the plate. He finally admits it. It was a splendid vessel. Give me one more chance, Rurin. He's finally found his resolve. But he's still crying like a baby. Ment comes out of nowhere and absolute clocks him. Ment is tired of the drama. You fool! After all that talk, it's just about Rurin. Go get her! Miltine jumps in too. Boss, you idiot! Everyone is taking turns beating sense into our Archmage. Miltine is offended. Ellison was acting like their own relationships were foolish because they weren't perfect. Hone and Bereen are just laughing in the background. They knew he'd get there eventually. Ellison is on the floor, dazed, but then he sees a shadow. Elena drops a heavy punch on his head. She's not smiling. She looks genuinely pissed off. She hands him his war hero cloak, the one he's been hiding in the closet. That's cheating, she whispers. She's the one who loves him most, and she's the one forcing him to go get another woman. Absolute queen behavior. The crowd is hushed. Metadonna has transformed into his true dragon form for the ritual. He announces that the adulthood ritual shall commence. The doors open, and Rurin steps out. She looks incredible, but she's walking like she's heading to the gallows. Luhard is smirking. He thinks this is his victory lap. He's glad Nees is dead, one less rival for the prize. Metadonna orders Rurin to release her human form and assume her true dragon form for the ritual. Rurin stops. She looks up, her eyes dark. I refuse. The crowd gasps. Dragons are calling it a crime. They think living with a human ruined her. Metadonna is sweating. He's trying to keep the crowd from rioting. Proceed with the ritual! Luhard steps forward. He's going to play along for now. He stands next to Rurin. He's honored to be her mate. The arrogance is off the charts. Metadonna explains the law. Until she seeks independence, she will be protected in the sanctuary. The tradition says unmated females must bond with a male to lead the clan's revival. The Heichi pain. We see the moments Rurin tried to forget. Nyes, the villain from earlier, beating her as a child. He was calling her lair a criminal's lair, telling her she has no merits. He told her she would never hold her head high even after the war. We see a young Ellison watching this from the shadows. He asks her why she endures it. She could easily crush those dragons with her power. Ellison tells her he's not going to interfere with her honor drama. Ellison, the war hero, cooking for a lonely criminal dragon in a cave. He's pouring soup, acting like it's the most normal thing in a war zone. He asks again why she lets them hit her. Even then, he thought it was a weird move. A bright light fills the cave as she transforms back into a human. She's covered in dirt and bruises. She's still defensive, telling him to stay out of it. Ellison is persistent. He wants her to speak her truth. She explains the ancient marble, the crime her mother committed to keep her alive. She can't hide the aura perfectly yet. Her grandfather put up barriers, but they aren't foolproof. If she fights back, the energy spike will give her away. So, she just takes the hits. Ellison says it casually. Should I beat them up for you instead? She actually laughs. A genuine tiny pfft. He's the only human she's ever met who would talk about hitting a dragon like he's swatting a fly. She tells him that once her mother's honor is restored, everything will be okay. She's willing to take 1,000 punches if it means her mother isn't a criminal anymore. Rurin is realizing that anything is a lot to endure. The war is long over. The red dragons are negotiating peace. The world has moved on. But in the sanctuary, time is frozen. Metadonna is looking over scrolls with the matriarch. The matriarch thinks Rurin should have her own lair. She doesn't like her staying in that place. Metadonna pushes it. It's time to officially announce Bereen's actions were for the good of the clan. The marble is gone. The threat is gone. Rurin shouldn't be treated like a leper. The matriarch slams the door on that idea. It is not possible. No exceptions. She says Bereen will remain a criminal. Metadonna loses his cool and yells. The matriarch smiles, a sharp, nasty thing. She says there were 2 exceptions. Exception 1, allowing the tiny crack in the barrier that got Bereen killed. Exception 2, overlooking Rurin absorbing the marble. She's using his own guilt to shut him up. Those are the only exceptions we'll ever make. In the memory, Rurin is counting the days. Today is the day! The day they finally leave the cave for the sanctuary. Ellison is there. He's been her only friend for years. She says she's a little sad about parting. She's blushing, you guys. She immediately goes tsundere mode, telling him to show some respect because she's a dragon. She even offers to bring him along as a servant because his food was okay. Ellison waves her off. He has other plans. He's going to open a restaurant. Take care of yourself and eat properly. His final words before the year-long separation. The floating castle is glowing under the moonlight. A high-ranking dragon lady strikes Rurin across the face. She's screaming about her son who died in the war. She blames women like your mother for the whole thing. Rurin is stunned. She finally realizes the sanctuary isn't home. It's a nest of vipers. The crowd is whispering. They all hate her. They call her shameless. They treat her like her mother's sin is a contagious disease. Metadonna looks away. He can't help her. The matriarch's voice booms through the hall. She's banishing Rurin from the sanctuary. Get out! The criminal's daughter must leave! Everything Rurin endured, the punches, the insults, the 13 years of training, it was for nothing. The eyes of the fledgling go dark. The tally marks on the wall. The time spent waiting. Nothing is different. The world still sees her as trash. Time didn't move forward. She's still that little dragon crying over her mother's body. She stumbles back to the cave and she sees someone cooking. Ellison looks up. He's shocked she's back already. She tells him she was banished. I guess I was just useless to them. Her spirit is completely broken. Ellison tries to say he understands, but Rurin snaps. She looks at him with a face hidden in shadow. Understand? You found it pretty damn funny watching me get beat up, didn't you? Ellison tries to call her name. Rurin transforms and unleashes a shockwave that nearly levels the cave. She screams at him to stop pretending. He has no idea what it was like for her. Get out! She's lashing out at the only person who ever actually cared. She calls him a human with nowhere to go, an outsider who knows nothing. Ellison turns and walks away. His footsteps are heavy on the stone. The soup is spilled on the floor. The vessel is shattered. Rurin is alone in the dark, growling at the shadows. In the present, Rurin is standing before Luhard, tears streaming down her face. I said something I shouldn't have. She remembers Ellison's eyes before he left her that day. Someone like me has no right to ask anything of you. She thinks she's lost him forever. The matriarch announces the final stage. Luhard is the chosen hero. Now, face each other. Lastly, the oath's kiss. Rurin is trembling. She's closing her eyes, accepting her fate. So just this once. Luhard reaches for her face. His thumb is on her lip. It's about to happen. Come find me again, just one last time. The entire sanctuary shakes. A massive impact hits the barrier. The dragons are panicking. We're under attack! Metadonna looks up, and a small smile starts to form. You? The main gates of the sanctuary, the ones no human has touched in 10,000 years, are buckled. The high-level barrier set up by multiple dragons is shattering like cheap glass. A white light pours into the hall, blinding everyone. The dust clears. A figure is standing in the crater where the doors used to be. Rurin looks up. Her eyes widen. Sorry, I'm really late, aren't I? It's Ellison. He's wearing the war hero cloak. He's cracking his knuckles. I've made up my mind. The dragons are whisper shouting his name. The realization is hitting the room. One of the 3 great heroes of the war, humanity's only 9th circle magician, the Dragon Slayer! The blue mana is literally erupting from his body like a volcano. Metadonna is internally fanboying. The grandson-in-law has arrived! He's practically blushing. Luhard is fuming. He tells Ellison no human is allowed here. He starts charging up his own dark mana. Just facing a dragon is a crime punishable by death! He's ranting about the sanctity of the place. Ellison just looks bored. Ellison ignores the threat completely. I apologize, but could you tell me where the preservation... Luhard snaps. He thinks Ellison has lost his mind. He transforms into a massive dragon head to tear Ellison apart. Ellison doesn't even move his feet. A massive magic circle appears above Luhard and slams him into the floor. The attendants are making pog faces. Their invincible hero just got flattened by a finger flick. Ellison looks down at the crater. Ah, I see, Lord Luhard. You've been disqualified as a candidate. Luhard is currently having a midlife crisis in dragon form, screaming about how dare a human insult him. Ellison isn't here for the monologue. He drops a layered geometric geometric spell circle directly onto Luhard's head. The attendants are making faces like they just watched a fly swatter kill a lion. Pure disbelief. Ellison looks down with that ninth circle stare, reminding Luhard that he's the one who gets to decide who is qualified here. Luhard is coughing up blood, realizing that simple layered spells from Ellison have more mass than a mountain. Metadonna is shouting for Ellison to stop, probably because he doesn't want to clean dragon guts off the sacred carpet. The entire sanctuary is literally tilting. When Ellison gets worked up, physics becomes a suggestion. Our guy starts his resume flex. He ended the war. He brought peace to all races. He casually mentions absorbing the ancient marble in the Dragon Lord's heart, while the attendants try to cast neutralization spells that do absolutely nothing. He steps on Luhard's head, reminding everyone that his power was the foundation of the Dragon's Pact. The blue mana is erupting from him like a solar flare. Now who here dares to question my authority? Rurin is watching with tears in her eyes, worried he's going to accidentally delete Luhard from existence. A voice echoes through the hall. Child, that's enough. A massive shockwave of neutralizing mana sweeps the room, snuffing out Ellison's flare. Luhard is a literal puddle of a dragon right now, barely breathing. Meet Saren, the Black Dragon matriarch. She's finally decided to get off her throne and handle this. Ellison gives a respectful greeting, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a broadsword. Saren admits he's proven his right to be there, but warns him that if he claims dragon authority, he has to face dragon punishment. She tells Rurin the only reason she isn't dead for absorbing the marble is because she's technically under Ellison's protection as a human. Ellison claps back. He's absorbed 3 essences. He's not a threat to the order, he is the thing preventing a new lord from rising. He's ready for the smoke. He's glowing with electricity, basically telling the matriarch to try it. The scale of this standoff is insane. A single human standing in a crater in the middle of a dragon sanctuary. The elders are sweating. They know that if these two go at it, the castle isn't the only thing that's going down. Rurin panics. She offers to take the full sacred rite, whatever that is, as long as they don't hurt Ellison. Saren goes into heavyweight dialogue mode. She'll consider it, but first, Ellison has to answer a question. Why have you come here? Ellison's answer is short and lethal. To set everything right. He looks at Rurin. The narrator's advice to act like there's no tomorrow is finally clicking. Then, he starts roasting her. He tells the elders she knows nothing about discipline. Metadonna and Rurin are both like, wait, what is he doing? He lists her crimes, she breaks dishes, she chugs beer like a frat boy, and she's rude to the customers. He says her cooking is borderline criminal and she picks fights if you blink at her wrong. But then the gear shift hits. But Rurin is not the daughter of a criminal. The room goes dead silent. He starts to mention her mother, Bereen. Saren interrupts with a think carefully, child. She's basically threatening him with a mana blast to keep the secret. Ellison doesn't care. He made up his mind a long time ago. Bereen was not the one who created the ancient marble! Rurin's face is pure shock. Her entire life has been built on the shame of her mother's crime. He explains the truth. Bereen stole the marble from a cult that was trying to force the birth of a new dragon lord. She wasn't a criminal, she was the hero who stopped a god-tier threat. The elders are losing their minds. If this is true, the Black Dragon clan has been persecuting a hero's family for decades. Ellison has turned the sanctuary upside down, again. We see the sanctuary trial, Bereen being called a disgrace to her kin. Niece, that brat, is laughing, telling Rurin she's just as worthless as her mother. The elders in the memory are calling Niece a pervert for how much he enjoys tormenting her. Young Rurin is sobbing, saying she only ever wanted to restore her mother's honor. Ellison is vibrating with rage. He talks about how Rurin endured all that injustice for the sake of a clan that hated her. He mocks them for generously accepting her back now just because the clan is in a population crisis. Don't make me laugh! His mana is cracking the floor tiles. Rurin falls to her knees. She's remembering the day she thought she lost everything. The crying in this scene is some of the most gut-wrenching art in the series. Let the weight of her trauma land here. She remembers being exiled, lying in the dirt of her mother's old lair, thinking she was completely alone. No mother, no clan, nothing. She's staring at a walk on the ground, a reminder of the human who abandoned her. She looks like a wounded animal. She hears the voices of the dragon screaming, "Get out!" over and over in her head. She sees the shadow of her own despair. She remembers Ellison's face when he left. She thought he looked down on her as an outsider. She's sobbing into the dirt, begging him to come back. I haven't closed the gap yet. She thinks the difference between their species is the reason they failed. She feels a presence. Ellison is standing at the mouth of the cave. He's holding a plate of food. I bet you were starving again. Get up and eat this hamburger steak. She's confused, asking why he's here. He casually mentions he went to the sanctuary, but Nizi wasn't there. He looks like he's been through a war. Blood on his face, dirt in his hair. He tells her he didn't just find her, he stole her. He tells her he barged in and took her away. This is the moment the restaurant excuse first started. He says he's opening a restaurant and needs help. He's lying through his teeth to give her a reason to live. Come with me, Rurin. That smile is what saved her life. He promises to keep making her delicious food forever. Rurin takes the fork. She repeats, "From now on?" She asks if he'll stay with her forever. The forever promise is the core of their entire relationship. Ellison is finishing his speech. He took her away back then, and he's never letting her come back. "This time, I won't use the restaurant as an excuse. I just want you by my side, Rurin." Rurin doesn't even wait for the elders to give permission. She moves. The oaths kiss. It's a full-page spread, and it's absolute cinema. Ellison is blushing like a tomato. Rurin's "my dear" is the ultimate power move. "I have been your dragon since that moment!" The ritual is technically complete. Saren and Metadonna are just standing there, witnessing the most illegal marriage in history. Metadonna points out that it's midnight. The ceremony window is closing. Lahard is still trying to crawl back into the plot, shouting about the rules for unmated females. Saren shuts him down. It seems she already has a perfect match. Ellison is dying of embarrassment. Metadonna officially restores Varen's honor and declares Rurin an adult of the clan. He's internally crying tears of joy. The coming-of-age ceremony is done. The sanctuary floating castle looks peaceful, but the status quo is dead. Rurin asks what a restaurant is. She's already forgotten the plot. Ellison explains it's where you sell food, and she asks if she can eat as much steak as she wants. He warns her not to transform into a dragon when she gets hangry at the customers. They're walking off into the sunrise, and Rurin is blushing. He picks her up like a princess. "A dragon who loves a human." They're back in their temporary room, and the meal was apparently great. The night is getting late. The camera pans to the dragon statues dripping with water. The atmosphere is heavy. They're sitting on the bed. Total awkward silence. The oath's kiss from earlier is finally being processed. Ellison tries to break the ice by saying her dress is pretty. He's doing his best. Rurin's heart is racing. She's realizing that things aren't casual anymore after that kiss. She stares at the dress. She complains it's uncomfortable because the attendants swarmed her to put it on. "Won't you help me take it off?" Ellison looks like his brain just short-circuited. The focus on their lips, the tension is peaking. A portal opens right in the middle of the room. Talk about a mood killer. Saren and Metadonna barge in. Saren says they still have more to discuss. Ellison and Rurin look like they just got caught by their parents. Rurin actually punches Metadonna for the intrusion. Total family bonding moment. Metadonna is on the floor crying about his great-grandson foundation being destroyed. He's such a troll. They sit down for drinks. Ellison is pouring the high-end whiskey. Saren is impressed by the blend. She tells him her decision depends on his next answers. She points out that absorbing 3 ancient marbles gave Ellison a dragon's lifespan. Because of that, she can overlook the chaos he caused. If he lives as long as Rurin, the lifespan gap argument is dead. She says taking Rurin is justifiable if he can live with her for her whole life. Saren asks if those issues are resolved. Ellison says no. He laughs it off. "I don't know about that." He says there's no guarantee his lifespan matches a dragon's, and he doesn't know if more marbles will appear. Saren is furious. She thinks he's admitting he just stole her for fun without a plan. "I was certain." He stops her mana flare with a look. He remembers Benen's final words from the restaurant. Benen tells him he already knew the right answer. Benen admits he doesn't know the future, but he knows one thing. "Don't you know what the W wrong answer is?" Ellison says he's certain that forcing Rurin to stay and leaving her mother's honor slandered were the W wrong answers. Saren calls it petty self-righteousness. She says he doesn't know how much Varen sacrificed. She explains that the dragon who creates a marble can't absorb it themselves. That's why Varen had to guard it. Varen guarded that essence for the clan's sake for years in that lonely cave. Ellison snaps back. And what did that lead to? He points out that despite their principles and treating her like a criminal, a dragon lord still emerged. Their system failed. Metadonna admits that passing the essence to Rurin was an act of mercy to prevent a complete lord. Ellison tells Saren that her principles were wrong. You can't punish someone for something beyond their will. Saren is stunned. The reveal, we see a younger Saren meeting a guy in the fields. "What? Your name is Saren?" The guy is energetic, long red hair. He calls it an amazing coincidence. "I'm Sardellon. We both start with Sa." Saren back then says she doesn't care about red dragons versus black dragons. She touches her tiara. She hasn't heard that name in a long time. Ellison notices the tiara. He says it looks identical to the necklace the Red Dragon Lord was wearing. Saren looks at the tiara with pure sadness. "This was given to me long ago by him." Sardellon wasn't just a lord, he was her lover. We see more of their past. Sardellon visiting her every day, asking if she's tired of him. He says nothing excites him more than seeing her. They're sitting by a sunset. Different lineages, same heart. He promises to come tomorrow and the day after. He finds a place with truly beautiful scenery. Saren admits it sounds exciting. He tells her he likes her black hair. They look like a normal couple, just enjoying the view. She says she envies his red hair. "I loved him," Saren says it simply, "but it didn't work out in the end." The tragedy of their lineages was too strong. Sardellan screaming, "Don't come see me?" He was trying to protect her as he fell into the Lord's madness. He tells her he's undergoing the adult ceremony and his mate will be decided. She reminds him that mixing lineages is taboo. If an incomplete Lord is born, they become a slave to commands. She tells him it's a grave sin and he needs to leave. The rain starts. Sardellan is standing in the downpour, crying. He holds up the tiara. He says the lineages were a coincidence, but me loving you was inevitable. He shatters the tiara in his hands. Or wait, no, he shatters the bond chain. He drops it in the mud. He can't believe she's letting lineage decide guilt. Young Sarun is weeping. She's the one who chose the principles over her love. Sardellan wished she had made up any other excuse, but it was the principle. Saren is repeating the same thing now that she said then. She tells Ellison that was the principle she had to uphold. She sacrificed her own happiness for the clan. She admits Ellison's path is a gamble. It's not perfect, but she smiles. She hopes his path is right. She's officially passing the torch to the new generation. Ellison adds one last thing. The Dragon Lord left final words. A golden wisp of mana appears. The wisp takes the shape of the Red Dragon Lord's necklace. I've regretted all my life not kidnapping you and running away that day. Saren's face is haunted. She's seeing the man she loved one last time. Ellison says he didn't understand the message back then, but now he does. Saren smiles and casts a portal. How typical of him. Metadonna is scratching his head, realizing his family history is more complicated than a soap opera. Metadonna says hearing about his mother's past love is strange. Ellison screams, "Mother?" The bombshell hits. Saren is Metadonna's mom. They leave through the portal, dropping the mic. Back in the forest. It's nighttime. Rurin is stomping through the woods, furious that Metadonna kicked her out of her own sanctuary again. She's complaining about teleports and lack of privacy. She stops. There's a glowing white flower in the middle of the winter snow. It's beautiful. She crouches down to look at it. Hibiran flowers. A girl with green hair is standing behind her, munching on a snack. Rurin is rightfully weirded out. This kid has been standing there the whole time and Rurin didn't even notice. That's low-key terrifying given Rurin is a high-ranked dragon. Selly is out here eating grass because it's tasty. She's basically a human lawnmower with zero self-preservation. She reaches for the Hibiran flower and Rurin has to physically tackle her. Rurin uses her magic to preserve the flower in a mana bubble. Selly thinks it's the coolest trick ever and immediately starts calling Rurin sis. Rurin tries to do the cool loner act. She has the info she needs, so she's ready to dip. But Selly just stands there looking at her bare feet in the snow. She says she has nowhere else to go. Rurin's tsundere heart is already losing the battle. You can see the internal struggle on her face. I'm going somewhere warm with food. Follow or don't. That's dragon speak for welcome to the family. Selly doesn't need to be told twice. She's already sprinting. Back at the restaurant, we get a jump scare from Ment in his security cat form. Rurin walks in like she just found a stray kitten, except the kitten is a green-haired human girl. Ellison comes out, probably expecting a dragon invasion, but instead, he finds Rurin and her new shadow. Rurin is all proud of her flower, acting like she didn't just kidnap a child from the woods, she's planning to grow them on the second floor. Ellison is just rolling with it, because at this point, his life is a fever dream anyway. Then he notices Selly peeking through the doorway. I'm Selly, Sis's little sister. Kid is already claiming territory. Rurin panics and explains they aren't blood-related, mostly because she doesn't want Ellison thinking her mom had a side quest. Ellison just smiles. He's actually proud of Rurin. He's glad to see her finally caring about someone other than her own stomach. Rurin gets embarrassed and demands a reward like back in the Holy Land. She's referring to that kiss, and Ellison is turning into a strawberry. Selly is just standing there with a finger in her mouth watching the rom-com unfold. Not in front of the kid! Ellison is trying to maintain some level of decency, but Selly wants to know what Holy Land means. He decides to let her stay. He tells Rurin to keep an eye on her, which is basically like asking a fire to watch a bucket of gasoline. We transition to the restaurant during the day. Business is booming as usual. Rurin is back in her waitress apron, feeling good about herself. Serena and Elena are already there, roasting Rurin about her adulthood. Serena thinks it would have been funnier if Rurin had picked a different mate. Elena, being the actual saint she is just glad Ellison wasn't too late. She asks what Rurin said when they met. We get a flashback to that legendary line. From that moment, I was your dragon! Rurin keeps it a secret, but she's glowing. Elena's smile is a bit forced. Remember, she's still the world's best wingwoman despite her own feelings. Serena is just there to demand food and chaos. Standard red dragon behavior. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from upstairs. Rurin's big sister Patience has officially expired. She barges into the room, screaming about no interruptions during work. Selly is currently having a one-man pillow fight. The room is a disaster zone. Selly promised to stop, but Rurin knows better. You said that last time! Rurin is finally experiencing what Ellison has dealt with for a year. Selly breaks a plate and tells Rurin to stay away. The level of disrespect is honestly impressive. She grabs a can of beer and Rurin looks like she's about to unleash a seven-circle spell. The narrator notes, the warning fell on deaf ears. Of course. More crashing. More chaos. Rurin is vibrating with rage. She wants to act on her temper so bad, but something stops her. She looks at Selly and realizes she's looking into a mirror. All the time she broke dishes, stole drinks, and threw tantrums, she did all of this to Ellison. Ellison is in the kitchen laughing his head off. He tells the other staff that this is called reaping what you sow. Sunset hits the city. The vibe slows down. Rurin is sweeping up feathers. She looks exhausted. The mature dragon has been defeated by a 14-year-old human. Ellison finds her in the hallway. He made pancakes. This man's love language is 100% carbs. He tells her she worked hard and should eat with Selly. Rurin is stunned. She admits she's wronged him all this time. Ellison is dying laughing at her sudden self-reflection. He can't believe Selly actually made Rurin develop a conscience in less than 24 hours. Look at that syrup. Ellison's food animation budget is higher than most shonen fights. The two sisters sit down to eat. Selly is having a religious experience. She thinks Ellison's cooking is the best in the world. Rurin actually agrees for once. Selly notes that Rurin is popular because everyone talks to her. Rurin gives her a smug look. Is it because you're pretty? Selly asks. Selly wants to know why Rurin doesn't care about popularity. Because when it mattered most, the one person I wanted already found me. Rurin is officially the W wife. Selly goes quiet. The mood shifts to something much heavier. Will someone find me too? Rurin asks if she lost someone. Selly mentions a green leaf. She starts singing the song. It's about a tree, a warm sun, and falling asleep in the shadow. She tells Rurin she remembers nothing else. Not her home, not her family, just this song. She wants to find whoever knows this song. Rurin tries to be logical. Your parents must have sung it to you. Selly says if she gets popular and sings it for crowds, maybe someone will come find her. Rurin looks at her with pure empathy. She remembers her own time alone in that cave. The day Ellison found her with that burger steak. Of course, they'll definitely find you, like they did for me. Rurin is officially Selly's guardian now. The next day, Rurin is helping Selly get dressed. Selly is wearing Rurin's old childhood clothes. She looks like a miniature version of her. Rurin calls her greedy for hogging the scarf. The bickering is back, which means they're okay. Ellison is adjusting his cloak. He looks serious. He tells Rurin they need to find Selly's parents. She can't stay at a restaurant forever. Rurin mentions the song. Ellison realizes this is going to be a needle in a haystack situation. He sighs. Do we need his help again? They head into the city to find the most well-connected person. They stop at the butcher shop. Rain greets them. She says the supply from Deidrin is finally stable. Now it's time to talk shop. Ellison explains the situation. They're looking for the parents of a lost kid. Rain is skeptical. Selly doesn't even know her parents' names. She asks for Selly's name and age. Rurin guesses 13 or 14. Rain is like, that's not how birthdays work, but okay, she writes it down. Selly, 14 years old. Rain promises to put out feelers immediately. Rurin forces Selly to say thank you. Selly does a full bow, but she's already distracted. The title card hits. We're moving into the investigation arc. Rain is out in the streets asking the common folk about a missing kid. No one has heard of her. Selly isn't a local name. Back at the restaurant, Rurin is helping Selly sew. Selly mentions a guy named Old Man Omun, but that's a dead end. Selly is just happy to be included. She doesn't realize how hard this is going to be. Selly, Rain is still thinking about it. Rurin is actually doing chores without being asked. She's definitely leveled up her responsibility stat. Ellison is in the kitchen cracking eggs, but he's deep in thought. Selly is peeking at him from around the corner. She's always watching him. Ellison notices her sharp stare. He thinks she's just worried about her parents. He thinks that if even Rain doesn't know her, she must be from very far away. Pancake batter hitting the pan. The sizzle is the only sound in the room. He smiles and tells her to go call Rurin for breakfast. Selly's yellow eyes are glowing. There's a certain intensity to her that feels off, but she just says okay and runs off. The trio eats together. Selly says the pancakes are second only to Rurin. Ellison is offended in a funny way. The restaurant is closed today. It's a family day. Ellison looks at them. He's about to suggest a trip. He asks Selly if there's anything she wants to see or anywhere she wants to play. Rurin catches his eye. She realizes he's trying to distract the kid from her heartbreak. Ellison says he'll take her to the ends of the earth. Selly doesn't want to go to the ends of the earth. She wants to see the animal that laid the eggs they ate. Rurin suggests the ranch monsters, but Selly thinks they're too big and scary. She wants to touch tiny ones. Ellison realizes they don't use normal bird eggs. They use eggs from the lemon forest. We cut to the lemon forest. It's covered in a magic barrier. Behold the Palencio. It's basically a giant, hyper-realistic chicken that looks like it has seen the beginning and end of time. Selly thinks it's cute. Rurin and Ellison are terrified. Selly asks if she can touch them. Ellison warns her it's impossible. He admits even he failed to catch one. He explains that these things have hypersensitive senses. They detect mana flow and air vibrations. They can literally dodge magic. They're nicknamed the Legendary. But before he can finish his explanation, Selly is just holding one. She just walked up and grabbed it like it was a stuffed animal. Ellison is having a mental breakdown. How'd you do that? 1 win. Selly, 1 win. Ellison, one massive loss. Our ninth circle Archmage just got outclassed by a toddler. Night falls over a massive estate. This isn't the restaurant. Duke Leon is having dinner with a blonde woman, likely his wife. They're talking about the rumors. Everyone is looking for Selly's parents. Leon realizes Ellison and Rurin are the ones behind the search. He freezes. The blonde woman is sad they can't help more. Leon slams the table. Why didn't you tell me first? He goes into full simp mode. If it's for Ellison, he'll walk a thorny path. This guy is the ultimate Notice Me Senpai character. He's going to mobilize the entire administration of Greek City to find her parents. The woman is actually blushing. She thinks he's being a hero. Open the vault! He's offering a king's ransom for a missing child. The guard at the door is just like, is this okay? Back in the woods, the trio is walking home. Rurin is laughing at Ellison's panicked face from the chicken incident. Selly calls him slow. Selly is convinced catching the legendary chicken will make her popular. Today's the happiest day ever! She's glowing. She lists her W's, warm scarf, tasty pancakes, and a cute Palencio. A foot steps into the mud. Selly is dancing around, saying tomorrow might be even more fun. She starts singing her song again. Rurin is smiling. This is the found family energy we're here for. Selly grabs their hands. A green leaf fluttering down in spring. She tells Ellison to practice so they can sing together. Ellison's face is bright red. Rurin asks if he's embarrassed by the song. No, it's just, this feels like a family. Parents and a child? This is a massive internal admission for Ellison. Selly is just grinning. She's finally safe. Fair point. They walk off into the blue night. We cut to a prison carriage rolling through the forest. A guard stops them at the territory border. They need to see it pass. The carriage is heading to Guiltymon City. The Count's order. The guard asks for their purpose. Transporting a criminal. We see several men in chains, their faces hidden in shadow. The pass is valid. The guard starts to let them through. Then, he remembers Leon's order. One last question. Do you know a child named Selly? We're searching for her parents. The lead prisoner looks up. His eyes are wide with shock. Is she someone important? The prisoners are sweating. They look terrified and desperate. You heard that right? Selly's alive! Back at the estate, Ellison is sitting alone by the fire. He looks haunted. Rurin walks in. She asks why he isn't asleep. She says Selly just went to bed. Ellison stands up and casts a high-level soundproofing spell. He's taking no chances. His face is in shadow. The mood is dead serious. Selly's parents, we might never find them. He's figured something out. We open with the Bad Vibes Patrol. A prisoner transport carriage is stopped at a checkpoint, and the guards are being absolute NPCs about a name they just heard. One of the prisoners, hidden in the shadows of the cage, suddenly freaks out. He's heard the name Selly, and it's like a switch flipped in his brain. He tries to scream out that he knows her, but the guards have zero chill. A red magical seal slams onto the cage, silencing him with enough force to make his teeth rattle. The guard, a woman in a hood, tells the local soldier to keep his mouth shut. She's looking at him like he's a bug she's about to step on. This is Melchark, a 5th-class mage. In this world, that's enough power to level a small village, and she knows it. She starts flexing her status, giving the soldier two very bad choices. Either he lets them pass and ignores the prisoner's nonsense, or he starts a war with Guiltymon City. It's basically get out of the way or die, and she's already charging up a fire spell just in case he picks wrong. The soldier takes one look at that 5th-class proof, the literal proof that she can incinerate him in a blink, and his survival instinct kicks in. He opens the gate. The carriage rolls through, but the mystery is already cooking. Those prisoners aren't just random thugs, they're the key to everything. Back at the restaurant, things are a lot more peaceful, but the tension is still high. Ellison and Rurin are having a private meeting. He's been putting out feelers through his contacts, but the news isn't great. Not a single soul is looking for a child named Selly. It's like she dropped out of the sky. Rurin is visibly frustrated, her dragon instincts telling her something is wrong. Ellison drops a heavy truth bomb. It's winter, and the world is a cruel place for the poor. He implies that Selly might have been abandoned. It's a common, tragic story. Parents who can't feed their kids, reducing mouths to feed. Rurin is horrified. She can't wrap her head around a lower being throwing away their own kin. Elle explains that severe shock often leads to the kind of memory loss Selly is experiencing, but Ellison is a man of logic. He tells Rurin that if they can't find the parents, they have to make a choice. Either Selly stays with them, or she goes to an orphanage. Rurin's heart sinks. This restaurant was supposed to be a private space for just her and Ellison. She imagines her bed, her sanctuary, being shared with a third person forever. Suddenly, a crash from downstairs breaks the mood. They rush to the kitchen, and it's a total disaster zone. Rurin is ready to throw hands with whoever is messing with Elle's kitchen. She rips open the door, fuming. But instead of an assassin, they find a very small, very embarrassed green-haired girl. Selly is standing there with a whisk and a bowl, covered in flour. She looks like she just got caught hacking the Pentagon. She admits she's only ever eaten pancakes, but she wanted to try making some for Elle and Rurin as a thank you. Ellison realizes this is why she was staring so intently at him while he was cooking earlier. She wasn't just hungry, she was studying. Rurin, still in mean boss mode, asks where she got the eggs. Selly casually mentions she just went out and took them from the Palencio nests. For context, Palencio are legendary birds that even high-level mages struggle to catch. Selly treats raiding their nests like a trip to the grocery store. She drops a plate and it shatters. Selly freezes, expecting a lecture or worse, but Rurin's entire demeanor shifts. She looks at Selly and makes a call. "Follow me," she says. Ellison is genuinely surprised. He expected Rurin to be annoyed, but dragons have a soft spot for sincerity. Her reaction is the complete opposite of what he imagined. Cut back to the woods. The bad vibes carriage is stopped again, and things have turned dark. The male guard is beating the prisoners with a club. They're begging for mercy, but this guy is a total psycho. He threatens to rip out their tongues if they mention that name again. This is classic villain behavior, protecting a secret with violence. Melchark walks up, yawning. She's bored of the beating. She tells him to tone it down because they can't afford to kill these specific kids. That's a micro mystery for you. Why are these kids so valuable to people this evil? One of the prisoners is crying for her appa. They're broken, exhausted, and terrified. The guards laugh it off, saying they'll get readjusted later. That's a fancy word for brainwashing or worse. As the carriage rolls on, the prisoner starts humming. It's the song. The lullaby about leaves and sunlight. Back with our main duo, Rurin and Selly are walking under the moonlight. The atmosphere is heavy. Selly thinks Rurin is taking her to the orphanage right now. She asks, voice trembling, if Rurin is angry because she caused trouble. Rurin tells her the truth. No one knows her. No one in Greek City is looking for her. Selly's face goes pale. The realization that she's truly alone hits her like a physical weight. She clutches her chest. This is the moment where the trauma of being abandoned starts to feel real. No one is looking for her. Therefore, Rurin says, starting tomorrow, you're working the first floor. Learn how to serve food. Selly blinks. Wait, what? Rurin admits that she sees a bit of herself in Selly, a troublemaker who even manages to ruin cooking. She tells Selly that the only reason she wasn't allowed downstairs before was because they didn't know if she was staying. But Rurin saw the heart Selly put into those ruined pancakes. That's all the proof a dragon needs. She pulls Selly into a hug. You can stay here forever. You'll never be unclaimed again. This is a massive character moment for Rurin. She went from being jealous of her space to officially adopting a kid. Selly finally breaks. She says, yeah, and the stars themselves seem to brighten. She's been found. They start playing around, chasing each other back to the restaurant. It's pure, wholesome energy. Ellison is watching from the roof, sitting on a magic circle. He's relieved. He was worried Rurin wouldn't accept her, but he should have known his mate better. The girls walk back, talking about meeting the ranch workers and Selly wanting to learn cooking from Elle. But then, Selly stops. Her eyes go wide. Something in the environment, the path, the trees, triggers a massive flashback. She sees a dark stone prison, a single light, iron bars. She starts hyperventilating. She remembers walking this exact path before. She remembers someone she desperately wanted to meet. A promise. She starts screaming, "Don't go down this path!" Absolutely not! She's terrified that the path leads back to the nightmare she escaped. Ellison hears the commotion and rushes over. He's instantly in Archmage mode, analyzing the situation. Rurin explains that they were just walking the road outside the territory when Selly lost it. Selly is back in bed now, resting. The sudden flood of memories has left her in a state of severe shock. Rurin isn't going to let this slide. She tells Elle to watch Selly while she goes back to that path to see what triggered it. Outside Selly's window, the white Heberin flower is blooming. That flower is a beacon for high mana. Selly wakes up in the middle of the night, staring at the ceiling. I remember everything now, she whispers. She has precious people she needs to find. Cut to the woods. Rurin is standing in the middle of the road, looking absolutely menacing. Come out now, you scum! She knows the reckless method is her style. She's using herself as bait. The sound of wheels and hooves approaches. The prisoner transport carriage rolls into view. The guards stop. They see a young woman standing in their way and assume she's just some lost traveler. Rurin's eyes narrow. She senses the mana from the guards and realizes they aren't even acting like normal humans. Then, she hears it. The humming from inside the cage. The song. The exact song Selly sings. Rurin's pupils turn into slits. This is the receipt she's here to collect. The horses start panicking. Animals can always sense a dragon's bloodlust before humans can. The carriage wheel cracks the ground. Rurin is exerting so much pressure that the physical world is literally breaking around her. She walks up to the bars. I have questions. Back at the restaurant, Selly is clutching her blankets. She realizes the people she's looking for aren't her parents. They're her sisters. Melby and Melly. Back in the woods, Rurin's hand crushes the wooden frame of the carriage like it's paper. Rurin isn't asking anymore. She's demanding. She stops the carriage dead in its tracks. We cut back to Selly in bed. She's finally connecting the dots of her own soul. Melby and Melly, the name she's been whispering in her sleep. She identifies them as her siblings. The image of them in the cage, crying and shackled, flashes in her mind. Rurin's grip on the carriage frame tightens. Wood splinters. Her teal eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. That song, where did you hear it? The silence is deafening. The prisoners inside are shaking. They look at Rurin like she's a demon, but she's the only hope they have. The male guard Nolan is confused. He thinks he's about to box a random girl who wandered onto the road. Rurin looks at the kids in the cage. She promises them that no matter what happens, the guards won't touch them again. One prisoner finally speaks. The song is... Melchark cuts him off. She threatens to slice his throat if he says another word. Bad move, lady. You don't interrupt the dragon's interrogation. Melchark steps off the carriage, acting like she's the main character of a dark fantasy. She thinks Rurin is just something interesting popping up in a backwater area. Melchark flares her mana. 5th class mage Melchark. She's surrounded by a massive aura of red fire. She asks Rurin if she knows whose carriage she just stopped. Rurin is unimpressed. 5th class? That's like a toddler showing off a sparkler to a solar flare. She tells Melchark a nod will suffice since she's clearly too busy posing. Do you know Selly? Rurin asks. The prisoner in the back starts crying. The reaction is instant. Are you close? Rurin's voice softens just a fraction when talking to the victim. The prisoner manages a desperate yes! That's all Rurin needed to hear. She reaches out and literally rips the bars off the carriage with one hand. Come out, she commands. She tells the guards she's taking the children. Melchark just laughs. She's never met anyone this delusional before. Melchark tells Nolan to detach the carriage. She's decided that these prisoners are disposable now because Rurin has seen too much. She prepares to incinerate the entire carriage, prisoners and all, just to get rid of the evidence. Melchark chants her 5th class fire magic, Bataran! A massive explosion of flames erupts. It's a direct hit. The carriage is swallowed by fire. Amber Blast! The forest lights up like it's midday. Melchark thinks she's already won. She starts wondering if Rurin was some duke's daughter or someone important. She's already planning her cover story. Then a voice comes from inside the wall of fire. I clearly gave you a chance. The fire splits. Rurin is standing there, completely untouched, holding an ice spear. Melchark's face goes from arrogant to I messed up real quick. Rurin says she's been feeling merciful lately, so she won't kill her. In a blur of movement, Rurin deletes Melchark's hand. The mage collapses, screaming in agony. Rurin ignores the screaming villain and turns to the kids. Now, let's get you to some treatment. She's wondering if Elena is awake. The male guard is frozen. He asks, who are you? As Rurin creates a massive wall of ice to shield the kids from the remaining fire. Rurin creates a portal. A literal black hole of mana in her palm. She looks back with a smirk. I'm Selly's older sister. Cut to the clinic. Rurin kicks the door open. Incoming patients! Now! Elena and Serena are startled. They thought they were being ambushed by an army. Back at the restaurant, Rurin finds Ellison and Selly. Selly sees her and screams, Sis! Ellison asks if she found her upstairs, but Rurin tells him it's bedtime and she's brought Selly back to Rare, the high mana. Rurin is beaming. She tells them she's brought good news. She does a cute little nose scrunch. She's very proud of herself. I think I found the kids who know that song. Selly freezes. Their names are Melby and Melly, right? Rurin winks. She's the ultimate wingwoman for her new little sister. Selly's eyes well up with tears. The hope she thought was gone is back. She tackles Rurin in a hug. Rurin smiles, relieved that they're siblings. Ellison, being the strategist, asks the million-dollar question, how in the world did you meet? Rurin explains the prisoner transport and Melby's injuries. She left them with Elena for treatment. She tells Selly not to worry because their lives aren't in danger. Selly is so happy she can barely breathe. They decide to sleep and go see them tomorrow. We see the three of them sharing a bed. It's a quiet, domestic moment that reinforces the found family theme. Selly lies awake for a moment, thinking about how grateful she is that Melby and Melly are alive. She reaches out and touches Ellison and Rurin's hands. We see a brief montage of Selly's first days. Meeting Elle. The warm food. The invitation to stay. She remembers Rurin promising to find her people again. She's crying, but they're happy tears. The happiest moments of her life are right here, in this room, with these monsters, who treat her like a person. Morning arrives over Greek City. The sky is clear, but the mystery is about to get way more complicated. Ellison wakes up feeling a bit groggy. He looks to his side and realizes Selly is gone. He shakes Rurin awake. Selly is... They both freak out. They didn't hear her leave. In a house full of an archmage and a dragon, that should be impossible. Elle thinks she might have headed to Elena's clinic, but Selly doesn't even know the way. Rurin remembers something odd she heard yesterday. She looks serious. The dragon's intuition is screaming again. They sprint to the clinic. Selly! Are you here? Rurin bursts in. Elena and Serena are there, looking a bit tired but calm. Elena says the treatment just finished. The patients need rest due to head trauma, but they're fine. The two survivors see Ellison and Rurin and call them their saviors. Ellison is looking at the survivors, and his expression goes from concern to utter confusion. Rurin is still insisting they're Selly's siblings. The survivors, Melby and Melly, thank them profusely. They look like normal teenagers. Ellison asks if Selly is with them. Rurin tells Ellison to watch the kids for a moment while she goes somewhere. She heads to Rain's butcher shop. She asks Rain if Selly has been there. Rain says no. In fact, she's never met Selly in person. Rurin is confused. She says Selly came to the butcher shop with them a few days ago when they were looking for her parents. Rain shakes her head. No, only Lady Rurin and Ellison were there. Rurin's blood goes cold. Back at the clinic, Ellison is sitting at a table with Melby and Melly. They laugh when Elle mentions Selly called them her siblings. Melly is her sister, but Melby says she calls him younger sibling too because she can't remember ages. Ellison's brain is doing ninth circle calculations. He asks them how old they are. Melly is 17. Melby is 18. Selly is 13 or 14. She knew they were confused about their ages, but the math doesn't work. Elena asks if Ellison is okay. He looks like he's seen a ghost. He realized Selly isn't just an amnesiac, there is a 5-year time discrepancy. We start with a reality check that hits like a truck. Elena and Serena confirm the impossible. They've been living in the same house, but neither of them has ever seen Selly. Serena mentions that she used to hear Rurin talking to herself upstairs and just assumed she was having one of her usual dragon tantrums. Ellison realizes it's not just them. Rain at the butcher shop, the people in the village, nobody has met her. It's like Selly was a ghost only he and Rurin could interact with. He starts connecting the dots back to when Selly first appeared. It all traces back to that flower Rurin found in the lair, the Hibaran flower. Selly called it pretty and said she'd grow it on the restaurant's second floor. Ellison doesn't wait around for a brainstorm session. He's a ninth circle archmage. When he needs answers, he moves. He slams down a massive teleportation circle. The mana output is so high the air literally screams. The rest of the squad is left in the dust. Serena and the siblings want to follow, but Elle is already gone. He teleports straight back to the restaurant. It looks normal from the outside, but inside, the vibe is completely dead. He realizes Selly only became real to him after he saw that flower. She was a manifestation tied to its mana. He finds Rurin upstairs in the guest room. She's standing there, looking like her world just ended. She's holding the pot with the Hibaran flower. It's withering. The vibrant white petals are turning gray and brittle. Rurin is devastated. She's a dragon who just learned how to be a big sister, and now her sister is literally evaporating. Ellison looks around the room. The plates Selly broke? They're perfectly stacked and unbroken. The pillow she haphazardly mended? It's back to being a normal, unmended pillow. The siblings and the dragons catch up through the portal. They're witnessing the ultimate cosmic undo button. Everything Selly touched or changed has reverted. It's as if she never existed in the physical world at all. Elena, being the high elf doctor, recognizes the flower immediately. Her face goes pale. Ellison asks her if she knows what this thing is. He's desperate for a logic he can fight. Elena explains that this isn't just a plant. It's incredibly rare and carries a different name in the ancient texts. It's called Lapladia. In the common tongue, it's the undying flower of the underworld. Legends say it's a bridge for soul ascensions and reincarnation. It only appears when the universe decides a soul has unfinished business. The flower withers once it has delivered the voice of the deceased to the living. The room goes silent as the weight of that word, deceased, lands. Melby's voice shakes as he asks what she's implying. He's not ready for this. The implication is clear. Selly was never alive. She was a spirit using the flower's mana to say goodbye. Melby and Melly start spiraling. If she was a voice from the dead, then where is her actual body? Rurin turns to them. Her eyes are cold and sharp. She realizes these two aren't just random prisoners. She demands to know how they were separated 5 years ago. This is the chapter mystery finally coming to a head. The siblings look at each other. They're about to open a door to a memory they've tried to bury. We are slaves. Melby starts the story, and the atmosphere shifts into a dark flashback. 5 years ago. A sorting room in a slave market. The kids were huddled together in a dark cell, guarded by men with spears. Selly was the one keeping their spirits up with her song. She was singing about green leaves and spring. Melly tells her she sings like a bard, trying to find a spark of joy in a cage. Selly, always the optimist, tells them that when they escape, she'll sing that song forever. She's planning their future band. She wants to sing, Melly to play music, and Melby to dance. Melby is the realist. He asks the question every slave kid asks, can we even escape without being sold? Selly gives him a look that's way too mature for her age. She promises him they'll escape together. She starts training by punching the air. She's trying to be the strong older sister even though she's tiny and shackled. Then the villain enters the chat, a man in a mask and a fancy hat. He sees the siblings and decides he wants them both. This guy is the definition of a creep. The other buyers back off. This guy has influence. The kids are terrified. They know being sold to him is a death sentence. Melby and Melly are huddling together, shaking. They've heard the rumors about what happens to kids who go with him. Selly is watching this, her face hidden in shadow. She's making a calculation. She speaks up. She insults the man to his face, calling him a blind old man. The room goes dead quiet. You don't talk back to a slave owner in a place like this. She doubles down, asking if he thinks these brats will work if they're thirsty. She's being as loud and annoying as possible. The man laughs. He likes her spirit. This is exactly what she wanted. He tells the overseer to change his order. He's taking Selly instead. The siblings try to stop her. They beg to go instead, but Selly kicks Melby in the face to shut him up. A sister protects her siblings. She tells them to remember the song she taught them. She tells them to listen for the song and find her someday. The guards drag her away as her siblings scream her name. That was the last time they saw her. She walked into the darkness so they could live. Flashback ends. The silence in the restaurant guest room is heavy enough to crush bone. Melby is crying. He realizes she sacrificed herself 5 years ago, and they've spent every day since then hoping she was okay. Ellison looks at Rurin. He knows what he has to do. Rurin notices it first. The Hibaran flower is emitting a faint trail of mana. It's a compass. I made a promise to Selly too. Rurin is ready to throw hands with destiny itself. The siblings ask if they can come. Rurin doesn't even hesitate. The sun is setting. It's the perfect time for a rescue mission to the land of the dead. Ellison tracks the mana flow. It's leading away from the city, deep into the outskirts. Rurin is charging a portal. She's pushing her dragon mana to the limit to span the distance. She remembers the legend. The flower withers when the voice is delivered. They're running out of time. They leap through a massive spatial tear. Ellison is basically rewriting the laws of travel to get there. Selly's spirit is walking through a white void, still singing her song. She's fading. They land in the forest. Rurin is exhausted from the strain of the teleportation. The siblings are screaming for her. Their voices echo through the trees. Selly in the dungeon. She's eating grass and telling the other kids it's tasty. She was always the light in the dark. Melby remembers her trying to pull the bars open. She never stopped fighting for them. They see it. A tall black tower standing against the moon. The mana flow is screaming toward that tower. This is where the story ends, or begins. Why is there a tower in the middle of nowhere? This detail is going to matter when the owner shows up. They burst into the base of the tower. Ellison is first, mana flared and ready for a fight. They hear humming, the song. It's coming from the basement. The lyrics are about warm sunlight and settling down. It's heart-wrenching. They follow the voice down into a damp stone room. They see it, a figure slumped against a wall, covered in rusted chains. Melby and Melly rush forward. They don't care about traps or guards. They're crying. 5 years of searching has led to this moment. Ellison and Rurin stand back. They've seen a lot of things, but this hits different. It's not Selly, it's her skeleton. Shackled to the wall, still wearing the tattered remains of her slave clothes. Suddenly, the door upstairs slams open. The guards from the transport are back. The bald guard is panicked. He wants to light the beacon and alert the Count. He freezes. He sees an archmage and a dragon standing in his basement over the bones of his victim. Melchark is there too, clutching her bleeding arm. She's about to find out that mercy was a one-time offer. The bald guard is trying to process the fact that his secret dungeon just got raided by the strongest couple on the planet. Rurin and Ellison are standing in the shadows. Their aura is so heavy the guards are literally struggling to breathe. Melchark looks at the siblings huddled over the skeleton. She realizes her disposable prisoners have found their reason to fight. Melby and Melly are broken. Seeing their sister like this, reduced to bones in a damp cellar, is more than they can handle. Melchark tries to speak, but her voice is trembling. She's a 5th-class mage, and she can tell she's outclassed by several orders of magnitude. Rurin looks at Ellison. It seems I miscalculated. She's angry at herself for not being faster. Rurin turns to Melchark. She reminds her that even though the mage tried to kill her, she offered a chance to walk away. Melchark tries a desperate last stand. She flares her mana and calls Rurin a monster. She launches a massive fire spell, but the magic circle shatters before the flames can even manifest. Ellison doesn't even use a spell. He just exerts pure mana pressure and crushes the mage's spirit. Rurin moves. She's a blur of teal light. One hit. The mages are blasted through the wall of the tower. Rurin isn't playing around anymore. She tells them that the chance she offered disappeared 5 years ago, the moment they hurt Selly. The dust settles. The guards are handled, but the real pain is still in the room. The team gathers around Selly's remains. It's a grim, silent tableau. Melly is sobbing. This isn't what I wanted. This isn't... She wanted to meet her sister again. She didn't want to find her like this. The deadpan anticlimax of death is the ultimate cruelty here. Rurin walks up to them. Her usual arrogance is gone. She's just a sister, mourning a sister. She reaches out and shatters the iron chains with her bare hands. They snap like dry twigs. You won't feel suffocated anymore. She's talking to the spirit she knows is still watching. The Hibaran flower in the floating bubble starts to glow. The mana output is peaking. A soft green light erupts from the skeleton. Selly's spirit manifests one last time. She's glowing, translucent, and smiling like she just won the lottery. Wow, you really did come find me. She's as cheerful as ever, which makes it 10 times sadder. The siblings scream her name and rush toward her. They've waited 5 years for this hug. Selly laughs, noticing that everyone is taller than her now. She's still frozen at the age she died. Melby tries to touch her, but his hands pass right through. Reality is a cruel dev. Selly explains that she doesn't have much time left. The Hibaran flower's blessing is almost spent. Melby is crying, telling her everything he did to get here. The training, the searching, the pain. Melly tells her she practiced the instruments and memorized all the songs. She just wanted to play music beside her. Please, don't go. The ultimate request that the universe never honors. Selly smiles. She hasn't forgotten her role. A sister protects her siblings. She reminds Melby that they're the same age now, which is a mind-bending truth. She looks at Ellison and Rurin. She tells them that the time she spent at the restaurant was the happiest time of her life. She makes one final request. If you ever meet me again, will you make pancakes for me? Ellison and Rurin pull her into a group hug. Even as a ghost, she feels the warmth of their love. Of course. The flower finally shatters. The blessing is over. Selly's spirit starts to dissolve into light. She's smiling until the very last second. The room goes dark. The spirit is gone. The tower is just a tower again. A few days later. The aftermath. The siblings are still mourning, but there's a sense of closure now. They know she was happy at the end. Rurin is standing by the window. She's thinking about how much Selly gave up and how much she wanted to live together. Ellison walks up to her. He's carrying a shovel. He's going to give Selly the proper burial she never got. Let's go home now. The mission is over, but the family is forever changed. Cut to Rain at the butcher shop. She asks if they don't need to search for the parents anymore. Ellison gives her a solemn look. He tells her they found them. He's holding a shovel. Rain gets the message without him needing to say the word dead. She sees the look on his face and stops asking. She knows that look. Ellison admits there was a lot of trouble, but it's settled now. Back at the restaurant. It's a beautiful day, but the atmosphere is quiet. Melby and Melly are packed and ready to go. They're leaving Greek City. Ellison asks where they'll go. Melby says they want to travel the world and share Selly's songs with everyone. That was their dream. Now it's their mission. Ellison tells them they could stay longer, but he knows they need this. Rurin tosses a heavy bag of coins to Melby. She tells him she didn't put too much in so bandits wouldn't come after them, but the bag is literally overflowing with silver. Rurin gives them a rare, genuine smile. She's proud of them. If you're ever hungry, come back here anytime. We see a shot of a gravestone in a peaceful field near the restaurant. Selly is home. The siblings thank them one last time, eyes full of tears. And so, the duo leaves. They walk out of the restaurant doors into a bright, rainbow-filled morning. He's in a modern city. Skyscrapers, power lines, gray pavement. He sees a little girl running through the street. It's Selly, but she's in modern clothes. She's talking to a woman who looks exactly like Rurin in a casual dress. The woman tells her she'll make her a snack. They're holding hands, walking through a city that looks suspiciously like modern-day Korea. She serves a plate of pancakes. They look perfect. The modern Selly is hyped. Wow, pancakes? The woman asks if she's had them before. Selly takes a bite. Her face lights up. She says they taste exactly like the ones she had before. Even the texture of the dough is the same. The woman smiles. Could it be? She asks if she ate them at a restaurant run by a magician guy. Selly confirms there was a strong sister and brother there. The woman leans in, looking intrigued. Tell me more about it. Ellison bolts awake in bed. He's sweating, breathing hard. He looks around his fantasy world bedroom. He has a flashback to his past life in Korea, a woman in a kitchen. Mom? He's staring into the dark. He can't tell if it was a memory or a vision of the future. Rurin wakes up next to him. She looks concerned. Ellison tells her that in his dream, Selly was with someone who smelled like her. Rurin just laughs softly. She hugs him, telling him Selly won't ever go hungry again. They fall back asleep, but the viewer knows that wasn't just a dream. Morning in a different city. This isn't Greek City. The architecture is different. We see a beggar sitting in an alleyway, covered in tattered robes. Spare some coin. A passerby drops a few coins. The beggar thanks him with a voice that sounds familiar. A chef from a nearby restaurant comes out and splashes a bowl of dirty water on him. He's being a total NPC jerk. The beggar runs away, yelping. Ow, ow, ow! He looks at his bowl. The leftovers weren't that great anyway, he looks up. It's a man with a beard and tired eyes. We start with a classic NPC being a jerk moment. A chef is splashing a beggar with dirty water, telling him to beat it. The beggar just walks away, grumbling that the leftovers weren't even that good. He sighs, thinking about the rice bowls at Ellison's place in Greek City. He knows that at the Archmage's restaurant, the food is so good that nobody ever leaves leftovers for a beggar to find. He looks at another restaurant across the street. It's just a facade. and he knows it. We get a quick rival thought. This man thinks he's Ellison's competitor, which is like a paper plane claiming to be a rival to a fighter jet. He tells himself to focus. He's on a mission, and it's definitely not a vacation. As the sun goes down, he starts moving through the dark alleys. The beggar act is over. He's waiting for them to show up. He knows slave traders love quiet places with zero witnesses. Right on cue, two thugs jump him with a rope. "Got you!" they shout, thinking they just scored some easy loot. They're annoyed that he's a guy, but they have a quota to fill, so they aren't being picky. Our guy puts on the performance of a lifetime, begging for his life like a tier 1 side character. Inside his head, he's celebrating. He actually pulled it off. He's inside. We get a brief flashback to Dedran City. After the Archmage Ellison basically deleted the corruption there, the city was supposed to be clean. The people were chanting for Lord Diran, celebrating their freedom from the slave breeding facilities. But one man wasn't celebrating. Raiden, the beggar from the start, was watching the cleanup with a critical eye. He tells the soldiers not to get too cocky. He knows they only won because Ellison had a soft heart and did 99% of the work for them. He drops a heavy truth. Every hole left by their negligence is eventually filled with their comrades' blood. He's a man who has seen too much war to trust a happy ending. Still, seeing them try to improve brings a small, rare smile to his face. The soldiers are hyped. They're determined to show him they can be better. Raiden walks away into the sunset. He's got his own path to follow. But then, a woman stops him. She's one of the survivors Ellison saved. She thanks him for giving them the power to protect themselves. This is the human cost of Ellison's retirement. He leaves behind ripples of strength. She mentions that even though they were saved, they lived in constant fear of being sold again. Now, they have the strength to fight back. Then she drops the bomb that changes Raiden's life. She heard that Ellison destroyed the facilities in Dedran, but she reveals that Dedran wasn't the only facility. The brainwashing is wearing off, and the survivors are remembering that they were transferred to Dedran from other, even more secretive facilities across the Empire. Raiden's face goes dark. It wasn't just a case of one corrupt city, it's an entire system. Flashback over. Raiden is currently being marched into a massive hidden dungeon. The intel was right. An overseer is sitting at a desk, checking him in like he's a piece of livestock. Raiden is sweating a bit. He knows that as long as it's just thugs and not regular soldiers, they won't recognize his face from his time in the military. The overseer notes that Raiden has a strong build, perfect for the upcoming auctions. He's thrown into a cage. Now, he just has to wait until dawn to strike. He's memorizing the layout. In his head, escaping this place looks like a walk in the park. But then, he hears the screaming. A young boy and his sister are being dragged apart by the guards. Raiden's eye twitches. This is exactly what he can't stand. The guards start whipping the girl. The sound of the lash and her begging for mercy fills the dungeon. Raiden is sitting in his cell, shadows covering his eyes. The wait until dawn plan is officially in the trash. He realizes that a stealth mission just isn't his style. Not when this is happening. The guard hears a noise and looks into Raiden's cell. "What are you doing?" Raiden reaches through the bars and crushes the guard's throat. No magic, just pure physical power. He breaks out. He tells the dead guard that he's never been able to just stand by when stuff like this happens. The alarms go off. "Slave revolt! All troops assemble!" Raiden is standing in the middle of the hall, covered in blood and holding a sword. We jump back to the restaurant. Ellison is presenting a plate of perfectly braised short ribs. Linte is losing his mind over the smell. It's a total 180 from the bloody dungeon we were just in. Ellison shows off a pressure cooker he summoned from modern Korea. He explains it's great for high-heat cooking without needing Archmage-level fire magic. He's teaching Linte how to handle the kitchen because he's planning something. Linte asks if he's heading off again. Ellison just stares out the window. "Sometimes you just need a change of pace," Elle says. Translation, he's going to go delete some people. Back to the restaurant floor. A customer, Barber John, is attacking a rib like his life depends on it. He's literally drooling. It's seriously no joke. His wife tells him to eat like a civilized person, but he doesn't care. The meat is so tender it just pulls apart. He claims it's how it's meant to be eaten. His wife is struggling with her knife too because the meat is so soft it won't even resist the blade. Rurin walks up with a smile and wet towels. She tells them to just eat with their hands. Ment and Elena are watching from the side. This is the first time they've seen Rurin smile while serving food since Selly passed. Elena is relieved. She thought Rurin would be depressed for months, but she bounced back fast. Rurin looks at them. She has a look in her eye that says she's finally found her purpose. "You think so?" she asks. There's a hidden weight to her words. Back at the dungeon, a guard is sent flying, coughing up blood. Raiden is a one-man army. He's standing over a pile of bodies, looking like a literal demon of war. He looks at his chipped blade and sighs. He thinks he still has a long way to go. If this man is weak, the rest of the world is in trouble. He tells the remaining slaves to step back. He's about to cut them free. Suddenly, a presence appears behind him. Raiden freezes. A man in a brown cloak walks into the light. He notes that first it was a mage noble and now a sword-wielding slave. The man looks incredibly bored. He asks why every area he gets assigned to is like this. He draws a rapier. The air pressure in the room shifts instantly. This isn't a thug, this is a master. The mystery man says he's heard about Raiden, one of the key escapees from Dedran. Raiden is sweating. He demands to know who the hell this guy is. Cut to the Imperial Palace at night. The mood is tense. The Crown Prince is looking at a map covered in red pins. Each pin represents a slave facility found across the Empire. The prince is furious. He can't believe this was happening right under their noses in the Laverne Empire. The king is there too. He looks tired. He says that unfortunately, this map probably isn't even the full extent of the network. The king asks the prince if he met Ellison. The prince confirms he did. We see Ellison visiting the palace earlier. He was the one who told them to investigate the facilities. He sent the First Night Order undercover, and this map is the terrifying result. The prince realizes Ellison saw the bigger picture while everyone else was just happy about Dedran being stabilized. The pins are everywhere. The scale of the network is massive, organized, and perfectly secretive. The prince realizes that even regular lords would struggle to manage something this big. There has to be a mastermind. He tells his father that one of the fugitives from Dedran was seen using the swordsmanship of the First Night Order, specifically the techniques of the missing commander, Adrian Pierce. The prince believes Pierce might be the one overseeing all of this. The king shakes his head. He says that's not possible. The king explains that by the time Pierce was promoted, the prince was studying abroad. He knows Pierce better than anyone. And more importantly, Ellison said the swordsman in the dungeon looked to be in his 20s or 30s. The king drops the reality check. Adrian Pierce is his age. If he were alive, he'd be nearing 60, back at the revolt. The mystery swordsman moves like a shadow. He cuts through Raiden's defenses in a single flash. We open with boots and bags. Someone is going on a trip. It's Ellison and Rurin. They're standing in the restaurant, fully packed. Ellison mentions that this brings back memories of when they moved around after he absorbed the Dragon Lord's heart. Rurin opens a drawer and pulls something out. It's the creepy red hood from his hero days. She asks if he's taking it too. Ellison gives a small smirk. Nah, I'm good. He's moving on from his old identity. They walk out of the restaurant together. Elle says they won't be running a street stall this time, and I won't be a restaurant owner either. This signals that Ellison is about to go full ninth circle on someone. Back to the dungeon. The mysterious swordsman stands over the fallen Raiden. The rebellion is over. He notes that if the vice commander is this weak, it's the end of the First Night Order. He says the order was hastily rebuilt anyway and should have vanished when the war broke out. Raiden is struggling to get up. He recognizes the man but can't believe his eyes. He growls that the First Order isn't something you can talk so lightly about. He's defending his legacy even as he's bleeding out. The man notes that Raiden leaned back to dodge the vital spot even as his sword broke. He's impressed, but only a little. They clash again. Sparks fly as broken steel meets a master's blade. Back at the palace, the king is looking at map. He says the fact that the fugitive used First Order techniques isn't that surprising. The prince is shocked. How is it not surprising that a criminal is using their elite moves? The king explains that Commander Pierce used to travel across the entire empire to teach his swordsmanship to anyone who wanted to learn. He was like a man sowing seeds. He refined the techniques and shared them, hoping someone would eventually surpass him. That's the kind of man he was. Pierce wasn't a gatekeeper, he was a teacher. The room goes quiet as the prince processes this. If Pierce taught everyone, then anyone could be using his moves. The prince realizes that this means Raiden Diria might be using that power for evil. He points out that whoever this Raiden guy is, he's dangerous because he was able to run away from Ellison. Plus, it's likely that dragons are involved in these facilities too. Then we see Ellison walking through a hallway. He's thinking to himself, if someone is trying to throw the Luverne Empire into chaos, they'll have to face me. He's officially the protector of the realm again. Not as a restaurant owner, but as a mage. This is the moment viewers have been waiting for. The Archmage is finally dropping the spatula. Back in the past, or is it? The prince asks his father to request Ellison's help immediately. The king just rubs his eyes, looking stressed beyond belief. Back to the fight. Raiden is pushed to the limit. He shouts that it's impossible. He's facing someone who knows every single one of his moves before he even makes them. The same swordsmanship! But what in the world is this level of mastery? Raiden is being schooled. He realizes the only reason he's still alive is because the other guy wants him to be. It feels like he's being tested by someone from high above. The mystery man is a whirlwind of precision. Raiden can barely keep track of the blade. The skill, the voice, even the appearance, it's all too similar. Raiden asks the question we're all thinking, "Are you his son?" The man smirks. "Sorry, but I'm a bit older than I look." Raiden's world shatters. No way. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the dungeon. The ceiling starts collapsing. The mystery man launches a flaming strike. Raiden barely blocks it, screaming in frustration. The man leans in close. No, that's not how I told you to do the upward slash with a step in. Raiden's eyes go wide. This is ridiculous. That's the exact phrase his master used to say. We get a flashback to a training field. A younger Raiden is struggling with a technique. Commander Pierce is standing over him, telling him he's doing it wrong. He explains the mechanics. The foot carrying the weight should be firmly planted and the wrist must twist without deviation. Pierce demonstrates, and the power of his strike literally clears the clouds. It's god-tier swordsmanship. Pierce takes off his helmet. Remember this, Derient, a sword guided by proper technique will neither chip nor fail to cut. This is Commander Adrian Pierce in his prime. Young Derient looks at him with pure awe. That was his hero. Cut to them sitting together after training. Pierce mentions they just finished flattening out a training area. He talks about the clash at the Imperial Palace and how the central nobles are against him teaching commoners. The nobles think there's no need to boost the military power of other territories. They want to hoard the strength. Pierce's philosophy is simple. A sword locked away in a warehouse only rusts. He plans to keep passing it down and refining it until there's nothing left of his own ego, only a legacy of growth. Endless potential, that's the strength of humanity. Derient vows to be the one to fulfill that wish. Pierce laughs, saying if Derient creates an even greater swordsmanship, he'll gladly become his student. They stand together against a bright sunrise. This was the bond Raiden is fighting to protect. Back to the present. Raiden is losing it. How dare you? Pretend to be him! He screams that he swung his sword day and night to carry on Pierce's will. The mystery man just looks at him with cold red eyes. You lose focus when you're agitated. Such an obvious character. He tells Raiden he hasn't changed a bit since back then. The man counters Raiden's ultimate move like he's swatting a fly. Blood sprays. Raiden is cut deep. The man tells him not to dare insult the legacy Pierce left behind. Raiden is falling. He looks up at the man's eyes. The man smiles. It's a terrifying predatory look. Good, show me. Show me more of that potential. He calls Raiden's talk of legacy ridiculous. Their blades meet in a final massive clash of mana. The mystery man is winning. He's pushing Raiden back with ease. Suddenly, the mystery man stops. He senses something. Another presence is holding one of the guards captive with magic circles. The swordsman looks over. Who are you? The captured guard is screaming. Bad news! Not you, I mean the guy behind you who used magic. Very bad news! Back at the palace, the prince is asking the king what he meant by impossible. He's frantic, asking why they can't ask Ellison for help. He knows Ellison wants peace, but this is an emergency. He says if the king won't go, he'll go himself. The king just gives a wry smile. You've misunderstood my words. When I said it was impossible, I meant I already sent a letter to Ellison 2 days ago. The prince blinks. Huh? What? Suddenly, a soldier bursts into the room. We are under attack! Reports are coming in from all over! Pins start flying off the map. Luchin City, Shadman City, Lunatar City. Every single secret slave facility is being destroyed simultaneously in a massive chain reaction. The mysterious swordsman in the dungeon looks up as a figure walks through a wall of fire. We see a close-up of a familiar seal. The guards are trembling. They recognize the aura. Oh, hero of war, forgive us! Ellison is standing there looking absolutely done with these people. We open on the aftermath of Ellison's arrival. The guards are absolutely terrified, begging for mercy from the hero of war. But Ellison isn't in the mood for an apology tour. He's manifesting a massive orb of pure magical energy, his eyes glowing with an intensity that would make a god flinch. I don't want to be called a hero by people like you. This man is officially done playing nice. He chants 8th class magic. Inferno. The guards try to run, but in this world, 8th circle magic is basically a tactical nuke. There is nowhere to hide. A pillar of green fire erupts, vaporizing the stone, the steel, and the corruption of the facility in one shot. The impact is so massive it looks like the earth itself is being pierced by a spear of light. As the dust settles, Ellison stands alone in the ruins. Every slave facility he's visited tonight has ended exactly like this. In ashes. He fixes his hood, his face obscured by a void of dark mana. He's a ghost of the war they started, coming back to collect the debt. Now that's a bit of fresh air. He sounds casual, which is the scariest part. We shift to the perspective of the survivors. They're huddled in the woods, stunned. One of the women shouts out a thank you to the Archmage. They can't believe they're actually free. Ellison didn't just break their chains, he left them supplies, bags of water and stacks of preserved food. He knows that freedom is useless if you starve the next day. He points them toward the main road. He tells them they'll find soldiers there they can ask for help. The survivors are in awe. They're convinced they've just met a legendary hero whose mere appearance makes villains tremble. Then a kid chimes in, saying the mage is ugly. His older sister immediately shushes him for being a tiny menace. They start debating what's under the mask. Maybe scars? Maybe he's a woman? Ellison overhears them and thinks it's actually a pretty clean face under there. He's taking the ugly comments personally. He teleports away, needing to meet back up with his main partner in crime. Rurin is waiting for him. She's leaning against a tree, looking just as tired of this world as he is. Rurin is staring out at a burning castle in the distance. She's the muscle, and she definitely flexed. She's impatient. She wants the next location immediately. She's using anger to mask her grief. Somewhere else in the dark woods, Raiden is being healed by Iramantum. The golden light of dragon magic is closing up the wounds the fake Pierce left behind. Raiden thanks him. He recognizes Iramantum from the reports, the dragon who saved Count Greek. Iramantum looks humble, but there's a weariness in his eyes. Being the only good dragon in a land of monsters isn't easy. Raiden is still reeling from the fight. He mentions the tears he saw on his opponent's face. The fake Pierce wasn't just a killer, he seemed sad? Raiden knows he got lucky. If that swordsman hadn't run away after the report came in, Raiden would be a corpse right now. Iramonta makes a derp face, saying he wouldn't even try to fight that guy because he'd lose. Raiden is shocked a dragon would say that about a human. Iramonta mumbles something about the swordsman not even being human, then brushes it off. File that away, it's a micro-mystery. Raiden is worried about the slaves they left behind in the chaos. He thinks they should have stayed to help. Iramonta gives him a smug look. He rescued all of them while Raiden was busy having his fun fighting. Raiden's brain just stalls. Iramonta invites him to see his new lair. It's a literal door built into the side of a massive rock. They walk inside, and it's not a cave, it's a luxury manor. A group of beautiful maids in frilly outfits rush forward. "Welcome home, master! Why were you so late?" Raiden is dying of confusion. Iramonta just laughs it off like it's a normal Tuesday. Iramonta explains the situation. These aren't just servants. They're former slaves he's rescued. The lair is a halfway house. Some stay to work and earn money, some learn medicine from the dragon, and some regain their memories and go home. Iramonta admits he used to be obsessed with mind magic. He wanted to force people to like him because he was lonely. But he realized you can't win hearts with magic. Raiden listens, looking a bit skeptical. The maids ask if he wants a meal or a bath first. Iramonta is living the dream, or so it seems. Raiden thinks the twisted desire to be loved hasn't actually changed, it just got a budget increase. Suddenly, a door is kicked open with enough force to splinter the frame. A woman's high-heeled boot slams onto the floor. This is Medrin, and she is fuming. She yells at Iramonta for not cleaning the herb room. She tells him they aren't his personal UBA workers. Internet sang check. UBA is a delivery service. Medrin literally steps on Iramonta's back, crushing him into the floor. A dragon is being bullied by a maid. Raiden's face is priceless. Medrin notices Raiden and gets annoyed that the master brought back another new person. Raiden looks at her, really looks at her. Lady Medrin, Raiden knows her. Medrin freezes. She looks at the tattered beggar in front of her. She bursts into tears, her face turning beet red. Ellison and Rurin are having a picnic. Ellison is frying up some premium steaks over a campfire. The sizzle and the smell should be a mood lifter. He tells Rurin that meat is the best when you're tired. He's trying to recreate the found family vibe they had. Rurin doesn't even look at the food. "Sorry, but I've lost my appetite." Ellison's heart sinks. This is the problem he feared. Rurin is developing empathy, and it's hurting her. Rurin is shaking. She wants to ignore the pain and just hurry to the next facility. Ellison calls her out. "You feel guilty, don't you?" He knows she's feeling the weight of all the people they couldn't save. Rurin walks away, her head down. In the past, as a dragon, she wouldn't have cared. Now, she can't stop caring. Ellison realizes that the simple things, eating, talking, resting, are all tainted for her now. Rurin clutches her skirt. She says that every time she's still, Selly's face pops up in her mind. "I don't want to create another child like Selly." This is the ultimate trauma response. She wants to end slavery so no one else has to feel this. She's crying now. The lazy dragon is gone. She's been fully humanized, and it's a heavy burden. Ellison grabs her hand. He tells her he used to be exactly like that. Flashback to year 3 of the Great War. A younger Ellison is standing in a field of corpses. This was his life after graduating from the Magic Academy. The soldiers call him the Magic Soldier, a monster who took out an entire legion of monsters alone. Young Ellison enters a command tent. He looks like a ghost, eyes hollow, clothes torn. This is Commander Dagos. He's the only one who treats the Archmage like a human being. Ellison ignores the offer of rest and warm water. He just asks for his next assignment. He was a machine, running on pure obligation. Dagos tells him he's pushing too hard. He's grateful Ellison is saving lives, but he's worried about the boy's soul. Dagos pulls rank. "That's an order! Fill your belly and get some rest!" Ellison sits in a bath. The steam doesn't help. He's haunted. He eats a bowl of bland military soup and hard bread. "How many?" He's counting the bodies. He realizes that while he was taking a bath and eating, more people were dying. The guilt was eating him alive. He thought the idea of opening a diner was a luxurious thought for a man covered in blood. We see a line of bodies under shrouds. This is what the Archmage sees when he closes his eyes. A war horn interrupts the silence. The break is over. "All forces, emergency, assemble!" The machine has to start again. A dragon has appeared at the forward outpost. Ellison's eyes change. Finally, a chance to face the ones who started the war. He thinks killing dragons is the only way to end the nightmare. Young Ellison leaps into the air, a massive magic circle forming beneath him. The soldiers can only watch in awe. A dragon's claw crushes a soldier. The gore is real, and the stakes are life or death. Ellison drops like a comet, a beam of energy blasting the dragon's head into the dirt. He lands in a crater, mana swirling around him. This was the first time he stood before a dragon to fight. He stares up at the massive red beast. We open with Commander Dagos screaming. He's just found out that Ellison went to face the dragon alone. The soldier reports that Ellison practically flew off. You can't exactly stop a ninth circle mage when he's on a mission. Dagos is stressed. He knows Ellison is a monster, but even he wonders if it's possible for one human to face a dragon. Back to the battlefield. The red dragon towers over Ellison. The dragon talks trash, laughing at the tiny human rushing toward his death. Ellison doesn't answer with words. His eyes are glowing with ninth circle authority. Watch closely what that one human will do to you. Ellison manifests ancient scrolls of mana. He's channeling every drop of power he has into his strongest spell. The dragon charges a breath attack. It's a clash of the two most powerful beings in existence. The explosion of mana is so bright it deletes the shadows from the world. Jump back to the current day. Ellison is still sitting with Rurin by the fire. He explains his unique talent. He can see the flow of mana, allowing him to understand and amplify formulas drastically. He admits that back then, he was arrogant. He thought he'd win easily. The dragon's spirit is impressed. Ellison pierced its barrier and actually hurt it. But then reality hit him. He realized why dragons were called the incarnation of death. The dragon calls him a flying catastrophe, the pinnacle of all living things. And then it drops the L. But still, you're just a mortal. The dragon fires its breath attack. It's a literal river of molten fire. Young Ellison's brain is working overtime. It's too fast. Should he dodge or try to block with a barrier? He chooses to block. Bad move. The barrier shatters like glass and the fire consumes him. Suddenly, a voice asks if he's stupid. Even among dragons, no one blocks a breath attack. They dodge it. This was his first meeting with Bereen and Bereen. Bereen, the heavy knight, tells him today's not the day he dies. Ellison is just confused how they got here in the middle of a dragon operation. The dragon lunges, but Bereen catches its massive head with his shield. That's top-tier tanking right there. Darren, the elf, draws a glowing fire arrow. He shoots the dragon right in the eye. Precision 100. Bereen jumps onto the dragon's head, swinging his hammer with the force of an earthquake. The impact slams the dragon's jaw into the ground. These guys are a pro raid team. Ellison is stunned. He sees another dragon engaging the enemy in the sky. Darren walks up to him and tells him to relax his shoulders. He notes Ellison's worn-out outfit and scarred face. He says Ellison looks like he's trying to save the whole world by himself. Darren admits Ellison has skill. Nobody else has ever pierced a dragon's barrier with pure magic, but his mentality is an L. People like you have a certain pattern. You carry everything, even other people's pain. Darren is reading him like an open book. He warns Ellison that the stronger the bow, the harder it breaks when it snaps. If he doesn't learn to share the load, he'll fall apart. Darren looks at him with genuine concern. It's the first time anyone has told Ellison he's allowed to be vulnerable. What makes you alone so special anyway? Ellison looks up at the sky. He realizes he isn't fighting this war alone. The allied dragons are screaming about breaking packs and birthing a lord. The war just got a lot bigger. The dragon in the air tells the humans to take care of the one on the ground. Ellison is mesmerized by a dragon fighting another dragon. He feels like he seriously doesn't know anything about this world. Bereen points toward the horizon. The Imperial army is arriving. Ellison's allies came for him. Darren and Bereen introduce themselves properly. They tell him they'll be seeing each other a lot from now on. Hopefully alive, Darren adds. Back in his tent, Ellison eats that bland soup again. He realizes it tastes just as bad as it did at the academy. He makes a decision. He breaks some eggs into a pan. He tells the captain that from now on, he's handling the cooking in the mess hall. We see a shot of the soldiers eating Ellison's food. Everyone is laughing and happy. It was the first time Ellison smiled since the war began. Back to the present. Ellison tells Rurin, let's not feel guilty for being happy. Rurin suddenly hugs him from behind. Her face is buried in his cloak. She confesses that just sitting there, holding hands and running a restaurant makes her so happy. But every time she feels that happiness, she feels stifled by the memory of Selly. She asks if she should abandon that feeling. Ellison tells her to treasure it. Happiness isn't something you can just throw away, especially after what they've seen. He repeats Darren's advice, no matter how much you relax your shoulders, you'll never really let it all go. And that's okay. He puts a perfectly cooked egg on her steak. Rurin takes a bite. Her eyes light up. It's delicious! The dragon hunger is finally back. A dark room. Someone is smoking a pipe. It's Serena, the red dragon. She looks bored out of her mind. A man walks into the bar. He's wearing expensive clothes and has a sinister aura. A random thug tries to hit on Serena. Dang, this is insane. I haven't seen your face around here before. Serena doesn't even look at him. One punch, and the guy is turned into a human accordion. The mystery man asks why she did that. He's unimpressed by the violence. Serena says these kinds of guys are perfect for testing. She emits a bit of mana pressure, but the man doesn't even blink. The man is cool as a cucumber. He says he's not really mad about the broken equipment. A group of armored guards appears behind him. The atmosphere goes from 0 to lethal in a second. This is Duke Melik-Delian, one of the top 3 dukes of the Laverne Empire. The duke mentions he heard Ellison and Rurin destroyed all his facilities. He tells Serena to sit down. The plan is the reason they called her. Back in bed, we see a dream sequence. Ellison is telling Rurin she doesn't have to avoid happiness. Is it really okay? She asks. Elle confirms it. Rurin asks if she can be honest with him. He says, always. Anything? Anything, Ellison repeats. Rurin starts pulling her shirt off. They lean in close. The tension is peaking. You're the one who said it, all right? Rurin bolts awake in bed, sweating and red-faced. She's breathing hard. Keek! Her dragon heart is about to explode. She looks over to the corner of the room. Ment, the giant white cat, is there, casually cleaning the floor with a broom. Back at the clinic, things are looking pretty peaceful. Elena has just finished treating a patient, and honestly, the guy looks like he's in more pain from his crush on her than his actual injury. He shoots his shot and asks her to the movies, but Elena hits him with the classic, "I'm busy" line. Press F for our fallen soldier. He tries to push for a specific date, but gets a face full of hand instead. Serena is not in the mood for romance today. She tells him to read the room and get out before she helps him out the door. The guy leaves, and Serena is left fuming at the audacity. She's got zero patience for guys like that. Elena is clearly feeling the weight of the recent events with Selly. It's hard to get back to normal after watching a child's soul move on. She overheard what happened with Selly and the Hibiran flower. Serena agrees that things have been shaky since that flower got involved. Sometimes, finding the truth just makes the grief harder to swallow. Elena wonders if it's even possible for a dragon and a human to have a child together. She's never heard of it in all her years as an elf. She realizes that Ellison and Rurin probably thought of Selly as their own daughter. That realization is hitting her right in the feels. Serena, being a total menace, suggests that Elena should just have Ellison's child instead. Elena's face goes full tomato. She's explaining the biology of half-elves while Serena is just there to cause chaos. Serena starts teasing her about the Dragon Sanctuary ritual. She's basically calling Elena out for being the ultimate wingwoman when she might actually want the MC for herself. Elena tries to flip the script and asks Serena if she bonded with anyone during her own maturity ritual. The mood drops instantly. Serena mentions a guy named Garrett. He wasn't a lover, he's the guy who put a hole in her back. Elena immediately apologizes, but Serena brushes it off. She says people bond and split up all the time, it's not that deep. But for Serena, it clearly was deep. We get a glimpse of her past. This Garrett guy looks like a total villain, standing over enslaved women with a chain in his hand. Serena remembers the betrayal. It wasn't just a physical wound, it was the moment she realized not all dragons were honorable. She looks down, hiding her eyes. She says he wasn't even worth her heart, but her expression tells a different story. Elena starts to apologize again, but Serena isn't done playing. She catches the vibe and realizes Elena is trying to comfort her. She grabs Elena's arm, and the energy in the room shifts from sad to suggestive. Serena leans in close. She tells Elena that she's met men of every race, but never an elf woman. She offers to show Elena how she moved on from the pain. She whispers that she's a pro at seduction. Elena is currently malfunctioning. Suddenly, bonk. A portal opens and a foot lands right on Serena's head. It's Rurin. She just fell through a dimensional gap like she was taking out the trash. Rurin ignores the fact that she just drop-kicked Serena. She has priorities. She wants to know if it's true that Serena is good at seduction. Our dragon girl is looking desperate. She asks Serena to help her move on to the next level with Ellison. Meanwhile, we cut to the floating dragon sanctuary. The view is insane. The dragon guards notice someone crossing the boundary. They're ready to scrap until they realize who it is. Ellison is walking through the air like he owns the place. The guards are annoyed that a human is being so casual, but they remember the maturity ritual. They know this human could flatten the whole island if he wanted to. In the center of the sanctuary, a massive obelisk is being carved with magic. Ellison watches the elder working. It's a somber atmosphere. The attendants try to give him the Lord Ellison treatment with fancy clothes and formalities. Ellison tells them to relax. He's just a guy who likes to cook. He doesn't need a red carpet. The elder turns around. He's the father of Sardalon, the previous dragon lord that Ellison had to take down during the war. He calls Ellison a weirdo. It's that old man respect where you insult someone because you actually like them. As they walk, Ellison asks about the giant monument. The elder explains it's a memorial for everyone lost in the war. They are currently engraving Sardalon's name. Ellison has a moment of realization here. He thanks the elder for finally setting things right. By honoring Sardalon, they are healing the rift caused by the war. Ellison understands the elder's pain. He's a leader, but he's also a grieving father who lost his son to the very man standing next to him. The elder says there's no need for sugarcoating. He was foolish in the past, and he knows it. Then he gets down to business. He asks about the Hibiran flower. He knows Ellison didn't just come here for a chat, he needs the seed. Ellison confirms they've said goodbye to Selly. The elder is surprised. He didn't think Ellison or Rurin knew the mechanics of the Hibiran flower. A dragon raised in isolation and a guy from another world, neither of them had the manual for underworld flora. Here's the lore drop. The Hibberin seed only sprouts by absorbing a soul near a dead heart. It wanders aimlessly until it finds a heart to take root in. Basically, it's a soul-tethering plant. The elder asks why Ellison wants it now. Once the seed is used, Selly is gone for good. There's no more talking to her. Ellison is fine with that. He's glad she's at peace. The elder says he'll use the seed for himself. But wait, he's alive. Ellison catches the subtext and his eyes go wide. He wants to hear Sardalan's voice. He's going to use the seed to tether his son's soul to his own heart just to hear him one last time. This is some heavy, high-level necromancy stuff. Cut back to the restaurant. Serena is shocked. She asks Rurin if she really wants to get closer to Ellison. She starts laughing like a maniac. Rurin is ready to throw hands. Serena reminds her that they already performed the maturity bond. They're basically married in dragon culture. She notices Elena is still in the room and realizes she should probably take the adult talk elsewhere. Elena is blushing, but she's fully invested. She wants the tea. She tells them to keep going. Rurin is being interrogated. Serena asks the million-dollar question, "How far have you gone?" Rurin gets shy. She admits that they've only kissed. Serena is disappointed. She expected a lot more from a ninth circle archmage and a black dragon. Rurin is confused. She doesn't understand what else there could be. Serena gets that evil smirk. She's about to give Rurin a crash course in biology. She starts listing off things that the local sensors would definitely blur out. She describes specific physical contacts starting from the belly button and moving elsewhere. Rurin's brain is currently melting. Rurin screams that Serena is insane. Serena just laughs. She thinks Rurin is being a prude for a freshly matured dragon. Rurin collapses on the table. She just wants Ellison to be the one to initiate things for once. Serena sighs and decides to lower the difficulty level of her advice. She tells Rurin to use the fact that they live together. No separate rooms means maximum opportunity. Later that night, Ellison returns. Ment is there in cat form, reading a book like a scholar. Ment is studying languages again. He's a giant cat with glasses, and honestly, we love that for him. Ellison asks if Rurin is still asleep. He goes into the bedroom and calls out to her. He's noticed she's been sleeping less lately, which is weird for her. He reaches out to pull the blanket back. He yanks it up, thinking she's just being lazy, and he stops dead. Ellison is standing there with the blanket in his hand, frozen. His brain is trying to process what his eyes are seeing. We see a leg, a very smooth, very bare leg. Rurin is lying there completely naked. Serena's step 1 has been initiated. She looks up at him, blushing, and just says, "You?" like she didn't just cause a heart attack. Ellison goes into a panic. He's screaming at her to cover up while trying to throw the blanket back over her. He asks why she's naked, and Rurin gives the most dragon answer ever, because clothes are uncomfortable. She used to do this all the time back in the lair. She pulls the blanket up a bit, but keeps that suggestive look. She asks him if there's a problem. She asks if she's making him uncomfortable. Ellison is sweating bullets. He remembers his vow at the sanctuary. He promised he'd stop running away from their relationship. He realizes that if he reacts like a coward now, he's just going to confuse her more. He takes a deep breath and prepares a magic spell. He forces a smile and says of course he's not uncomfortable. He's seen her naked a million times back when she was a small dragon, so what's the big deal? He tells her to get dressed for dinner and basically teleports out of the room. Rurin is left thinking that her plan failed miserably. Cut to dinner. They're eating, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a steak knife. Ellison tells her about the elder engraving her mother's name in the monument. It's a nice moment that temporarily breaks the awkwardness. But Rurin is focused on step 2. She tells him there's something else she needs to tell him when they go downstairs. Ellison offers to clean up so she can rest. He's trying so hard to be the perfect gentleman and avoid the naked topic. Rurin says she's going to wash up. She has that look in her eye again. Suddenly, she accidentally pours sauce all over herself while helping with the dishes. Ellison is like, how do you even manage that? She suggests they take a bath together. Ellison's mana starts leaking out of his hands from the stress. Flashback to Serena's masterclass in seduction. Step 1, sleep naked. Step 2, the bath. Serena explains that mixed bathing is a must for lovers in the Northern Territory. She's totally making this up, but Rurin is buying it 100%. Rurin is terrified. She used to do these things casually, but now that she has feelings, everything is embarrassing. Serena yells at her to stop hesitating. She's like the worst life coach ever. She points at Rurin and says that if Ellison is embarrassed too, it means it's working. If Rurin doesn't change their dynamic now, they're going to be just friends forever. Back to the present. Rurin is stepping into the bath. She's nervous, humming to herself to keep her cool. They're both in the water now. Ellison is acting way too calm. He asks if she wants some cocoa. He's treating this like a normal Tuesday afternoon. Rurin is fuming internally. She can't believe he's so fine with this while she's dying of embarrassment. She blames Serena for the bad advice. Ellison reaches for the cocoa, but he's fumbling. He can't find the box. He holds it up, but his eyes are looking in the wrong direction. Rurin looks closely at his face. She sees a magic circle in his eye. She realizes he's using a light blocking spell. The man literally blinded himself so he wouldn't have to look at her. She loses it. She tells him to take the spell off immediately. Ellison is panicking because he's being manhandled by a dragon while blind. She splashes him, demanding he look at her. Ellison takes a face full of water. He sinks into the water and admits he's not fine. He explains that he can't accept her acting normally anymore because it makes him misunderstand things. He's basically admitting he's attracted to her. He promised to be honest with her. He reaches out and touches her shoulder. The mood goes from comedy to serious romance real fast. Rurin admits that the actions are the same as before, but the purpose is different. She shouts that she's doing all of this because she's trying to seduce him. Finally, it's out in the open. Ellison is stunned. He didn't expect her to be that blunt. He realizes it wasn't a misunderstanding. He tells her whatever your heart desires, and he pulls her in. The water splashes as they finally kiss for real. It's a huge moment for the series. But of course, someone is watching. A magic orb is hovering nearby. Serena is watching the live stream from her bed. She's annoyed that they stopped at a kiss. Elena is trying to stop her, yelling that it's forbidden to watch. She's basically the FBI agent in the chat. Serena reveals that Rurin was the one who asked her to keep an eye on things. Our girl Rurin really wanted a backup. Serena gets that predatory grin. She admits that for a bunch of blockheads, they've made some decent progress. Suddenly, the vibe shifts to something much darker. A screen shows numbers. Total 328. Physically fit 37. We're in a dungeon. A man is chained up in the center of a magic circle. Duke Melitdelian is here. He's gathered the administrators who fled from the slave facilities Ellison destroyed. There are torture tools on the table. This is the villain build scene. The Duke approaches a man chained to the wall. He's being incredibly calm, which is way scarier. He asks the man if he's afraid. He says there's no need to be afraid of him. He has professionals for the pain part. He explains his philosophy. The world is simple when everyone carries out their assigned role. The man abandoned his role by running away when Ellison attacked. The Duke says he sets the rules, and abandoning your post is unforgivable. He grabs a glowing red crystal from the fire. He presses it directly into the man's chest. The screams are horrific. The Duke tells him he's giving him a new role. He forces the crystal deep into the man's flesh. This is the creation process for his super soldiers. The mages in the background start chanting. The room is filled with dark mana. The man's body starts snapping and growing. It's a forced evolution. His eyes glow white as his human form is torn apart. The crystal shatters, releasing even more power. The Duke stands back as the room fills with smoke. A monster steps out. It's a hulking beast with red eyes and no humanity left. The Duke's mages are barely containing it with their magic. The Duke says, "Perfect." He pulls out a purple potion. He forces the beast to drink it. He tells it to forget everything except one thing. The beast drops the bottle as it falls to its knees. The Duke stands over it. He tells the beast that its only role is to be loyal to the rule, and HE is that rule. We see an entire army of these things. The Duke welcomes the newest member to the Holy Blood Knights. We open on a quiet field where Medrine and Reden are walking. Reden is trying to piece together Medrine's backstory, because honestly, her life is a whole-ass Netflix drama. She confirms she was studying medicine under the dragon Iramantum to find a cure for brain poison, that nasty drug the slave traders use. She started investigating the moment she heard Raiden was being treated by a mysterious, unidentified physician. Shout out to Ellison. Then we get to the important part, the maid outfit. Medrine is blushing harder than a rom-com lead. She swears the revealing outfit wasn't her idea and that she was just doing favors to learn magic. Reden, the absolute professional, says he has to put the maid outfit in the official report. Medrine is ready to end him right there. She begs him to keep it a secret from the crown prince. Reden just gives her a maybe and moves on. Cold. Suddenly, a commanding voice booms across the field. It's a group of knights saluting their vice commander. Reden immediately puts a hand over the guy's mouth. They're supposed to be undercover, but the First Knight Order has zero chill. We get a roll call of the First Knight Order's battalion commanders. They've finished escorting the refugees Ellison saved and are starting to organize support for the victims. One of them, Raella, asks about that man Reden. Reden tells them to avoid combat with him if possible. He knows Ellison is a walking tactical nuke and doesn't want his squad turned into charcoal. He asks if they met Lord Ellison while escorting the refugees. The knights look like they've seen a ghost. They describe the ground shaking and a massive facility going up in flames. It turned night into day. They mention the shorter woman with him, Rurin. They basically describe them as a pair of gods casually walking through a massacre. One of the knights mentions some guy named Valion who barged into the restaurant. Raiden gets serious. He warns them that Ellison's identity is top secret. If they let it slip, that power they saw could come crashing down on their heads. He's not even exaggerating. Medrin asks if Lord Ellison was involved in the mission. Raiden corrects her. The entire operation began at Ellison's request. Medrin is touched that he's still thinking of others, even with all his power. Raiden asks her if she remembers the old days. Medrin looks back on her life with deep, unforgettable regret. Raiden tells her that regret is what shaped her into who she is today, someone he never could have imagined in the past. It's a rare, wholesome moment between these two. Then he ruins it by bringing up the maid outfit again. Medrin is back to being a blushing mess. They decide to return to the capital. The official end of war events are resuming after 17 years, and things are about to get busy. Cut back to Great City. The restaurant is booming. Rurin is serving steak with a smile that's actually kind of terrifying. One of the regulars asks if something good happened. Rurin is grinning from ear to ear. Serena, leaning back like the chaotic sister she is, blabs the whole thing. Rurin finally got a kiss from Ellison first. The customer starts laughing, calling Ellison slow. Rurin is just happy to be included in the conversation. Elena and Serena are sitting at the table. Serena is annoyed that it stopped at a kiss, but she's taking the win for now. The staff are already teasing them, making heart shapes and whispering about, ooh, a kiss. Ellison comes out of the kitchen with pasta. He looks like a man who has accepted his fate. He hears them teasing him and realizes he's going to be the main topic of gossip for at least a month. He pulls Linte aside. Linte reports that he asked around, but no one has seen or heard of a Hibiran flower lately. Ellison realizes there's only one way left to get the seed. Flashback to the Dragon Sanctuary. The Elder tells him they don't have any seeds left either. The treasure vault was emptied during the war. Nobody has them anymore. Ellison is judging the Dragon Lord's vault pretty hard right now. The Elder tells him not to expect everything to be found in one place. But then the Elder remembers a rumor. There might be one kept in the Imperial Palace treasure vault in the capital. Ellison decides it's time for a field trip. Suddenly, boom. The Crown Prince Leon bursts in like he's in a Red Bull commercial. He hugs Ellison, calling him a war hero and complaining that he doesn't visit the capital enough. Leon wants him to attend the massive concert the capital is hosting. Ellison tries to decline, saying he's just a commoner chef. A voice tells Leon to settle down. It's the king. He thanks Ellison for dismantling the slave facilities across the empire. The king apologizes for Leon's behavior. Ever since the prince found out Ellison was the Archmage hero, he's been a total fanboy. The king asks if there's any reward Ellison wants. He knows Ellison doesn't care about money. Ellison drops the name, the Hibiran flower. The room goes ice cold. Ellison asks for the seed kept in the palace vault. Leon gets incredibly nervous. He asks Ellison if it could be anything else. The prince is literally sweating. He looks like he's hiding a huge secret. Cut to the city. Newsboys are shouting, "Extra! Extra!" The citizens are celebrating. It's the first good news they've had in years. The Imperial concert is finally returning. It's the biggest event in the empire. Nearby shops are already prepping for the influx of tourists. Inside the palace, we meet Imperial Chamberlain Horver Rons. He confirms the concert is resuming after 17 years. The palace has decided to award a special treasure to the winner. It's a treasure meant to comfort those who have lost loved ones. He holds up a vial. It's the Hibiran flower seed, known as La Platia. The nobles are losing their minds. Hearing the voices of the dead is a legendary power. The Chamberlain raises a glass. He calls it a declaration of unity and peace, a way to move beyond the scars of war. Back in the office, Ellison is looking at Leon. So, the seed is the prize for the concert? Leon is devastated. He heard this concert when he was 8, and it was the only thing that felt like healing. He explains that if there's no prize, there's no point in holding the event, but he can't just give the prize to Ellison and cancel the concert. He begs the king to just let the reward go. The king gets angry. He yells at Leon for ignoring Ellison's massive achievements just because he wants to hear some music. Leon is caught between his fanboying for Ellison and his love for the concert. Ellison is just standing there watching the royal family have a meltdown. The king tells Leon to be silent. He says it doesn't matter if the event fails or if the merchants get upset, Ellison wants the seed, so Ellison gets the seed. Ellison realizes the king is trying to guilt Leon. He sees the move from a mile away. Leon is about to cave. Then Ellison speaks up. "Where do I sign up?" The king and prince are stunned. Ellison has decided to enter the concert fairly and win the prize himself. He tells Leon to just tell him where to sign. He's going to win this thing as a commoner. We open with a shot of a regana. Lore drop, the regana is a keyboard instrument similar to an earth organ. There's a saying that you can talk to an ignorant person for a day, but not a minute with someone who doesn't know the regana. It's basically the ultimate rich person instrument. It's the most prestigious instrument in the empire, so naturally it's the star of the grand concert. Ellison is looking at a used one. Rurin asks what it is. He explains it's the instrument from the Lord's manor. Rurin asks what the plan is. Ellison explains he wants the Hibiran seed so the Dragon Elder can hear Sardalan's voice. He mentions meeting Madame, Rurin's mom, and how she didn't seem like the type to start a war recklessly. He wants to know the truth. So, step 1 is winning the concert. Ellison has a problem. The concert is traditionally only open to women. He imagines Leon suggesting gender transformation magic. Our guy is NOT doing that. But he has a secret weapon, Rurin. He read a book that said dragons are born with talent for every instrument. Most adult dragons are masters of art and culture. He asks Rurin if playing the regana should be easy for her. Rurin, who has zero artistic training, confidently says it's nothing. She's bluffing for her life. Ellison asks her to play a piece right now. Cut to the monster ranch. Matt is talking to Senior, Linte. She's showing off how much she's grown. Linte tells her it looks good on her. It's a nice, peaceful day at the farm. Matt asks if she can do one thing for him, something about his beard. She gets shy. Suddenly, moo! The Baronerics start losing their minds. Linte tells her to stay close. The animals are terrified. The sky goes black. Lightning starts cracking. A massive bolt of blue lightning hits the restaurant. The ground is shaking. It looks like a natural disaster. Inside, Rurin is sitting at the regana. She's pressing keys randomly. She turns to Ellison and asks if that was pretty decent. Ellison is in shock. He says he heard a sound, the sound of his entire plan collapsing from the ground up. Rurin is a musical catastrophe. Cut to a different manner. A young blonde guy is devouring a burger. It's Leiden. His parents are watching him eat with a mix of pride and concern. He's talking with his mouth full, saying Deidrin has stabilized. His dad tells him to swallow before talking. His dad thanks him for coming home for dinner. Leiden asks if they've heard the news. He shows them the flyer for the regana concert. He wants the whole family to go together. He mentions that his mother, Countess Michelle, used to be amazing at the regana. Medrine's face goes pale. She starts trembling. She suddenly says she has a meeting after dinner and tries to leave. The chef brings out dessert, but she's already halfway out the door. She literally runs away from the table. Leiden realizes he messed up. His dad points out that the regana in the other room is covered in dust. Medrine used to take care of it personally, but now she won't even let the servants touch it. Ever since Leiden's father collapsed years ago, she hasn't played once. The dad is worried she's suffering alone again. He starts thinking of a plan to help her. Medrine is in a dark room. She's looking at her regana. She looks absolutely haunted. The regana was the one thing she genuinely liked. It was the only product her abuser forced her to learn that actually touched her heart. She remembers playing for her family and hearing them applaud. For the first time, she felt grateful to have learned something from that man. But she shouldn't have thought that. We see a man in a high-backed chair. It's her abuser. He's holding a vial of poison. He says that because she earned their trust, nobody will suspect her if someone in the family collapses. Medrine remembers the happy days with Leiden's family, but she can't bring herself to play the regana again. She feels like a puppet. Playing the instrument he taught her feels like she's still his toy. Every time she looks at the regana, she sees her ugly sins staring back at her. A dark, shadowy figure is crawling out of the instrument. "Hey!" a voice calls out. Medrine screams. The shadow figure asks if she took care of the instrument properly. Medrine literally faints from the shock. The shadow is just Rurin. She was hiding behind the regana. She's confused why the lady fainted. Cut to the Duke's office. He has the list of applicants. He spots an interesting name. Countess Michelle. He asks where she applied from. The assistant says she's from Greek City. Ugh. The Duke smirks. He knows Ellison is behind this. A woman steps into the room. It's Loriana Delian, the Duke's niece. She's incredibly arrogant, saying everyone will kneel before her performance. The Duke tells her to prepare thoroughly. He's not taking any chances. Back in the manor, Medrine wakes up in bed. Ellison and Rurin are there. Ellison asks if she's okay. Rurin is annoyed that she fainted on her own. Medrine is confused about what happened. She remembers, "You wanted to borrow my regana?" Ellison apologizes for the sudden request. He says Rurin is entering the concert, but they can't tell if the problem is her skill or the instrument. Rurin presses a key. It sounds like a dying whale. Medrine is horrified. Suddenly, bam! Leon bursts into the room again. He has bad news. The Delians made their move. The nobles allied to place restrictions on the qualifications. Families that haven't participated before now have to go through local preliminaries in their own territory. Ellison and Leon are looking at Rurin, who is still playing the regana and sounding like a horror movie soundtrack. We open back in the shadows, where the actual plot is thickening. Duke Delian is meeting with his mysterious partner, and he's not happy about the timeline. He wants to know why the plan hasn't been executed yet. The woman, looking like she's just chilling with a pipe, tells him to relax. She's already heard everything, but she wants to make sure the Duke understands the stakes. The plan is pure evil. They're going to launch a massive terrorist attack during the Imperial concert. The goal is to massacre the Imperial faction nobles and the citizens all at once. She explains that the last war failed because the people had unity thanks to the three heroes. This time, they're going to destroy that hope by turning a celebration of peace into a bloodbath. It's their turn to sow chaos. She's got that final boss smirk that usually means our guy is going to have to blow something up later. The Duke points out that the First Night Order is guarding the event. If mass casualties happen while the knights are on duty, the public will lose all trust in the imperial family. It's the perfect setup for a coup. The Duke's philosophy is simple. The emperor has failed to fulfill his role of protecting the people, so he shouldn't be the one in charge. But there's a pesky fly buzzing around their plan. He pulls out the list of applicants for the concert and spots a name, Lady Rowena Revolk, the wife of Count Ursio Revolk. The woman realizes these aren't just flies, they're too big for that. She knows Ellison and Rurin are serious threats. The Duke says he has a plan to deal with them before the concert even starts. The best way to deal with flies is to shut the window from the start. He's literally talking about disqualifying them during the prelims. Cut to the present. Judge Baron Ponto is greeting the Count. Ellison is playing the role of a noble perfectly, though we all know he'd rather be in an apron than this suit. The Baron asks about the participant, Lady Rowena. Ellison is sweating bullets, barely holding it together as he introduces his wife. The Baron asks where she is, and Ellison claims there was an issue with her instrument, so she's getting a replacement. The Baron is a total Regana fanboy. He respects anyone who practices that much and says he's looking forward to it. Ellison gives a thumbs up, but his face says, "We are so cooked." Elsewhere, the Crown Prince Leon is panicking. He realizes the prelims are starting, and Rurin hasn't even had a proper chance to practice. He explains that the nobles, led by Duke Delian, made all sorts of excuses to force these local prelims. It was a targeted move to kick Ellison out. Ellison plays a note on Rurin's first Regana, and it sounds like a screeching cat. It wasn't Rurin's playing, the instrument itself was sabotage. That's why Rurin went to borrow Lady Verna Grake's Regana. But even that one has been gathering dust for years. Suddenly, we see a pair of massive boots. A messenger arrives saying the Emperor sent him specifically for this reason. Things are getting official. Cut to Lady Verna's room. She's cleaning the dust off the keys. Rurin is watching her. She asks how long the instrument was left unused to gather that much dust. Verna is apologizing, but Rurin is in Dragon Insight mode. She's reading the vibe. Rurin points out that Verna kept her confession letter in the same place. She accuses Verna of neglecting the Regana because she was trying to bury her wrongdoings and her past. Rurin has zero tact, but she's always right. Verna realizes Rurin isn't just an ordinary person. She's finishing the cleaning and offers to call someone to move it, but Rurin stops her. "Play it, that Regana." Verna is shocked. Rurin explains they need to check if it works properly, but really, she just wants to see the technique. Verna tries to make excuses, but Rurin's pressure is too much. She sits down, telling herself this isn't for others to hear, it's just an inspection. She starts to play. Outside, the guards hear the music. Even for them, the tune feels warm and comforting. The maids are delighted. They wish the Lord could hear it, but unfortunately, he's not around. Verna is lost in the music. For a moment, the trauma is gone and there's just the melody. She finishes, looking exhausted. Rurin gives a little smile. No issues with the Regana after all. She says a melody like that doesn't deserve to be buried in dust. Our dragon girl is actually being wholesome for once. Cut to the judging hall. The stage is set. Baron Ponto is there, but there's an additional judge who just showed up. It's Duke Porgo Tamaron, one of the 3 most powerful men in the Empire. He says he can't let just any random person into the concert. The Baron is intimidated. The Duke claims his love for the Regana is unrivaled. Ellison realizes this is a setup. This Duke is likely here to ensure Rurin fails. Leon is whispering that he didn't know the Duke was coming either. The window Delian talked about is shutting fast. Verna is backstage, asking Rurin if this is going to be okay. Rurin looks at her hand and then at the instrument. She's got a plan. Rurin's hands start moving like a blur. She's literally imitating the first half of Verna's song perfectly after seeing it once. Verna is floored. She realized Rurin didn't just listen, she memorized every single micro movement. Rurin tells her not to underestimate a dragon. Every move Verna made is burned into her mind. This is the power of a dragon's concentration. It's scary, honestly. Rurin takes the stage. Ellison is commenting on her outfit. She's looking like a gothic Lolita archmage. She sits down and tells herself to feel it. She's going to give them a performance they won't hear anywhere else. Literally. She starts playing. Screech Verna's face from backstage is the personification of what have I done. The audience is in physical pain. It sounds like someone is dragging a chalkboard across a buzzsaw. Rurin is going hard though. She's putting her whole dragon soul into this musical war crime. She finishes. The room is dead silent. Ellison is looking at her like goodbye, Heberin Flower. It was nice knowing you. Baron Ponto is vibrating with rage. He calls it an insult to the Regana into his ears. He's about to disqualify her on the spot, but then a sound. Clap. Clap. Duke Tamaron is crying. He calls it perfect. The Baron is like, "Excuse me, did we hear the same industrial accident?" The Duke gets intense. He asks if the Baron felt nothing after witnessing such perfect staccato technique. Lore drop, staccato is a uniquely harsh, scraping harmony from the Southern Romble Kingdom. The Duke remembers it from his study abroad days. The Duke mocks the Baron, saying he thought the Baron knew the Regana well. The Baron immediately does a 180. He's sweating, terrified of looking uncultured in front of a Duke. He turns to Ellison, asking if Count Revolk also knew about this technique. Ellison, the ultimate poker player, wipes his brow and says, did I mention my wife is from the Romble Kingdom? The Baron buys it. He starts crying too, saying it makes sense now. He's faking it so hard his soul is leaving his body. He slams his stamp down. I too, of course I knew, the staccato technique! Rurin has officially passed the preliminaries. Ellison is giving a thumbs up, but he looks like he's aged 10 years. Rurin is just standing there with a question mark over her head, wondering how she won. Back at the villain table, Duke Delian is told the news. The group is back together. They pass the prelims, but Ellison is thinking about why the Regana made that noise in the first place. The prince is exhausted. He says he had to sell out his study abroad days to back up the Duke's crazy logic. Verna is confused. She checked the instrument before they brought it, and it was fine. She sits down to play again to test it. It sounds perfectly normal. Leon is wondering if Rurin just played it wrong on purpose. Verna asks Ellison to come a little closer while she plays. The moment Ellison gets near, Screech the sound goes back to the buzzsaw noise. Ellison realizes what's happening. It's not the instrument, it's him. He sees the mana flow inside being disrupted. He explains the Regana needs wind to make sound, which is generated by a magic formula. When his massive ninth circle mana flow gets near, it disturbs the air and warps the sound. Leon is horrified. If just standing near it messes up the magic, how much mana is Ellison actually emitting? Rurin is looking jealous. She asks, "Who is that woman?" referring to Verna. Then she makes a decision. You're coming with us to the capital! She tells Verna she needs her to help figure out how to control the mana properly so the Regana sounds right. Plus, she wants to learn more songs. Verna tries to say she has meetings, but the prince and his father are eavesdropping from the door, delighted that she's finally leaving her room. Logic is meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. Basically, Rurin bullied her into a vacation. They arrive at the capital city, Eris. The place is packed for the festival. Ridendiria is on guard duty with his battalion. He's telling everyone to stay sharp. Emperor Lemedon Herres arrives on the balcony. He gives a speech about the revival of the concert being the right decision for the empire. The crowd goes wild. It's a huge W for the imperial family's public image. Serena is in the crowd, looking bored. Elena asks if she's ever seen a concert. Serena says she'd rather be taking a nap than watching a human event. Mentha is being a rebel, saying he resists the system while looking for snacks. Elena just wants to go see the food stalls. The festival market is massive and colorful. People are selling grilled stir-fried noodles. Serena and Elena are enjoying the food. Serena even asks to remove the meat. She's acting very health conscious today. Ment overhears that these mobile food stalls started in Daedrin City and are now trending everywhere. They see a massive crowd around one specific red tent. People are buying 5 or 6 of whatever is inside. We see a hot griddle and a metal press. It's Ellison. He's wearing his chef outfit and serving up hotteok, Korean sweet pancakes. Elena and Serena are shocked. Elle? What brings you to the capital? Ellison is working the stall while Rurin is practicing nearby. Cut to Loriana Delian. She's watching a boring rehearsal on stage. She's looking for strong contenders. Duke Delian tells her that victory is more important than ever because of the Hibaran seed, Plata. Loriana is arrogant. She says no one could possibly beat her. The Duke tells her to use whatever means necessary. He tells her that she is the means and the method to win. He's definitely planning to cheat. Loriana leaves the theater, feeling stressed. Her assistant tries to kiss up to her, saying no one can outperform her. She says she needs something sweet. She smells something incredible coming from the market. She finds Ellison's stall and demands his best dish. The assistant is horrified that a noble would eat street food, but Loriana says a good noble understands the culture of the common folk. Ellison hands her a hotdog. She's never seen anything like it. She takes a massive bite and screams, "H-O-T!" The sugar syrup explodes in her mouth. Ellison panics and grabs a tissue to wipe her lips. She slaps his hand away, asking how he dares touch a noble's lips. Ellison, in full MC handsome mode, explains that the syrup is really hot and will burn her if he doesn't clean it. Loriana gets the shoujo manga sparkles. Her brain starts imagining a whole life together, from the wedding to having 3 kids. She's down bad in 5 seconds. Ellison apologizes and goes to get some cold water for her. She asks for his name. He says Ursio Revolk. She tells him not to get the wrong idea. She just asked so she could return his handkerchief. That's just a tissue, Ellison says. The assistant is watching this disaster play out in the background. Elena is teasing him, saying Rurin is going to be mad he's flirting with a noble. We call this the hotdog controversy. Back at the manor, Rurin is practicing. She realizes if she holds her mana in place, the sound stays stable, but it's still not quite right. Verna Thing comes in to tell her they need to confirm her pre-registration. The ballroom is hosting a pre-festival party. Rurin forces Verna to go with her. Back at the stall, Ellison tells Serena and Elena that Rurin is entering the concert. He tells them they have to call him Count Ursio and Rurin Lady Rurina. Ment is not having it. Don't order me around, noble scum. Serena just wants more haddock. Elena asks if Ellison was seducing that noble earlier to eliminate the competition. Ellison asks who the noble was. Elena reveals it was Loriana Delian. She's the top-ranked performer in the Empire. People say she's the best, regardless of age. Ment stops eating. No, she's not the best in the Empire. He says the winner of the last concert before the war was someone they know very well. At that exact moment, Loriana is walking through the ballroom and spots Verna. You! I never thought I'd see your face here. Rurin asks who she is. Verna looks like she wants to disappear into the floor. Loriana Delian gets right in Verna's face. She calls her Verna de Dran, the only person who has ever humiliated her. Loriana is ready for a rematch, but Verna just says, I'm not entering. Loriana is currently having a full-blown mean girl meltdown in her dressing room. She's crushing a fan in her hand, fuming that Berna, who is actually Bereen, has the audacity to show up and then claim she's not even participating. Ellison bursts into the hall looking for Rurin, shouting about how he just heard something amazing. He walks right into a three-way standoff between Rurin, Bereen, and a very confused Loriana. Ellison tries to play it cool, but Loriana recognizes him as the haddock guy she was just fantasizing about. Her brain short-circuits when she hears him called Count Revolk. The lowly commoner she had a crush on is actually a noble. Ellison, being a total dense protagonist, asks if she's the madam who bought the pancakes. Loriana is ready to scream, she's a miss, thank you very much. She starts chewing on her fan in frustration, wondering why a handsome count is being so friendly with Berna. She watches them chat and realizes they are way too close. To her, this looks like a man, a woman, and a barbarian, which is how she views Rurin. She points her fan at Bereen and officially challenges her to a duel. The terms are simple. Bereen has to join the recital, and if she loses, she has to leave Count Revolk behind and get out of town. Bereen is confused, and Rurin is starting to glow with dragon rage. Our girl does not like people betting on her man. Bereen tries to de-escalate, reminding everyone that she's already married. She's trying to be the adult in the room while Rurin is basically a ticking mana bomb. Loriana is stunned. She can't believe the rival she's been obsessing over is off the market. Then Count Revolk is mine, she thinks. But then, a voice from the shadows cuts through the nonsense. It's Duke Delian. He tells his niece there's no need to lower herself by competing with lowly people. The Duke walks in like he owns the air in the room. He asks what the point of a duel is if she's already sure about winning. Loriana goes quiet instantly. The Duke has that specific kind of aura that makes even a bratty noble girl shut up. Ellison's eyes go dark. He's reading the Duke's mana, and it's a total mess of dark energy and arrogance. He confirms it. This is Melik Delian, the man responsible for the slave network. The Duke calls Ellison's Count title a joke. He mocks him as a coward who ran from his burdens, a clear dig at Ellison's retirement from the war. He tells them to give up on La Platia, the Hiberan seed. He's not even hiding that he wants it for himself. He leaves them with one final insult. A recital isn't something people like Ellison can grasp. Bereen is shaking. Seeing the Duke again has brought all her trauma back to the surface. Ellison grabs her shoulders. He's desperate now. He begs her to participate in the recital. He knows it's a big ask for someone who left music behind, but they need that seed to help the Dragon Elder. Rurin places a hand on Ellison's shoulder. The room suddenly feels very hot. Rurin is vibrating with jealousy. She asks why that other woman told Ellison to leave her behind earlier. Cut to Loriana in her room, staring at a half-eaten haddock. She's actually enjoying it now that it's cooled down. Sweet, just like her imaginary wedding. She's still reeling from the news that Berna Means is married. That means her competition for Ellison is gone. She looks at the regana and realizes she hasn't been practicing at all. Suddenly, someone snatches the cup out of her hand. It's Lucienne Delian, her mother. She throws the haddock into the fireplace like it's trash. She asks Loriana if she plans to disgrace the family again. She orders her to sit at the regana and practice until her fingers bleed. Cut back to Ellison. He's practically praying. Mother, I won't wipe anything again. He's terrified of Rurin's wrath. He vows to make future guests wipe their own lips from now on. Rurin is a literal wall of fire. She's telling him to beg Bereen to join if he's so popular. She asks him if he doesn't trust her to win on her own. She practiced too, you know. Ellison is just worried that the formal techniques of the Empire will be too much for her to learn in 3 days. Rurin gets a confident smirk. She admits she'll fall behind in formal technique, but she's found a new way to perform. She tells Ellison to look forward to the recital. I'll leave a shock in the minds of these people for the rest of their lives. That sounds more like a threat than a concert. Later that day, Bereen is at the registration hall. The attendant tells her that since she's a former winner, she can skip the preliminaries and sign up for the finals. Bereen is hesitating. Her hand is hovering over the list. She grips her dress. She wants to help Ellison, but the fear is paralyzing. Suddenly, a dark figure looms behind her. Bereen bumps into someone and immediately starts apologizing. She's terrified of offending anyone in this city. The woman asks her name. Bereen says, Berna Greek. Slap. A hand hits Bereen so hard she falls to the floor. The woman says she smelled dirt from the countryside on her. It's Lucienne Delian. She recognizes her as the daughter of Count Dedrin, the product they used to own. She grabs Bereen's face, sneering. She asks how a piece of trash dares to participate in the recital. She's about to hit her again, but her wrist is caught in a vice grip. Bereen looks up, tears in her eyes. It's Leiden. He's looking at Lucienne with absolute hatred. He tells her that violence is strictly prohibited. Lucienne is offended that a mere vice commander would dare interrupt her. Suddenly, a wall of knights appears. It's Raella, the 2nd Battalion commander. She tells Lucienne to back away. The First Night Order has complete authority over the venue. Raella gives a polite smile that basically says, I would love a reason to arrest you. Lucienne backs off, but she leaves with a concerned warning. She says if they participate, they'll live the rest of their lives in regret. Leiden watches her leave. He knows that wasn't a warning, it was a death threat. He tells Bereen that he already completed her registration on his way out. Lucienne has a demonic grin as she walks away. She sincerely hopes Loriana doesn't have another sad ending. Rumors start spreading immediately. The Great City legend Berna is back to challenge Loriana. The night is filled with the sound of Regana practice as everyone prepares for the final showdown. The day of the finals has finally arrived. The capital is electric. Principal Sultan DeHorn of the Magic School explains that the recital will be projected across the whole city. Ellison is at his haddock stand, but he's closing up. He needs to see this in person. He's genuinely nervous. He's seen Rurin practice, and he's still not sure if the city is ready for what's coming. The theater is packed. The music from the first finalists is drifting through the air. It's beautiful, standard imperial music, very high society. Ellison and Leiden are sitting in the VIP section. Ellison is trying to look like a supportive husband while dying inside. The king is judging coldly. He's impressed by the skill, but he's looking for something special. Duke Delian is whispering that the first day's standards are low. He's waiting for the real performers. The announcer steps up. Next performer, it's their first recital. Mrs. Rowena Revolk! The Duke and the King both lean in. This is the wild card. We see a high-heeled shoe step onto the stage. Rurin is looking at her outfit with pure disgust. The projection hits the plaza. The commoners see Rurin on the big screen for the first time. Elena and Serena are in the crowd. Serena is impressed by how pretty Rurin looks, even if her dress is too formal. Ment remembers the cracking noises from Rurin's practice sessions. He's worried she's about to start a war with music. Rurin sits at the massive Regana. She looks small against the instrument, but her mana is massive. Down in the judge's pit, a hand is trembling with rage. It's Baron Ponto. He's calling her a fraud internally. Lore drop, after the prelims, the Baron actually did his homework. He traveled all over studying techniques. He even went to the Southern Lombol Kingdom himself. He realized staccato doesn't exist. There is no such technique. Making bizarre sounds is just playing badly. He's ready to expose her true face to the entire empire. He's going to enjoy this. Leon is nervous, but Leiden tells him to be quiet. The show is starting. Ellison is sweating. He's just thinking, Lauren, you've got this. Rurin looks at her hands. She knows a normal performance won't win. She remembers the instability in the air supply that Ellison's mana caused. She's going to use that to her advantage. She remembers a specific sound from Ellison's Memories of Earth. We see a vision of an Earth rock band. Electric guitars, drums, high-speed energy. Rurin remembers Ellison stopping to listen to a street show before they came to this world. She's about to create a timbre never before heard in this world. Rurin slams the keys. It's not a piano sound, it's the roar of a heavy metal guitar solo. The crowd is stunned. Ellison's jaw is on the floor. Is that electric guitar and drums? She's literally playing earth rock on a magical organ. It's high energy, aggressive, and absolutely insane. Elena and Serena are freaking out. They've never heard anything so intense. The king and the duke are vibrating in their seats. They don't know what it is, but it hits you right in the heart. Rurin finishes with a massive mana flare. The crowd erupts. This isn't a recital, it's a stadium concert. Rurin stands up, looking like a total rock star. Duke Delian is covering his face. He's speechless. Loriana looks like she's seen the end of the world. And Baron Ponto? The man is weeping. It really existed, the staccato technique. He's so delusional, he's convinced himself he was right all along. He vows to go back to studying Regana from scratch. Rurin just accidentally ruined the world's most prestigious music critic. The announcer is laughing nervously. He calls it an astonishingly powerful performance. The next performer is backstage, shaking with fear. Imagine having to follow a dragon tier heavy metal solo. Rurin walks off stage as people whisper about the chills they got. Nobles are already flocking to her. Ellison meets her halfway. He's trying to be a supportive count, but he's still processing the rock music. He tells her to introduce herself properly to the fans. Rurin is so hyped she almost says, "I am Lorin." Ellison has to pinch her back to remind her she's Lady Rowena. Barons and viscounts are begging to know where she learned such a technique. Ellison interjects. He says the technique is from the southern Lombel something kingdom. The song was called Destiny of Fate. He picks her up and claims his wife is very tired. He needs to get her out of there before she blabs. "We'll answer more questions later," and they bolt for the exit. Rurin is blushing. "Wife? I'm the wife?" She's loving the fake identity now. Ellison smiles at her. He admits he didn't expect her to work so hard for him. He apologizes for not believing in her. It's a real best boy moment. Rurin tells him that apologies aren't just made with words. She grabs his face, and she kisses him right there in the hallway. "Will you forgive me?" Ellison is officially cooked. Later that evening, Rurin is complaining about the dress again. She wants Ellison to undo it for her. He's wondering if she's going to do this every time she wears a dress. The next day, Rurin's performance is still the only thing anyone is talking about. Medrin is practicing, listening to the gossip. Leiden tells her that people are saying Lorin's music doesn't even fit in the category of Regana anymore. Medrin looks determined. She wants to show them what a real master can do too. Cut to Duke Delian's office. He's reading about the rising star. His assistant mentions the staccato method. Loriana is in the room. She hears the name Lorena, Lady Revolk. She snaps. Her eyes go full yandere. She can't stand being upstaged by a barbarian. She calls them all ignorant fools. She says Lorin's music sounds like it belongs in a market square. She's full of elitist rage. She asks the Duke if he's just going to stand by and watch. She demands personnel. She doesn't want any more rivals. The Duke warns her that the plan has changed. They need to avoid drawing attention. Loriana doesn't care. She's not planning a terror attack. She just needs Lady Revolk and Berna to fail to perform. Late that night, Medrin is walking back from practice. Raella is with her. She's doing her job, ensuring the safety of everyone under the Imperial family's order. She tells Medrin that everyone is looking forward to her performance tomorrow. Raella admits she loves Regana too. It's a nice, quiet moment until the vibe shifts. Shadows emerge from the alleys. They are surrounded by men with daggers. Medrin panics. Raella stays calm. This is what she was trained for. Raella tells Medrin to duck on her command. Now, Raella moves like a flash of lightning. She unleashes a massive shockwave of mana, blowing the assassins back. She realizes this isn't a typical robbery. She's about to interrogate them when a massive armored hand grabs her from behind. Raella is thrown through a stone wall like she's a ragdoll. The impact is brutal. Medrin screams. A Holy Blood Knight, one of the Duke's monster soldiers, looms over her. A voice from the shadows commands, "Crush them!" The knight raises a massive iron hammer. Medrin begs for her hands. "Please, not my hands!" She knows what they're trying to do. If she can't play, she can't win. She remembers the feeling of the music. "Stop that nonsense immediately," a voice rings out. The hammer stops inches from her face. The city is buzzing, but inside the venue, the host is getting ready to drop the hammer on the final results. He thanks the crowd for staying through the spectacle, but now it's time for the heavy hitters. He introduces the next performer, Lady Verna Grake, or Medrin, as we know her. But the stage stays dark. There's a long silence that starts making everyone uncomfortable. Up in the VIP box, Duke Delian and Lucienne are looking way too pleased with themselves. Lucienne is practically gloating about how Verna won't be able to hold a fork, let alone play an instrument, thanks to their Holy Blood Knights. These people are genuinely the worst. Down in the seats, Ellison is playing it cool, asking Rurin if she noticed anything. Rurin says they were together all day, but Ellison's eyes go sharp. He knows exactly what the Delians tried to do. Since Verna is a no-show, Loriana Delian decides she's tired of waiting and steps up to perform early. She's got that "I've already won" energy, walking onto the stage like she owns the building. The crowd is eating it up. She's a professional who's toured the continent, so the expectations are through the roof. Loriana sits at the Regana, fueled by pure spite and the need to prove she's the best. Ellison watches her, realizing that in this world of high society, nobody actually trusts each other. Loriana starts her performance, and it's not just music, it's a physical force. She's pouring every ounce of her frustration and training into the keys. The sound is relentless. Even the Emperor looks a bit overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of it. It feels like a literal army is marching through the room. It's technically perfect, but it's suffocating. Ellison feels the pressure. Even without being a music expert, he can tell this is try-hard energy in its final form. The music manifests as this dark, overwhelming shadow looming over the audience. Loriana finishes, sweating and exhausted, having pushed herself to the absolute limit to crush the competition. The room stays silent for a heartbeat. It wasn't beautiful, it was a conquest. Then, the applause starts. The nobles respect power, and she just showed them a lot of it. She takes her bow, looking up at the boxes. She thinks she's the undisputed queen of the night. The host is stumbling over his words, trying to describe how heart-pounding that was. He tentatively calls for Verna Grake one more time, fully expecting another no-show. The crowd starts whispering. They think she chickened out or couldn't handle the pressure of following Loriana. But then, we hear it, the sound of footsteps. Someone is walking out from the darkness of the wings. We jump to a hospital where some of the First Order Knights are visiting their injured comrade, Raella. She's looking rough, covered in bandages and stitches after that fight with the robbers. Her buddies are roasting her, saying she'll be teased for a year for getting taken out by common thugs. She tells them to shut up because those weren't ordinary robbers. They were monsters. She apologizes to the vice commander, feeling like she failed her duty to keep the concert secure. The vice commander asks about the person who helped her, the guy who basically did her job for her. We see a flashback of the fight. It wasn't even a contest. The helper moved so fast the knights couldn't even track him. Raella remembers shouting at the villains to stop, but she was powerless. Then, this mysterious figure in a cloak stepped in. She realizes now that the person who saved her was someone completely unexpected. Back at the concert, the person stepping onto the stage isn't just Verna. It's Verna Grake, and she looks completely different. Loriana stops in her tracks. She's looking at Verna like she's seeing a ghost. Verna thanks Loriana for saving her. Wait, what? This is the twist. It turns out Loriana's pride wouldn't let Verna get kidnapped before they could compete. Verna sits at the regana. The vibe in the room shifts instantly. She isn't playing for the crowd, or for the Duke, or even for herself. She's playing because she finally trusts the people around her. The shadow of the old master is gone. Her music begins, and it's the polar opposite of Loriana's. It's warm. It's gentle. It feels like spring. The melody spreads through the hall, reaching out to everyone from the commoners to the high nobility. Ellison and Rurin hold hands, just soaking in the moment. This is what pure talent sounds like when it's not being used as a weapon. Even the crown prince is moved. He looks at his father, and they both know the winner was decided the moment the first note hit. Verna looks like she's glowing. She's finally reclaimed the music that was stolen from her as a slave. Loriana watches from the side. Her face says it all. She knows she just lost. She realizes that this is what she's been chasing her whole life. This connection, not just the technical perfection. The news hits the streets. The winner is announced. The whole city is talking about the concert and the incredible performance of Verna Grake. Verna stands on stage with the trophy, but she looks at Loriana and Rurin. It wasn't just her win, it was a team effort. The crowd is already looking forward to next year, but the Delians are definitely not. Lucienne slaps Loriana across the face the second they're backstage. She's absolutely losing it, screaming about the humiliation. The host tries to intervene, but Lucienne is in a full-blown noble meltdown. She screams that she hates incompetent people more than anything. She grabs the second-place trophy and smashes it onto the ground. Talk about a sore loser. She accuses Loriana of helping Verna and lying in her reports. The mask of the perfect noble is completely gone. Loriana just takes it. She's got this hollow look in her eyes. Back in the hall, Ellison is comforting Rurin, who is pouting about only getting third place. Reedon and the prince are already planning a celebration. They're treating this like a national holiday. Outside, the weather turns. It starts to rain, matching the mood of the losers. Loriana is standing in the rain, clutching her face where her mother slapped her. She collapses to her knees, looking at the broken pieces of her trophy in the puddles. It's a brutal fall from grace for someone who was the top contender 5 minutes ago. She starts sobbing. This is the moment where she realizes her family only loves her when she's winning. But she's not alone. Someone is watching her from the shadows. Elsewhere, the Delian goons are plotting. They want to intercept Verna on the road back to Grake City. Lucienne is barking orders, demanding they get that Hiberin seed no matter what. But then, one of the goons stops. He feels something. Someone is walking through the rain toward them. Someone who definitely wasn't invited. It's a hooded figure, and they look like they're about to start a very one-sided fight. Lucienne is still complaining about bugs annoying her, completely unaware of who is standing in front of her. The hooded figure tilts their head. Calling a dragon a bug? That's a bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. Lucienne orders her knights to get this trash out of her sight immediately. The knight lunges, but the hooded figure moves like a blur. A single strike sends the knight flying back. These guys are top-tier soldiers, and they're being treated like training dummies. The hooded figure calls the knight an idiot before finishing him off. And then, the moment we've all been waiting for. Lucienne gets a taste of her own medicine with a massive slap. The hood falls back. It's Rurin, and she looks absolutely terrifying. She tells Lucien to try saying that bug line one more time. The knights are all face down in the mud. Lucien is trembling, asking who Rurin thinks she is. She starts to call her crazy, but Rurin isn't done yet. Lucien starts shrieking about how dare a nobody touch her face. She still hasn't realized she's a few seconds away from meeting her maker. Rurin just keeps the slaps coming. It's honestly therapeutic to watch. The Duke's advisor tries to step in, screaming at Rurin to stop. Rurin decides to drop the act. She releases a tiny fraction of dragon fear. The advisor's brain basically reboots. He's foaming at the mouth from pure terror. Rurin grabs Lucien by the hair and tells her to stop pretending she's special. She points out that Lucien doesn't even know what the seed is really for, she's just a pawn in the Duke's game. Rurin senses something and turns around. Another knight tries a sneak attack from behind. Rurin doesn't even look, she just sighs. This is like a pro gamer playing against bots. A pillar of light suddenly traps the knight in a magic circle. The light explodes upward, clearing the rain from the sky for a moment. Rurin delivers a final warning. Fools who don't know their place in the world don't live long. She's still crying in the rain, but someone is holding an umbrella over her. She looks up, her eyes puffy and red. She tries to hide her face, lying that she just tripped. Typical noble pride. But it's Bereen. She tells Loriana she'll catch a cold and offers her a hand. We move to a cozy inn where the real celebration is happening. The table is packed. Everyone is there. Raiden, Leon, Bereen, and Loriana. Ellison walks in with a massive silver platter. The Archmage is back in his favorite role, chef. He presents the main dish for the stars of the night. It's oven-roasted Uga tenderloin. The detail on the food is enough to make you want to order takeout right now. Rurin is the first one to dive in. She's been waiting for this all day. She takes a massive bite, and you can practically see her mana recharging from the deliciousness. The description of the meat juice and the silky sauce is pure food porn. This is Ellison's real ninth circle magic. Ment is laughing, telling everyone to eat their fill. He's impressed by Rurin's performance on and off stage. Bereen turns to Loriana and thanks her again. She says that honestly, Loriana deserved first place. Loriana looks down at her plate. She says she doesn't deserve it. The room goes quiet as Loriana starts to open up. She admits that she only learned the Regana to gain favor for her house. The more she played, the more it felt like a cage. She was fixated on winning because she was scared of her mother. She let that anxiety rot her music. She looks at Bereen, realizing that Bereen was the one who played with actual passion. Loriana is ashamed that Bereen helped her even while they were competing. Serena and Elena are watching this emotional breakthrough with smiles. The evil noble is officially part of the found family. Loriana says she was deeply moved by Bereen's music. It changed how she sees the world. She asks if they can keep studying music together. It's the first time she's ever asked for a friend instead of an ally. Loriana starts to tear up again, but this time they're happy tears. She's a second-place nobody who finally feels seen. Rurin, being Rurin, tells her to stop crying or she'll set her hair on fire. Classic Rurin. The dinner ends with a stack of empty plates. A successful mission in more ways than one. Ment brings out the trophy, which has been magically repaired by Ellison. He hands it back to Loriana, telling her to let him know if it gets dented again. Rurin mentions that she knew Loriana had scars on her hands from practicing too hard. She saw through her from the start. Raiden and the others start talking shop. Leon mentions a rumor that the Archmage has been sighted all over the Empire lately. People are saying a man in a ninth circle magic soldier uniform is out there crushing evil. Raiden's eyes narrow. He's thinking back to the war. Ellison freezes in the background holding a stack of plates. He's the most powerful man in the world and he looks like a deer in headlights. Ment asks Ellison what he did during his soldier days. Ellison pulls the ultimate, I was just a grunt lie. He says he didn't even have a class designation. Raiden says he isn't doubting him, but he notices how Ellison handles large groups so easily. Ellison starts reminiscing about the largest crowd he ever had to cook for. We see a snowy military base during the war. Commander Dagos is giving orders, telling his men to avoid unnecessary conflict with other units. The response from the men is always the same. They're tired and hungry. We see a younger Ellison volunteering to handle the meals for everyone. He's using basic mana to peel onions like a pro. He's teaching other soldiers how to save food scraps to make the rations last longer. Even in the middle of a war zone, he's focused on the perfect stir-fry. He calls everyone to eat, looking exhausted but satisfied. A young Raiden Deary walks in, reporting that the planes are safe. He sees the long line of soldiers waiting for Ellison's food. The tray looks incredible. Noodles, meat, and soup. It's the only thing keeping these guys sane. Raiden tells his buddy that he never imagined looking forward to mealtime in the military. But then, he hears someone mocking them. Soldiers from another unit are talking trash, saying Ellison's squad is just sucking honey in the rear. They're jealous that Ellison's unit has no casualties because they're hiding and experimenting with recipes. Reedon snaps. He grabs the guy by the collar. He knows the only reason they're alive is because of the morale that food provides. Reedon is about to start a brawl, looking absolutely livid, but Ellison steps out of the shadows with a giant pot of food, so Reedon is ready to throw hands with the Pendravel soldiers for mocking Ellison's kitchen, but our guy just stands there in the shadows. He steps into the light, holding a massive pot of food, and asks them very calmly if they're actually planning to fight. He reminds them that the mess hall is for eating, not for proving who has the biggest ego. The Pendravel guys, Hess and Tonburn, look like they've seen a ghost. They're lucky Reedon didn't just end their careers right then and there, but they can't help themselves. They're still gritting their teeth, acting like they're too good for charity meals from another unit. Hess actually has the nerve to dump his plate and call Ellison's cooking garbage. He storms out, leaving his buddy Tonburn trailing behind. One of the other cooks looks like his soul just left his body after seeing all that hard work wasted. Ellison asks Reedon where these guys even came from. Reedon identifies them as the Pendravel 6th Infantry. Our guy's eyes go soft for a second. He remembers that Pendravel took massive losses from a dragon attack a year ago. These guys aren't just jerks, they're traumatized and taking it out on everyone else. The garbage they were talking about? It's replaced by this gray, watery gruel that looks like it came out of a gutter. Tonburn and Hess are sitting there eating it, looking absolutely miserable. Hess is still ranting about pride and how they shouldn't accept handouts after crawling through the dirt. Their commander, a man who looks like he eats boulders for breakfast, bursts in and tells them to get outside immediately. He slams their heads together before they can even stand up. It's the kind of headache that makes you see the 10th circle of magic. The commander is livid. He specifically told them to avoid conflict, and here they are insulting the unit that's actually feeding them. Hess tries to argue, but the commander hits him with the silence that carries more weight than a meteor spell. He tells them they're lucky they aren't being court-martialed for their stupidity. The punishment? They're being assigned to temporary kitchen duty under Ellison for a whole week. They're going to be preparing meals for the entire unit. The commander wants them to see exactly how much work goes into that garbage they threw on the floor. Next morning, Ellison meets them with a smile that says, "I'm going to work you until you can't feel your fingers." He shows them the kitchen. It's huge, it's hot, and it's currently full of raw ingredients that need processing. Tonburn thinks this might be easier than working outside in the snow. Ellison just gives a tiny, menacing smirk. He's about to give them a main character training arc, but for peeling potatoes. Faster! The kitchen turns into a high-speed assembly line. Ellison tells them there are 20 sacks of Gontis left to peel. Hess is already looking like he wants to go back to the front lines. Then comes the broth. Ellison is hovering over them like a Gordon Ramsay of the magic world, demanding they skim every bit of foam off the top. Next, the cleaning. Every single pot has to be scrubbed until you can see your own regret in the reflection. By the end of the day, Hess and Tonburn are literally face down on the tables. They've realized that a week in this kitchen might be longer than the actual war. They collapse into their beds, planning to sleep for 10 hours. Hess's eyes snap open as a bright light hits his face. It's Ellison, with a magical light orb, and a smile that belongs in a horror movie. It's 5 a.m. Time for breakfast! Hess's scream could be heard from the next city. The suffering continues across the entire base. A few days later, they look like they've aged 10 years. Their eyes are hollow, their souls are gone, but their vegetable chopping skills are elite. Ellison tells them the plan has changed. They can't make a varied menu with just rations. He hands them an illustrated list of mushrooms and herbs. They're going foraging in the mountains. Hess is quiet. He's starting to realize Ellison isn't just some cook. They head out into the snowy woods, magical lights bobbing through the trees. Tonburn finds some mushrooms and looks actually proud? The Stockholm Syndrome is setting in. Hess watches Ellison from a distance. He's trying to figure this guy out. He finally asks, "Are you a mage?" He saw the light spell Ellison used to wake them up. Ellison plays it down, calling himself a quirky combat mage who likes to cook. He claims he wasn't officially commissioned by the Academy. Hess mentions the rumors. Even the grunts have heard that this unit has a phenomenal mage. He talks about a genius who hit class 5 in record time. This mage supposedly fends off dragons and covers the entire operation zone. The infantry only survives because this guy is playing God in the background. Hess snaps for a second. He says working the kitchen has been brutal, but it only made him more bitter. He says it's unfair that the rest of the unit lives in luxury while one mage and the kitchen staff bleed for them. He thinks Ellison is being exploited. Ellison stops walking and looks back. His face is half shadowed. He explains how it actually works. The unit has quadrupled its reconnaissance. They aren't sitting around, they're tracking every monster movement so the mage only goes where they're needed. It's a division of labor. If the infantry gets wiped out, the mage eventually dies too. They're a single organism. And then, the real kicker. Ellison says he cooks because seeing a happy face while someone eats good food makes the cook happy too. He asks Hess to imagine something. Would you really feel better if the unit had heavy casualties? Or would you feel better if we served everyone bland gruel to match the misery of war? Ellison's voice goes cold. That's not what we're here for. He says they didn't enlist to die, they enlisted to protect, and that includes protecting the small joy of a good meal. Hess is floored. He realizes his entire perspective was just self-pity masquerading as pride. Ellison hands him the basket, saying he has other duties to attend to. Hess realizes he found the mundan mushroom, the one only nobles get to eat. Ellison gives him a wink. You're going to feel proud of yourself today. The special of the day is mundan mushroom soup. The soup looks incredible. Golden, creamy, and full of those rare mushrooms. The soldiers are losing their minds. They've never eaten anything this good in their lives. Hess and Tomburn watch from the kitchen, seeing the reactions. Hess has this tiny blush on his face. He's finally understanding the happy cook philosophy. A bowl hits the floor and shatters. Two soldiers in heavy dark plate armor stand over the mess. They're holy blood knights. They call the soup mushroom rinse water. The room goes ice cold. These guys are the Count's personal guards. They're notorious elitist jerks. Hess looks at the soup on the floor. That soup he spent all morning foraging for. The knight has this smug, punchable face that needs to be relocated to a different zip code. One of the kitchen staff asks what the hell they're doing. The knight says they should be thanking him for saving them from eating trash. Hess moves before anyone can stop him. He throws a punch with every ounce of his newfound kitchen rage. But these are holy blood knights. They're magically enhanced. The knight catches the punch and looks bored. He lands a heavy blow on Hess's stomach, sending him to the ground. The other knight actually spits into the main soup pot. Spitting into a man's livelihood is a death sentence in any world. Hess is on the ground, shaking with anger. He feels like a failure. The knights start mocking the entire unit again, calling them slackers who hide behind a single mage. Hess thinks to himself, I must have looked just like them. A hand lands on Hess's shoulder. A familiar voice says, it's not the same. The knights look at Ellison. They ask if he's the cook who made that trash soup. Ellison's mana starts to swirl. Blue energy crackles around his fingers. I do like cooking, but I'm a mage. The knights' smiles evaporate. They feel the pressure in the air. Our guy reveals his rank, staff officer and class 5 mage of the Churkin Defense Force. Spitting into the soup pot? That's the line. Ellison is standing there, mana radiating off him, while the knights realize they just poked a hibernating bear. The lead knight tries to play the noble card. He points at his armor, reminding Ellison that he serves the Delian family. He starts to name-drop Duke Deli, but Ellison doesn't give a damn about a name. Ellison unleashes a blast of mana that shatters the knight's expensive armor like it's made of cheap glass. He tells the knight that their superior and their scrap metal won't be able to protect them here. He looks at the spit-in soup. We can't throw this away, so he walks over to the giant pot. You two are going to drink all of it. The sheer I'm not kidding energy in this panel is absolute peak. Raiden bursts into the mess hall after a mission, dying for some soup, but he finds a scene of pure trauma. The two knights are on their knees, forced to consume every drop of the soup they ruined. Ellison is just standing over them like an angel of debt collection. Ellison's face is hidden by his hood. He's completely detached. The knights are gagging, crying, and begging to stop. This is the ultimate F around and find out moment. Raiden just stands there, crying over his lost lunch. He knows better than to interrupt Ellison when he's in this mood. We see Hess in a jail cell. He got arrested for attacking the high-ranking knights. But he's not upset. He's thinking about Ellison. He realized Ellison wasn't a medic. He was the phenomenal mage the rumors were talking about. He remembers Ellison's words about cooking because he wants people to be happy. Hess makes a decision. He doesn't want to be a bitter grunt anymore. He wants to learn proper cooking from Ellison. He looks at his shackles, wondering if he'll even get the chance. The cell door opens. It's the bald commander. He tells Hess that his disciplinary punishment has been decided. They think Hess is being dealt with permanently. A voice asks if they're satisfied now. The two knights who got forced to drink the soup are standing there, looking like they've seen the end of the world. They try to ask for Ellison to be punished too, but a hand stops them. A man is sitting at a table, cutting into a steak. He's the one who's been listening to their report. He tells the knights they're no longer part of his unit. He granted their final request by letting them live, but they're fired. This is Frigo Delian. He says his unit only deals with the best, and these two idiots just got clowned on by a kitchen staff officer. Frigo's mana flares up, dark, purple, and oppressive. He tells them their standard was too high for them. In other words, you're too weak to be Delians. The dark mana consumes the knight's insignias. They're officially nobodies now. Ellison is writing in a notebook. Young Raiden Dario walks in, still looking a bit shaky. He mentions that Ellison touched the noble's direct escort, which is a political nightmare. Ellison just laughs it off, telling Raiden to keep his name out of the official reports as usual. Raiden looks at him with pure reverence. He calls him 5th class Archmage. Ellison hates the nickname, but it's already stuck. Then Raiden mentions the soldier named Hess. He says Hess was transferred out of his original unit due to the disciplinary action. Ellison stands up, looking ready to go demand the kid back. But Raiden stops him. He asks if Ellison liked that soldier. He says no other unit had room for a troublemaker like Hess, except one. Hess walks into the kitchen looking like he just won the lottery. I'm Hess! Looking forward to working with you! Ellison sighs, acting like it's a burden, but you can see he's glad the kid didn't get kicked out of the military entirely. Grab a basket, Ellison says. Let's go get some ingredients. He calls it a fun experience. Ellison is clutching his head in the restaurant. I'm so stupid! Reedon and the whole dinner crew are just staring at him in dead silence. Elena looks confused, but Serena is facepalming. She knows Ellison just accidentally admitted to being a high-ranking war hero. Reedon looks at Ellison with a caught-you smirk. You little? Ellison tries to backtrack instantly. 5th class and a staff officer? What are you talking about? I said I was a temporary magic medic? The room isn't buying it. Ellison starts sweating. I'm, thinking of writing a novel with that kind of plot. Yeah, a novel. Later that night, outside the restaurant, Medrine and Reedon are walking. Medrine asks Reedon if he actually believes Ellison's novel excuse. Reedon looks at the moon. He mentions that even the 9th class Archmage wore a temporary magic medic badge to hide his power during the war. So that means Mr. Ellison is the Archmage? Medrine's eyes go wide. Reedon points out that everyone's testimony of the Archmage's appearance is different. Most people wear those old medic uniforms because they're comfortable. But he knows the truth. He can feel the same aura he felt in the trenches. Our Archmage really needs to work on his acting skills, Reedon says with a grin. He tells Medrine not to worry about the rumors. He'll keep his mouth shut for the sake of his favorite restaurant. Inside, Ellison is holding a small glowing blue vial. In the end, I got this, he says. It's the Bereen seed. Medrine had handed it to him earlier as payment for the meal. She gave up the grand prize of the concert just for a steak and a place to belong. Ellison felt bad accepting it, but Medrine insisted. She's just grateful to be alive. She had even whispered, don't hold back, accept it, Archmage. Ellison's internal reaction is just pure no. He's the worst secret agent in history. He tells Rurin he needs to plant the seed right away to help the Dragon Elder, but his face goes dark. He remembers the requirement the seed has to absorb a soul near the heart to bloom. Rurin notices the shift in his mood. She asks what happened to the unit and the soldiers in the story. She's actually curious. Most people hate military stories, but she wants to know everything about him. I want to know everything about you. Rurin is being unusually honest and sweet. Ellison looks away. His past isn't just fun adventures, it's full of blood and decisions he regrets. He tells her nothing interesting happened after that and she'd be bored. He sends her to bed, saying he still has things to clean up. The distance between them feels physical in this panel. He walks up the stairs alone into the dark part of the house. He opens a hidden, magically sealed case. Inside is a simple black book, a diary. He kneels down and opens it. He looks tired, actually tired, not just long day in the kitchen tired. Someone is watching from the doorway. It's Rurin. She's looking at the diary, and her face is full of worry. What's that? Rurin is back in the attic, staring at that locked suitcase like it's the final boss of her relationship. She knows there's a locking spell on it, but for a high-ranking dragon, this is basically a child-proof cap. She starts to disable it, her mana humming as she picks the magical lock. But then, she freezes. She starts questioning if she's actually the villain here for snooping into his past. She tells herself that if they truly have mutual trust, she shouldn't be doing this. It's a rare moment of self-awareness for our greedy dragon. She decides to wait for him to tell her himself. She's going to be the mature one for once. Elsewhere, a tattered cloak moves through the darkness toward the restaurant. This mysterious guy is looking at the building with a grudge that's clearly been simmering for a decade. He whispers Ellison's name like a curse. The next morning, the sun is out, but Rurin is already over being mature. She's having a full-blown internal meltdown because she needs to know the truth right now. She bursts into the kitchen demanding to know where Ellison went, but the staff tells her he's going to be away for a few days on business. Ment asks what's bothering her, and she admits she's losing sleep over Ellison's past. Ment suggests she go talk to the Lord of Great City. Remember that statue of Ellison the Lord tried to put up? Yeah, that guy knows something. Rurin takes the advice and heads to the castle. The Lord welcomes her and starts reminiscing about a legendary soldier from the Dragon War. He describes a man who ran around saving villages while completely ignoring orders from his superiors. The history books call him the greatest mage, but the worst soldier. Basically, he was too busy being a hero to be a good pawn for the military. And as far as the Lord knows, that legendary rebel's name was Ellison. The Lord notes that very few people know this side of the story anymore. Then he drops the hammer. One of the villages that worst soldier saved was Great City itself. Ellison basically built this place's foundation before he ever opened a restaurant. Rurin is stunned. She's starting to realize the manager has been a guardian for longer than she's been alive. Back at the restaurant, Rurin is so distracted she sends the staff home early. She's left some boiled pork in the fridge for Ellison's late-night snack, even though he isn't there. She hangs the closed sign and sits alone, looking like a lost puppy. Then, that mysterious hooded man from earlier shows up at the door. He isn't here for food. He looks Rurin in the eye and asks if she wants to know about Ellison's soldier days. Rurin's dragon sense is tingling, but her curiosity is winning. The man claims Ellison already accidentally leaked his identity to someone else. The man asks if she knows Elle is actually a Class 9 Archmage, one of the 3 heroes of the war. Rurin just stares at him in dead silence. The guy is confused that she isn't shocked. Rurin's just like, yeah, I was there for the dinner reveal, keep moving, pal. The man tries to regain control of the conversation, saying that anyone with eyes could see L was the Archmage. But then he asks the real question, if he's such a hero, why can't anyone recognize his face? It's because almost all official records of a soldier named Ellison have been erased from history. Rurin thinks it's just because Ellison wanted a quiet life for his restaurant, but the man shakes his head. He claims Ellison was a deserter who committed a crime so bad that mentioning his name could get you punished. Rurin snaps. She slams her hand on the table, threatening to kill anyone who accuses her man of a crime. The man doesn't flinch, even as Rurin's dark dragon mana starts leaking out. He asks if she wants to know the real reason the records were erased. He looks down, acting like he's burdened by a dark memory. He says he heard a rumor that he firmly believes is false, which is the universal sign that he's about to talk a massive amount of trash. He says he doesn't want to tarnish Ellison's honor, but he's definitely going to do it anyway. Rurin remembers hearing some whispers at the palace while she was half asleep. She remembers the Emperor looking broken and saying he was truly sorry about that matter. She remembers Ellison telling the Emperor he understood it couldn't be helped. What could have been so bad that a literal god-tier Archmage had to just accept it and move on? Back in the present, Rurin asks the man who he actually is. He steps back into the shadows of the doorway, looking all mysterious and dramatic. Rurin's eyes narrow. She's not in the mood for riddles. The man claims he knows Ellison very well. He pulls back his hood, revealing a face full of scars and a very punchable mustache. He claims he was Ellison's first teacher. Rurin's jaw hits the floor. His name is Kolsa Bane, a Class 5 homeless mage. This guy really needs to update his LinkedIn. Rurin actually lets him in and feeds him that boiled pork she was saving for Ellison. The guy is inhaling the food, crying about how long it's been since he had a decent meal. Ellison's cooking is winning over his enemies again. Rurin tells him it's time to pay up. If he wants the snack, he has to provide the lore. He complains that he had to reheat the meat himself, but Rurin isn't playing games. He wipes his mouth, finally getting serious. He claims he's from the same unit as Ellison and knows every thorough detail of his erased past. He takes a deep breath, preparing to spill the beans. Rurin leans in, her heart racing. Suddenly, a massive boom of mana erupts. Rurin is screaming at him to stop making me laugh. She grabs Kolsa by the collar, her eyes glowing with pure draconic fury. She kicks him out of the restaurant, literally sending him flying through the air. She shouts that his stories are all lies and ridiculous talk. But as she stands there, she can't shake what he said. Kolsa's final words echo in her head. He said he firmly believed the rumor was false, but Rurin is pacing, trying to convince herself it's all nonsense. She looks back at the guy as he limps away. The rumor was this: Ellison supposedly killed every single soldier in his own unit and then vanished. Rurin is standing in the attic again, staring at that suitcase. She needs to prove Kolsa wrong. She remembers Ellison telling her nothing interesting happened and she'd be bored. She shatters the magical lock with one blast of mana. The time for being mature is officially over. She opens the suitcase. Inside is a simple, dark book. She opens the diary, her hands trembling as she sees the handwriting. I'm an outsider. I've fallen into another world. Ellison, that is my name here. Ellison writes that he was conscripted as a soldier and is keeping a journal just to get used to the local language. He describes the world as an astonishing place full of dragons, elves, and dwarves. He notes that while their metalworking is advanced, their food culture is absolutely primitive. They've got magic, but they're basically eating cardboard. He writes that if he ever opened a restaurant here, it would be a gold mine. Our guy was thinking about his retirement plan since day one. The entries get more personal. He misses his mother. He wonders if his talent for magic is actually a good thing. Rurin's eyes go wide. She remembers hearing this part before, about the list of fallen warriors. Ellison writes that he doesn't resent his old headmaster anymore. He says his life would have been full of regrets if he'd stayed. He writes about how much he loves seeing the soldiers smile when he serves them good food. I like my unit members. Rurin feels a wave of relief. This man isn't a murderer. She starts to blush, feeling guilty for believing that homeless mage for even a second. She flips through the pages, seeing mostly recipes and notes on troop movements. But then, she reaches the final page. The handwriting changes. It's no longer the neat script of a cook. It's jagged. It's violent. Rurin's face goes pale. The air in the attic gets heavy. The final sentence is written in large, dark characters. Those trash just got what they deserved. Rurin is staring at those words, her brain trying to process the sudden shift in tone. She realizes the characters aren't from this world, they're the letters of Ellison's hometown, Korea. Because she traveled to Earth with him, she's the only person in this entire world who can actually read what he wrote. She realizes that if Ellison wrote this in a language no one else could understand, it was a confession meant only for himself. Rurin remembers a time when she acted like a typical arrogant dragon, and Ellison had to smack her into reality. She had tried to kill a human just for being disrespectful. The human woman was crying, saying she only patted Rurin's head because she thought of her like a daughter. Ellison had asked her, if someone is rude, is that a valid reason to take their life? Rurin had shouted that she was a dragon and shouldn't be judged by human standards. Ellison's response was chilling. He told her that dragons, humans, and monsters are all the same when it comes to life and death. He asked if she thought they should just endure anything humans did. The only exception is when an attack is aimed at your life. Aside from that, you must not harm anyone. Rurin clutches the diary to her chest. She still believes in him more than anyone in this world. But she still can't figure out what those final characters mean in context. Who were the trash? And what did they do to make a man like Ellison say they deserve to die? Suddenly, a voice echoes through the attic. Are you curious? Rurin nearly jumps out of her skin. Ellison is standing at the top of the stairs looking down at her. He's wearing his Archmage robes, and the mood is heavy enough to crush a mountain. He walks over and puts a hand on the diary. He didn't expect her to be able to read his hometown language. He tells her it's a boring story, not a fairy tale with a happy ending or a lesson. He says there was only escape and regret. He asks if she really wants to hear the truth. Rurin nods. She's come this far, she's not backing down now. Ellison sits down and begins the story. It happened only a few months after his Class 5 kitchen days. We jump to a city being absolutely pulverized by a dragon. People are screaming. Buildings are crumbling. A massive red dragon is hovering over the ruins, calling the humans lowly creatures. Suddenly, a voice tells the dragon to shut its stinking mouth. A massive bolt of energy hits the dragon square in the face. It's a dwarf swinging a hammer that looks like it weighs as much as a house. He slams the dragon into the ground with a blow that shakes the entire city. An elf archer, looking very much like a young Elena, scolds the dwarf for calling himself a lowly creature. The dynamic of the three heroes is already peak. The dragon gets back up, breathing fire and calling them pests. But before it can incinerate them, a massive blue magic circle appears right in front of its eyes. The dragon is blinded by the light. The elf and dwarf look up, recognizing the magic. So it's you. They both know exactly who just arrived. Ellison lands, pulling back his hood with a smirk. He tells them it's the same faces he always sees. He splits his magic circle into three, unleashing a coordinated strike that shreds the dragon's scales. The dragon realizes it's outmatched and flees, screaming that it will definitely kill them later. Classic villanelle behavior. The dwarf laughs his head off, calling it higher-level fleeing. They ask Ellison how he's doing as a soldier. He's already hit Class 5, and the legends are starting to grow. But they ask what brings him here. This wasn't his unit's assigned area. Ellison looks at the ruins of Greek City. He tells them it's basically like his hometown. He couldn't just sit by and let it burn. He's already ignoring orders to do the right thing. The elf tells him not to overdo it. We're not that special. Ellison flies off, heading back to his unit. He's a busy guy, always juggling being a hero and a cook. As he leaves, a noble on a horse watches him go. The noble is in awe, asking who that mage could possibly be. Ellison returns to a hero's welcome from his own men. Heth is there, bowing so low his head hits the ground. His respect for Ellison has turned into full-blown worship. Every day was a grind. Cook all day, gather ingredients in the morning, fight dragons at night, but Ellison writes that it was a time overflowing with a sense of purpose. He actually liked these people. But one morning, the vibe at the camp shifts. The units are getting ready to move. They're in full battle gear. Ellison sees Reedon leading the line. He asks what's going on since there was no offensive operation scheduled for today. Reedon explains that a noble guard unit got surrounded by trolls and they've been ordered to rescue them. Ellison is annoyed that Reedon didn't tell him. He starts charging up a teleportation circle. Reedon says their captain didn't want to ask Ellison because he was already exhausted from his secret missions. So you were planning to go die instead? Ellison is livid. He tells Reedon to never do that again. He's protective of his friends to a fault. The scene is a nightmare. There are hundreds of trolls swarming a small group of human knights. The knights are trying to maintain formation, but they're being ripped apart. One of them is screaming for help as a troll looms over him. The noble commander is staring in disbelief. He can't believe his elite spear paladin order is failing. He starts screaming for Vayne the mage. He's looking for his own personal protection while his men die around him. A troll with one eye missing stares right at the commander. The commander is crying. Realizing his noble status doesn't mean a thing to a troll's club. The troll swings for the kill. A massive cluster of ninth circle magic circles appears in the sky. Quern! With one word, dozens of stone pillars erupt from the earth, impaling every troll in the vicinity. Batar! Ellison is floating in the air, his face hidden by his hood. His voice is like a god's. Any beings that might pose a threat to my comrades, I will not leave a single one alive. Vine. A torrent of white flames incinerates the remaining trolls, leaving only ash behind. The surviving knights are shaking. They've never seen magic like this. The entire forest is on fire. It looks less like a rescue and more like a localized apocalypse. The knights start cheering, thanking the mysterious mage for responding to their rescue request. Ellison doesn't answer. He just blasts away, leaving a shockwave that knocks the knights over. He's gone before they can even see his face. Back at the camp, a noble is looking at the reports. It's a younger Frigodelian. He's smirking, calling the performance amazing. He starts to wonder, is that really Ellison? He's already connecting the dots. Later that night, Ellison and Reedon are sitting at a table back at base. Ellison is looking at his diary, his face unreadable. He apologizes to Reedon for shouting at him that morning. He says he didn't mean to get angry. Reedon tells him not to apologize, he's the one who should be reflecting. Suddenly, the tent flap opens and a soldier falls face first onto the table. Ellison and Reedon jump back. The soldier is pale, gasping for air. The man on the table is Vane, a class 5 mage. He looks like he's been through a blender, whispering for Count Sir with his last breath. Ellison struggles to even place the face at first. Then it clicks. This was the guy who taught him magic during his trainee days. Seeing a former mentor in this state is a massive mental hit. A smooth voice cuts through the panic, apologizing for the rough way of visiting. It's Frigodelian. He's standing there with a smile that's way too bright for a room that smells like iron and mana burn. Ellison recognizes him as the commander of the unit he just saved. Frigo doesn't waste any time. He points a finger at Ellison and basically says, "Congrats, you're the new chief mage of my elite knight order." He tells him to pack his bags immediately. No interview, no contract, just a noble tier kidnapping disguised as a promotion. Frigo looks at the dying Vane on the table and calls him trash. He mocks the man for wanting to retreat in the middle of battle. The mask slips for a second. Frigo isn't just a recruiter, he's a guy who treats mages like equipment. He keeps talking trash about Vane, saying he acted high and mighty until real combat started. Then he looks at Ellison and calls him outstanding for stepping up to save his comrades. He tells Ellison to use everything he has, not for the Empire, but for him. Frigo is basically a stand for Ellison's power at this point. Ellison's internal monologue is getting dark. He realizes that for the high nobility, mages are just shiny toys to show off. He asks Frigo how he can just transfer a soldier overnight like he's changing a menu item. Frigo gives this little smirk. He says he doesn't usually like to play the nepotism card, but he mentions his father, Duke Melik-Delian, one of the 3 most powerful men in the entire empire. This is basically Frigo saying, I own the law, so the law says you're coming with me. Ellison gives a deadpan, well, sure. He knows he's being cornered by a shark. Frigo loves the attitude. He thinks Ellison's confidence is charming rather than a sign that he's about to blow the roof off the building. He walks away, telling Ellison the unit is about to get livelier. He's already treating Ellison like he's part of the family. It's creepy. A document arrives on a desk. One word. Refusal. Frigo is looking at the paper, and for once, he isn't smiling. Back in the kitchen, Ellison is cooking, thinking he won the political standoff. He thinks things are going back to normal. He was wrong. The next day, Frigo is back, popping up behind him while he's making lunch. The week after that, Frigo is following him through the camp like a lost puppy with a bank account. Every time Ellison's answer is a hard no. A month later, Frigo is still at it, acting like joining his unit is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ellison is losing his mind. Between the constant monster attacks and this persistent noble, he's running on fumes. He looks at Captain Dagos, who is buried under a mountain of paperwork. Even a battalion commander can't block Frigo because of the Duke's backing. Ellison says he needs rest. He has a promise to keep, not to overdo it. But life doesn't give him rest. It gives him more Frigo and a death notice. A hooded messenger stands in the rain. He asks for Mage Ellison. He drops the bomb. Principal Atraban, the man who taught Ellison everything, has fallen in battle. There won't even be a funeral. They're keeping it confidential for troop morale. Ellison is just standing there, and you can feel his heart shattering. He remembers the principal asking him what he wanted to do once the war ended. Ellison can't even answer. He's back in the rain, staring at the messenger. Captain Dagos is screaming at another set of orders. He's furious that they're being assigned more extra missions outside their jurisdiction. Ellison walks in, looking like a ghost. He says he'll take all the missions himself. Dagos tries to stop him, seeing that Ellison is literally falling apart. This is not a request, Dagos. Ellison's voice is hollow. His mind is back at the academy. He's done trying to be sensible. He thinks he wasn't doing enough. He thinks if he had just worked harder, his mentor would still be alive. The list of fallen warriors is growing, and he feels like every name is his fault. He worries the next names will be his own unit members. He starts overexerting himself to a suicidal degree, jumping into the middle of monster hordes. He's coughing up blood, but he keeps telling himself it's okay. He thinks he can still handle it. He's a ninth circle god trying to pay a debt to a world that doesn't care. Back at camp, Reedon is begging Frigo to stop visiting. The unit is in chaos because Ellison is the only thing holding it together. Frigo drops a bit of Imperial logic. He notes that Ellison graduated from the academy. He explains that Imperial battle mages are technically independent officers. Dagos has no actual authority to stop Ellison from killing himself with work. Frigo laughs at Reedon for claiming to care about Ellison. He calls Reedon a hypocrite. He says the unit isn't busy, only one person is doing all the work while everyone else hides behind him. Reedon flinches. He knows it's true. They've been relying on Ellison's kindness for too long. Frigo says he hates people who run their mouths without having any ability. He calls Reedon vermin. This guy is the definition of a high-tier elitist L. Suddenly, a soldier screams for a medic. Frigo turns around, annoyed that his lecture was interrupted. The news hits the camp. Mage Ellison has collapsed. He's finally unconscious. Ellison is back on the ground, but the world is white. He sees a figure in the distance. It's Principal Atraban. Ellison is crying, asking why the principal went to the front lines. The principal says he was just trying to cut down Ellison's list so the kid wouldn't have to carry so much. Ellison apologizes. He says he made a promise to a dwarf and an elf not to overdo it, and maybe that's why he failed. He's sobbing, saying he should have tried harder. The principal starts mumbling something. Ellison can't hear him at first. Then the principal leans in close. "You're excessive!" The principal smacks the soul out of him. "Too excessive, you crazy bastard! Not overdo it, my ass!" Ellison wakes up in the infirmary, looking like he just got hit by a truck. His unit members are all cheering, relieved that he's alive. Hess is crying like a baby. Ellison immediately asks about the mission. Raiden puts a hand on his shoulder. He tells Ellison to rest easy. The soldiers finish the mission themselves for once. Ellison realizes he was treating his kindness like an obligation. He understands now that the principal didn't want him to carry the world. He just needed to trust his comrades. But the moment of peace is short-lived. A shadow falls over his bed. A man in a green cloak is holding a scroll. As of today, you are assigned to the Holy Spear Knight Order. Ellison is being forcibly transferred while he can't even stand up. This isn't just a noble request anymore, it's an order from the Emperor himself. They can't believe it. The document was brought by a Delian messenger, but the seal is real. Ellison has to leave. He starts packing his bag, looking more defeated than when he was fighting dragons. He steps out of the tent into the cold night. A voice calls out to him. It's Delian. He looks like his entire world is ending. He asks if Ellison is really going. Ellison just nods. You don't say no to an official decree. Ellison hugs him, telling him never to push himself too far. Please, don't die. Ellison thinks about Frigo's words. He realized Frigo was right. The unit was mistreating him, even if they didn't mean to. Raiden draws his sword and points it at the moon. He shouts that from this day forward, there will be no more casualties. He's taking over the burden. Dagos is there too, holding a stack of maps. He's memorized all of Ellison's strategies. Hess steps up, promising to handle all the cooking. The kitchen is in good hands. The entire unit starts cheering, "Thank you for everything!" They tell him to go in peace. Ellison walks away, finally feeling a weight lift off his chest. A knight reports that Ellison is arriving. Frigo is lounging in a chair, looking like he just won the lottery. He says he hasn't felt this kind of thrill in a long time. Bereen is outraged. She asks why the Emperor would give such an order to a man who just wanted to help. Ellison says that from the outside, it looked like he was being exploited by a mid-tier unit. The palace thought they were saving their best asset. Bereen is fuming, suspecting that the greedy nobles forced him into some filthy missions. Ellison covers his face. No, it wasn't like that. Ellison walks into the Holy Lance Order's garrison and is immediately swarmed by beautiful women in noble dresses. Frigo tells him his only mission here is to rest. One of the women literally leans into him. Our guy is a 9th Circle Archmage and he's currently being defeated by a hug. He tries to resist, but the woman just laughs. I like that in a mage. Ellison tries to maintain his dignity, saying his duty is to protect unit members and assist in battle. Frigo mocks him, noting that Ellison's face is bright red. You don't have much experience with women, do you? He tells Ellison to just relax. He's led to a literal palace. A maid welcomes him to his healing bath. He's sitting in a massive pool infused with expensive woods and clay. It's a far cry from the muddy trenches. Then they escort him to a private chamber. The bed is a masterpiece of artisan wood and fur. It's probably worth more than a village. Ellison just stands there, looking completely lost. He's a soldier, not a prince. Then comes the food. Aged Bereen sirloin. It's paired with 30-year-old wine. Ellison realizes that this world's cuisine didn't lack development, it just lacked war. The nobles have been hoarding all the spices and refinement for themselves while the soldiers ate cardboard. Frigo is eating across from him, noticing Ellison's surprise. He says this is just their daily life. The joint operations in the trenches were just a rare annoyance for them. Ellison realizes he doesn't need to cook or fight here, but he asks himself, then why am I here? The garrison was a splendid palace on the outskirts of the city. No one would believe soldiers lived here. They still trained hard, but their mindset was all about individual worth and status. The rest of their lives were just plays, wine, parties, and pleasure. Sometimes Ellison was summoned to noble parties just to be shown off like a prize poodle. And Frigo was right. There wasn't a single battle for 2 whole years. Ellison tried to keep his mind steady, clinging to his old memories so he wouldn't forget who he was. He remembered the hole-ridden cots and the mud on his boots while he was drinking the finest wine. It felt wrong. He kept writing in his diary to stay grounded. But then, something else happened. 2 years passed in this golden cage. One night, a soldier burst into his room with urgent news. Ellison jumps up, thinking the war has finally returned. He's almost relieved. He rushes to the conference hall, expecting a tactical briefing. Instead, the lights go on and everyone shouts, "Happy birthday!" Ellison is standing there with a blank stare while a knight blows a party horn in his face. He tells them it isn't even his birthday today. Friggo admits they don't actually know his birthday, so they're celebrating his 2-year anniversary with the unit. He offers a drink. The knights are all stoked. It's the first time the stiff mage has joined a party. The drinks start flowing. Friggo is getting drunk, calling Ellison a brat for playing hard to get for 2 years. He jokes that he didn't even invite any women tonight just to make Ellison comfortable. Ellison looks at his glass. This place, it doesn't need me. Friggo says he brought Ellison here because he was tired of seeing gifted people shatter. He wanted to save him. Ellison claims he's just an ordinary man. Friggo laughs his head off. He tells Ellison that people like him deserve recognition. He says the Holy Lance Order is made of people like that. Why must those with talent suffer more? Friggo is being genuinely kind in his own twisted, noble way. Ellison looks at him, and for the first time, he starts to feel a connection. After 2 years, it was impossible not to grow closer to someone who treated him with such respect. Friggo is ecstatic. He's finally won Ellison's heart. The party gets wilder. Friggo is shouting about how the long road is finally over and Ellison is truly one of his men. Friggo mentions those parasites Mardell and Eugen. Remember the soup spitters? We see a quick montage of them being treated well, then laughing in the kitchen, then... Friggo laughs about how hard it was to get rid of them. We see Friggo's hands over a set of dark, jagged scrolls. These aren't military orders. Ellison's face goes pale in the red light of the party. We're picking up right where the trauma left off. The records say Ellison retired after 15 years of service, but records are written by the winners, and right now, Ellison feels like he's losing everything. He's staring at the page, looking like a man who just realized he's been reading the wrong book for 2 years. It's late, and the weight of the past is finally starting to crack the floorboards. The king enters the room, looking every bit the tired monarch who knows exactly what kind of mess his nobles have made. Prince Leon calls out to his father, but the air in the room is heavy. They're looking at Ellison's records, or what's left of them, which is basically a whole lot of nothing because the Delian family is top tier at shredding evidence. But the king knows. He remembers the disaster in vivid, terrifying detail. Leon tries to piece it together. Ellison was in the Churkin City unit, then Friggo Delian basically Pokemon captured him into his own elite squad. And then, the incident happened in Friggo's unit. The kind of incident people don't survive. The Duke didn't just know Ellison, he hated him with the kind of passion only a corrupt noble can have for someone they can't control. Ellison was betrayed by the very empire he spent 15 years bleeding for. Leon is realizing the scale of the L his family just took. He asks the question that's been burning a hole in the plot, "Father, why did you abandon him?" The king's answer is the classic political special. The First Night Order collapsed, balance was broken, and the nobles used Ellison's exhaustion as a weapon. The Duke threatened to pull his forces from the front lines unless he got what he wanted. The king admits he was weak. He had the crown, but the Delians had the leverage. He actually hoped Friggo's luxury unit would give Ellison a break, but he sent a lamb into a den of wolves wearing designer suits. Back to the party from hell. Ellison is sitting there as the names of his old friends, Eugen and Mardell, get tossed around like they're garbage. This noble guy is laughing, calling them useless bastards for having the audacity to be imperial mages while actually caring about people. They were preaching about helping refugees and cutting luxuries, which is basically the worst crime you can commit in a room full of people wearing gold-plated shoes. So this count just casually mentions he tossed them to the monsters, like he's talking about taking out the trash. He's laughing, telling Ellison not to misunderstand, they brought it on themselves. Ellison is just quiet. That specific kind of quiet that usually precedes a city disappearing from the map. He remembers them. They were assigned to the same place, far away in northern Delian. The nobles are laughing because they promised support and then just didn't. They watched them die and thought it was a comedy special. They're mocking their lack of ability, but Ellison is finally starting to see the real monsters in the room, and they aren't the ones with claws. The mission reports flash by: Eugen, 20 years old, Mardell, 19. Both died on missions that were essentially death sentences designed by the people currently drinking wine across from Ellison. He sees them in his mind, surrounded by goblins, realizing no one is coming to save them. Ellison starts to laugh. Not a "that's funny" laugh, but a "my sanity is leaving the chat" laugh. Friggo thinks he's just being emotional and tries to pivot to giving him a gift. Read the room, Friggo. He holds out a medal, congratulating Ellison for becoming the Empire's greatest mage. Friggo brags about sending mission after mission to the old unit just to drag Ellison away. He admitted to the sabotage like it was a brilliant business move. Ellison looks at them and sees grotesque things in human form. Their way of thinking is completely incomprehensible to him now. Friggo is still talking about his new title when the first boom hits. The ceiling doesn't just crack, it gets deleted. The nobles are panicking, thinking it's a misfire from artillery practice because their brains can't process consequences yet. But the guy at the window sees it. A dragon. An actual massive we are all cooked dragon. Frigo is fascinated because he's never seen one, completely ignoring the fact that his house is currently being remodeled by gravity. The dragon lands, and it is not here for the hors d'oeuvres. It slams a claw down, but it hits a barrier. Frigo smiles because they have their trump card, Ellison is still there, and as long as the Archmage is on the payroll, they think they're invincible. The knights are cheering, thinking Ellison surpassed the chief mage because he's holding back a dragon with one hand. Ellison is looking at the dragon, but his mind is somewhere else. He's thinking about the black dragons that are supposed to arrive. The barrier is flickering with lightning, a massive ninth circle flex that the nobles are just treating like a cool light show. They've never seen a barrier this big, and they're actually having a conversation about how impressive it is while a literal god beast tries to eat them. Then, Ellison lets go. The barrier vanishes. The claw comes down. Blood sprays everywhere. Frigo just blinks, looking like a Windows error screen. He can't process that the tool just stopped working. Ellison stands there, letting his 5th class mage badge fall into the fire. "I'm done," he says, with all of it. The badge melts, symbolizing the end of his faithful service to a corrupt system. The dragon lunges and the room becomes a furnace. The dragon unloads a breath of fire that erases the luxury, the wine, and the arrogance in one go. People are screaming, but Ellison is just walking away. Frigo is on the ground, burning, screaming for Ellison to come back. He still thinks he can order him around. Ellison walks through a portal of water and fire, leaving the golden cage to burn to the ground. Frigo is begging now, promising to get him whatever he needs if he just saves them. It's pathetic. A massive chunk of the ceiling falls, and that's the last we see of Frigo's luxury. Ellison's inner monologue hits hard here. All he ever wanted to hear after all the war and the killing was one simple phrase: "Thank you for the meal." He rips the records of his service apart. He doesn't care if they call him a traitor. The people screaming behind him were never his comrades. The dragon continues the cleanup work. Ellison doesn't want to hear a single word from them ever again. He's closing the door on that life for good. The high elf and the great dwarf arrive on the scene, 3 days too late, and looking like they just ran a marathon through a blender. They think they have to hold the dragon down, but then they see a figure in the smoke. It's Ellison. He looks like he's been through a war because he basically just fought one with his own soul. His old friends are shocked. They thought he was dead for 2 years. They want to know how it ended up like this. Ellison is crying. The worst soldier is back, and he's broken. He falls to his knees and begs them to take him with them. He doesn't want to be a mage or a hero. "I can cook," he says. "I'll make you whatever you want." This is the moment the restaurant was born, not out of a hobby, but out of a desperate need to be human again. Ellison is sitting in the dark. He tells Rurin that those pieces of trash only paid for their sins. Rurin is listening with a look of genuine concern. She's never seen him this vulnerable. Ellison blames himself. The dragon left, no one survived, and he's the one who let it happen. Rurin grabs his arm. She's not having it. She tells him it wasn't him who killed them, they were consumed by their own karma. Ellison asks if their crimes were really worthy of slaughter. He's stuck in a loop of guilt that's lasted for years. Rurin stands up, looking like a literal goddess of get over it. She tells him she will repeat it hundreds of times if she has to. She's crying now too, seeing how much he's hurting. "It was not your fault," she hugs him, promising to stand by his side always. This is a massive W for Rurin's character growth. Ellison finds the courage to face his sins, but deep down, he still carries the weight. We're starting with a complete tonal shift because Rurin is on a mission. She's in her room deciding that since Ellison has been down lately, she should comfort him using the gift is me strategy she definitely learned from a questionable book. She puts on that backless dress that got a reaction out of him before, insisting it's only to comfort him. "Sure, Rurin." She's kneeling on the bed, feeling hot, which is dragon code for "I am very embarrassed, but I'm committing to the bit." Laurent walks in wearing an apron, and Rurin immediately panics, trying to act like she wasn't just posing for an imaginary audience. She asks if there's anything to eat, and Ment looks at her like he's about to change her entire life with a packet of seasoning. He holds up a pack of jjajangmyeon ramen like it's a holy relic. Rurin recognizes it as the food Ellison used to summon from his homeland. She decides she's going to cook it for him. This is a disaster waiting to happen. She heads to the dining hall, telling Ment to stay back while she serves a meal. We see the pot. It looks like a portal to the abyss. There are entire uncracked eggs floating in a black sludge that is definitely not food. Ment is horrified. He's a cat, and even he knows that thing in the pot is a biohazard. Rurin is offended, accusing him of looking down on her cooking. She's a dragon. If she says it's noodles, you eat the noodles or you die. Then Ment steps in. He unloads his hidden talent. The noodles look glossy, the eggs are perfectly fried, it's a work of art. Rurin is shook. She's staring at it with the intensity of 1,000 suns. She's analyzing it, wondering if he added cheese or some secret technique, unable to accept that a giant cat is better in the kitchen than she is. She picks up a piece of the secret ingredient. It's fur. He literally cooked his own cat hair into the dish. Rurin disqualifies him immediately. Your cooking is disqualified! Peak Gordon Ramsay energy right here. Meanwhile, in town, Ellison is picking up supplies. He gets a bag of Palencio eggs, which are apparently the high-end stuff in this world. The butcher, Creston, is joking with him, mentioning that Ellison is the one who supplied the stock in the first place. They have a good rapport. Creston knows Ellison is different, but he respects the man who brought prosperity to the city. Creston admits he's been sweating buckets stopping his daughter Rain from spreading rumors about the Archmage. Everyone in this city is low-key working overtime to protect Ellison's peaceful daily life. They know he's a legend and they want him to stay their chef. Ellison looks touched. He's starting to realize he's not as isolated as he thought. Creston gets embarrassed and yells at him to stop looking at him like that. Standard tsundere butcher behavior. Ellison leaves, thanking him. The vibe is peaceful, but we know the macro mystery is about to ruin it. Rain pops up, yelling at her dad for lying she would never spread rumors. She's literally hanging out the window looking like she's about to start a fan club. Ellison walks away, a small smile on his face. Daily life? He's reflecting on how he's been turning a blind eye to the strange currents lingering across the empire. He's seen the signs, the missing people, the weird mana, but he wanted to believe he could just stay in his kitchen. He remembers the human experiments and the darkness he stepped into too late. He sees Rurin sitting by the flames of the past. He doesn't want her to have to fight his wars anymore. He had no desire to take the lead, but the universe is clearly not letting him retire. The townspeople are all waving at him, shouting about boiled pork and dinner plans. This is why he can't stay quiet. If he doesn't act, these people, their smiles, their shops, their lives, will be the next things to burn. It's so joyful that he hoped it would never break. But hesitation has finally become something he can't ignore. He finds Elena the High Elf at Selly's grave. She looks like a painting in the sunlight. She's been planting flowers, little by little, making sure the place stays beautiful. Ellison joins her, saying Selly would like them since she was born from flowers. He realizes he couldn't steal his heart because he cares too much. He reminisces about the restaurant, the laughter, the noise, the feeling of being home. He calls his attempt to hide a timid and petty mistake. We see a flashback of him telling someone he was a temporary battle mage. The reaction is pure gold. They're looking at him like he just said he's a part-time god. He knows if he reveals his identity, his daily life will shatter like the eggs in this transition shot. He's cooking pancakes in the garden now. Very wholesome. Elena looks at him, sensing the change in his aura. He smiles. They keep my secret so well, not a single rumor has spread. He places a pancake on the grave. It's his way of saying goodbye to the man who was hiding. So precious. He walks back into the restaurant. He finds Rurin and Ment still arguing over the cat hair ramen. The chaos is exactly what he needs. Rurin sees him and immediately goes into comfort mode, asking if he wants a bath or her? She's really committed to this gift idea. Ellison looks at her and thinks, I never want to lose this. He actually laughs out loud. What did you hear from Serena this time? He knows Rurin's seduction techniques are 100% outsourced. They head to the dining table. The family is together, and for the first time, Ellison looks like he's ready. To protect daily life, I must be ready to give it up. This is the core theme of the next arc. We cut to a massive, ornate door opening. This is a secret meeting of the Empire's power players. A woman with long dark hair and a ninth circle badge walks in. This is the Empire's current top mage, and she looks like she hasn't slept since the Dragon War. The room is filled with generals and advisors. The atmosphere is tense. The woman notes that everyone has gathered. They swear an oath of secrecy. Whatever is said here is high treason if it leaks. She starts the meeting by asking, why did Medrin wear a maid uniform? Wait, what? They're actually discussing the maid outfit rumors because apparently, even at the highest level of government, people are thirsty for tea. One general even wrote a whole report on it. She snaps, telling them to stop. They're here to retrace Ellison's past deeds and figure out how to persuade him to join them. Suddenly, a ninth circle portal opens in the middle of the room. The Archmage woman gets the hiccups. She knows exactly whose signature that is. Ellison steps out, looking like he just walked out of a movie trailer. She's terrified, babbling about how she knew this would happen and how she's always the one who ends up suffering. She's literally crying, her top mage persona completely evaporated. Ellison looks at the council. I've decided to face my past. No need to hide anymore. The mana starts swirling around him, turning the whole room blue. Announce it across the Empire. The 9th class Archmage has returned. This is the line that changes the entire world's status quo. We cut to a dark cave. A small flame flickers in a hand. Fires shoot out like meteors. We see a massive structure built from bones. This is Duke Melik's secret research facility. The red-haired researcher is kneeling before a shadow. She reports that the drug, the brain poison, is on the verge of completion. It works on humans, elves, and dwarfs. And the broken heart transplant? 70% success rate. The army of monsters is growing every day. The Duke is silent for a moment. The seed of the Heberan flower, it went to that mage, didn't it? He's talking about Ellison. The shadow looms over her. He's not happy. Your results haven't kept up. He's literally grasping her heart with his magic. Find it. He mentions the next sacrifice to be the Lord, the body that will carry his will. This is the new macro mystery. Who is the sacrifice? The researcher is gasping for air as the magic releases her. She bows. Of course. Our eternal master. Rurin looking happy. A cute chibi spread of the whole restaurant crew. Modern AU art? Rurin and Ellison looking like college students. Serena looking absolute walking W in a red outfit. And finally, Elena and Medrine taking a selfie. So, our guy is officially done playing Restaurant Simulator. He lifts his wand and launches a massive magical broadcast that lights up the sky like a server-wide announcement. Every major city in the Empire, from the capital to the smallest village, just got a front-row seat to the Archmage's return. People in the countryside are stopping their work, staring up at the sky like they're watching a free IMAX movie. A massive hologram of a hooded figure appears, casting a shadow over the entire Empire. The voice is calm, but it carries the weight of a man who could delete a mountain range if he got a bad Yelp review. It's been a while, everyone. The commoners spot the 9th class emblem on his chest and realize the rumors are true. The war hero is back. Ellison says he's ashamed to see them in this state because he genuinely thought he'd bought them a true era of peace 15 years ago. Inside the noble estates, the local lords are losing their minds, screaming for someone to shut the broadcast down. But this is Ninth Circle magic. Trying to stop this is like trying to block a nuke with a paper shield. He tells the people that the Empire is rotting from the inside, and he's not going to stand by and watch the chaos anymore. He lists the crimes, slavery, corruption, and the oppression of the weak for selfish gain. He tells the citizens to stop enduring and start speaking up, because the hero is no longer just a story in a history book. I will stand with you, behind you. It's the ultimate main character energy moment. Back at the Delian estate, Loriana is watching the sunset, probably wondering if her family's stocks are about to crash. The broadcast is reflecting in her eyes, a constant reminder that their monopoly on power just hit a massive blue wall. She's putting the pieces together. The 9th class emblem, the war hero title. She's realized exactly who they're dealing with. Her uncle, Duke Melik, walks in behind her. He notices the voice is a bit different, likely altered by magic to protect Ellison's current chef identity. The Duke asks for her thoughts, and the tension in the room is high enough to snap a sword. Loriana admits that the Archmage's arguments are, well, indisputably righteous. The Duke just points out at the hologram with a look of pure disgust. What that is called hypocrisy, spoken like a true villain who hates being called out on his Twitter feed. He calls Ellison an arrogant man with too much power, spouting whatever he pleases without any risk to his own life. The Duke views the Archmage as a quitter who abandoned his duties during the war and is now coming back to lecture the people who stayed to manage the mess. Loriana stays quiet, but you can see she's shaken. The Duke thinks ordinary humans can never reach someone like that. She disagrees internally, thinking the declarations aren't hypocrisy at all. She reminds her uncle that he always taught her that nobles should fulfill their roles and set their goals high regardless of ability. The Duke just turns and walks away. If she wants to follow that path, he's not going to stop her, but he's clearly done with the conversation. Then he drops a bomb. He asks if she gained these thoughts after her little visit to Greek City. Loriana freezes. She's sweating. The Duke knows she was checking out Ellison's restaurant. She lies, saying it's just something she's thought for a long time. The Duke just gives a classic I see and keeps walking. He mutters to himself about Frigo, the son Ellison let burn, wishing he had followed half of Loriana's path. He tells her that her mother is terrified and has locked herself in the castle. Visit her when you have time. Translation, stay away from the Archmage if you value your life. Back in the capital, the top mage woman is working overtime, dispatching mages to every corner of the country. Ellison teleports in, surprising everyone. He thanks her for the hard work, calling her Ms. Medrin, but he's not here for small talk. He's here for the intel. He mentions a spy, an ally who has snuck into the enemy's side and is secretly sending information. Ellison is already playing 4D chess while the nobles are playing checkers. Dariant is shocked Ellison figured it out. He asks how he knew. Ellison points out that Dariant was the only person in the room who wasn't surprised by the broadcast. Ellison asks if Dariant told the others about the spy yet. Dariant says no. Ellison explains his reasoning. He's been noticing things since they started destroying the slave facilities. Those places were hidden deep in the shadows, yet every single one was hit perfectly. He realizes that if the capital had that info beforehand, they would have summoned him months ago. Since they only called him recently, it means all that intel was acquired in a very short time. He even points out that the concert was a setup by the king to get him and Lurin close to the capital for this exact moment. Bereen just laughs. I can't keep up with you. Our guy is too smart for his own good. Bereen confirms it. They've been receiving a stream of information from the inside. So, the question remains, who is the spy? We see the Duke walking through a dark hallway. He meets a man leaning against the wall, looking like a professional NPC. The Duke asks if he's been waiting. Not really. The Duke mentions that this man helped during the concert. He remembers him as the captain of the Knights. We see a glimpse of the man in Loriana during the chaos of the concert arc. The man says he simply obeyed orders because he was told not to cause conflict while in the capital. The Duke mocks him, asking when he got so good at following orders. The Duke's eyes glow red. He's staked everything on this next move. He tells the man that if he gets between him and the bastard who killed his son, he won't let them go. He's talking about Ellison. The man just gives him a blank look. I have no idea what you're talking about. This guy is a master of the deadpan. Suddenly, we're in the throne room. A group of angry nobles has barged in, demanding an explanation. They're furious that the Archmage has returned without them being consulted. They're worried about their power, and they aren't hiding it. The king just sits there, looking completely unbothered by their tantrum. He confirms the news. The 9th class Archmage is back. Deal with it. The king asks what problem that presents, since all the Archmage asked for was common sense order. The nobles argue that making such declarations in their domains only deepens the confusion of the people. Basically, it's harder to be corrupt when the hero is watching us. A voice from the side says, I think it's fine. It's a local count, saying that given recent incidents, the empire needs hope. He's fully in support. The angry noble starts to argue about autonomy, but then a hand lands on his shoulder. It's Prince Leon. He's drunk, holding a bottle, and telling the noble that getting worked up on a holiday makes his already ugly face look even worse. Emotional damage. The nobles are appalled by his lack of etiquette, but Leon doesn't care. He points out that they weren't following etiquette either when they barged in. He leans in and says he heard where the Archmage's next destination is. The nobles go pale. Where is he going? Leon tells them. To Purim. Then he bursts out laughing, saying he's just kidding because he studied abroad and doesn't even know who the Archmage is. He is the ultimate troll. But as he walks away, his internal thoughts get serious. It's sad that the return of a hero brings so much fear to the people who are supposed to be leading. Somewhere high above the clouds, Ellison is flying with Rurin on his back. Rurin is half asleep, drooling on his shoulder. Lurin, get up! They've arrived at Pendramel City in the Ruben Empire. Ellison notes that this is the place the spy pointed out. He clarifies that spy isn't the person's actual name. Suddenly, Lurin's eyes snap open. Something is wrong. A bird flies past and snatches her earring right off her ear. Lurin is losing it. That was the earring Ellison gave her, and that bird just committed a crime punishable by total extinction. She's glowing with dark energy, ready to nuke the entire forest. Ellison tries to calm her down, promising to catch it himself. Then, an arrow flies through the air and nails the bird mid-flight. Lurin laughs. Serves you right! She's a dragon, but she's also a hater. Ellison looks toward the trees. Who is it? We see a hooded figure with a bow. Rurin is rummaging through the dead bird, but the earring is gone. She's on the verge of a mental breakdown. Ellison takes a closer look. The bird swallowed it when it got hit. It's right there in its mouth. Rurin immediately wants to rip the bird's mouth wide open. She has zero chill when it comes to her gifts. The archer walks up, apologizing and saying the bird is theirs. Then he sees Ellison and stops dead. The hood comes down. Ellison, sir... It's Hess. He's an old friend from the old unit, and he looks like he just saw a ghost. Ellison recognizes him as the guy who complained about the food. It's good to know some things never change. Hess is embarrassed, remembering how he used to act back in the day. It's been 10 years. Hess knew Ellison was safe, but he had no idea where he was. They didn't even meet during the final battle of the war. Hess notices Rurin. She introduces herself as Lurin and tells him to be honored to meet her. Classic dragon arrogance. Hess asks what their relationship is, and Ellison, well, he's a disaster. He's blushing, stuttering out that she's his dining companion. Friendzone level, 99. Lurin is offended. Why are you embarrassed? She points out that until recently, he was calling her his wife, the dragon mate. Hess just smiles. He's happy to see Ellison is doing well and has someone by his side. They head to Hess's house, and Rurin is finally reunited with her earring. Hess laughs, noting that birds like shiny things. Rurin is just happy her treasure is back. She's still describing how she'd like to cut the bird into little pieces. Never change, Lurin. Hess mentions it's dinner time and offers them a meal. He's just got fresh ingredients. They walk into his restaurant and Ellison's professional chef brain immediately goes into analysis mode. Hess is proud. He opened this restaurant with his mother. It's a dream come true for a former soldier. Ellison mentions he also opened a restaurant in Great City. Hess is genuinely impressed. Hess asks Ellison to taste his cooking and give him an evaluation. He's asking a Ninth Circle chef for a review. Brave man. He serves them ma noodles. They look simple but clean. Ellison notices they're different from the ones they used to make in the army. Something feels like it's missing. He takes a bite. Hess is sweating. He's waiting for the verdict like he's in the finale of Hell's Kitchen. Ellison's internal monologue describes the dish in detail. The broth is profound and savory. The shredded meat is tender. The noodles have perfect elasticity. It's a technically perfect local dish. Hess asks if it suits his taste. He admits he eats it every day and keeps losing confidence. Ellison is silent, just staring at the empty bowl. Then he lifts the bowl and shows it's completely empty. This is my answer. Wholesome Archmage moment. He tells Hess it's delicious and asks about the ingredients. They start talking shop about boiling bird bones and adding mushrooms. They start doing the dishes together, falling back into their old rhythm. Hess tries to stop him, saying they're guests, but Ellison isn't having it. Ellison notes that the kitchen is very neat. Hess says it's because Ellison always emphasized cleanliness back in the army. Hess gets serious. He admits he saw the Archmage's declarations. He knows that hooded figure was Ellison. He realizes Ellison wouldn't come to a rural place like this just for sightseeing. He asks if the people who broke Ellison's principles are here. Ellison asks if Hess has noticed anything strange, suspicious rumors, or disappearances. Hess pauses. He says he's felt something off from the moment they stepped into the restaurant. Even though it's dinner time, there isn't a single customer. Rurin is asleep at one of the tables. The place is a ghost town. Hess admits that's why he only caught one bird today, because that's enough for just them. He explains that in the past, it wasn't like this. It was a popular local spot. He and his mother ran it happily, and business was booming. But then, everything changed. A man showed up. A man who looked like a high-level corporate manager from a dark fantasy anime. He claimed to be from the Laney Trading Company. He wanted to talk business, and by business, he meant a deal you can't refuse. Laney is a massive company that supplies goods all across the empire. The man offered Hess a massive investment, expanding the facilities, high-quality ingredients, advertising, the whole package. He promised to make it the best restaurant in the city with one condition: Hess had to use a specific seasoning they supplied in every single dish. Hess never even saw the actual product. He refused because he was confident in his own cooking and didn't want to use suspicious additives. But after that, his customers started decreasing rapidly. Now it's gotten so bad his mother doesn't even come out to help anymore. Ellison asks if the offer was given to another restaurant. He has a guess. Hess confirms it. A restaurant called Merle started around the same time, and now it's packed every single day. Ellison's eyes go sharp. Lean Trading Company, seasoning condition. He's connecting the dots. They've found their starting point. Rurin wakes up drooling. I wasn't asleep! Sure, and I'm a Ninth Circle Archmage. They head downtown. Ellison is carrying Rurin on his back because she's too lazy to walk. Hess asks if it's okay for Ellison to walk around in his mage outfit after making that nationwide declaration. Ellison tells him not to worry. We see a bunch of NPCs wearing the exact same outfit as Ellison. Hess explains that after the declaration, wearing replica mage soldier uniforms became a trend. Ellison is basically a fashion icon now. He's hidden in plain sight because everyone is cosplaying him. They arrive at Restaurant Merle. The place is absolutely swamped. Rurin notes that it's one loss for Elle. Ellison gets defensive, saying his restaurant gets busy too. They meet the manager, a woman named Recent. She looks overworked and frantic. Suddenly, a customer screams and falls over. Ellison and Rurin walk in, and their senses immediately go on high alert. It smells stale. Ellison notes the service is amateurish, the flow is a mess, and the hygiene is non-existent. Yet the place is packed with people who look like they're in a trance. He realizes that in these noodles, there must be a taste that surpasses all the bad service and filth. We see a bowl of noodles that looks demonic. There's a literal bone sticking out of it that looks like it came from a nightmare. Hess and Ellison take a bite and their faces go blank. Look at this bowl. It looks like someone tried to boil a swamp and then added a bird's foot just for the vibes. Ellison is sweating. He's trying to convince himself that you can't judge a restaurant by appearances and that you actually have to try the food first. He's hoping for a hidden charm, a secret flavor profile that justifies why the entire city is obsessed with this place. Spoilers, there is no hidden charm. He spits it out immediately while Rurin looks like she's trying to digest a mouthful of feathers. But then he looks over at Hess. Hess is vibrating. He's slurping those swamp noodles like they're the finest delicacy in the world. He's literally crying over how good they are, wondering why he didn't come here sooner and convinced that his own restaurant is garbage in comparison. Ellison and Rurin are staring at him like he's lost his mind. Ellison knows his own palate is god tier, so if he thinks it's trash and Hess think it's a W, something is very wrong. There's definitely something in this food. Yeah, and it's not love, Ellison. Over at the counter, the manager, Recent, is watching them. She recognizes Hess from the outskirts and she's confused. She knows his noodles are technically better, so why is he having a religious experience over her bottom-tier soup? She tries to celebrate their rival, acknowledging them, but she trips and faceplants immediately. She is 100% the clumsy NPC of this arc. She's on the floor looking at a pair of very hairy legs. This is Harai, the head chef. He looks like a guy who's been banned from every kitchen in the Empire. He tells her to stay out of the kitchen unless she's picking up food. She tries to thank him for the seasoning that made even Hess a fan, but Harai snaps at her. He tells her not to eat the noodles or take an interest in the seasoning. He tells her to just focus on earning money comfortably. His face goes full horror movie villain here. He's definitely the one handling the drug distribution. Later, we see Hess getting dunked in a river. Larun is the one doing the dunking. She's trying to literally wash the addiction out of him because her patience for NPC behavior is currently 0. Ellison has to step in and stop her. He realizes that violence isn't the right way to fix a drugged brain though. Knowing Lauren, it was probably her first and only idea. Ellison analyzes the situation. It's not magic. If it were, he or Lauren would have sensed the mana signature immediately. Also, the fact that it didn't affect them means it's a physical stimulant that dragons and ninth circle mages can just metabolize without effort. He wonders if it's a mind control spell overlay, like the ones used on the ranch monsters, but he needs a professional's eyes to be sure. Suddenly, a pair of high heels clicks onto the scene. Ugh, sorry. It's Medrin. She looks like she's been through 5 different government audits and a marathon. She's ready to use the spell she learned while enduring humiliation. She's talking about the training Ellison forced her through. She tells Hess to take a deep breath. She fires a golden orb of vision magic directly into his face. Hess looks like he's seeing through time and space for a second. The dark miasma around him starts to evaporate. He snaps out of it, horrified. What was I eating so happily? He finally realizes the noodles tasted like actual garbage. Medrin is actually hyped. She succeeded in casting vision magic she learned from the High Elves of Iramantum. This is a massive deal. She's basically the first human in history to pull off this level of diagnostic magic. Ellison asks for the cause. Medrin explains it's not magic, but a mind-acting stimulant made of multiple layered compounds. It's designed to be untraceable, but its main effect is the scary part. It induces blind devotion toward a specific target. Ellison pulls out a vial of something he found earlier. The name drops. Doxils. Ellison's eyes go cold. It's a deadly neurotoxin that destroys the human brain. He connects the dots to the slave trade from the early chapters. This is how they turn people into controllable shells. The Duke isn't just selling seasonings, he's turning the Empire's population into an addicted, brain-dead army. Ellison looks at Hess and asks if he wants revenge on Merle. Our guy is about to start a food war. Cut to downtown. It's lunchtime. 2 workers are talking about heading to Merle. They admit the meat smells weird and the place is dirty, but they feel drawn to it. That's the addiction talking. But then, one of them catches a scent on the wind. There's a new red stall in the middle of the square. It's Ellison. He's wearing his chef's gear and selling fresh maw bird skewers. The aroma of charcoal grilled meat is hitting the street like a physical force. The workers decide 1 skewer before lunch won't hurt. Look at the detail on these skewers. This isn't just drawing, it's food porn. You can almost see the fat rendering on the grill. Ellison isn't using drugs, he's using ninth circle culinary technique. The guy takes a bite and his eyes practically pop out of his head. Ellison's strategy is brilliant. The drug in the noodles compels loyalty, but that loyalty is weak when someone still has their ego intact. By providing a taste that is legitimately naturally superior, he's giving their brains a reset button. The meat juice is overflowing and the workers are realizing that Hess's restaurant, which provided the meat, is overwhelmingly superior to the drug swamp water at Merle. All they needed was an opportunity and the right aroma to break the trance. Ellison casually mentions he's sold out. Supply and demand, baby. But he tells the crowd not to worry, there's more prepared at their outer district branch, which just happens to be Hess's restaurant. Cut to Hess's place. It is absolutely swamped. Hess and his mother are in tears. They haven't had this many customers in years. This was Ellison's bait and upgrade plan. Use the skewers in the square to bait people, then lead them back to Hess's for the full meal. It's a masterclass in guerrilla marketing. Meanwhile, back at Restaurant Merle, it's a ghost town. Harai and Recent walk out to find an empty dining hall. Harai is losing his temper, yelling at Recent for spilling food, but they both know that's not why the customers left. Suddenly, the front door slams open. A silhouette stands in the light. This isn't the barren wasteland I invested in to see. This is Saint, the representative of Lion Trading. He looks like he eats corporate lawsuits for breakfast and doesn't even use a napkin. He walks up to Recent, calling her truly lucky. He calls her clumsy, talentless, and says she has no business sense. He's breaking her down mentally to keep her dependent. Then he pulls out a jar of the seasoning. His eyes go dark. Harai is ecstatic. He says they were running low and that this new batch looks like it's on a whole other level. Saint tells them to keep the windows wide open while they cook this batch. You'll see something fascinating. That sounds like a threat disguised as a tip. Cut to Rurin. She's clutching her head, looking like she has the world's worst hangover. She's complaining that Ellison chased her off to catch birds just because she snuck a few skewers on the side. Harai appears at the back door, stirring a massive pot of the new drugged broth. He's offering free noodles to anyone passing by. This is the first hit is free stage of the drug trade. Rurin initially refuses to even look in that direction, but then the scent hits her. The fascinating new batch. Her eyes change. The dragon's instincts are being hijacked by the refined neurotoxin. Later, Ellison is in Hess's storage room checking the inventory. He's thinking about how Merle has been empty for 3 days, and how he can use this momentum to reel in the lying trading guy. Suddenly, Rurin bursts in. My loot! She reaches out with a look of pure, unadulterated hunger. She tackles him and pins him against the barrels. Ellison is panicking, worried about someone seeing them, but Rurin is in another dimension. She leans in. Her eyes are dilated. Ellison is blushing like a tomato. He asks if she learned this from Serena. Rurin licks her lips. I had the most delicious noodles. The aroma still lingers. She asks why he refused her. She's trying to share the taste with him. Chapter 104 starts with a bang. Literally. Rurin is smashing through the storage room. She's completely lost it. The drug has turned her affection into high-speed aggression. Ellison is dodging for his life as barrels explode around him. She's sticking her tongue out, trying to share the taste via a kiss. Ellison yells at her to put her tongue away. Peak rom-com chaos. He realizes she's acting like a mother bird. We get a visual of a feeding beam. Rurin literally wants to mouth-to-mouth feed him like a baby chick. Ellison finds it weird, but Rurin gets serious. She points out that she's not even human, so why should she care about being normal? She starts crying, thinking he hates her because she's a dragon and he's ashamed of her. The drug is messing with her emotions, bringing out all her deepest insecurities. Ellison's eyes soften. He realizes she's genuinely hurting. Rurin, he pins her against the wall. The tables have turned. He tells her the reason he avoided her isn't because he hates her, but because if he started, he wouldn't be able to stop. He leans in. Come here then. Taste it. Except it's not a kiss. Ellison launches a 5th-class combo, Slumber Veil plus Dual Seal. He's using high-tier containment magic to knock her out before she destroys the city or his lips. He catches her as she falls. Normally, that spell wouldn't work on a dragon, but it'll hold for a little while. He realized that if a dragon is this affected, the humans are already cooked. He carries her into the dining hall where Medrin, Hess, and his mother are waiting. Medrin is also acting weird. She's blushing and wondering why she ever bothered with magic when those noodles exist. Hess is face down on the table, crying that his noodles are trash and he should just close the restaurant. Even his own mother is savage, telling him his noodles are trash. Emotional damage. Ellison realized the new batch of seasoning is way more potent. It's affecting them just through the aroma. Suddenly, someone crashes into the room. It's recent. She looks like she's been through a war. She's begging Ellison to tell her what kind of noodles he was selling at his stall. She admits the restaurant is out of her hands, but she can't just fire Harai because of the contract with Lion. She grabs Ellison's hands and begs him to work as the head chef in her restaurant. This is exactly the opening Ellison needed. They walk together through the streets at sunset. The streets are empty. Everyone is either at Merle or curled in a ball at home. Recent sees his mage outfit and asks if he's a mage. Ellison gives his standard line, I'm a cook. Recent talks about her father. He was a cook too. She was clumsy and always made him worry, but he never frowned, he just smiled at her. Ellison asks if she accepted the contract because she didn't want to ruin her father's legacy. She admits that lying trading gave her everything. The second floor, low prices, a head chef, and in return, she unknowingly fed her customers poison. She realizes the truth now. Ellison is looking at her with a mix of pity and determination. She cries, asking what she should do. The restaurant is all she has left of her father. Ellison looks at the crowds gathered at Merle. The scene is horrifying. People are fighting each other for a bowl of soup. Nobles are screaming that they're more important and should be served first. They look like animals. Recent falls to her knees, begging Ellison to save her restaurant. Ellison's eyes go sharp. He's seen enough. Cut to the kitchen. Harai is laughing, serving bowls of sludge to the starving crowd. He's telling them to eat all they want. He looks like a cult leader. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him. Are you Harai? Ellison steps into the kitchen, looking like he's about to fire the entire universe. He tells Harai he's the new head chef and that Harai is fired as of today. No notice, no severance, just leave. We cut to a secret lab. A mortar and pestle are grinding green herbs. A woman with bright red hair and a high-slit dress is talking. This is the macro mystery researcher. She says she got scolded and needs to find a replacement for her latest project fast. A man in the shadows, the one from the Duke's Hall, tells her she's boring. She mentions that Bereen, the black dragon, was a candidate once, but she's out now. We see a silhouette of Ellison standing behind her like a protective god. The researcher says Bereen has lost her drive and seems content with her current life. The man says he only studied dragons to kill them, which is a massive red flag for his power level. Back to Merle. Saint is walking through the empty restaurant. He sees the researcher through a magical projection. It's been a while, Saint. She notes that he hasn't been in her territory long. Saint says that thing, referring to Ellison's declaration, has come into his territory. The researcher mocks him, offering a place to hide. Saint just laughs. Hide? Hardly. He holds up a vial of the new drug. It worked, even on a dragon. He's talking about Bereen. The researcher is shocked. If the drug works on dragons, their research has finally peaked. They don't need to find a candidate anymore. They can make one. Saint declares that the long silence is over. He's about to make his move. Back at the restaurant, Reeson is sweeping. Ellison is there, officially taking the title of head chef. Ellison notes that as soon as they threw away the drug broth, all the customers left. Some were literally licking the floors in withdrawal. It's been half a day and the place is a tomb. Reeson is worried. They have no customers and no food. When do we start cooking? Ellison just gives her a blank stare. Cooking? How did I do that again? He's trying to act cool, but he's low-key stalling for Saint to arrive. Reeson is losing it. She fired her only chef and threw out her stock for a guy who forgot how to cook? Ellison just says it's unfortunate. He's definitely baiting the villain now. Reeson starts to panic, wondering if Ellison's plan was just to ruin the restaurant from the start. She looks at his back, sensing a cold, immense power radiating from him. Whew. A voice echoes from the doorway. Saint is standing there, looking at the empty restaurant. I keep seeing scenes different from what was reported. Reeson tries to explain, but she's shaking. Ellison doesn't even turn around. I figured if I waited, you'd show up. Saint walks closer, mocking Ellison for trying to play hero in a kitchen. Reeson is having a full-blown existential crisis in the background. She's trying to process that her new hire is the legendary hero from the war. Ellison doesn't waste time. He charges his magic, a blue light flickering on his fingertip. Saint admits he's surprised. The word was that most of the war heroes were living in seclusion, probably knitting sweaters or something. Ellison's voice goes cold. He never thought the silver dragons would be the ones trying to resurrect the Lord, the same entity that nearly deleted their species. Saint just scoffs. He holds zero pride in his clan, calling them fools who can't read the flow of history. He tells Ellison it would have been better if he'd just stayed in Great City flipping burgers. The shadows start to rise. Saint releases a burst of dark pressure. Reeson's consciousness immediately leaves the chat. Saint's face starts to distort. He asks Ellison if he really thought they left him alone because they were afraid of him. Ellison clenches his fist, gathering mana that looks like a miniature black hole. The store is being torn apart by the sheer pressure of two high-tier beings standing in the same zip code. The roof gets deleted. The walls are gone. It's a 1v1 in the middle of a ruins map now. Ellison's eyes glow with a lethal blue flame. He wants to know if there's another reason they haven't moved on him yet. The front doors of the city are basically being blown off their hinges by the mana leak. Saint gets launched backward by a ninth circle pulse, crashing through the city streets. Ellison walks through the smoke, demanding the whole list, the members, the base, the plot to recreate the Lord, everything. Saint skids to a halt, digging his claws into the pavement. He's laughing. He tells Ellison to choose his questions carefully, because he's currently revealing how little he actually knows about the New World Order. Negotiation is only for equals, and Saint has decided they aren't on the same level anymore. Saint's body ripples and snaps. A massive silver dragon erupts from the ground, towering over the buildings. Ellison doesn't even blink. He summons multiple ninth circle spell circles around him. The silver dragon roars, telling Ellison to prove he's qualified to make demands before opening his mouth. Ellison doesn't talk. He acts. Ninth class magic. Warping Nexus. The sky splits open as massive beams of energy rain down on the dragon. The impact turns the street into a crater, but Saint is surprisingly tanky. Ellison hovers in the air, surrounded by black orbs of pure destruction. Would this be enough qualification for you? The dragon is stunned. He didn't expect the chef to still have this much gas in the tank. Saint recovers, noting that Ellison seems confident he can protect everyone while throwing around enough power to level a province. He pulls out a vial of the seasoning, the refined essence of the Lord. He explains that this isn't just about making soup taste better. It's a fundamental bond of subservience, a chemical version of the Lord's own soul-binding ability. It turns the target into a fanatic, an obedient puppet that literally cannot say no. Ellison's eyes widen. He realizes what this means for the city. Saint mocks him, calling it the Lord of Noodles. But the drug isn't just for commoners. It's refined enough to affect higher life forms. Suddenly, Harai the brute chef grabs Ellison from behind in a massive bear hug. Ellison struggles, realizing Harai's strength is abnormally high. It's not human power. He's a broken heart experiment. The townspeople, the addicts, rush forward to protect the saint. They're acting as human shields for the dragon. Ellison hesitates. He can't just nuke the dragon if it means vaporizing the innocent people he's trying to save. Saint laughs. The drug is bound to the target, and he's the target. He gestures to the crowd. They don't follow the noodles anymore. They follow him. He's their new god. Then, he triggers the second stage. A red light flares in the eyes of the addicts. Ellison takes a hit of red energy, his barrier barely holding. And here comes the real problem. Medrin, the genius mage, steps out of the crowd. Her eyes are red. She's viewing Ellison as the Saint's enemy. Saint smiles. Even a dragon who absorbed an ancient marble, meaning Lurin, is vulnerable. A massive explosion of blue fire hits the center of the battlefield. Lurin is back, and she looks absolutely livid. She crashes into the ground, her aura flickering between blue and dark purple. Saint thinks he's won. He's standing right next to the drugged black dragon, ready to claim his prize. The table has turned. Ellison is pinned by a mutant, and his dragon mate is under the enemy's control. Horai tells him to give up. There's no way to overturn this. Saint leans in. He knows Ellison is holding back his power so the humans won't get caught in the crossfire, but he mocks the Archmage, saying his restraint is his greatest weakness. How long can he last against a 7th-class brainwashed mage and a dragon elder? Even if Ellison wins, he'll lose his friends. For Saint, it's a win-win scenario. He puts a hand on Lurin's shoulder. Taking you with me wouldn't be too bad either. Ellison's face goes dark. That was the wrong move, buddy. Lurin's shoulder drops. She twists. Crack, she grabs Saint's arm and slams him into the pavement with enough force to cause a localized earthquake. Saint is leaking fluid from his mouth. He's coughing, unable to process how the subservience just failed. Lurin looks at him like he's a piece of gum on her shoe. You crazy bastard! Where do you think you're putting your hand? My waist belongs to EL! She delivers a 9th circle kick straight to his solar plexus. Saint gets launched across 3 city blocks. Ellison just sighs. As expected, Lurin. He knew she was too stubborn to be brainwashed for long. Ellison snaps his fingers and a massive golden white seal covers the townspeople. He's restraining everyone, including Medrin, in a stasis field. He looks at Medrin, telling her they won't repeat the same mistake. He's not letting his people get hurt again. Medrin is struggling, but the 9th circle seal is absolute. Lurin fires a blast of raw dragon breath that collides with Saint's counterattack. The shockwave clears the clouds. Saint is on his knees, laughing hysterically. He can't understand why the subservience broke. Because your heart already had someone else in it? He's realizing the depth of their connection. He finds it insane. A dragon and a human? To him, it's a ridiculous joke. Ellison walks up to Lurin, a golden spell circle forming in his palm. It's not subservience, it's trust. Saint roars, firing a final desperate beam of silver energy. Yo, you should be ashamed! Ellison doesn't move. He just says no. Boom, Ellison's golden blast erases the silver beam and consumes the dragon form entirely. Lurin looks at Ellison, her eyes wide. She's actually blushing. Ellison smiles. I'm not ashamed, because it's real love. For them, the difference between dragon and human is just a trivial detail compared to what they've built. The battle is over. The drug vial is smashed. We're in a dungeon. Horai is chained to the wall, screaming at them to let him go. Ellison is watching him from behind the bars. He realizes Horai was a close aide to the silver dragons from the start. He notices the abnormal human strength, the same broken heart surgery we saw with Sydney. Ellison reaches through the bars with a magical light. Horai calls him a pervert. Truly top-tier dialogue from a man about to be dissected. Ellison peels back the magic. We see the crystal embedded in Horai's chest. It's confirmed the Duke's human experimentation is widespread. He remembers the swordsman from before. The Duke is literally building an army of monster men. Saint is also locked up, looking like he's having a very bad day. He tells Ellison there are things in this world brute strength can't overcome. Lurin just starts bending the iron bars with her bare hands. Beating the crap out of you isn't one of them, though. She's still mad about him touching her waist. She's ready to double dip on the ass kicking. Ellison gets a dark look in his eye. He's joining in. When even the Archmage is pissed off, you know you're in for a rough interrogation. Cut to the outskirts of Pendremel. Recent is walking through the forest, looking lost. She finds Hess and Ellison at Hess's restaurant. The repairs are complete. Recent is desperate. She begs Ellison to teach her his recipes before he leaves for good. Ellison gives her a reality check. Following instructions blindly without understanding the ingredients is exactly how she ended up using drug seasoning. He tells her to think about what she has and what she doesn't. He's teaching her that a restaurant is about the cook's heart, not just a contract. Hess is in the kitchen with his mom, thinking about moving back into the city now that business is booming. Recent hears them mention they need someone to manage the supplies. She pops her head in the window like a gopher. I can do it! I can manage the inventory! Hess smiles. He has a restaurant in the city too. He invites her to collaborate. It's a wholesome business merger. The sun is shining on the Archmage's restaurant in Great City. It's been a while since they were back home. Creston and Rain are at their usual table, wondering where the two owners went. Elena and Serena are serving food. Elena mentions the strange announcement from the other day. The customers are worried Ellison isn't coming back. They think he might have retired from his retirement. Rumors are flying. They noticed he always dressed like a mage. See, that's how rumors start. Quiet exits make the loudest noise. Elena suggests covering it up with a lie. She wants to say he ran off after an affair with a noble. Elena, please, stay in your lane. Creston and Rain start arguing about who started the Archmage rumor. Standard family dinner energy. Suddenly, the back door opens. Sorry, I was gone for quite a while again, huh? Ellison and Lauren are back. They look happy, refreshed, and officially together. The staff is relieved. They thought he'd abandoned the place, as if our guy would ever leave his frying pans. The customers are staring. They see Ellison and Lauren holding hands. The atmosphere in the restaurant changes instantly. Everyone is sensing the new vibe. Ellison tells them that during their trip, they had a lot of talks about us. From now on, we'll kiss anywhere we want, so you all better get used to it. Look at Elena's face in the corner. She looks like she just saw a ghost. The customers immediately pivot. Archmage! My foot! It was just a lover's trip! Back to the dark side. Sir Sidney is standing in a doorway. He visits the red-haired researcher in her lab. She's busy grinding more herbs. They already know the bad news. Saint failed. Saint was captured. They expected it, because Ellison is just that much of a cheat code. The researcher is rummaging through her shelves, looking for her cigarettes. She's totally unfazed by the defeat. She says cleaning up is their job now. The Duke's plan is moving into its next phase. We cut to a floating castle in the clouds. This is the Dragon Sanctuary. An elder is walking through a dark courtyard. He stops in front of a massive black obelisk, a sacred monument of the dragons. This is a silver dragon elder. He's grieving, looking at the name Bereen, Lauren's mother. He looks closer at the side of the monument. Gap. The monument has been defiled. Someone has scratched and gouged the stone. The elder's eyes flare with a bright teal light. He roars, transforming into his true dragon form. Who dared defile the sacred monument? A black dragon girl, a relative of Lauren's, is nearby, looking confused. The elder calls it a vile act and orders the monument restored immediately. He wants the culprit found, his rage shaking the very foundation of the sanctuary. A calm voice cuts through the anger. Please calm your anger, elder. This is Dehegma, the black dragon elder. Dehegma is pouring tea, looking like the chillest dragon in existence. He asks if the silver elder is feeling calmer now. He calls the defacement utterly childish. He points out that if the dragons had complaints, they should have spoken them openly instead of acting like graffiti artists and running away. He notes, it's unfortunate, but Dehegma reveals that about half the dragons in the sanctuary disagree with the recent decisions. The Silver Elder is furious. His daughter prevented the birth of a complete lord, so why is there resentment? Dehegma tells him he's being too protective of his own. He tells him to look at it objectively. Varen's reinstatement happened because she forced her way into the sanctuary by sheer power and took a blessed female before declaring her intent. He remembers Ellison, the man who absorbed 2 ancient marbles. If Ellison's goal wasn't just a declaration, if he'd actually killed a few dragons to make his point, they would no longer be considered the supreme beings of life. Dehegma admits that half the dragons believe Varen's actions were justified in principle and that Ellison is the one upholding her ideals. The Silver Elder asks, and what about you? Shall I assume you count yourself among that half? We see a memory from before Rurin's sacred ceremony. The Elder warned Ellison that Rurin is a dragon and he is human. That fact will never change. He asked if Ellison was truly confident he could walk alongside her for eternity. Dehegma thinks back to that suggestion. To him, that issue is already settled. He walks away thinking that it's not something meant for Ellison to hear yet. Suddenly, we see a young dragon warrior landing. It's Luhad. Luhad tells them to continue their talk while he makes sure no foolish gossip spreads among the dragons. Dehegma walks through the grand hall, his mind made up. Ever since Ellison tore through every obstacle for Rurin, the decision was finalized. Luhad stops him in the hallway. Lord Dehegma, he looks serious. I have something to tell you. It's about something that could determine our clan's future. So, we're back at the table with Dehegma, the head of the Black Dragon clan. He's looking at the seasoning Ellison brought back from the Noodle War, the stuff that was turning the whole city into attics. Ellison mentions that it even affected Rurin, though the results were, let's just say, a little more affectionate than intended. Dehegma starts analyzing the sample, and his face goes completely still. He sees a foreign aura wrapped inside the mixture, something that shouldn't be there. He pulls out a tiny glowing shard and reveals the truth. This isn't just poison. It's a fragment of a shattered dragon heart. The elder looks like he's aged 10 years in 10 seconds. He calls this the consequence of the sins the dragons have been committing. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, we meet Luhad. Blue hair, high ponytail, and an ego that probably has its own zip code. He is absolutely maudling about the fact that dragon traditions are being trashed because of one human chef. He's talking to another elder, claiming the authority of their adulthood ritual has collapsed. His argument is actually pretty logical, which is the dangerous part. He asks how long Ellison can actually support the dragons. Ellison might be a 9th Circle Archmage, but he's still a human with a biological expiration date. Luhad is betting the clan's future on the fact that Ellison's life is going to be short. The elder he's talking to is actually impressed. Usually, Luhad is just a hothead, but right now he's speaking with actual coherence. But then, the mask slips. Luhad starts sweating and yelling that if they wait 50 years, it'll be too late. He's not worried about the clan. He's worried that Rurin will have spent too much quality time with Ellison by then. And just like that, the high-level political strategist turns back into a rejected dating sim protagonist. The elder literally has to resist the urge to slap him into next week. He realizes that Luhad was the one who wrecked the memorial stone, and he also realizes something much more important. This level of intelligent speech didn't come from Luhad's brain. Someone is pulling his strings. The elder decides to play along for now, telling Luhad he'll support him just to see who steps out of the shadows. But he leaves Luhad with one question. How does he plan to handle a man who can teleport castles? Luhad just smirks. Apparently, it's not just the Black Dragon clan involved in this little coup. He's got backup. Big backup. Back at the tea party, Dehegma reveals that the one leading this shadow group seems to be a silver dragon named Saint. Since she's a dragon, simple hypnosis won't work on her, so the elder is going to have to dig deeper. Ellison asks about the noisy rumors Dehegma mentioned earlier. The elder dodges the question. He doesn't want Ellison worrying about the internal rebellion just yet. Instead, he shifts the topic to something much more awkward. He pours more tea and asks, with the straightest face possible, "So, how are things with Rurin lately?" Ellison, being the honest guy he is, says they're kissing openly now and making the relationship clear. Dehegma slams his hand on the table and asks what comes next. He is fully in Grandpa wants a great-grandchild mode. Ellison is losing his mind. He's a god-tier mage being interrogated about his love life by an ancient dragon. Dehegma is genuinely shocked they're only kissing. He expected Rurin's belly to be swelling by now. He even starts asking technical questions about whether a human-dragon hybrid is born in a crib or an egg. Ellison tries to get serious. He brings up the one thing that actually keeps him up at night. Can they even have a child? Is it biologically possible? Dehegma sees through the deflection. He knows that isn't Ellison's real fear. The real worry is, what happens if a child appears but Ellison's lifespan stays the same? Imagine being a child who inherits a human lifespan and dies in a few decades while your mother lives for thousands of years. Or worse, Ellison dies and leaves Rurin alone to raise a child for a literal eternity. Ellison can't imagine that future. He doesn't want to leave Rurin with that kind of grief. Dehegma tells him that being thoughtful is a strength, but thinking too much is a weakness. Ellison stands up to leave, asking the elder to keep investigating the heart fragments. But before he goes, Dehegma stops him with one final piece of dragon lore. Polymorph isn't just a disguise. It's a total structural change. The elder cuts his own hand to show him. The blood is real, the wounds are real. He reminds Ellison that Rurin refused to change back into a dragon during the ritual. She chose her human form as her true self because that's the form Ellison loves. Back at the restaurant, Ment and his fellow giant cat are currently fighting over a giant truffle. Rurin is lounging on Ment's fur, humming to herself and looking suspiciously happy. She's replaying the kiss from the noodle war in her head like a 4K movie. She's convinced they've moved one step further up the lover's ladder, whatever that means in dragon terms. She starts screaming and burying her face in the fur while Ment just looks confused and slightly squished. Smash cut to the restaurant front. Something just broke. Ment and Serena are outside. Ment is actually looking serious for once and tells Serena to grab her sword. They walk inside to find Luhad standing in the middle of a wrecked dining room. Medrin and Elena are frozen. They've seen some stuff, but this guy is radiating, "I'm about to commit a crime" energy. Luhad's lackey tries to stand up to him, but the blue-haired menace just ignores him. He says he didn't come to fight, he just wants Rurin. He tells the staff that nothing here is valuable anyway, so they should just hand her over and he won't report them. He's acting like the war never ended and humans are still just background noise. Ment tries to intervene, but Luhad releases a burst of dark mana that literally shakes the foundation of the building. Serena finally steps in. She's not impressed. She tells him that the owner of this place is a very scary person and asks if he can handle that. They move the fight outside to a nearby field because Serena doesn't want to pay for more furniture. Luhad realizes she's a dragon too. He's disgusted that a red dragon is sitting openly as a customer in a human shop. He brings up the red dragons instigating the war, and you can see Serena's temper starting to redline. Luhad tries to act like a victim, saying he never wanted any of the war. Serena calls him out instantly. She's heard stories of him destroying human villages under the excuse of killing red dragons. Luhad is barely holding it together. He keeps insisting he just has something to tell Rurin. Serena's eyes widen. She finally connects the dots. She starts laughing hysterically. She realizes who this guy is. He's the intended partner from the adulthood ceremony, the one who got stood up by a human chef. Luhad snaps. He transforms midair and breathes a massive blast of purple flame. Serena counters with a red dragon breath. The impact looks like a small sun exploding in the forest. Then, a voice cuts through the smoke. "You're screwed now." Rurin walks out of the trees. She doesn't look happy. She doesn't even look interested. She tells Luhad that just seeing his face is difficult enough for her. We see the night of the ceremony. Luhad was sitting in a dark room waiting for his bride to arrive. Rurin was there, but she was only thinking about Ellison and how he'd come for her. Luhad walked in and found her sitting there like a prisoner. She looked at him with pure shock, like she couldn't believe this guy was her only other option. Luhad, being the ultimate tactless wonder, asks why she didn't wear the dress. Back in the present, Rurin tells him to shut up and get lost if he has nothing else to say. Luhad's face goes dark. He tells her it's not too late. "Come back to me," he says. It's the kind of line you see in a bad romance novel, and it lands just as poorly here. He asks if she's done anything with that man yet. He tells her that they can't even have a child together, so the relationship is pointless. Rurin's eyes go full dragon. The ground starts to crack under her feet. She tells him to turn back right now if he doesn't want these to be his last words. Luhad keeps digging. He calls her feelings a rebellious phase that won't last more than a few decades. He claims he has information that even the ancient Mabel won't change their fate. Serena is watching from the sidelines, looking genuinely worried now. Luhad yells that Ellison's lifespan is just that of a normal human. We see the elder, Dehegma, telling Rurin that Luhad would be coming for her. Rurin asks why she should trust any of them. The elder says he's already made his decision, whether she trusts him or not. He tells her that when the time comes, he hopes she'll completely crush his heart. Back to the present. Rurin is smiling. It's that scary, sharp smile she only gets when she's about to ruin someone's entire career. She asks Luhad, "What should I do? We've already done this and that, all of it." Luhad freezes. His brain is currently trying to reboot. He starts stuttering, telling her not to lie. Rurin goes for the throat. She says Ellison personally removed every ribbon of her dress on the night of the ceremony. Luhad literally starts coughing up blood from the mental damage. She adds that they bite each other's necks and other special things. Serena is in the background realizing that Rurin is just straight up bragging now. Luhad is on his knees, screaming for her to stop. He cannot handle the mental imagery. Rurin stands over him, looking down like he's a bug. She tells him she only went to the sanctuary because Ellison wanted her to, not to work things out with someone like him. She admits her past actions toward Ellison were harsh, and she felt tied down by them. But Ellison still came back for her. He never gave up. That's when her heart decided. She makes it crystal clear, even if her time with Ellison ends someday, she will never, ever be Luhad's. Footsteps. Luhad looks up, desperate. He asks if he thinks the same way. Ellison is standing right behind them, shadow over his eyes, looking every bit like the Archmage who ended the world's greatest war. Rurin instantly snaps back into cute mode and tells Ellison that the blue guy broke the restaurant door. Luhad yells at Ellison, asking if he's going to make Rurin suffer for thousands of years just because of his selfishness. Rurin tries to defend him, telling him not to listen to the nonsense. Ellison puts a hand on her shoulder. If it's about lifespan, it's probably true. Luhad gets a smug look on his face, thinking he finally won an argument. But Ellison isn't done. He says precisely because his life is short, every day he spends is unbelievably precious to him. He looks at Rurin with pure, unshielded affection. He picks her up, bridal style, right in front of the man who was supposed to be her husband. Luhad is losing his mind. "Why are you carrying her like that?" Ellison just turns and starts walking away, leaving Luhad face down in the dirt. Rurin is blushing harder than she ever has in her life. She tells him he can put her down now. Ellison ignores her. He brings up the delicious noodle dish she was going to tell him about. He says they can continue that conversation now, this time without the noodles. Rurin is a mess of stutters. Ellison thinks to himself that he wants to carve every moment they spend together into her memory, so that when he is gone, she only has happy memories to recall. He knows his time isn't long in dragon terms, so he's going to be selfish until the end. High above the forest, a figure is watching them. It's Dehegma. He looks satisfied. He sees that Ellison has accepted the short lifespan and chosen to be with her anyway. The atmosphere is heavy. Ellison and Rurin are on the bed, and things are getting serious. They decide to try again. A simple kiss to start the night. It's a sweet moment, a real main character payoff for everyone who's been shipping them for 100 chapters. But Ellison pulls back suddenly. Rurin is confused. She's ready to go, but Ellison looks like he just saw a ghost. He can't stop thinking about Dehegma's voice in his head demanding great-grandchildren. He literally slaps himself across the face. The mood is officially cooked. Morning at the restaurant. It's a beautiful day for everyone except our guy, who is currently having a midlife crisis. Inside, Miltine is finally doing what she's been wanting to do for months, shaving Ment's beard. The result is actually pretty shocking. Ment looks at the mirror and realizes his jawline has returned from the war. He's devastated. He liked his rugged look, but Miltine is basically a professional stylist at this point. She tells him he looks 10 years younger, and she's not lying. Ellison walks in and sees the transformation. The 10 years younger comment hits him like a truck. He starts touching his own face. And then he asks the question every guy over 30 is afraid of, how old do I look? The room goes silent. You can literally hear the gear grinding in their heads. They realize they've never actually asked his age. They just know he did 15 years in the army. Ellison drops the bomb. He's 34. Everyone freaks out. To them, he looks like he's 22. He starts wondering if it's some side effect of having the Lord's heart. But Ment, the absolute king of bad timing, yells at him to not let his guard down. He says humans age rapidly once they hit 35. Ment claims he was a radiant young man in his 20s. Miltine slaps him back to reality. Ellison takes this way too seriously. He's genuinely worried he's going to wake up tomorrow with a backache and a pension plan. Cut to the bedroom. Ellison is sitting there with a face mask on. Rurin peeks in, looking concerned. She asks what he's doing, and he just says skincare. Rurin realizes that despite everything, Ellison is still terrified of his short lifespan. She jumps on him, telling him she doesn't care if he gets wrinkles. She's being adorable, but Ellison is in his head. He realizes he needs answers. He needs to interrogate Saint to find out how they confirmed his life was short. Suddenly, his mage senses tingle. He yells no and scares the absolute crap out of Rurin. He just got word Saint has been released from prison. He's heading back to Pendremel City immediately. Rurin grabs his arm. She tells him he doesn't need to go, because she's already heard the news from another source. Cut to the dungeon in Pendremel. Saint is walking out, stretching his neck like he just finished a spa day instead of a prison sentence. He's flanked by guards and looking incredibly smug. He meets Lord Hob Pendremel, who is playing the oops, my bad card. Elena is there too, and she is absolutely fuming. Hob tells her that there simply isn't enough evidence to deem Saint a criminal. Elena screams that he was brainwashing the whole city, but Hob just smiles. He says Saint was just investing in a restaurant and maybe used some delicious seasoning. Then he brings up the Archmage's principles. He asks if giving people noodles violates the rule about not killing other races. Elena says he used magic in the city, but Hob counters that Saint was defending his door. Elena's eyes go red. She's ready to end this man's whole bloodline. Hob drops a chilling line. By that logic, who exactly could threaten Ellison's life? He brings up the Dragon Slayer title. He's using Ellison's own legend against his friends. He tells Elena to report that Saint was released because he violated 0 principles. Elena is left standing in the dark, realizing the system is completely rigged. Elsewhere, Saint and his group are meeting up. They're heading to a secret cave hideout. Saint is annoyed because Luhad won't stop crying. The blue-haired dragon is literally sobbing that Ellison already did everything with Rurin. Saint thinks Luhad is a stupid child, but realizes he can use that resentment. He puts a hand on Luhad's shoulder and tells him to stay strong. Luhad, being the ultimate puppet, pledges his full devotion to Saint's group. Saint gives that classic villain smirk. He's got himself a dragon lackey. They enter the cave and meet a man waiting for them. The hideout is being closed today. They're moving to the next phase. Luhad is introduced as a new member, but the man waiting for them is suspicious. He looks at Luhad and can't tell if he's human or dragon. Luhad asks the big question: how do they plan to isolate Ellison? Saint explains the plan. They started by transplanting Dragonheart shards into humans. It made super soldiers, but it was too slow and expensive. The first case was successful, but they needed something bigger. They needed a way to control dragons too. So he researched Rhodes Tear, a drug that makes anyone obedient. It works on dragons, which is why they were waiting. Suddenly, the scientist is set on fire. Luhad's outer robe burns away. Saint realizes a teleportation block barrier has been set up. The entire cave entrance explodes. Saint is blown back, looking like he just stepped into a microwave. A voice echoes, "Do you know what breaks apart even the firmest organization?" Dehegma walks through the flames, holding Luhad by the head. This is the definition of a hard entrance. He's literally dragging Luhad by the ear. He identifies the group instantly, the ones trying to resurrect the Lord. Dehegma's aura is so heavy the villains are shaking. Luhad, because he's an idiot, asks, "Resurrecting the Lord? What do you mean?" He genuinely joined a dragon supremacist cult without reading the fine print. Dehegma realizes Luhad is even stupider than he thought. Luhad thought they were just going to eliminate Ellison and bring back the era of dragons. Dehegma just stares at him. Luhad's face in this panel is the universal symbol for "I messed up." Saint starts laughing. He admits he dragged Luhad in because he was stupid, but didn't expect him to be a liability. Saint transforms into his dragon form and tries to blast Dehegma point blank. The breath attack is massive, blue energy tearing through the cave. The whole place is falling apart, but the smoke clears. Dehegma isn't just standing there, he's bored. He tells Saint he's poor at judging the situation. Dehegma transforms into his black dragon form. It's god tier. Luhad is on the ground begging for mercy, claiming he didn't know the plan. Dehegma tells him that if he wants to prove it, he knows what he must do. He looks at the human scientist who is trying to sneak away. Luhad unleashes his mana. He goes full beast mode. He's desperate to stay alive. The impact is huge. Luhad is fighting for his life, but Dehegma is already moving to the next conversation. He walks over to the captured leader and says, "Why so surprised? You know everything about Ellison." Back at the restaurant, Ellison and Rurin are still in bed. Rurin admits she knew Luhad would come. She reveals Dehegma asked her to provoke Luhad so he would lead them to the hideout. Ellison is shocked. He didn't realize Dehegma was playing 4D chess this whole time. Rurin starts fidgeting. She remembers Dehegma telling her not to get her hopes up. Dehegma told her that Ellison is ultimately a human and their relationship has no excuses. She chose this path, and the elder wanted to make sure she understood the weight of it. But then he mentioned he found a clue about Ellison's lifespan. Ellison's eyes widen. "A clue to my lifespan?" Rurin tries to stop him from going, but Ellison is desperate. He says her heart won't change, but this is important. Rurin is crying now. She's afraid it's just a false rumor. She says she doesn't care if he becomes an old man with wrinkles. She's afraid that if he finds out his lifespan is short, he'll leave her to save her from the grief. Ellison looks at her with so much pain. He realized that the one left behind to suffer would be her. He hugs her. He promises that no matter the result, he will never leave her. Rurin grabs him tight and tells him to prove that heart to her, this time without ever stopping. Back to the cave, it's a literal hellscape. Saint is screaming as Dehegma absolutely wrecks him. The research data is gone. The facility is toast. Luhad is also getting tossed around by the DH Knight Commander. Dehegma is currently breaking the villain's joints one by one. The villain screams that he doesn't know anything about Ellison's lifespan. Dehegma asks a brilliant question, why now? He says they probably told Luhad that Ellison would take Rurin's purity now to make him jealous. But if Ellison's lifespan were human, they could just wait a few decades for him to die naturally. They didn't wait. They moved now. Dehegma's guess, through their experiments, they found out Ellison's lifespan isn't human. Dehegma says he needed solid evidence. He reveals he met a man named Horai. He learned that the DH Knight, Bereen, is actually 92 years old. He was an old man who was supposed to be dead, but the heart transplant reset his clock. Dehegma looks over at Luhad, who is being bitten by the Knight Commander. Luhad realizes Bereen isn't human. The Knight Commander, Adrian Pierce, stands tall amidst the flames. Dehegma says Bereen isn't his real name. He is Adrian Pierce, the commander of the First Knight Order. Dehegma tells the villain to be honest now. The villain group reveals their plan: divide the human empire and transplant dragon hearts into humans to see if they get a dragon's lifespan. Adrian Pierce was their best test subject. He became young again, a total success. The captured scientist finally breaks. He starts screaming, "I'll tell you! When we transplanted the heart, the old man became young!" He confirms the truth. Ellison has gained a dragon's lifespan because of the Lord's heart. Dehegma smiles and opens a communication portal. "Congratulations, Ellison and Rurin!" The portal opens right in the middle of Ellison and Rurin's bed. Dehegma sees everything. His face in this panel is absolutely priceless. Ellison and Rurin are frozen under the sheets, staring at the floating head of their elder. Dehegma realizes he just interrupted the great-grandchildren process he was so excited about. We start at the Imperial Palace with the king looking out over his balcony. His advisor asks what the plan is for this year, noting that it's already been 2 years since the war ended. The war that seemed like it would never end is still fresh in everyone's minds. The king remembers the sight of a lone mage standing atop a fallen dragon. That day still feels like yesterday to him. Since the music concert is over, he decides it's time for a proper national event. He orders a massive festival to show gratitude for the 3 heroes of the war. Little does he know, one of them is currently flipping eggs. Back at the restaurant, Ellison is pouring some high-quality syrup over a fresh dish. He asks Rurin to take the order to table 3. She's actually helping out without complaining about the lack of steak for once. As they hand off the plate, their hands linger for just a second. They're both blushing like high schoolers after their first date. It's peak wholesome energy. The rest of the staff is just standing in the background watching this happen. Ment and Miltine are losing it. They can tell the progression between these two is hitting different today. Ment asks if something good happened, and Ellison gets defensive immediately. Ment lets him off the hook and mentions the anniversary festival. He tells them to close up early and go enjoy the city. Cut to the center of Great City. The lord of the city is giving a dramatic speech about the hardships they faced. The citizens are all gathered, listening to him talk about how the city rose from the ashes. Then the lord goes full fanboy. He screams that the Archmage is staying in their city and orders everyone to buy 2 items at the restaurant to boost sales. The fireworks go off. The festival is officially in full swing. Ellison and Rurin are walking through the stalls. Rurin is already double-fisting meat skewers. They stop at a target shooting game. Ellison is helping her aim, but we all know Rurin could probably clear the whole shelf with a sneeze. Rurin mentions that familiar places are better than the capital. Then she brings up what Dehegma said. Ellison tells her she can come back to this festival next year, the year after, and always. He's finally embracing the forever. Suddenly, a stray arrow almost hits them. It's a group of kids playing war. One is pretending to be a dragon, one is an archer, and one has a hammer. Rurin thinks it's cute, but Ellison's face goes completely pale. The kids are shouting the names Bereen and Duran. Ellison's hand starts shaking. The kids look up at him, confused by his reaction. They see his cloak and ask if he's imitating the Archmage. They want him to play along. They drag him and Rurin into their game. Rurin gets assigned the role of the princess. Meanwhile, at the clinic, a line of guys is forming outside. Serena is guarding the door and shouting at them to get lost. Apparently, half the city wants to confess to the elf doctor. She's annoyed that Elena's beauty is causing a literal riot. Inside, Elena is slumped over a table. She's exhausted. Serena asks if she's okay, and Elena admits she saw Ellison and Rurin this morning. She can tell their relationship has fundamentally changed. She's happy for them, but it's making her feel the weight of her own past. She starts tearing up. Being an elf means seeing a lot of friends go, and she's worried about the future. Serena tries to cheer her up, telling her to just go to the festival and have some fun. Suddenly, 2 workers burst in. There's an emergency at the orchard construction site. Elena snaps back into professional mode instantly. They arrive at the site. It's the orchard venin sold to Ellison. Elena treats a worker's leg. The man explains they were working late to finish a specific project. An older elf is leading the construction. He thanks Elena for her help. They are erecting a massive statue of Sir Color to honor him forever. Elena looks at the statue and sees another figure standing nearby. It's a warrior in heavy armor. He looks like a ghost from the war. The older elf asks Elena if she knows about Beden's comrade. He calls him the Wanderer Darren. He says that even though he was a hero, he was a total troublemaker. A close-up of a younger Beden. He never expected his newbie comrade to go so far. An arrow shatters a rock face with terrifying power. We're deep in the elf forest years ago. Lulinia is training. She's the defense captain, and she's obsessed with getting stronger. She remembers Beden's words about relaxing your shoulders. She also remembers Duran telling her that if she ate more meat, she could shoot better. Those two were a chaotic duo. Beden left behind only strange words and a heavy legacy. Nerea tells Lulinia she's pushing herself too hard. She tells her to go to the festival outside the forest, but Lulinia can't let go of the war. She remembers Beden's archery and how he didn't even follow his own advice in the end. The statue of Beden stands in the forest, a silent reminder of what was lost. In the final battle against the Lord, Beden gave everything. Back in the present, the kid playing the Lord falls over. Qua! I'm defeated! The kids cheer because the Princess Rurin was the one who defeated him. The kid archer is annoyed because breaking character is a serious crime. Ellison tries to mediate, saying there was no princess in the war. The kids disagree. The kid playing the archer says the order is all wrong. The Archmage should win after Beden and Darren are defeated. Ellison goes still. The kids keep talking about how 2 of the heroes are dead now. Ellison clenches his chest. He remembers Beden and Darren. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, wake up!" Ellison snaps awake. He's covered in sweat. He's at a campfire. Beden and Darren are sitting there, very much alive. Chapter 112. We're in a village being saved by the 3 heroes. The villagers are bowing, asking for the names of their saviors. Beden and Darren introduce themselves with pride. Then Ellison steps forward. He's wearing a hood and says his name is Michael. Darren is annoyed. He asks why Ellison keeps using a fake name. Ellison says he just wants to be judged by his food after the war. Beden thinks his hood is bizarre but finds the restaurant dream funny. A group of soldiers arrives, annoyed that the heroes are late. Darren just laughs and drags Ellison toward the food. These 3 were closer than brothers. Suddenly, some frog-like monsters attack. The heroes handle it in seconds. The villagers are cheering for Beden, Darren, and James. Wait, James? Darren keeps changing Ellison's fake name just to mess with him. Suddenly, the sky turns red. A battle between a red and black dragon is happening nearby. Ellison watches the destruction, calling the dragons crabs under his breath. The 3 heroes sit by the fire. Ellison has something serious to say. He says they should take down the Lord immediately. Beden tells him it's not that simple. He reveals that he and Darren already tried to kill the Lord before Ellison joined them. They almost died. Even with Beden's arrows and Darren's hammer, they couldn't leave a scratch. Darren says they could probably handle 5 adult dragons, but the Lord is a different beast. The Lord simply won't die. Even after taking fatal wounds, he shows no sign of falling. He's a god in dragon skin. They only survived because the Black Dragon clan interfered and forced a withdrawal. Darren realizes Ellison is pushing this because of the people's suffering. Ellison admits he's tired of the dragons adding one more word to their misery. Beden notes that since Ellison is from another world, he might not understand the deep-rooted discrimination here. Ellison says human feelings aren't simple math. He's starting to waver on his save everyone philosophy. He remembers meeting Dirian a few years prior. Dirian told him to return to the unit so the palace could clear up the rumors about him, but Ellison ran away because he wanted to save people his own way. Back then, he thought it was the right choice. Now, he isn't so sure. Beden admits he's grown tired of the war too. He brings up the Archmage's principle, no attacking other races unless threatened. Ellison knows the regret that comes from choosing which people to save. He still hates the humans who act like monsters and the dragons who don't care about humans at all. Beden tells him that's why he's a hero, because he gives everyone a chance. Darren tosses something to Ellison. It's a golden token. Darren tells him to stop being a deserter and become a grand archmage bearing a token of honor. Ellison grips the token. He wants to be like them. He wants to be a hero who doesn't regret his choices. Suddenly, Darren's eyes widen. He senses something. He yells for Bereen. There's a dragon signal. Ellison realizes this is the big one. They rush toward a nearby canyon. The three of them are moving at high speed, weapons ready. They hit a barrier. Bereen says they've been circling the same spot. Ellison flies ahead to break the array and hold them off. He finds a massive hole in the cliffside. It's a cave. It looks like a slaughterhouse. Ellison peeks inside and his blood runs cold. He hears a tiny, weak voice. A juvenile dragon is sitting next to a massive, dead black dragon. Mom? Ellison realizes he's too late to save the mother. The red dragon that did this is already gone. He looks at the young dragon. It's small, shivering, and covered in blood. The juvenile dragon turns around. Her eyes are glowing with insane power. She sees Ellison and assumes he's with the attackers. Was it you? She lunges at him with a blast of dark mana. Ellison is shocked. He's never felt magic this strong from a child before. The impact destroys the cave entrance. Bereen and Darren arrive just in time to see the explosion. They grab Ellison, telling him he almost died. Ellison tries to explain that it's a misunderstanding, but the dragon isn't listening. The juvenile dragon is weeping, screaming that she'll kill all the red dragons. Bereen realizes her aura is from an ancient Mabel. She's absorbed a god-tier artifact. The dragon's tears are literal dark mana. She hears them whispering about the Mabel and snaps. She launches a barrage of black lasers at the three heroes. They have to use their full power just to defend themselves. She calls them trash who interfere with her revenge. Ellison manages to pin her down with a binding spell. He yells that they don't intend to interfere. He makes her an offer. We'll help you take down the Lord instead. He tells her he wants to end this war more than anyone so he can just live a relaxed life. The dragon stops. She stares at him for a long, quiet moment. She asks for their names. Bereen and Darren introduce themselves properly. She says she'll only permit names until the Lord is dead. Then she transforms into a human girl. I'm called Rurin. Ellison introduced himself with his real name. Ellison. Darren is shocked. You were a girl? Bereen reminds him it's just a polymorph. Ellison realizes they've just started a journey to capture the Lord. If they can do it, the war will finally end. Elsewhere, in a dark, fleshy palace, a voice calls out into the void. The Lord is holding a massive heart, pulsing with red light. Ellison knows that for the final boss raid, you can't just have 3 guys and a kid. The plan is simple. Build a grand alliance to distract the red dragon so the 3 heroes can dive in and snip the head off the snake. Bereen smiles, but it's that heavy smile people give when they know the math doesn't actually add up. They split up to persuade the local human lords. This is where the story gets frustratingly realistic. This guy with the mustache? Absolute side character behavior. He tells Ellison that dragon attacks are unpredictable, and he can't risk his own territory. It's the classic not my problem logic. He's prioritizing his own small region while the entire world is literally on fire. Another lord calls sending troops a pointless death. Every single one of them has an excuse. They're all too afraid of provoking the dragons to actually stand up and fight. Ellison is losing his mind. He's out here trying to save their lives and they're treating him like a telemarketer. He rants to Rurin, wondering if he's the only one who actually wants this war to end. Rurin is just sitting there quietly, staring at the food he made. She takes a bite, and her eyes light up. This is probably the first time this kid has had a meal that didn't involve raw monster meat. Ellison's reaction is priceless. He's more happy about her liking his cooking than he is about being a war hero. This is the exact moment Ellison realizes he's done with the military. He loves cooking way more than killing, and he starts to feel like he'll never truly be like Bereen or Darren. He doesn't want the glory, he just wants a kitchen. Bereen meets with a high elf who asks if he really has to go. Bereen is a leader of his clan. If he leaves and dies, his people lose everything. Even the dwarf elders are telling Darren the same thing. Lord Coulard is old and barely resisting the Lord's influence by borrowing power from an ancient Mabel. They point out that even perverted dragons help keep areas safe just by existing. Darren is starting to doubt himself too. Does it have to be him? But Bereen looks him in the eye. They're heroes. Stepping up when you don't have to is the whole point. If they don't do it, no one will. So, they head to the Lord's castle. It's a literal gothic nightmare. But when they get there, something is very wrong. The castle is completely empty. No guards, no dragons, no nothing. Darren and Bereen are on high alert. This looks like a trap. Smells like a trap and probably is a trap. Ellison wonders if the Lord even lives here anymore. But Rurin can feel it. There's a presence deep inside that feels like a black hole. She doesn't wait for a plan. She just dives off the cliff, screaming that she's going to kill him. Inside, the palace is spotless. It's eerie how quiet it is. Ellison wishes the Lord's heart would just pop out so they could get this over with. Ask, and you shall receive. A massive, pulsing red crystal heart is just sitting there in the middle of the hall. The entire squad is just baffled. It's like the final boss left his health bar out in the open. Bereen realizes that this heart is why the Lord has bizarre vitality. He literally can't die because his engine isn't in his body. It's basically a magical phylactery. Rurin transforms. She's not here for the lore, she's here for the loot. The heroes unleash everything they have at once. Beden's arrows, Darren's hammer, Ellison's magic, and Rurin's breath. The impact is enough to level a city. They cheer, thinking they just skipped the final phase of the boss fight. But then the smoke clears. The heart is protected by a multi-layered hexagonal barrier. And then, the voice. The Lord steps out of the shadows. He's massive, skeletal, and looks like he's made of pure malice. He tells them the age of war ends today, and the age of dragons begins anew. Ellison realizes they just walked into the center of a spiderweb. The Lord looks at Rurin. He's smug. He says he only ever intended to kill them from the start. Then he drops the trauma bomb. He tells Rurin her mother was greedy and could have lived peacefully if she hadn't resisted. Rurin loses it. So it really was you who killed her! The Lord just laughs. He tells her she'll meet her mother soon enough. Darren jumps in, telling the Lord to shut his mouth. The fight is on. It's chaotic, fast-paced, and absolutely brutal. The Lord gets hit, but he just shrugs it off. Even having an arm blown off is just a scratch to this guy. He says his body is nothing more than a vessel. He blasts Ellison with dark mana that feels like it's swallowing the room. Then he breathes literal hellfire. The heroes are barely holding on. This is a level of power humans aren't meant to face. The room is melting. Darren grinds his teeth. Attacking the body is meaningless as long as that heart is pulsing. Ellison suggests removing the protective magic bound to the heart, but Beden says it's a waste of time. It was made by dozens of dragons. Beden turns to Ellison. Absorb it, El. The Lord is trying to absorb the last ancient Mabel from the heart himself. If he finishes, it's game over for the world. Rurin says she has no interest in being a new lord. Ellison looks at the heart. This is the only way. He rushes forward and slams his hands onto the crystal. The Lord mocks him. He calls them foolish for thinking an ordinary human can absorb an ancient Mabel. He explains that ancient Mabels require an immense amount of magical power just to be touched, let alone integrated. But as the light starts to drain from the crystal into Ellison, the Lord's expression changes. Darren laughs. He tells the Lord that Ellison is far from being an ordinary mage. The heroes pile on, giving Ellison the seconds he needs to complete the process. Ellison screams. It feels like his veins are being filled with liquid fire. The Lord is desperate now. He tries to reach for the heart. Beden and Darren yell for Ellison to end the war with his own hands. The crystal cracks. Ellison is fully committed. He's going to absorb this thing and erase it from existence. The light is blinding. This is the main character moment of the century. The Lord stops. He actually looks impressed. Excellent. This was something I never imagined. But then he smirks. Ellison knew the method, but he didn't know the side effects. Ellison's mana starts leaking out of his pores like steam. He's literally overflowing. The Lord says Ellison's downfall was his ignorance. Suddenly, black spikes erupt from the ground, skewering the heroes. Ellison is coughing up blood. He sees a vision of his future restaurant. He thinks, no, not like this. He's at his limit. His body is literally tearing itself apart from the inside. He screams. After all the hell he's been through, he refuses to die in this dark hole. A massive explosion of gold and red light fills the castle. Ellison stands up, glowing with the power of the ninth circle and the ancient Mabel combined. His wounds heal instantly. He's become something more than human. He cheers, looking back at his friends. I did it, guys! The Lord's heart is... He stops. Behind him, Beden and Darren are standing still, but they aren't celebrating. Ellison's face goes completely blank. The Lord is still there, but he's tattered. He says this too was something he didn't expect. He realizes he actually helped Ellison awaken by forcing his body to adapt to the heart. But then he asks a question. Why would humans from different races throw away their lives for someone else? He says he'll never understand it in 100 lifetimes. We see Darren's badge fall to the floor. It clatters. Ellison rushes to them. He's trying to hold the blood in with his hands. He's begging Rurin to help him. He's screaming for them to just stop bleeding. Rurin looks at him with eyes that have seen too much death. She knows. No one can save them. Not even a ninth circle Archmage. Darren looks up. He's fading. He calls Ellison Michael. He congratulates him. They did it. The heart is gone. Rurin stands there, shaking. She says she was going to block the Lord's final attack. She remembered her mother's sacrifice and was ready to die to let Ellison awaken. But Beden and Darren pushed her away. They took the hit for her. Beden's last words are a reminder of his own principle. Everyone needs a chance. Dragon, human, elf, monster, they all deserved a future. And Beden gave his life to ensure they got one. Darren's last words are just, I'm sorry, El. He says they wanted to be the restaurant's first customers. Ellison is a wreck. The Lord has been destroyed, but the cost was his entire world. The Lord's body disintegrates. It's all over. Ellison sits among the rubble, holding his dead friends. He looks around at the empty castle. Why are we the only ones here? A dark voice in his head, his own inner demon, starts laughing. It tells him everyone abandoned him. The refugees, the lords, the dragons. They all stayed home while these two died. The voice tells him he doesn't need to endure anymore. Monsters took his home. Humans took his friends. Dragons took his peace. Ellison's eyes go pitch black. He says one word, kill. He's about to go full villain mode. He wants to burn the whole world down for its selfishness. He starts with the red dragons outside. He creates a vortex of pure destruction. Suddenly a hand grabs his. It's Rurin. She's staring at him, telling him to listen carefully. She asks why he thinks no other red dragons came to help the Lord. She tells him to see it with his own eyes. Ellison flies out of the castle and stops cold. Down in the valley, there's an army. Thousands of soldiers. They're shouting for the hero Bereen and for the wanderer Darren. They're even shouting for Michael and James, the fake names Ellison used. Every lord who refused to help eventually sent their men. They fought the red dragons in the valley to give the heroes their chance. A single black dragon is watching. Without the lord's control, the remaining red dragons are confused and retreating. Ellison realizes he wasn't abandoned. Their voices reach the people after all. Bereen and Darren's spirits seem to linger for a second, telling him to relax his face and smile. They tell him their actions weren't wrong. Ellison falls to his knees and weeps. This is the moment the Michael identity dies and the Archmage Ellison is truly born. He orders everyone to stop fighting. The Lord's orders are gone. He declares the new principle that will govern the world: no attacking other races. The hero's principle. Smash cut to the present day. A firework explodes. Ellison is lying on the ground. Rurin is hovering over him, terrified. He was out for a while. The kids are all looking at him with is he dead faces. Ellison looks around. People are drinking, laughing, and celebrating the heroes. Great City exists because of that day. He realizes he's been lost in the past for too long. The kid playing Duran apologizes. His parents said this game shouldn't involve adults because it brings back bad memories. Ellison gives the kid a head pat. He says it's fine. He looks at the kid and sees a tiny spark of Darren's spirit. He stands up and decides to finish the game properly. He unleashes a beautiful display of golden light. He tells them it's not magic, it's spirit arts. The kids are in awe. He tells them Bereen taught him the arts, and Darren made the badge. He takes Rurin's hand and teleports away, leaving the kids with a memory they'll never forget. The kids run to their parents, screaming that they saw real heroes. Prince Leon is currently playing the role of the busy royal, looking over scrolls in a room that definitely costs more than your house. He's praising Medrin for her work in Pendramel City, noting that even though the Silver Dragon got away, they managed to nuke the drug production site. But then he drops the name Duke Delian, and you can see Medrin's soul nearly leave her body. She's clearly uncomfortable, which makes sense considering she used to be the Duke's personal attack dog. Leon is a sharp guy though. He realizes the vibe is off and quickly pivots. He claims he's a man who only cares about the present, which is a very Prince way of saying he's willing to ignore her criminal record for now. He hands her a scroll to deliver to Count Raiden. He calls it a mission, but then hits her with the, actually, it's a vacation line. He wants her to enjoy the festival in Great City once she's done. Meanwhile, back at the restaurant, the scene looks like the aftermath of a frat party. Ellison and Rurin walk in to find their elite squad of warriors and mages completely face down on the tables. Turns out, they tried to keep up with some dwarves during the festival and found out the hard way that dwarven liquor is basically liquid jet fuel. Elena and Ment are struggling for their lives. Elena, a high elf doctor, is currently losing a battle with a hangover and can't even look at meat without wanting to reset her stomach. Our guy looks at this mess and realizes he has to play the role of the magical nurse. He decides to whip up some hangover ramen. He's grabbing rice and premium cuts of meat. He's not just making food, he's making a cure. He tells Rurin to wait and see, claiming this will be the best-selling item of the entire festival. We shift back to Medrin, who is wandering through the festival streets. It's a lively scene with performers and music everywhere. She stops when she hears a performance dedicated to the 3 heroes of the war. Everywhere she turns, people are celebrating the very war that ruined her life and made her a villain. Someone tries to sell her flowers for the heroes, and she just can't handle it. The guilt is starting to hit her like a truck. She's standing in the middle of a celebration for the people she tried to destroy. A drunk guy bumps into her and apologizes, calling her mage. Then he sees her badge, a 7th class mage badge. In this world, that's like seeing a 4-star general at a Starbucks. The guy and his friend go from sorry to full fanboy in 3 seconds. They think they've met a war hero. They insist on buying her a drink to show their gratitude for her service to the Empire. Cut to the bar. The drinks are flowing, and Medrin is not handling her alcohol well. She's currently screaming about being the only active 7th class mage in the Empire. When someone mentions the head of the magic school is also 7th class, she shuts them down by saying that guy is retired. She's officially at the angry drunk stage of the night. The crowd wants to hear her heroic war stories. They think she was out there saving puppies and orphans. One guy asks her to tell them about her greatest achievements. Medrin goes quiet. Her eyes lose that drunk sparkle. The guys are all ears, waiting for a legendary tale, and she just says, Nothing. She starts unloading. She tells them that doing nothing would have been better than what she actually did. She reveals that she was the one who screwed over the legendary Archmage more than anyone else. We get a flashback to her in her prime, cold, arrogant, and serving the Delian family. She even went to his magic school and made sure he was expelled. She was basically the ultimate hater. But then she gets to the part that really hurts. The part she hasn't told anyone. She describes the night she tried to arrest him. He was just trying to live a quiet life, carrying his gear, and she showed up to ruin everything. She stood there radiating power and told him she was arresting him in the Duke's name. She didn't just arrest him, she took his honor. She branded him a traitor to the country he was literally saving. She hated him because he was a kitchen staff member who became an archmage. Her pride couldn't handle that someone lower than her was better at magic. Then she drops the heaviest line. She taunted him by saying that if he had just stayed hidden, his friends wouldn't have died. That's not just a hater move, that's pure evil. She slams her glass down. She did all of it just because she wanted to be the best. She looks around and realizes the bar has gone silent. Everyone who was buying her drinks has quietly left. She's left alone with her booze and her regret, laughing like a maniac. She remembers the fight. She remembers a dragon appearing, a juvenile black dragon, which we know was Rurin. She was terrified. This genius mage couldn't even handle one young dragon. She takes another massive gulp of liquor. She wonders why the dragon was acting like Ellison's ally. She was so blinded by her own ego that she couldn't see the truth. She hated Ellison because he was lazy with his studies and only used ninth circle magic to grill meat. To a nerd like her, that was the ultimate sin. But her memories shift to the destruction she caused. The face of a young girl, likely herself, full of regret. She remembers screaming her titles, trying to validate her existence through her rank. She was a 7th class mage, but she felt like nothing compared to the Archmage. More drinking. She's basically trying to drown her past in cheap ale. She remembers the moment she finally gave up. Standing before the sheer power of Ellison's magic, realizing that everything she worked for was meaningless. She recalls Ellison's voice. He told her he didn't care if she chased wealth or glory. He didn't care if she used her power for herself. But he had one condition: she shouldn't have interfered with the people who were actually trying to save the world. She's chugging directly from the glass now. She remembers Ellison crying. This god-tier mage was weeping for his friends, telling her she shouldn't have tripped up people who were struggling so hard. His final words to her were, "Let's never see each other again." And yet, here she is, working in his kitchen. She faceplants onto the table. "I'm a stupid idiot," she mutters. "We've all been there, Medrin." She wakes up later in the restaurant. The sun is coming through the windows. She's in her undershirt, and Ellison is standing there with a bowl of food. He tells her her outer clothes are being washed. She panics, calling him Lord Elysian, which is his old Archmage title. He just tells her to eat and settle her stomach. It's a bowl of gukbap. He mentions it's the festival special, and it's been popular since yesterday. He tells her it's hot and to be careful. He's being normal. Medrin can't take it. She starts to tell him about the magic school. Ellison just blinks. The magic school? He asks if she's talking about telling the headmaster about his secret kitchen. He says he already knew about that. He goes on to say that it was obvious she couldn't look him in the eye back then. He knew about the troop movements too. Medrin is stunned. He knew everything, and he still let her join his staff? He tells her that even knowing all that, she was able to stop. He thinks she did well to walk away from that life. He tells her she's working hard now, and that's what matters. This is the ultimate forgiveness. She takes a spoonful of the gukbap. The warmth hits her. It's not just the food, it's the realization that she's finally been forgiven by the person she hurt the most. Then Rurin walks in. She looks proud of herself. She tells Ellison she installed them here and there like he said. Ellison praises her, but Medrin has a very bad feeling about this. A magical projection appears outside. It's Medrin from last night, high, drunk, and screaming about her sins. Rurin says there's nothing better than this to fix a drinking habit. Outside, the townspeople are watching the projection. They're confused, asking if that's the famous mage. Medrin realizes her entire drunk confession has been broadcast to the whole city. She sprints out of the restaurant in a panic. Ellison just watches her go, noting that running after eating will make her throw up. We start with a quiet moment between our main couple. Rurin is clinging to Ellison. Ellison is a bit confused. He asks what the hug is for. Rurin says it's a big hug. She realized that the festival and the recent events probably brought back a lot of painful memories from the war for him. Ellison is genuinely touched. He asks if she was always this thoughtful. She gets a bit tsundere about it, saying the old her would have just called him a whining human, but she's different now. Then she squeezes him so hard he starts making GHK noises. Dragon strength, man. It's a hazard. Suddenly there's a ham sound. Something in Ellison's pocket broke. He realizes it's the bottle containing the Hibiran flower seeds they won. The bottle is shattered. The energy inside is leaking out. A massive glow fills the room. The seeds are reacting to something. They head out to a quiet spot under the moonlight. Ellison decides to plant them right there. He reflects on the fact that these seeds are connected to a lord, even if they aren't physically destructive. The moment the seed touches the ground, it sprouts, immediately. The Bereen flower blooms, it's beautiful, glowing with a ghostly blue light. And then a massive red dragon spirit emerges. He's looking around, wondering if he's finally arrived in the afterlife. He calls out a name, Saren, Rurin's mother. He says he misses her deeply, but then he stops. He realizes he's not alone. He sees Ellison and Rurin and realizes he's still in the living world. Ellison recognizes him. It's Sardalan, the red dragon lord from the war. Sardalan looks at them and says they have familiar faces. He knows they probably have 1,000 questions for him. But then, he does the most dragon thing ever. He asks if they can eat something first. He laughs like a jolly uncle. This is the man who supposedly tried to destroy the world? We shift to the restaurant. Sardalan is in human form, and he is absolutely demolishing a plate of pasta and steak. Rurin is annoyed. She points out that he's a ghost, so eating is literally meaningless. Sardalan doesn't care. He says the skills are incredible and asks Ellison if he's a chef. Ellison confirms it. He's used to dealing with hungry dragons by now. Rurin has had enough. She slams the table and tells him to stop eating and start talking. Sardalan's expression goes cold. He asks if there are any red dragons left in the world. Rurin blinks. The sudden shift in tone is jarring. Sardalan says he knows they must hate him. He tells them they have the right and the motivation to wipe out his entire race after what he did. He asks directly if any of his kin remain. Ellison tells him that yes, red dragons still exist. Sardalan seems genuinely relieved and surprised. He knows they're curious about why he became a lord and started the Great War. He drops a bombshell. I never wanted a war. He knows how absurd that sounds. He was the commander of the enemy forces after all, but he swears it's the truth. He points out the strange coincidences of the war. How did the human heroes always arrive at the perfect time to stop him? He reveals that he was the one leaking information. He was telling the heroes everything so they could stop his own army. Rurin is confused. He was a lord who absorbed 2 ancient Mables. How could anyone force him to do anything? Sardalan looks down. He was asking someone to stop him from what he was becoming. We get a flashback. Sardalan is wandering a wasteland, talking to himself. He's talking about Saren. He loved her, even though they were from different dragon lineages. He collapses in a cave. He's weak, broken, and alone. He just wanted to see her again. He was willing to experience the pain of farewell just for one more moment with her. And then, a voice calls out to him. A dark, swirling energy surrounds him. The voice asks if he wants to correct his twisted fate. It's a silhouette of a man with long, dark hair. This is Valakar, the primordial lord. He offers Sardalan the power to rewrite the world's principles. Sardalan is desperate. He reaches out. He sees an image of Saren reaching for him. It was a trap. He takes the hand. Back in the present, Sardalan says he can never forget that moment. Valakar is shown walking through a dark dungeon. A young girl with red hair is in a cage, begging for food. Valakar stands before a group of hooded cultists. The room is full of them. This is the origin of the dragon cult. He sits on a throne of bone. A massive skeletal monster looms behind him. The cultists are worshipping him as their eternal lord. Ellison and Rurin are horrified. They've heard the name before. The presence Sardalan is describing is overwhelming. The primordial lord, Valakar. Sardalan says that being took residence inside his body. It wasn't just a command, it was total domination. He became a puppet for an eternity. He shows them a memory of 3 glowing ancient Mables in a bowl. He remembers himself, or the thing controlling him, holding a dagger, begging for someone to stop him. He never wanted to be a lord. He never wanted the power. He felt Saren's presence nearby. He begged her to stop him, to end his life before he caused more damage. But the cultists saw her as an intruder. Saren leaped into the room to save him. Sardalan looks at Rurin. He tells her about a dragon named Bereen. He found out later that she was Saren's granddaughter. He says he owes her a debt he can never repay. But Rurin doesn't care about the explanation. She hears, "I'm the reason your mom was there," and she snaps. She punches the ghost of the Red Dragon Lord right in the face. She starts wailing on him, screaming about how her mother was treated. Sardalan looks like a pixelated mess. Our guy Ellison asks if he's feeling any better, but looking at that face, the answer is a solid no. Rurin is still fuming, telling Ellison to let her get a few more hits in. Honestly, the man has been a ghost for 300 years. He can take it. She's calling him a useless dragon because he claims he doesn't know who the current faction is that's trying to resurrect the Lord. Sardalan explains that after the war, he was basically put on a 300-year timeout. He was buried deep underground without any orders, mostly to prevent him from interfering with the plans of the other dragons. But even Valakar's patience has a limit. The seal eventually broke because the waiting period for the next move was finally over. The Red Dragon Lord looks back at his own history with zero pride. He remembers being told that the red power alone would set the world right, which is basically the dragon equivalent of a Make Dragons Great Again hat. And just like that, the Age of War was back on the menu. Sardalan notes that dragons who have met before can exchange magical signals. He tried to send a sorry for the war crimes DM to Bereen the second his seal broke. This confirms the worst. The Holy Land was never about holiness, it was a lab built to manufacture a complete lord. Saren realized the signal was reaching her, but she was trapped. She looks at her child, knowing the walls are closing in. The red dragons stopped searching for the third ancient Mabel because they realized they didn't need it. They had a different, darker shortcut to godhood. Rurin is staring into the void of her own memories. The gap between what she thought happened and this new, uglier reality is massive. He realized too late that he was the one who inadvertently led the killers to her. The very fact that his signal could reach her meant the location was no longer secret. He told her to call the entire clan and turn the lair into an iron fortress. Because once a complete lord is born, individual dragon clans become irrelevant. It's either total submission or complete annihilation. The lair was the only place Rurin could live in peace, but Sardalan knew that wouldn't last once she grew up and her power manifested. He tells the memory version of Saren that a real lord has appeared and she needs to teach her child how to protect herself. This was the moment Rurin's childhood ended and her training as a weapon began. Ellison looks like he's about to start casting some high-level violence. He realizes the red dragons knew exactly what they were doing the whole time. Sardalan says Saren, or Bereen as he calls her, cared about the clan more than anyone. She turned her lair into a fortress specifically so Rurin could have a place to exist. The flashback hits its peak. Saren tells a young Rurin that this was her choice and she shouldn't feel guilty about it. She smiles, saying that thanks to her daughter, every single memory in that lair was a happy one. I love you, Rurin. Now go! These are the words that have been haunting our black dragon for 13 years. Present-day Rurin is crying, and it's not the I'm hungry kind of crying. This is the raw grief of someone who just realized her mom died for a lie. She grabs Sardalan by the collar again, and this time, the jokes are gone. She wants the names. Not the generals, not the lords, she wants the names of the dragons who personally executed her mother. Sardalan realizes he's back in the position he hates, being the messenger of bad news. He looks at the Hibaran flower, reflecting on how a single spark of information can turn into a forest fire of pure hatred. We cut to the Red Dragon Holy Land. It looks exactly like the kind of place you'd find the final boss of a Dark Souls game. Volcanoes, gothic architecture, and enough red dragons in the sky to make a budget-conscious animator quit on the spot. Two high-ranking dragons are standing on a balcony, discussing their lack of progress. This is Elder Dedonk. He's the type of guy who measures his success in how many humans he's investigated for his lord's revival. He's talking to Rihaim, a younger, bald dragon who looks like he spends his weekends exclusively at the gym and the local fight club. Dedank reminds him that they are all sinners who were forced into the Lord's service. He claims he wants to ensure that godlike power never exists again, especially not among the dragons. Rihaim bows, but you can tell he's just following the elder's lead because he has to, not because he believes it. They are interrupted by Baint, a red-haired dragon who just returned from a scouting mission. Baint was in Great City and saw Ellison in action. He saw the moment the third ancient Mabel was awakened by a human. Rihaim finds it hilarious and offensive. If a dragon absorbs 3 Mabels, they're a traitor. But if a human does it, they're a hero. The hypocrisy is eating at them. They feel like they're trying so hard to reform, but the world still sees them as the bad guys. Back at the restaurant, Sardalan is trying to be helpful by offering to solicit customers. Ellison tells him to just sit quietly and wash some dishes. Humans can't see him, so he's basically a haunted dishwasher right now. Rurin walks into the dining area and the atmosphere immediately drops by 20 degrees. She's radiating a cold blue mana that has everyone else in the room sweating. Elena and Serena walk in looking for some gook bop. Serena is her usual extra meat self, completely oblivious to the tension. Ellison tells them the festival special is over. Sardalan recognizes Serena as a red dragon and his internal danger alarm goes off. He's shocked that a red dragon is a customer. Ellison just shrugs. Just because someone's a dragon doesn't mean their money is no good. Sardalan realizes what day it is. The Dragon War Armistice Festival. Ellison asks if Sardalan had any red dragon friends who were doing well. Sardalan gets serious. He notes that while some were saved, many lost everything, and most of that destruction was their own fault. He drops a deep truth. The more the world praises the heroes of the war, the deeper the resentment grows in the hearts of those who were labeled invaders. We cut to a human territory where Rihaim is standing in a local lord's office. The human lord tells him to get out. He doesn't care about diplomacy or cooperation. Rihaim says they want to prevent a lord from being reborn, but the human lord is having none of it. He says he'd rather see his own head roll than work with a dragon. Rihaim starts to lose his temper, reminding the human that they are still dragons. The human lord laughs. He says Rihaim's true monster nature is showing. He even taunts him with the fact that the Archmage has returned. He screams at them to leave, saying the blood of his people hasn't even dried yet. This is exactly what Sardalan was talking about. The resentment is a two-way street. Rihaim and his partner walk through the streets of the human city at night. Rihaim is fuming. He wonders why Ellison spared any of them if they were just going to be treated like trash forever. He stops. He's done trying to be polite. Back in Great City, Rurin is walking through the town at night. She looks like a horror movie protagonist. She remembers the name Sardalan gave her. 2 dragons were responsible for the hit on her mother. One was a female dragon named Sydney, and the other one, the one who actually dealt the killing blow, is named Rihaim, the same bald dragon we just saw getting kicked out of the human lord's office. The festival in Great City is officially over. Elena is finishing up her rounds at the clinic with Serena. Elena is worried about Rurin's mood. She thinks the festival might have triggered her black dragon instincts. Then she asks Serena a question that makes the air go still. She asks why Serena was shouting death to the red dragons during the festival. Serena just pinches her ear, telling her she was just checking if Serena was okay. Serena sighs. She says she understands why the humans hate her race, especially after what the Lord did. She points out that even though the Lord died 13 years ago, the war lasted another 2 years. The lunatics of the Red Dragon clan kept raiding human territories long after they lost their leader. They were addicted to the looting and the violence, and eventually, they met an unstoppable force, a very, very angry restaurant owner. Ellison wiped them all out. That's how he earned the Dragon Slayer title. The ones he didn't kill were imprisoned in the Holy Land. No exceptions. Elena asked Serena what she was doing during that time. Serena admits she was caught in a black dragon ambush early on and spent most of the war as a prisoner, unable to do anything. Elena is actually relieved. She says it's good that Serena was too weak to participate in the massacres. Serena gets offended, saying it was a dirty ambush, but Elena grabs her hands, blushing. She's just genuinely happy that Serena's hands are clean. Serena gets flustered. No one in her life has ever treated her identity with this much care. Suddenly, a rock smashes through the clinic window. Glass shards everywhere. Elena and Serena are stunned. Serena picks up the rock. It has a message carved into it. "Dirty red dragons, get lost!" Serena's expression goes dark. We open back at the Red Dragon Holy Land. Dodonk is looking at a report Rihaim sent back. Rihaim didn't return in person, he just sent a scroll and went back downstairs into human territory. Dodonk asks where Rihaim's last scheduled stop was. The answer, Great City, the one place where a red dragon should absolutely not be causing trouble. A figure in a dark cloak is walking through Great City. It's Rihaim, and he's blending into the crowd perfectly. He listens to the townspeople gossiping. They're talking about blood-sucking monsters living among them. One villager mentions the clinic. Could it be Miss Serena at the clinic? The rumor mill has done its job. Serena and Elena are sitting in the dark, silent clinic. There's a knock on the door. It's hesitant, quiet. Elena realizes the patients have stopped coming. The rumors about Serena have turned the village against the only doctor they have. Serena tries to put on a brave face, saying she's fine and that the quiet is a nice change of pace. She's coping by saying rumors aren't always bad. It's a tragic lie, and Elena knows it. Elena offers to go clear up the misunderstanding, but Serena tells her to stay put. She walks out, looking like she's about to handle it herself. Ellison is walking through the forest with Rurin and Sardalan's ghost. He mentions he knows the name Rihaim. He reminds Rurin that Rihaim was one of the elders who tried to frame her back when Niz was causing trouble. Sardalan is shocked. He didn't realize Rihaim was already active in this territory. Suddenly, we hear footsteps. "Ah, found you!" It's Elena and Baint. Wait, no, it's Dodonk. The Red Dragon Elder has arrived in person. Elena is screaming that her business is more urgent. Ellison is just confused by this Red Dragon Elder plus High Elf team-up. Elena blabs about the Serena rumors while Dodonk is frantically asking if they've seen Rihaim. Back in the city, Serena is walking toward the town square thinking about how simple-minded everyone is. She finds a group of villagers and starts her explanation with a lot of energy trying to win them back over. But the room is cold. People are staring at her with genuine fear and disgust. She hears them whispering. She used magic freely. I got goosebumps being near her. She realizes that to them, she isn't Serena the helpful assistant. She's just a red dragon. She walks into a tavern where the staff used to love her. They stutter and avoid her gaze. They call her Lady Serena with a level of formality that feels like a wall. She forces a smile, but it's cracking. She can feel the monster label sticking to her skin. She laughs it off, saying she'll just come back later when Elena is there. The waitress looks like she's about to cry, but she doesn't stop Serena from leaving. Serena walks out into the sunset. She thought she could just brush it off. She thought she was different from the dragons who started the war. She remembers teasing the humans, telling them she was special because no one even touched her. during the war. She used to joke with Ellison's squad about being caught in an ambush. They laughed with her. She believed that as long as her conscience was clear, the world would accept her. She remembers Elena holding her hands, telling her she was glad Serena didn't commit any sins. Those words gave her a sense of peace that made her believe she belonged here. But the reality is hitting her now. To everyone else in Great City, she is just another red dragon, an invader, a murderer. She starts talking to herself in the woods, trying to convince herself that she doesn't care. I am a red dragon, not a human after all. She decides she's just going to find the punks who threw the stone and scold them, but then she smells smoke. She looks up and her eyes go wide. Elena's clinic is in flames. Serena rushes into the burning building, screaming Elena's name. The fire is intense. The roof is collapsing. She realizes Elena isn't inside. Thank God. She stands in the middle of the fire, her silhouette framed by the destruction. She asks the empty air, "Is my mere existence here an unbearable sin to all of you?" The scene fades to black and ash. The clinic is a total ruin. A smoldering pile of wood and memories. Ellison, Rurin, and Elena arrive at the scene. Elena is absolutely devastated. Rurin's eyes are shadowed. She asks one question. Where is Lady Serena? Tell me, now. She turns to Dodonk. Is this the picture you all wanted? Dodonk tries to argue that there's no proof Rehaim spread the rumors. Rurin isn't hearing it. She tells him the one truth that matters. Rehaim killed my mother. She starts radiating a dark, suffocating blue mana. Don't even think about interfering with me. She tells them she has zero intention of showing mercy. We cut to a local tavern where Ment is sitting with the village blacksmith. Ment is furious. The blacksmith is guilt-ridden. He says they should have been someone Serena could lean on, but they let the rumors win. Ment reminds him that Ellison lost everyone to the Red Dragons, yet he still accepted Serena. The blacksmith's daughter is crying. She knows they messed up. She wants to apologize, but Serena is missing. Outside, two men are talking about the nuisance dragon running away. They think they won. They're laughing about the fire, saying they had to drive her out to keep the village safe. A hooded figure tells them to stop bad-mouthing her. It's the village kids. They're standing up for Serena. They scream that Serena always treated them with kindness. The adults look embarrassed. The cloaked figure, Rehaim, asks if they'd say the same to the people who died in the war. He slaps the man he was talking to. A blue-eyed glare cuts through the dark. Found you. Rurin has arrived. She tells Rehaim he has some nerve still wandering Great City. She identifies him as the dragon who killed her mother. Rehaim doesn't even look scared. He recognizes her. You are Rurin. He claims he has no memory of the Dragon War. He's playing the collective amnesia card. Rurin snarls. Just because that's the case doesn't mean your sins vanish. She accuses him of spreading the rumors about Serena. Rehaim takes off his hood. And if I am? What does that change? He screams that red dragons shouldn't have to hide. He calls her a hypocrite for only caring when it's a dragon she's close to. Even if I did! He's having a full-on villain rant now. Rurin doesn't wait for him to finish. She lands a kick so hard the ground under Rehaim literally disintegrates. The impact creates a shockwave that rattles the entire street. Rurin looks at him with eyes full of murder. Then, die. We open on a line of red dragons in chains. The war is over, and the check for their crimes has finally come due. Dodonk is narrating the post-war agreement. Usually, casualties in a dragon-on-dragon war are just considered part of the game, but there's a limit. That limit is when you start killing non-combatants or children. Rehaim is shown being bound by magic, screaming that it's unfair and that he was just following the Lord's orders. He's demanding to know what crime he committed. The trauma of the war has already started erasing his memories of the atrocities he personally oversaw, but the truth is in the blood. We see the flash of a battle, the moment Rehaim and a mysterious partner struck down Bereen. Back in the present, Dodonk is interrupted by a messenger. Someone is at the door, and it's not a friendly visit. The messenger isn't even sure if he should call this an intrusion or a visit. When you're the 9th Circle Archmage, you don't really wait for an invitation. Ellison walks in, looking as casual as someone returning a library book. He apologizes for the discourtesy, but he's got something they need to see. Dodonk is stunned to see him here. Ellison doesn't waste time with a long explanation. He holds up the Heberan flower. He calls it La Flacia. It's the vessel holding the ghost of their greatest shame. Sardalon emerges from the glow. The former Red Dragon Lord looks Dodonk in the eye, and the weight of 300 years of failure is in that gaze. Dodonk's response is a classic hello in dragon culture, a massive punch straight to Sardalon's face. He's been waiting centuries to do that. Meanwhile, Great City is literally on fire. Rurin is standing in the middle of the destruction, her clothes torn and her mana flaring like a supernova. Rehaim is in his dragon form, pinned to the ground and coughing up blood. He's an Elder Rank dragon and he's being dismantled. Rurin's eyes are cold. She tells him that this is enough. The physical battle is over. Now comes the execution. Rehaim shifts back to human form. He tells Rurin to let the others know he started the fight. He's trying to protect the other red dragons from her wrath. Rurin is confused. She's shouting at him, asking what kind of nonsense he's talking. Rehaim stands there, broken and bloody. He tells her that even if she hates him, he would have followed the orders again back then. He's accepting his nature as a soldier. Rurin tackles him, screaming. She isn't just trying to kill him, she's trying to provoke him into fighting back. She wants him to resist. She wants him to curse her. She wants him to be the monster she imagined so she can feel good about ending him. Riheim just looks at the sky. He tells her he's tired. He can't do this anymore. Rurin draws back a fist glowing with absolute destruction. She calls him a wretch. She is moments away from erasing him. Didonk is reeling from the news. The Lord was controlled? Riheim killed Bereen? Ellison explains the intel Sardalan provided. Riheim and a dragon named Sydney were the ones who murdered Rurin's mother. Sardalan notes that Sydney is part of the Resurrection faction. Didonk is frantically trying to defend Riheim. He says Riheim isn't that kind of person. He's the one who led the repairs after the war. He's been the poster child for Red Dragon redemption. Didonk has tracked every move Riheim has made since the war. He's certain Riheim hasn't been in contact with any cults. He describes the Riheim he knows, a man who suffered insults for crimes he couldn't remember, yet never tried to avoid his punishment. Sardalan starts to panic. If a man like that meets Rurin, there won't be a conversation. There will only be a funeral. He begs Ellison to stop her. He's screaming that it's all his fault, that his foolish greed started this cycle of misery. He's telling them that the Red Dragons were just obeying a puppet. Ellison stays calm. He knows what's happening in Great City. Rurin is standing over Riheim, her mana reaching a terminal point. Riheim looks her in the eye and says he has a request. If it's true that he killed her mother, he is prepared to apologize. He calls it an unforgivable sin. He tells her that her anger is completely justified. This is where he's supposed to laugh like a maniac, but instead, we get a flashback to Sydney, the suspicious female dragon who actually enjoyed the killing. Riheim begs Rurin to let the hatred end with him. He wants to take the entire weight of the Red Dragon's sins to the grave. Rurin loses it. This isn't the revenge she wanted. She's screaming for him to mock her, to laugh at her, to be a villain. She smashes the ground, creating a crater that swallows the entire street. She's venting pure, directionless agony. We get a flashback to Bereen. She was the one who told Rurin that the cycle of war was a trap for everyone. A young Rurin is shown arguing with her mother. She can't accept that the Red Dragons aren't just pure evil. She's shouting no in the present, her voice cracking. She remembers the villagers talking about Serena's clinic burning down. She remembers how the humans, who Serena helped, turned on her the second they got scared. Rurin is weeping now. All she wanted was a clear enemy, a simple target to hate. She wanted to believe that Red Dragons were the only bad ones. She wanted to justify her own violence by pointing at her mother's suffering. But Bereen's voice is in her head, telling her that no one wanted the war, not the humans, not the Black Dragons, not even the Red Dragons. Rurin asks if they should even hate the Dragon Lord who gave the orders. Bereen reaches out with a gentle hand. She tells her daughter that it will be truly difficult to understand. She makes Rurin promise one thing, that even if she gains massive power, she will never close her eyes. She must confirm what is truly in someone's heart before she judges them. The memory shatters as Rurin strikes the ground one last time. The smoke clears. Rurin is standing there, her shoulders slumped, tears streaming down her face. Back at the Holy Land, Sardalan and Didonk are silent. They're waiting for Ellison to do something. Ellison just smiles slightly. He tells them he won't stop her because he believes in her. If Riheim truly has no memories, and if he's still trying to accept his sins, then Rurin will not kill him. She's learned to see the heart, just like her mother asked.